In 2020, gates connecting to another dimension began to appear. Governments deployed their armies to enter these gates and investigate. But no one returned, and monsters began pouring out from these abandoned gates. With overwhelming power capable of crushing any modern weapon, the monsters carried out massacres of humanity everywhere. Yet supporters granted extraordinary strength and skills by supernatural forces emerged. Supporters have the ability to grant hunters supplementary powers. Among these hunters, one with countless followers and immortal warriors wielding the power of fire, known as the Demon King, emerged. With the special qualities of a player, he gradually grew stronger through his hunts. However, the 12 great heroes regarded as gods feared this man and his power. Under their influence, he was erased from history. Those once regarded as gods created a scene. Since then, hunters have been regarded as a new subspecies of humans, and those who cannot become hunters can only be slaves. Hunters hold the power to dominate the world. And just like that, 100 years have passed. Under the blazing sun of August, this young man with black hair is giving his all in training, carrying the thought that he will change the world, yet after just a few laps he's already exhausted. Perhaps willpower alone is not enough to become a hunter. To catch the eye of a supporter, he must push beyond his own limits. As for your stylish older brother, he doesn't have to do anything. They just come to him on their own. Black hair felt it was completely unfair. But in this world, fairness doesn't exist. It's like Gungshu is a hunter, and you're just an ordinary person. If you can't run, maybe they'll have to try something else. He pulled out a staff, a skill only hunters have, and no matter how many times I see it, I never get tired of it. But if you become a hunter, this feeling of admiration will soon fade. After learning the truth that his parents were killed by a hunter, Gungshu gave him a book as a keepsake. It was full of the unreasonable rules set by hunters, and he wanted to change that. After all the years he has helped you, even after trying so hard, Black Hair guesses he will never be able to become a hunter. Becoming a hunter, as deceitfully taught, is fate itself. You guess so. Sungu felt that listening to those nonsense words was really pointless. He promised that you would become a hunter, and he always told you to keep that book safe. It is the memoir of a forgotten hero who was wiped out by the 12 great heroes. If only he were still alive, the world might have been a better place. While the black-haired man and Seong-gu were talking, a girl stood watching them from afar in the sky. Found them. Finishing her sentence, the girl stretched out her hand and fired a purple beam of light toward them. Ong-gu's car almost immediately sensed the magic. As soon as he saw the streams of purple light flying straight toward him, he cursed silently and pushed Black Hair away. Just seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted where Seong-gu and Black Hair had been standing. Just as the black-haired boy was still trying to understand what was happening, he suddenly saw a girl flying down from the sky right in front of him, causing him to panic. "Hunter, what is a hunter doing here?" The girl glanced at the black-haired boy, and if you looked closely, you could see her eyes turn purple. "Kneel." Black Hair immediately knelt down, not because he wanted to, but as if some force was controlling him, forcing his body to move according to her will. Then several beams of light flew in from somewhere. The people in black who just appeared immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "The ruler of the gods greets you, Miss Athena." The name Athena made the black-haired one even more terrified. With the highest rank, the ruler of Eden, one of the 12 founding gods of Eden. What is she doing here? He definitely hasn't gone far. Capture him and bring him here to me. "Yes, my lord." The men in black responded in unison and quickly left to carry out the mission. "Finally, we caught this guy. What a pity." But Athena looked at the black-haired one. "Who is he? I can't sense any magical power from him." At the same time, Black Hair silently prayed that the Demon King's memoir he was holding contained the dirty secrets the 12 heroes wanted to hide, hoping the Lord wouldn't notice and leave. "Hung is just a lowly slave," Athena said, then turned her back on the black-haired boy. "Is she gone yet?" Black Hair was wondering when suddenly his body was released. Black Hair thought he had escaped, but the moment he looked up, Athena was standing right in front of him, staring at him with a judging gaze. "I almost missed her. I can feel the magic emanating from you, even if it's just a faint trace. Your heart is racing and your breath is uneven. Judging by how stiff you've become, I guess you're hiding something from me, right? Take out what you're holding and tell me what it is." "My body is moving on its own." "Is this a command from the god?" "Stop. If she finds this book, I'm done for." Despite the voice in his head, his hand was still uncontrollably manipulated to take the book out of his jacket pocket and hold it up. "It's a book," the black-haired person said, silently cursing. "Damn it, my body won't listen." "The story of the new Demon King, truly being humanity's hero." "I don't want the world to know the story of the Demon King. Everyone connected to me will have to sacrifice themselves. If things get worse, the whole neighborhood could be wiped out. That is how Eden operates, the power of Eden. They eliminate everything that displeases or stands in their way. I can't let her have this. Please." Just as Athena was about to touch the book, it suddenly flipped open and a magical flame burst out. Athena quickly used magic to create a shield, and narrowly escaped being burned by the flame. At that moment, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Found it, the Demon King's memoir. I don't know why a lowly slave has this, but I will take it. Just then, Seonggu appeared like a god and knocked Athena out of the chicken coop. His black-haired self couldn't hold back tears. Men don't cry, but you did well. You held on strong. Zigu picked up the book and smiled teasingly. So who am I really? How could you possibly fight Athena, one of the 12 gods? Mr. Gu handed the book back to the black-haired one. Sorry I haven't had time to explain this to you yet. I didn't expect to find this so soon. You've always said it for a long time, right? That you want to change the world, and I'm betting on someone like you. What hunters are appointed as gods and rule over other humans? A powerless person like you will live like livestock waiting to be slaughtered by others. If you had a power to change the world, a power that could rival the 12 gods. So do you still want to change this world? Gu summoned a sword and pointed its tip at the black-haired person. The black-haired one remained silent. Just then Athena's shout echoed from afar. Damn! She flew towards them with an angry look, weapon in hand. Athena is coming. We don't have any more time. Make a quick decision. I can't fight Athena alone, Seonggu urged. At that moment the black-haired person's eyes suddenly turned red. Yes. If I had that kind of power, I would change this world. Good. Seonggu smiled with satisfaction, then suddenly plunged the sword through Blackhair's chest. If you meet me there, remember to treat each other well. What are you talking about? Him froze. The black-haired body and the sword on his chest hovered in midair before slowly disappearing. Execute the contract. According to the contract, the fallen angel will support you. By the time the black-haired person regained consciousness, they found themselves transported to a cave. Seeing their body without a single injury, the black-haired person couldn't help but feel confused. What is this? I was clearly stabbed, but there isn't a single wound on my body. My body feels different than before. The power I sense within, and the voice told me I am supported. Have I become a hunter? Exactly where am I right now? A stream of magical power flows through my body. Could it be that I'm inside the gate? As Blackhair quietly wonders, he suddenly hears footsteps not far away. So you quickly hid behind a rock to observe the situation, and saw a goblin approaching, looking around in confusion. I'm sure of it. I'm inside a dungeon gate. Goblins are the lowest level monsters, but they're more dangerous than I thought. That is why they are also called new hunter assassins. Their keen sense of smell and hearing, combined with their reckless hunting style, have caused many inexperienced new hunters with little information to lose their lives. Hopefully it will leave without finding me. Unfortunately, very quickly, thanks to its keen sense of smell, the goblin caught my scent and slowly approached me. Will what I've learned work against it? Anyway, I have no other choice. I can only rely on the skills I've learned to become a hunter. Blackhair gently bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it in the opposite direction of where the goblin was heading. Hearing a strange noise, the goblin turned its head. Taking advantage of the moment, Blackhair grabbed the goblin's sword with one hand and swung the other, striking it down instantly. What is this power of mine? At first I just wanted to scare it and steal its weapon, but have I really become a hunter? While Blackhair was confused, the notification popped up once again. The fallen angel is watching you. The fallen angel is the demon king. At that moment, a group of goblins appeared, seemingly drawn by the noise Blackhair had made earlier. There were so many of them, and to make matters worse, the one at the back was the goblin leader. It's the boss of this goblin dungeon. That's it, I awakened as a hunter. There's no way I can stand toe-to-toe with it. Suddenly, Blackhair remembered the promise he once made to Seonggu, that if he gained the power to change the world, a power strong enough to oppose the 12 gods, he would definitely change the world. That's right, I can't leave like this. I can't die before I have a chance to change this world. The fallen angel applauds your fighting spirit. The fallen angel is paying attention to me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Driven by determination, Blackhair charged recklessly toward the goblins. In the past, watching Blackhair strike with a spear so precisely that even falling leaves were hit, Seonggu couldn't help but marvel. That's really impressive. Looking at you, I suddenly understand what a genius is. Ordinary people have their limits, but if you get sponsored, I'm sure you'll become a more outstanding hunter than anyone else. Just like now, with your willpower and honed skills, you've nearly wiped out the goblins alone, and your level has risen accordingly. Only Blackhair remained, and just as he thought this, he sensed imminent danger. He quickly flipped backwards, successfully, dodging a surprise attack from the boss. Damn it, even though it's just a goblin, it's still a boss-level monster. According to the records, to defeat the goblin leader, you need to be at least a C-rank hunter. If you've just awakened as a hunter, you're usually only at rank E or F. Can someone like me who just awakened really defeat it? Blackhair glanced at the spear in his hand. Alright, I'll bet everything here. The fallen angel welcomed your decision and granted you the authority to command fire. The spear is the Demon King's weapon, and also the one I am most confident using. Moreover, Blackhair enhanced the spear's power, and charged forward, defeating the boss with a single strike for the Underworld King. You just leveled up and the spear's durability dropped to 0. I did it, but as expected after defeating the dungeon boss, this is all I can do. In the battle, not only the goblins, but also Blackhair suffered considerable injuries. At this point, he could no longer hold on and passed out. A little later, 2 more people appeared in the dungeon. There were goblin corpses. Who would kill so many goblins like this? Even the goblin leader is dead. At that moment, one of the 2 who entered the dungeon saw black hair lying in a pool of blood. Someone survived. There was still someone alive over there. When black hair woke up, he found himself lying in a hospital bed receiving a bag of recovery medicine. So the hospital wasn't just a dream after all. Athena appeared and almost stole the Demon King's memoir. After being stabbed by Sungu, I woke up inside the gate of a dungeon. I encountered a goblin leader and nearly lost my life, but I survived thanks to the fire dominion granted by the fallen angel. However, I later lost consciousness due to severe injuries. The hunters who came to destroy the dungeon saved me. As you were lost in thought, a nurse approached with a smile and said, "You still can't move yet. How are you feeling? Any dizziness at all? The group of hunters sent by the Alliance found you and brought you here. If they hadn't, I'm not sure what would have happened to you." The man with black hair asked suspiciously. "The guild." The nurse smiled and said, "That's right, you were seriously injured. Surviving is truly a miracle. You had an accident inside the gate and someone from the guild will be sent to you. Until then, just rest well." Then the nurse turned away and thought to herself how handsome he is. "I have to go tell everyone about this," the black-haired one suddenly spoke. May I ask?" The nurse turned back and asked. "Yes, what year is it now?" the nurse replied. "It seems your memory hasn't fully recovered yet, so you might still be a bit dizzy. It's now the year 2022. Black hair was startled to hear that. 2022, more than 100 years before he was born, the gates began to appear in 2020. 2022 was when special hunters began making a name for themselves, the Age of Heroes. At that moment, Sungu's words suddenly echoed in his mind once again. Hunters began to call themselves gods and ruled over humanity. The powerless like you are forced to live as refugees, barely surviving while waiting to die. What would you do if you could change the world? Would you do it? Black hair's heartbeat began to quicken. Unlike having to be chosen by Eden to become a hunter, this era is when hunters awaken by being supported by sponsors. And this is my moment of change. With that thought, the black-haired person decisively pulled out the IV and all the tubes from their body and jumped off the bed. The nurse worriedly exclaimed, "Hey, getting up so suddenly is very dangerous." "I'm fine, I'm not dizzy anymore like before." "Forget about that, can you tell me where the bathroom is?" the nurse replied. "The bathroom is right next to the entrance." The black-haired boy walks in. He looks at himself in the mirror and gasps silently, asking, "Is this really me? I never had these muscles before, and I must be about 1.9 meters tall now. I guess my face still looks pretty much the same, but my physique and appearance look like a completely different person." Just then, someone spoke from outside. "Is there someone here?" A few minutes later, the black-haired man dressed in patient clothes sat opposite a young man who introduced himself as Kim Shu-dong from the association. Shu-dong smiled and said, "You were rescued by the Alliance after the incident at the gate. I heard you're having some memory problems, is that right?" The black-haired man thought to himself. Hopefully the nurse told him that. Then he answered with a blank expression. "That's right." Shu-dong asked, "Can you tell me what you still remember? Name or family? How did you get into the gate or anything else you remember?" After black hair was transferred to this hospital, both the hospital and the association tried to extract information from him. But of course they couldn't find any information about him, no name, family, or anything else. The black-haired boy thought to himself, "There's no way my future information could appear here. They said that memory loss can happen after an accident in the gate or after awakening as a hunter." Then he smiled and replied, "I'm 23 years old, my name is Lai Jun-gyeon, and I can't remember anything else." Just as the black-haired boy, now Jun-gyeon, was about to say his name, for some reason, the name Demon King popped into his head. For some reason, he confused his own name with that of the Demon King. But for some reason, he felt it was the right thing to do. Hearing Jun-gyeon's answer, Shu-dong rubbed his temples and muttered, "This is a big problem." Then he looked at Jun-gyeon and asked, "If that's the case, did you feel anything while you were inside the gate?" Jun-gyeon replied, "I heard a voice saying I will sponsor you. That's what I heard." Hearing that, Shu-dong's hands resting on the table clenched slightly. After a few seconds, he spoke up. "I see, it seems you have become a hunter. Lai Jun-gyeon, do you remember anything about the hunters?" "I don't know either. I remember they were specially chosen individuals." Shu-dong stood up and said, "Thank you for talking with me. There may be others coming after this, but the association will contact you again." Then he suddenly bowed deeply. "I know you must be very confused, but you have become someone very necessary and important to this world. I wish you all the best." The conversation ended, and Shu-dong took his leave. Jun-gyeon stood by the window, looking down at Shu-dong in the parking lot, and quietly said, "He's pretty good, isn't he?" Then he whispered status. Immediately a system window appeared before him. The status window showed the name Loon Jian, level 9 player traits, Assassin Love Enthusiast. Strength, 31. Endurance, 28. Speed, 34. Magic Power, 38. Fire Domination, Authority level 2, no Summon Spirit. Without checking the status window, Junjian thought this was one of the Demon King's qualities, the reason the 12 heroes had to be wary of him, and why he could grow stronger, faster than other hunters. Fearing that Eden erased all traces of him, the Demon King is very special. To be precise, he is not a hunter, but a player. He is a player. Unlike hunters who need sponsors to grow strong, he was able to become powerful on his own. He is the only one who can grow strong by hunting, and now I am a god. On the day Junjian was discharged, the nurse came to his room smiling and said, "Lai Junjian, congratulations on becoming a hunter. Thank you. But is becoming a hunter really something to celebrate?" The nurse smiled and replied, "Of course, it's like hitting the jackpot. Even the lowest ranked hunter can live in wealth and luxury that ordinary people can only dream of. Besides fighting monsters inside the gate, there are many other things a hunter can do. He can become a blacksmith by using his power to create magical items. Or you could become a bodyguard and earn a huge amount of money. Even the wealthy have to line up just to hire you." Junjian thought to himself, "That's right, I already know that. That's why those who are not chosen are completely powerless." A forced smile appeared on his face as he quietly asked, "Should I be happy about that?" The nurse suddenly remembered something, handed a bag to Junjian, and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to give you this. That Kim Shu-dong, he is someone from the association. These are the clothes he wore when he was rescued. They said he might never be able to wear this again, but they kept it just in case he ever needs it. Congratulations on your discharge." Not long after, Junjian left the hospital and went to a place in the Gangnam district. Looking around, he felt this was a place meant for heroes. "I wasn't even allowed to set foot in Gangnam before. Everything here looks so bright and peaceful." Just then, Shudong approached and said, "Lai Junjian, I've been waiting for you." Junjian turned to look at him. Supervisor Kim Shudong watched him. Shudong said, "Let's go to the guild. I don't think a new hunter like you should be hanging around here." Seeing Junjian's expression change slightly after that, he thought he was worried and smiled, saying, "Don't worry too much. We've registered you as a hunter with the association, and you'll be given an apartment. Sometimes there are others in situations like yours. I want to congratulate you first. Your test results are in. You are a rank C hunter. You should be happy because not everyone in our country achieves rank C right from the start." Then he pointed to the car with the door already open at the curb and said, "Let's go. I'll explain the rest after we finish the registration process." "Thank you." With that, Junjian got in the car with Shudong and headed to the Hunter Association headquarters. Here you were guided by the staff to complete the registration process. Usually ordinary people receive rank E or F after their first awakening as a hunter. Hunters are ranked by letters. The higher the rank, the greater your potential. You will also receive special benefits. By the afternoon, as the sun set, Junjian followed Shudong out of the Hunter Association headquarters and headed to apartment 802. "We completed your registration without any issues, and this will be your apartment," Shudong said. Junjian opened the door and stepped inside. The next moment, he was stunned by everything in there, even feeling a bit emotional with tears welling up. Shudong was standing behind, so he didn't know that. "Are you satisfied? The interior looks quite outdated." Junjian replied, "Yes, I like it very much. Thank you very much." In his heart, he thought, today is a very special day. I finally have the chance to become a hunter. "So, this is what it feels like to own an apartment for the first time in your life." Shudong spoke up. I almost forgot, there's one more thing I haven't told you. There are a few people who want to meet you, Li Junjian." Hearing that Junjian was a bit startled, he quickly turned around and asked, "Meet me?" While inwardly worrying, he thought, who could it be? No one can know that I come from the future. Shudong was quite surprised by Junjian's somewhat extreme reaction. However, he still replied, "He is the leader of the alliance who saved you. It seems he is very interested in you. You can refuse his request if you feel uncomfortable with this meeting," Junjian asked the leader of the alliance. "That's right, they are a rather lively group and have attracted a lot of attention recently." "The alliance?" Junjian thought for a moment and then replied, "All right." So Shudong immediately took Junjian to meet the leader of the alliance. When they met, Shudong quickly introduced them to each other. First, he gestured toward Junjian and said, "This is Lai Junjian." Then he gestured toward the bald man. "And this is the leader of the Alliance Guild, the guild that saved you," the bald man spoke up. "I will introduce myself. You really are a tall and handsome person. I am the leader of the EL Alliance Association, Seonggu." Since meeting Seonggu, Junjian hasn't said a word and just kept staring at his bald head. In his heart, he silently said that really was him. That bald head. Noticing Junjian's gaze, Seonggu asked, "Where are you looking?" Junjian snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratched his head, and said with a smile, "I apologize if I accidentally offended you. It was not intentional." Then he fell into deep thought again, startled enough to almost make a mistake. I didn't expect to meet him so soon. He truly cared for me, teaching me all the basics to become a hunter. My benefactor who saved my life in a past life, and the hero who refused countless chances to save the lives of others. The hero forgotten because people thought he had sacrificed himself. El Seonggu, the shining god, we meet again. Seonggu didn't know what Junjian was thinking. He smiled and said, "It's okay, have we met before? You seem a bit familiar." Junjian replied, "I lost all my memories after becoming a hunter, so I'm not really sure." Then he bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Seeing that, Se smiled quietly, thinking he was a very polite person. That night, Junjian lay on the bed quietly wondering if this was real, but what had happened to his body? It feels like a completely different body, but my moles are still in the same place, so I'm sure this is my body. The player, the Demon King, is a legendary hunter. He was also a forgotten hero. Why do I have his powers? I gained that ability because the fallen angel granted me power. In my previous life, the fallen angel only bestowed power on one person. So what happened to the Demon King, I don't know, and I don't think I'll find the answer right now. I traveled back to the past and gained an overwhelming power that many have longed for. I was granted a power that could change the entire world. The next morning, in a room at the Hunters Association headquarters, Junjian and others were waiting when a man with 3 scars on his cheek entered and introduced himself, welcoming them here. "My name is Bisangu, one of your guardians." A few people immediately started buzzing when they heard this name. What? BB rank hunter Sangu. Why would a core member of the association act as a guardian for a rookie hunter like that? So that means there is a hunter here who has caught the attention of the guild. Others are also aware of this and have started to look forward to it. This is my chance. If I can get his attention, I'll be able to join guilds, or at least one guild. I am the only one suited for that role. No, it will be mine. Hearing the noise around him, Junjian, who was dozing at the table, also looked up. On the podium, Sangshu spoke. "Today there will be a seminar about hunters. Then you will choose your weapons and move to the area to take a combat test. However, you don't need to worry. Do you know how hunters awaken?" A young man in a green shirt quickly raised his hand and said, "Aren't we supposed to be chosen by a sponsor?" Sangshu said. "That's right. In addition, a hunter's power is assessed as soon as they awaken. However, a hunter can develop themselves." A brown-haired girl stood up and spoke. "We can close the gate or attract the attention of sponsors through our outstanding achievements. We can receive items or skills with greater power through additional sponsorships." Sangshu clapped his hands and smirked, saying, "Well done, it seems you are ready. Now I will ask you a slightly difficult question. What is the goal of the sponsors?" Fong immediately fell silent. Sangshu thought to himself, "Just as I expected, no one can answer this question." All the hunters were very curious about this, but no one knew who the sponsors were or why they chose humans to become hunters. Suddenly, Sangshu noticed Junjian. "What's going on with that guy? Everyone is trying to get my attention." Curious, Sangshu pointed at Junjian. "You're resting your chin over there. Can you answer my question?" Junjian looked a bit surprised, then silently bowed his head, lost in thought. Sangshu laughed. "No need to worry. This is a question with no answer. I just want to hear what you're thinking." Jungi said, "Isn't it just made for entertainment?" Everyone in the room exclaimed in shock. "What did he just say?" Sangshu asked. "What do you mean by entertainment?" Junjian replied. "You pick a character and have them go hunting. And you feel entertained as they level up and become stronger. It's like a game." Sangshu was stunned and thought to himself, "That's truly an astonishing idea." Junjian whispered to himself. The Demon King hypothesized that the sponsors only see this world as a game, and because of that hypothesis he still died, despite gaining ultimate power. This might be the sponsor's most important secret. A little later in the testing area, Sangshu looked at the brown-haired girl and smiled. "You chose a sword. That's a great choice." "Ready," the brown-haired girl said, with a focused expression, gripping her sword tightly. "Yes, I'm ready. You'll have to fight the hungry demon, but it's okay if you can't defeat it. I will set the conditions for you to pass this test. Do you agree?" The brown-haired girl smiled and replied, "I agree. Don't worry too much. It has been brainwashed to have no thoughts of killing humans or causing fatal wounds. And now the official test begins." Without hesitation, Sangshu pressed the control button on his hand to open the door, holding the hungry demon. A second later, the demon burst out roaring as it charged straight at the brown-haired girl. The brown-haired girl also lunged forward, swinging a sword, but the hungry demon dodged and scratched one of her arms with its claws. Seizing the opportunity, the hungry demon jumped again, aiming to attack the brown-haired girl with its claws once more. Sangshu watched from outside, thinking too dangerous. But then he was stunned as the brown-haired girl suddenly spun around and swung her sword across the hungry demon's back, cutting its body in two. Then the brown-haired girl lay on the ground, panting as if all her strength had been drained. Sangshu stepped forward and praised her, saying it was impressive how she turned the tide and defeated the hungry demon. "You passed the test, well done." The brown-haired girl left the testing area, and Sangshu loudly called out, "Last person, please come in." A few seconds later, Junjian entered, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, a strange combination. Jiangshu silently assessed Junjian, thinking he could only join the graduation course after passing this test, and if he performed well here, he would gain some extra benefits. At this moment, Sangshu spoke up, saying the test will begin right now. But first, all the goblins have died. So you have to take the test with a different monster. Since the monster has changed, the rules will change accordingly. You don't have to defeat it. The conditions to pass this test will be decided by me. It's also like the previous ones that have been brainwashed, so it won't be able to cause fatal wounds. Besides, I'm a B-rank hunter, and I'm here so there won't be any problems. Are you ready, another monster? It must be something like a goblin. Maybe a harpy. Thinking this, Jun Gyeon spoke up. I'm ready. Sangshu smiled, pressing the control button as he spoke. Good, your test will begin now. I was impressed by your answer earlier. I hope you won't let me down. The monster that the final contestant Lun Jian must face is an ogre. The ogre has twice the strength of a normal man, and possesses incredibly fierce vitality. It is known that a combat class hunter fights against it at the gate. The other contestants in the waiting room couldn't help but feel fear upon learning that Jun Jian's opponent in the test was an oxy. What an ogre. There's no way that ogres have ever been included in the test like this. Outside, Sangshu watched Jun Jian's entire body wrapped in blue light, growing even more intrigued. Thanks to the hunters ranked B during their first awakening, they appeared surrounded by a dazzling blue aura, like a shooting star, and are now the strongest hunters in the world. Lun Gyeon has become a C-rank hunter on his own. He was able to block the goblins at the D-rank gate. How could a newly awakened hunter achieve something so incredible? So I can't miss out on something this interesting at the guild. Show me what you've got. The angel on the side is watching you closely. At the same time as the notification, the ogre began to lose patience and charged to attack. Jun Gyeon gripped the spear tightly and thrust it straight into the creature's shoulder. It really was a monster. It charged straight ahead without hesitation. This is simpler than I thought. But of course, reality was not that simple. The ogre let out a painful roar, then grabbed the spear, piercing its body with one hand. I'm stuck. What is this kind of power? While Jun Gyeon struggled to pull out the spear, but failed, the creature suddenly punched wildly with its other hand. Fortunately, Jun Gyeon raised his shield in time to block the creature's deadly strike. The other contestants in the waiting room witnessing this scene began to worry. Wasn't this too dangerous? Since it's an ok from the start, this situation isn't too surprising. The Guardian should stop this fight. At the same time, Sangshu held back, simply observing and assessing. This was a perfect attack. If it were a human, it would have been finished by this critical strike. But his opponent is a monster, considered a rather underestimated foe. Seeing Jun Gyeon's shield beginning to crack, fearing he was in danger, Sangshu activated his power, ready to step in and help. But then he saw Jun Gyeon drop his spear and spin around to kick the snail in the face. Finally, he jumped up, gained momentum, and used the strengthened shield to stab directly, officially taking down the monster. The shield's durability dropped to 0 and you leveled up. Your fire domination power has reached level 2. Who is that? Is he really a new hunter? He stabbed straight through the spear to break the balance of that monster. This is truly crazy. He defeated the monster that the Guardian released. Not only the contestants, but even the S-rank and B-rank hunters were surprised by Jun Gyeon's performance. What kind of skill is that? How can a new hunter like him possess that skill, without even having an activation code? Could this be an advanced skill? There has never been a case like this since hunters have existed. I can't afford to lose him. I will take him to the guild no matter what. It's truly unimaginable. Hunter Lai Jun Gyeon, you have passed my test. Thank you. Jun Gyeon replied. He thought to himself that the device seemed to be used only for a short time. Mastering fire is an incredible skill. The power to control fire is the source of the Demon King's strength, as well as a trait to become a hunter. This is not a skill, but a source of power. Unlike other skills that cannot be upgraded, the enhanced power comes from the sponsor. Players can level up, and their strength becomes incredibly high. But the device won't last long because of its absolute power. I need a device forged from metal to use this skill. After the test, Jun Gyeon returned home and held a small housewarming party. The guests were only 2 people, Seonggu and Swang. A brief conversation while they enjoyed their meal about the Guardian for tomorrow's test and guidance for him. Clearly, Seonggu had been appointed as Jun Gyeon's Guardian. The final test from the Guardian is tomorrow, right? I know you'll get through the gate, but I need to make sure you don't have any problems. Du said, tell us about your upcoming plans. Have you thought about our proposal? I don't know why, but I have a feeling I shouldn't let you go. Anyway, I don't want you to feel too much pressure, Seonggu said with a serious expression. Sudong glanced at Seonggu, secretly thinking to himself that he was worrying too much. The most promising alliance association in Korea is trying to track him down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for S-rank hunter Jun Gyeon. Jun Gyeon was silent for a moment, then replied, I must decline. May I ask the reason behind your answer? I just can't understand it. I thought it was a great offer for someone determined to become a combat hunter. You are right. But when I went back to the past, I had already planned for all the situations that would happen during this time. In this situation, it would be extremely dangerous for me to get close to Seonggu right now. Thinking that Jungion simply replied, "Sorry, but I don't want to join any organization at the moment. But if you ever need my help, I am always willing to assist because I owe you a debt of gratitude." Hunter Seonggu. Seonggu was silent for a moment, then smiled. "I will remember these words." X-Dong kept looking at Seonggu, and then at Junjian, unable to understand what was happening. A new hunter was offering help to an A-rank hunter in Korea, and the A-rank hunter was taking it seriously. I really can't understand hunters. Tomorrow morning is the Guardian's graduation exam. Before we begin, I need to tell you a few things about the Guardian graduation exam process. The graduation exam will take place at this gate. However, you don't need to worry too much because I will be going with all of you. At that moment, Sangshu unleashed his power, demonstrating his authority and leaving the candidates amazed. As a B-rank hunter, his strength far surpasses the hunters here, Jungion admired silently. After the contestants received their power supply, it was time for them to enter the dungeon, which seemed quite damp. Just as Junjian thought that Sangshu spoke up to explain. "You all feel the dampness, right? That is because the magical power inside the gate is very strong. If everyone is here, then let's begin our journey. Follow my instructions, and we will reach the monster." Then Sangshu led the way, guiding everyone deeper into the dungeon. They quickly encountered a group of goblins. "They're here. Hunters number 1 and 3, prepare their weapons." "Roger." Hunters number 1 and 3 responded with a shout and charged to face the monsters, but neither of them managed to defeat a single goblin. Next are number 8 and number 16. They did better, each taking down one goblin. Hunter L. Junjian. As soon as his name was called, Junjian dashed like the wind, swiftly taking down all the goblins with just a few basic moves, leaving everyone else in disbelief. Is he a newly awakened hunter? He even joined the training. Annoying are the other hunters like that too. I'm really impressed by his proficiency with weapons. He's as skilled as a B-rank hunter like me. We can't afford to lose someone like him. I have to recruit him at all costs. Jiangshu thought to himself, everything is over. The group continued moving. We will meet the boss soon. The boss will be completely different from the goblins we've been fighting, so you all need to be cautious, stay alert, prepare yourselves, and check all your weapons and defense gear. The others obediently followed Sangshu's instructions, but Junjian did nothing, standing silently in one spot. The Demon King had the power of a player, but was defeated by the 12 heroes before he could unleash his full strength. That might not have happened if the Demon King had grown stronger, faster than them. Therefore, I will use everything I know to become stronger than the 12 heroes and anyone else. After a while, Doan continued on, but after only a short distance, everyone was startled by a powerful magical force. "Everyone retreat, run to the gate right now," Sangshu quickly ordered. At the same time, from afar, a stream of fire magic was rushing towards them. Sangshu knew he had to dodge, but if he did, those rookie hunters would definitely die. Damn it. Silently cursing, Sangshu used his venomous fangs to counter the fire spell, but it was only a fraction of its destructive power. The snake's fangs couldn't completely neutralize it. What happened to the new hunters? Worried Sangshu quickly turned around to check. Seeing them safely standing right behind Junjian, Sangshu exclaimed in amazement, "Unbelievable, Junjian the hunter." Junjian humbly replied, "No, it was Hunter Bisangu who held it back well so we could be safe." Suddenly, a system panel appeared right before him. The fallen angel had one request: escape from the great goblin witch. At the same time, the others also saw the appearance of the monster that had just attacked them. The new hunters panicked and shouted it was the great elf witch who could easily defeat a B-rank hunter. This was truly a challenge for the lower-ranked hunters. Is the ranking system broken? Run away now. The only one who can handle it is the B-rank hunter, Sangshu. Sangshu is much calmer. He spoke up. "It's not an opponent to take lightly. Can you leave the gate and help me contact the Hunter Association?" Junjian stepped forward beside Sangshu and spoke. "As a B-rank hunter, I also want to fight it." The new hunters all looked at him in surprise. Sangshu looked at Junjian seriously and warned him not to be so overconfident. "I know you can defeat many goblins and even the brain monster, but the great elite wizard relies on magical power, not physical strength. They have magical skills that can challenge B-rank hunters." Junjian spoke up, "The great elite wizard. B-rank opponents are encouraged to upgrade their main skills like rocket arrows, fireballs, firewalls, and fire shields. I know it's a strong monster and I know how to fight it. Not all the monsters of the new Hunter Guardians can be faced. Give me a chance." Sangshu wondered what blind confidence was, and then he spoke up well. Right before Jungian, a notification appeared. The mission has begun. So Jungian advanced alone toward the great goblin witch. The great goblin witch immediately launched several fireballs at him. Jungian raised his shield, blocking all the fireballs. The new hunters gasped. It was unbelievable, the fireballs were completely stopped. Sangshu was startled, thinking to himself, it's not being blocked, it's absorbing it. How could that be possible? The battle was still ongoing. After Junjian blocked the fireballs with his shield, flames clung to its surface. A smirk appeared on his lips as he charged straight at the Great Goblin Wizard. The Great Goblin Wizard saw this, and once again cast spells to create a series of explosions on the ground. A few seconds later, a sea of fire formed like a wall separating him and Junjian. The new hunters shouted, "We were wrong, we can't even get close to it. We'll be attacked by long-range magic and won't be able to fight back." At this moment, Junjian took a new action. He pointed his spear at the wall of fire and softly commanded it to part. Then, to everyone's disbelief, the sea of fire was truly parted, creating a path. Controlling the flames like that was incredible. Junjian charged at the Great Goblin Wizard without hesitation. The spear in his hand was quickly engulfed in flames. The Great Elf Wizard roared and created a defensive magic circle in front of him, but it was not enough. Junjian shouted loudly and thrust forward repeatedly. The defensive magic shattered in an instant, and then the Great Goblin Wizard was also broken into pieces by Junjian's attack. He did it. Could a rookie really have accomplished something so extraordinary? A super rookie. He is a super rookie. That was the birth of a super rookie. Amid the cheers of the new hunters, Junjian stood there stunned. Because you were busy examining the newly appeared system board, the fallen angel was amazed by your accomplishment. Because the mission was successful, the fallen angel wants to sponsor you. You are given a chance to summon. Junjian quietly rejoiced. Finally, I have it. This is why the Demon King is so powerful. Late that afternoon at the Hunters Association headquarters, Sang-Shu went to the chairman's office and reported everything that had happened. After listening, the chairman laughed and said, "So this is why you wanted to see me. The Guardian is because of that C-rank hunter, right? Yes, just as you said." The association president asked, "Is he at the lowest gate?" Sang-Shu replied, "No, he has already gone beyond that." "If that is your judgment, then it is not just a wrong guess. How far do you think his potential can reach?" Sang-Shu paused briefly before answering, "To the extent that he can help you achieve your goals, Mr. Chairman." The chairman turned to look at the scenery outside the glass door and said, "I understand. I want to meet him as soon as possible." At the same time as Junjian stepped out the entrance, he saw Xionggu and Sudong waiting. Sudong smiled and said, "Ah, you're here. The Alliance Association leader and I have been waiting for you. I was really worried when I heard that the ranking gate had been upgraded from rank E to rank C, but it seems it's not too complicated after all." "Mr. Gu smiled and asked, "Have you received the association's application yet?" Junjian nodded and recalled that moment. Sang-Shu then asked the hunter Junjian, "Do you intend to join the guild?" The new hunters exclaimed. He was invited to join the association. No way. Junjian calmly replied, "I'm sorry, I currently have no intention of joining any organization." Sang-Shu was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, "I understand." Junjian remained silent, thinking to himself that if he joined the association, he would definitely progress faster. However, if he joined, he wouldn't be able to hide anything from them. And he is in the association. I don't want to have any involvement with him. He is one of the people I must avoid at all costs. At the same time, an image of a man appeared in his mind, and this man was none other than the chairman of the Hunters Association. Back in the present, Xionggu asks if there's any food you like. Hearing that, Junjian becomes a bit pensive. This is even harder than choosing to join the association. "What do I really like?" After much hesitation, he answered cup noodles. Xionggu smiled and asked, "Do you like meat?" Junjian said nothing, but his expression clearly answered. Xionggu came over, put his arm around his shoulder, pulled him along and laughed, saying, "All right, then let's go eat some meat." By the time night fell, Junjian had returned to his new apartment. He was taking a shower, and in his mind, the images of his battles from the day replayed one by one. After a while, Junjian quietly said, "I have become stronger. I know that for sure." Next, Junjian quietly called up his status. A system panel appeared. Status name L. Junjian, level 11. Player traits: Assassin, Role, Love, Power, Fire, Domination level 2, Summoning no skills, no angelic sponsorship, 1 summon available. Junjian thought to himself that no ordinary hunter could resurrect not even the 12 heroes. Only a few hunters possessed this ability. It must be thanks to this ability that he was able to achieve such great feats. No wonder he can handle countless monsters like bone dragons, banks, or a zebra. If I had the power the Demon King once had, would my summoning command be like that? Then you give the summoning order. The system announces you have a chance to summon a rank granted by a fallen angel. Will you proceed? Junjian repeated the summon without hesitation. The next morning, Sudong came to Junjian's apartment. As soon as he entered, he pointed at the phone screen and laughed. "Hunter Li Junjian, look at this. It's talking about you, right, Hunter Li Junjian?" Junji curiously looked at the phone screen and discovered it was an article about him, the rise of a rookie who suddenly became like a C-rank hunter, defeating a boss at the gate, something only B-rank hunters could usually do. Sudong laughed and asked, "I heard you defeated a great goblin witch. Is that true? How were you able to do that? Why didn't you tell me yesterday?" Junjian thought to himself that he had made the front page, yet none of his information had been leaked. However, the high-ranking officials in the guild have definitely heard about it. Seeing Junjian remain silent, Sudong continued to speak. Lately, hunters seem to be even more popular than many celebrities. But you don't seem interested in that, do you? Hunter Lai Junjian. Junjian spoke up. More importantly, there are a few things I want to ask you. I want to join the dungeon raid. Time passes and Junjian is now fighting monsters in a dungeon, defeating them one by one. Until the boss appeared, Junjian only needed one move to finish it. The system announced that the fallen angel was very pleased with your actions. You leveled up, you have cleared the dungeon. Junjian looked at the skull-shaped bracelet he summoned yesterday and sighed, thinking it still showed no reaction. Even after defeating the worm and clearing the dungeon, how am I supposed to use this? The skull is supposed to contain a soul, but there's no soul inside, so it can't work. Jun silently thought the summoning power must have a great strength or a special ability, but it doesn't contain any soul at all. I thought it was a monster's soul. Could I have been wrong? Carrying his worries, Junjian left the dungeon. Shudong was already waiting outside. As soon as Junjian stepped out, he approached to congratulate him. Congratulations. You have completed your 4th dungeon raid. If you want to auction any items, please hand them over to us. Junjian reached out his hand and a pile of items instantly appeared, tumbling to the ground. Shudong laughed and said, "Looks like you've got a whole stash of items already. That was really fast. After the items are auctioned, the payment will be sent to your account." Junjian asked, "When does my next dungeon start?" Shudong replied, "Sorry, but there are no dungeons available for reservation." Junjian thought in shock, is this a world full of trouble with gates that can't be closed, yet no gates to reserve? Then he asked, I don't understand, is something wrong? Recently, there has been a guild trying to build its reputation, and their organization alone has taken over more than 20 low-ranking gates. Junjian asked, even if they are low-ranked gates, is it allowed for one guild to reserve more than 20 of them? You're right, usually guilds don't allow such reservations, but since the dungeons have been cleared out, there's no choice but to accept it. Hearing that, Junjian suddenly remembered something, quickly grabbed Shudong's arms and asked in panic, "Don't tell me the leader of the guild is Choyong Song." Shudong exclaimed in surprise, Right, you know that. You are right, that is the Northern Guild. It is run by Mr. Choyong Song, who became a hunter before you, and is also known as the Super Rookie." With the correct answer in hand, Junjian opened his eyes wide, thinking to himself that he would soon gain fame as a hero, and spread his name as a subordinate of the 12 heroes. But above all, he would brutally slaughter people and become a tyrant. War King Gan, we finally meet. That year, on a day of heavy rain, a figure stood high above, looking down on the village scene. A group of people holding signs and wearing armbands marched in the rain, demanding a halt to construction to protect everyone's right to live, reported a subordinate behind Yan X. "Sir, the riots are getting out of control. What should we do now?" He frowned angrily. "They're all just powerless little people. If we destroy their homes, they'll know to retreat and find another place to rebuild. Why should we pay attention to the existence of those little brats?" he said, gripping his weapon tightly. "These lowly slaves are lucky just to be alive." Saying that, he slightly bowed his head and pointed his weapon downward. His sword radiated an immense power. The rain grew heavier, as if washing away the houses, trees, and fields. The rain showed no sign of stopping the rising water, submerged everything except for a few tall buildings. Back to reality, he walked alone down the street with his hands in his pockets. His gaze was distant. As he walked, he thought to himself, after that incident, more than half of the villagers he once knew had died tragically. It was truly a terrible disaster. Suddenly, Rungian heard a loud noise by his ear, and a shout to stop. He quickly turned his head, holding his phone sideways to show the case. A trembling man was kneeling before 2 young men, pleading, "How can you do this?" "Just because you're hunters." The guy in the t-shirt said nothing and kicked over the cart. He pleaded desperately, "Please stop." Helpless, he bowed his head and sobbed. Junjian happened to appear right behind him and spoke up. You're angry. What the hell are you guys doing?" The 2 guys were startled and looked over. The one in the t-shirt frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Facing the aggression of the 2, he responded clearly, "I heard a noise and came here." "Did you guys bully this person?" The guy in the t-shirt glared and growled. "Are you crazy? How dare you talk to me like that?" He glared at him and said, "You were the one who started the trouble, weren't you?" They sensed the fearful energy he emitted. "Hunter." Junjiang turned to him and asked, "What's going on?" The man in the t-shirt answered himself. "Oh, you know why. This old man hurt my precious body with that rusty cart." He smirked, "So I just asked for compensation." The man trembled as he stood up to argue. "What nonsense are you talking about? You were the ones who knocked over my cart and then started picking a fight with me first." You grit your teeth. "Why did you knock over his cart?" The guy in the t-shirt raised his hand to activate his power and replied calmly, "You're a hunter too, so you should know that anyone who attacks or opposes me is an enemy. So what if I knocked over his cart? You should take a look at yourself." His eyes gleamed with malice as he grinned wickedly. "I'm starting to think you want to pick a fight with me," Jungong calmly warned. "If it's come to this, then shut up and get lost." Holding himself back, he continued, "I'll let you off because you haven't hurt this old man." The guy in the angry t-shirt stormed forward and shouted, "You bastard, how dare you order me around? He raised his fist toward him. He quickly reached out and touched his hand and shoulder. His wrist was tightly gripped by your hand, using great force to throw him over. Your face remained calm as if nothing had happened. The guy in the t-shirt who fell flat on the ground suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. It turned out the other guy was holding a short sword. He launched a direct attack. Jun Jian spoke up. I didn't expect to see a weapon in a place like this. Looks like you're confident about what's about to happen, huh? The guy asked angrily. You haven't joined any guild, right? As he charged forward, he asserted we're on a whole different level from trash like you. He was also ready to use the strength of his arm to fight. He punched hard in the other guy's stomach, sending him flying into the air and then crashing to the ground like his comrades. Standing there watching the two losers, you spoke up. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought that guild was your mother or something. After a while, the black market shops were lit up. A member of the association came to escort them away. The guy in the t-shirt was furious. Do you even know who we are? That bastard, he was the one who attacked us first. Seeing them get into the car, Su Yan spoke up. Hunter Jungian, thanks you for handling this matter smoothly. You respond that it is a serious insult to hunters who have no intention of harming civilians. Su Yang cheerfully adds, so we have witnessed it ourselves. This is something the guild should be concerned about. Thank you for your help. As he turned to speak, your expression grew pensive. Watching him explain the situation to someone, Su Yang gradually understood the issue and asked, are you worried that their guild will seek revenge on the man from earlier? The guild will protect him and ensure he suffers no harm. Jun Gian replied uneasily. Earlier, a hunter said he was in a guild. Where is that guild? He replied. Coincidentally, that's the leader of the Northern Army you asked about. He clenched his fists, thinking it was impossible to clear all the low-level dungeons without the guild's help. He knew that the current leader of the Northern Legion was Yan Song, a dangerous tyrant, along with the corrupt members of the Hunters Association. You once hoped they would let it slide, but there's no way they ever would. You responded, trying to get out of the mess. I understand the Northern Army. Night falls and the light flickers from the houses. 2 days later, just as expected, I was summoned by the association for attacking someone. A few days after that, the man Lun Gion had saved changed his testimony. He hung his head in shame. The hunter who caused trouble by overturning the cart went from being the attacker to the victim, and the one who saved him, Lun Jian, became the attacker. That day, he was the one who stood up to defend the poor old man. Walking with Shu Wai, he kept thinking he understood why things happened that way, but still felt deeply uneasy. Shu Wai smiled reassuringly. Don't worry too much, nothing will happen, the association isn't that rotten yet. Jun Gian glanced sideways, thinking to himself that he might not know, but as someone from the future, he knew very well that this association had been rotten from the moment it was created. The two stood in front of the high-rise building and Su Wai told him to stop. The camera was installed at the top corner of the room. In that room, he was questioned by the man sitting opposite him. Assassin Jun Gon does not remember anything after being rescued from the gate. He answered yes, and the officer continued to ask about the incident a few days ago. Was he the first to report and arrest members of the Northern Legion? He was straightforward. Yes, that's right. The officer glared accusingly. So you did threaten the old man Lai Munsu to give false testimony that the Northern Army members attacked you first. You deny it. That is not true. Kai asked if he was saying this never happened. Junjian quickly responded. Yes, that's right. Kai spoke up. I will conduct a cross-examination. Immediately after, Munsu quietly walked into the room. Munu stood behind him. This person asked if the incident a few days ago really involved El Junjian, the man in front of him who had threatened him to confess that members of the Northern Guild had attacked him and the hunter El Junjian. He lowered his head, eyes cast down, not daring to speak. Seeing that attitude, he thought he had been threatened. They really are a bunch of scoundrels. Just as I thought, he reassured you can speak freely. Mun shook his head. Yes, that young man had threatened me. Having achieved his goal, he gestured for him to leave, and didn't forget to say thank you for coming. His legs turned and walked heavily. He had nearly reached the door. Munshu's tears kept falling helplessly as the door closed. He smirked. Do you have anything else to say? Then suddenly he thrust the phone in front of him and his eyes looked down in surprise. The phone recorded the images of the two hunters along with the sound. What are you all doing? Like a comeback, he was confident. This is what I wanted to say. The main door slowly swung open. Jungian clenched his fists and stepped out of the building. You thought the association must know about the altered testimony, but only the old man was accused of lying, and you didn't know what else to do in this situation. The more you thought about it, the more bitter you felt. I alone lacked the strength. Suddenly, Xianggu appears. I've heard the news. You turn around in surprise and call out to Mr. Xianggu. Su Yang scratched his head and explained. I contacted him just in case. I don't have any connections in the association. He is the most influential person I can reach out to. You replied cheerfully. You must be very busy. Thank you both. Mr. Gu laughed and joked. All I can say is that I feel relieved now. The young master suddenly spoke up. He He glanced at the old man who quickly dropped to his knees before him. I'm sorry, I truly am sorry, he cried out trembling. Those bastards told me that if I didn't do it, they would ruin my granddaughter's future. I couldn't let that happen, so instead of speaking up for you, I framed you. Shuai widened his eyes and asked, Do you mean the Northern Guild threatened you? And why are you only saying this now? I barely looked up and said if I speak out, my granddaughter will be in danger because things have come to this. At least I want to apologize, I am truly sorry. Mr. Gu's car was furious. That won't happen. As the head of the alliance, I will take responsibility. Don't worry about those bastards, just go home. Hearing that, he stood up and returned with relief. Why was there a phone recording the earlier disturbance? He explained that recording videos was a natural habit of his because he had been in many unreasonable and unfair situations, and the habit must have started from there. Your eyes suddenly froze and you quickly turned your head to look out. Mr. Gu's car then asked, Is that him? He answered yes. Yanshang radiated a great power as he strode forward, proudly smiling falsely. Oh, I didn't expect to meet such a high-ranking leader of the alliance here. You seem quite close to the rumored rookie, don't you? Shu Wai stared in disbelief, wondering how he could have known that. Could the guild have been spying on him? He reached out his hand to greet me. I am the leader of the Northern Guild. My name is Choyan Song. Looking down at that hand, he couldn't help but notice. And then Xianggu shook his hand. He smiled in response, pleased to meet him while using his superpower to communicate with him through his eyes. But remember this warning from me. He is reminding him that if he doesn't want to become an enemy of me and this super rookie, he shouldn't be too arrogant. His eyes widened as he listened intently, frowning as he quickly pulled his hand back and glanced up at him as if saying, Are you crazy? Mr. Gu smiled, but his eyes kept communicating. No, let me rephrase. You are not even worthy of being considered an enemy. Be careful if you don't want to die. Remember that. The scene shifts to warm sunlight streaming into a small cafe. Inside, a hand slams down on the table with force before someone speaks up. It's ridiculous. Shu Wai was angry, wondering why they were only fined when he had threatened a civilian. Jungong recalls that in the future, punishing hunters never happens. He casually thinks the more important thing is not knowing what happened to the old man. Shu Wai continued to lie to the hunters, saying it was a serious offense, but thanks to you stepping in to handle the whole situation, the Northern Guild also admitted their wrongdoing. The old man was released with just a warning. Holding a cup of water in his hand, he was deep in thought. It seemed Zonggu had done something. You respond, I know. How have the Northern troops been these past few days? His eyes grew worried. They remained silent. You suddenly feel a chill down your spine. There's no way they would just let everything go like that. Recalling the brutal image of Yongsong, the cold-blooded, ruthless killer who will become the war king of Gans now. He strongly believes in karma, so he will definitely take action against me. With a worried expression, he pleaded, Can you help me keep an eye on the Northern troops? Shu Yong gladly agreed. Of course, I will not let the tough spirit inside you go unnoticed. His face was cold. Karma is something I have always believed in. Outside, the sky is blue with white clouds. The trees and fresh air surround them. Junjian stands next to Songgu. He turns to him and says, I didn't expect you to reach out to me to conquer the dungeon together. He looked up and replied, This dungeon is for high-ranking individuals, so I need your help. I'm counting on you. Seonggu smiled, honored to fight alongside him. Two people approached them. One spoke up. Is he the famous rookie? The short-haired one said, It's an honor to fight alongside you. Rookie, you next to me are excited. I never thought there would be a day we'd fight together after I saved you before. Seonggu introduced from left to right, are Choi, Chian, John, and Lehen, who saved you before, and they are also members of my guild. He nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you all. I am Lai Junjian. Standing among the people before him, he admitted he didn't remember anyone here, which wasn't surprising since the Demon King Hindo and the Alliance were all wiped out in his previous life. Once everyone was gathered, Seongguan announced, Alright, this is the C-rank gate. We will begin conquering the dungeon. The dungeon gate opened, and everyone focused their attention. At another location, a fierce tiger face painting was displayed. It was mounted on the wall of a large room with 3 people inside. The red-haired man turned angrily and said, Are you just going to let this slide? This is where we start expanding our territory. He is Guns Choi Johu, the deputy leader, the one wearing the mask, responding, Isn't stabilizing the territory before expanding more important right now? He continued, Isn't it true that this time our guild members seem to have lost control? He is the deputy guild leader of the Guns faction. Zhou Shu glared and shouted, Nonsense, they're not wrong. Civilians are just bugs living off hunters. Why should we bow and apologize to such vermin? The eyes behind the iron mask glowed fiercely as he growled. What did you just say? Zhou Shu gripped the armrest tightly, his eyes full of rage as he asked, You want to fight me? The two sat facing each other, staring like sworn enemies. Seeing this, Yongsong shouted, Stop. He gestured that Zhang Shu was right. Intrang sat still without resisting while Zhu glanced over with a smug smile. Hu Yongsong explained that because they caused trouble for our guild, we must apply punishments corresponding to what they did. I also find that kid interesting. Trang stood up abruptly. The guild leader glanced over. That person had said the same thing to me. It seems they are also interested in that arrogant guy. Turning away, Trang wondered silently that person couldn't possibly. At this point he smirked, saying that person promised to soon lay the groundwork for us, and asked us to wait for the signal because failure is not allowed in this northern guild. Outside, amidst the dense green trees, a gloved hand touched the red streak on the ground. The girl from the Alliance reported, "The trap has been disarmed. You can proceed without any issues." The bulletin displayed the message, "You have seen what you should not have seen." Smiling, Songgu led the way, turning back to remind everyone, "Keep moving." Each member of the group held their weapons as they advanced into the thicket. Suddenly, an arrow came flying from nowhere. Quick as ever, Hanong used his superpower to turn the ground into a sturdy barrier. Another member of the group used their superpower to launch a large fireball, the flames blazing fiercely. Junie focused intently, telling himself he still had much to learn from them. "I can't believe I'm witnessing a hunter in real combat." Zigu raised his sword behind him, leaping high, but holding back from delivering a powerful strike against the monsters. The whole group was being burned by the large flames. The monsters screamed fiercely, looking just like real superheroes. You stood behind and praised. That was really impressive. He glanced and smiled. "Thank you." Your eyes show doubt. "I'm the one asking for help, so the one who should be thanking is me." Gu finished asking. "I hope you're honest with me. You probably want to know just how strong the Alliance Guild and I really are, right? You admit the Alliance Association is just average. You are the one truly impressive. Although you have yet to show your full power, you have already reached this level." Qianyang nearby spoke up. "Well, we're also eager to see what the power of a rookie superstar looks like." Songgu is looking forward to it too. Even now his whole body radiates power, confidently wielding his weapon without hesitation. In his mind he feels no need to hide his strength in front of Songgu. The group of brutes charged forward together, their sharp spears brimming with immense power. With the ability to control fire, he directly stepped up to fight the fierce monsters. Those around him were amazed. He could use skills without needing activation codes. Has he learned even the high-level skills? Truly a rookie prodigy. Junjian effortlessly sliced the monsters in half with a few basic moves. Mr. Gu witnessed it and thought to himself, the Fire Cult and Fire Shield are not skills, they are authority. The system also displayed a series of notifications. You have eliminated all the Dungeon Mage goblins. The Fallen Angel has sponsored you, so your stats will increase slightly. In the square, everyone was standing there discussing. Chose cautiously spoke up. "I guess it's no coincidence you're called the Super Rookie." Hen Song agreed, even the Guildmaster isn't at that level. Someone is speaking loudly to the leader. What is he doing? Why isn't he recruiting such a talent? He smiled subtly with meaning. He turned to Songgu and said, "My offer still stands. As you have seen, our group is very strong and it will only get stronger." He continued. "From what I've observed, your upcoming journey will likely be full of traps." Jungong thought to himself, he hit the nail on the head. Has he already figured out the path to his goal? He's talking about things I have no ability to see through. Mr. Gu still keeps trying to persuade me. The bastards from the Northern Guild won't stay still. If you're with us, they won't be able to harm you. He reached out his hand, making an incredibly tempting offer. Join the Alliance Guild, and I'll give you the position of vice leader. Everyone around gasped. Leader, oh my god. Jungi was also surprised, thinking to himself suddenly becoming the vice leader of the association. But he clenched his fists and bowed his head. I am very grateful for your offer, but I have to decline. He laughed heartily. No need to put on that apologetic face. I can see in your eyes that you're aiming for something much greater. The phone in his pocket vibrated softly, and he picked it up to read the messages displayed on the screen. The message was sent from the Hunters Association, saying, "We need your help to eliminate a Northern Army gate with about 100 solo hunters." He looked at the messages, his mind racing with thoughts. The Northern Gan's army wouldn't let the man standing in his way go unchallenged. Mr. Guo's car quietly issued orders to mobilize the Northern Army's hunters and 100 solo hunters. Considering the scale of this hunt, it seemed off that the only guild involved was the Northern Army. Junjian was shocked and thought, did Mr. Sung take advantage of the guild? Got it, this is the beginning. Cut to another scene, night falls covering the lit-up building. Someone slammed their hand on the table. Inong sat at the table, wondering when they had changed so much. Thinking about old memories, Choi Josu, his childhood friend, and his older brother Choi Young-sung, he felt frustrated. Everything had changed since they met that person. The portraits of each person appeared in his mind. The aggressive yet warm Choi Josu no longer looked down on civilians as less than human. Remembering the guildmaster who saw everyone as beneath him, whether they were civilians or hunters. He was upset they were trying to kill a hunter. For that reason, he questioned the irrational actions related to the Northern Army. People shouldn't behave like that. The Northern Army has been corrupted beyond repair, but I can't leave those two behind. The phone screen in front of me suddenly lights up with a few notifications, conflicting thoughts swirling in my mind, justice or friendship, as the scene shifts to another space. Junjian stood up straight and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, my name is Lai Junjian," the man in the iron armor replied. "I will not introduce myself." He thought to himself, brave indeed, I don't sense anyone else here. Did he come alone to meet me? Junjian seemed to understand his thoughts. It's just the two of us here, no traps, so just relax. Trang got straight to the point. I won't say anything else, but this, surely you've received the guild's mobilization order, refuse it. He was puzzled, why did he keep going? Do you know that our guild has also been mobilized? He replied immediately, I know. He said sincerely, you probably don't know because you only recently became a hunter, but hunters are something far more terrifying than you think, especially the guild leader of our association. He is not the great person everyone usually believes him to be. Running into him on the street is dangerous enough, let alone going through the gate with him. You mean to say you're not sure what he might do to me? He put his hands in his pockets, saying it was already dangerous enough to meet him on the road, and entering the gate with him was just as risky. So the Northern Army became terrifying, a chaotic guild. He added that among the good sponsors, there are also evil ones who fund assassination missions or mass murder tasks. Guilds formed by such people are called chaotic guilds. Trang snapped, "What the hell?" he interrupted. "Isn't that exactly what Vice Guild Leader Dung Trang just told me?" He replied calmly, "If it weren't like that, you wouldn't need to warn me." His eyes lit up brightly. "I understand. Even if you hear about the chaotic guild, you must not reveal it to anyone. Because my relationship with the Northern Army was like that from the start." Trang drew his sword, immediately charging forward in a fury. The sound echoed throughout the building. He shouted, "You bastard, don't you dare insult our guild anymore. You also refuse to back down." A blue aura billowed from your body. "No, you should have known this already." He cleared his throat. The Northern Guild has already rotted from within. The guild leader Choi Wai, Mr. Shung, and deputy guild leader Choi John Shu, whom you trusted and relied on, have changed. Since meeting that person, all of you demons have been serving him. He paused at those words, then withdrew his murderous intent, and fell into deep thought. Trang thought to himself, he had only been a hunter for less than a month. No matter how quick he was, it was hard to believe he could match an A-rank hunter like himself. I thought we had gathered all the information about him. He's mysterious, even knowing I had no intention to attack. Could it be that I'm the one being seen through, and he even knows my identity? Looking up at you standing there, so many thoughts run through my mind. Lai Jun Gion, what the hell are you? Zhang Trang is also known as the Dragon Slayer, but he is more commonly called the Immortal SF. He killed the son of the Demon King, a notorious brutal demon. After killing the Bone Dragon, he gained unparalleled power from his benefactor. He was granted immortality. In future battles with the Demon King, under the orders of his close friend Choi Yon-song, he was killed by the hero Choi. Yu Junjian silently thought he needed to recruit him. He was silent, knowing he might be skilled and strong, but he wanted him for his sense of morality. In that northern army of bastards, he had to maintain balance alone, transitioning through a land filled with countless corpses below. System notification: you have cleared the land of death. After completing the mission, Jun Jion's weapon gradually vanished, and the system displayed that your weapon's durability is 0 and it has been destroyed. He watched the weapon slowly vanish from his hand, and thought once the flame is unleashed, the weapon cannot withstand it. He clenched his fist, realizing he might need to prepare something else before the hunters are deployed. I need a new weapon. Cut to the closely packed houses, voices echoing from each room. Come in. Jun Gion slowly stepped inside, thinking to himself that this forge must be quite old. Inside, a blacksmith was forging a weapon still glowing red hot. He was drenched in sweat, saying, "Wait a moment, I'm working right now." He was secretly glad, never expecting to meet him in person like this, one of the hunters who turned into a dwarf upon waking. Looking at the muscular man in front of him, he thought for sure he would become a blacksmith, a hero blacksmith. North June. After 4 hours of hard work, June wiped his sweat and finally remembered the person standing next to him. He greeted, "By the way, who are you?" He turned around thinking, I've waited 4 hours, and he still asks who I am. I came here to order a weapon. By the way, are you the only one running this shop? June asked, puzzled. Who are you? Why are you ordering weapons at my shop? An unknown blacksmith. It's strange, no matter how you think about it. And now you're asking if I work alone in this shop. He answered calmly. I asked because I saw a strange hammer over there. On the wall behind June, there was a hammer hanging vertically. He smiled and replied, looks like you have a sharp eye too. That hammer belongs to someone else, no need to pay attention to it, June asked with a puzzled look. Why did you come to me? I've never seriously made weapons. All of this is just a toy. What made you come to me? June Gon replied, my sponsor. The sponsor told me to come to you. He looked amazed and exclaimed, your sponsor did that directly unbelievable. You think he could only trust me because he himself felt the intervention from your sponsor. Brother Backday was favored to the point that his sponsor could intervene directly. The Demon King's Chronicle said, so he recalled the thought line. Brother Pear is one of the weapon makers for the Demon King, influenced by the 12 heroes. They separated so that Park Jun only supplies weapons to the 12 heroes. The Demon King recorded it. Park Jun, if only you had followed me to the end, we could have changed history. Jun crossed his arms. Considering how strange the sponsors are, there's no reason for me not to trust him. He's straightforward, but I'm not taking this case. You worry wondering if he's upset. Give me a reason. He scratched his head. Well, it's nothing really. I just don't like fire, which is also why my shop never gets any customers. You smiled lightly, realizing the problem. You reached out your hand toward Jun, who looked confused. What did you want? Why are you holding out your hand? You replied. I will ignite the flame of desire within you. Your hand suddenly burst into flames. You were confident. Do you know about the ability to control fire? Jun showed disdain. You mean you can control fire with just that little flame on your hand? That's ridiculous. If that's all you have, even a blacksmith like me could do it. He suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. The flame in your hand suddenly turned blue. You asked again, how is that possible? He clenched his hand to withdraw the flame, saying he could control the fire as he wished and had full mastery over it. Jun smiled happily in agreement. A week passed and Junjion held a spear in his hand, a weapon radiating a strange aura. He looked on in amazement. This is Jae-hun sitting aside with his arms crossed, unable to make a shield as requested. These are things I alone cannot accomplish, but the fire resistance of the spear you asked for is the best I can do. The spear was sharply engraved, radiating a powerful force from within. He explained, I have to say this, but with my abilities this is the best I could do. The system status displays information about Muspel's level 1 spear. Specially, it increases fire control and fire resistance by 30%, and the weapon grows stronger when exposed to fire. He thought to himself, he said this was the best he could do. In a good dungeon, this might be the rarest thing. If he is a famous blacksmith, this is an ultra-rare item that can only be obtained through a sponsor. You smirk because above all, out of 1 million of these developing weapons, there is only one unique piece, and if you own this weapon, you will never need to change weapons again. Jun interrupted your thoughts. It's not finished yet. You began to explain that guy isn't here. Compared to your flame, it's just a low-level weapon. Remember to come back, but not too often. If you leave and come back right after, I will upgrade your weapon. I will leave it for you. You bowed sincerely before Ji. He saw something hesitate slightly. The skull-shaped ring on Junjion's hand looked strange, so I immediately asked, Hey, did your sponsor give you that bracelet? Your sponsor is not an ordinary person either. I'm not sure because you're hesitant, but this is very concerning, and it will be a bit difficult to use. The system displays information before the soul-keeping skull ring, indicating that since there is no soul inside, it cannot be activated. He ponders quietly. That's right, it's just a guess, but if I'm correct. Jungon puts on the gloves as you think about the soul-retaining skull. It will be very difficult to summon if I join the mobilization gate. He gripped the weapon gradually appearing in his hand, but this was a much bigger discovery than expected. He now possessed Muspel's spear. He lowered his head and thought if there was a white line beside him, he would have a higher chance of winning. Everything is difficult now, but according to what I read in that book, he will help me. Jungyeon's eye began to glow 2 weeks until the gate was summoned, and from afar appeared many shadows, surely numerous enough to create such a thick layer of dust. He told himself, now I need to be stronger. Beyond those shadows were the monsters with fierce faces wielding weapons as they charged forward to attack. He leapt powerfully, leaving the ground shattered beneath him. Jungyeon flew in the air, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, the tip of the spear emitting a controlling energy over the monsters below. His red pupils made him doubt that while he could grow stronger by hunting 2 weeks was too short a time, and even sleeping wasted too much of it. 2 weeks later at a place with many high-rise buildings. The bulletin board displayed a notification the ruler of the riverside is paying attention to you. All preparations have been completed. Inside the building's room, everyone is gathered here. Yongsong clenched his fists in determination. All preparations were complete. He shouted, from now on, we, the Northern Army, must rise. The team members listened eagerly. In Korea and around the world, everyone will know our name, the Northern Army. As he finished speaking, his pupils changed color, and an immense power radiated from his body. In Trang was astonished, silently thinking, an unimaginable magical strength. Hunter Choi Ion Song has finally become a top hunter. Jo Shu smiled smugly. It's unbelievable that everything is unfolding exactly according to that person's plan. Now the requirement to become a hero has been fulfilled. Yan Song's mouth opened wide as he shouted. Today, with a powerful energy radiating, he raised his hand to declare that the world would be shaken by the name of the Northern Army. Everyone below seemed hypnotized, joining in support. He smiled to himself and thought, I will take it the title of Emperor. Outside on the quiet road there is a curve. The bus is running on that route. On the straight road a car was moving. 2 people were sitting inside and the driver asked, "Are you ready to go there?" So it turns out, that was Shu Wai, his older brother added. "You might die. Didn't I already tell you about the bastards in the Northern Army? They're more vicious than you can imagine." He kept insisting that the Northern Army had tried to raid the gate earlier and was wiped out even though there was no evidence to prove it. But Junjian sat silently beside him, staring into the distance. He looked straight ahead and spoke, "Maybe it was them," made Su Wai suddenly startled, forcing him to brake sharply at the curve. He buried his face in the steering wheel, helpless. Seeing his attitude, he sighed and looked over. After a moment of silence, Su Yong looked up angrily and shouted, "You still went even though you knew that. You are an extremely important person to that association. You wouldn't be punished if you didn't go there. Nothing is more precious than your life." He gripped the steering wheel tightly as he said, "Please." Then Shu Wai lowered his head and spoke softly. "Don't go." "You didn't say anything, just smiled faintly." "You seriously asked Kim Shu-yong if he said there was nothing more valuable than life, right?" he replied blankly. "That's right." Jungong heard the answer and continued, "I know that too. I didn't join today's mobilization order hoping for the best." Then you smiled confidently. "Those bastards will find out soon enough. There are still many precious things in life." In a place near the riverside of the city, a pink hole appeared, emitting a source of energy. It turned out to be the new gate about to open. Everyone gathered right next to it to watch. Qian, Yong, and Hinong are also here. They seem very excited. The reporter was ready to film. On this side, Jungion smiled and said to Seonggu, "I heard you refused to join the gate raid this time." "Why are you here?" Seonggu replied. "I declared that the Northern Army is our enemy and that the super rookie is my friend, so why shouldn't I be here?" Suddenly, he turned his head and caught Yongsong's gaze. He glanced over with a sinister smile. Seeing this, Seonggu's smile slowly faded. He stood facing him and asked seriously, "Are you planning to leave even though I didn't ask you to?" You smiled and replied, "That's right, you didn't stop me. Don't you wonder if I'm wrong?" He worries you might already know this, but those bastards are stronger than you think. His official rank in the association is B rank. Both of them looked in the same direction, then Junjian spoke up. "He seems to have reached A rank hunter." Seonggu replied, "You felt that too?" Mr. Gu glanced at him and smiled. I'm more surprised by your strength than his." "Nothing is wrong. I'm sure you already have a plan in mind." He sat down, crossed his arms over his chest and continued, "I have always been watching your journey to become stronger. I will sit here and wait until you come out." Junjian stood beside him, wondering why he had to do that as the source of power inside his body suddenly burst out. He said sternly, "In case you don't come out, I won't let the Northern Army leave here with it." Hearing that, he was surprised and thought he really is someone ruthless enough to destroy the entire Northern Army. They stood there waiting when an announcement suddenly rang out. The raid was about to begin. "Everyone, please complete all preparations and gather here. Choi Song will become a hero, and the river ruler will kill many hunters." The three of them, Ion, Josu, and In Trang, appeared with confident expressions. Then one by one, the hunters stepped into that space. But history will be rewritten here. You enter with a will full of determination. Jun Gion reached out his hand to feel the magical power. "We stepped into the gate of the river ruler. You believe that here you will conquer all and claim glory." Everyone has stepped inside the space beyond the gate. The gate slowly closed as a purple mist escaped. As the mist grew thicker, the gate was sealed shut completely. Yong looked on with eyes waiting for him to speak. It had begun. The notification displayed that the magical power value would change according to the gate's characteristics, causing everyone to worry after reading it. Someone asked, "What does that mean? Damn, I've never heard of this before." Qian Yong looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand in surprise, unable to believe the rank had risen from B to B+. Junjian remained calm, watching as the bulletin continued to display that the gate's features would activate and the escape route would be blocked. Watching the gate shrink, everyone was stunned. The gate gradually disappeared, emitting a great power. "You're panicking. What crazy thing is happening? Are you worried we'll get stuck here?" The bulletin displayed message after message. Countless avatars have gathered here, sponsors have also assembled, and the rate of magical power will continue to increase. At the same time, the nerves and cells in their bodies began to change. Hen reached out in confusion, wondering what was happening. Qianyong also felt something unusual. "My body feels too hot." The bulletin board keeps showing new notifications. The incarnation has stepped into a special gate. The attention of the sponsors continues to rise, and the proportion of magical power will increase. Holding the scanner, watching the numbers change rapidly, the hunter widened his eyes in shock. The top corner of the scanner displayed the letter A. "Qian, I was startled and dropped the device to the ground." He shouted rank A. Hence raised his fist to Qianyong's chest and yelled, "What the hell?" Qian Ion immediately shoved Hen's hand away and shouted, "Let me get out of here." The A-class gate cannot be completed without the hero hunters. Some hunters have fallen into despair. Some people are confused and anxious, others collapse in unease. Junjie remains expressionless, reacting as if he anticipated this. This place feels like a tomb burying them alive. You turn your head and see Yan Zhang Zhouhu and In Trang standing still in a corner, so you guess they haven't moved because they already knew. Yansong and Josu stood calmly observing, so this situation was probably planned in advance. The news bulletin announced the broadcast would start in a few minutes. Suddenly Yansong shouted, "Everyone, stay calm." He raised his hand to reassure us. "I know you're all confused. I'm very confused too. I don't understand why this happened either. Every gate has its risks, so any kind of accident can occur." He continued to speak, but what matters most now is it despair? Then he changed his expression, his face showing a determined will, and shouted, "We have to survive. Do you all not want to live anymore? I Choi Young, a soldier from the Northern Army, will fight alongside everyone here." The bulletin shows the riverbank ruler trying to persuade. Hearing that promise, they seemed to regain their spirit, and Qianyong spoke happily. "Really? How are we going to survive?" The hunter in front of him replied, surveying the terrain first, and Henson confidently said, "Let's go." The bulletin announced again. The government status window is controlling the riverside, with the ability to incite and command tripled near the river, also allowing the chance to force others to command. Immediately after came the red alert bulletin. Through the influence of the angel crossing over you, resisted the organization and the forced orders. Jungon watched you from afar, thinking some kind of manipulation, huh? All those hunters over there are already caught. John Shu laughed and asked, "Brother, should we start now?" John Shu replied, "No." He said, "According to that person, the wave from this gate will last for a long time, so the Northern Army should conserve their strength as much as possible." John Shu frowned in confusion. "What?" From above, seeing everyone dispersing, he continued, "We will follow the plan discussed earlier. The Northern Army will conserve strength and survive." John Shu asked again, "Are you going to kill everyone?" He replied, "Not all of us need someone to spread rumors. The Northern Army will focus on conserving strength until I give another order." Jansu suggested, "Is that possible? They're hunters, not fools. They were incited by authority, but they will catch on soon if they find the Northern Army behind it." Mr. Song explained, "I said the more the better, send the bugs out to fight to avoid suspicion from the hunters." John Shu's face suddenly changed color. He wondered if he was willing to sacrifice someone on the team just for the plan. From above, he saw Jun Gyeon's figure below. He stared at him intently, and he thought his eyes seemed to know all of his plans, so it was best to get rid of him as soon as possible. Suddenly, he called out loudly to Dong In Trung, who quickly responded, "Yes, sir." The man standing before him wore an iron mask hiding his face, the one he always thought was my loyal dog in the camp. Because he has a pure and kind heart, I couldn't reveal too much about the plan to him, but there is no doubt about his ability and loyalty. Yong Song ordered, "Keep watching that bastard for me. When the chance comes, kill him." Yong Song is truly a brutal and ruthless man. He stood frozen for a few seconds after hearing it, then laughed and said, "That is important to me." "Ah, no, the Northern Army." He immediately nodded in agreement. The bulletin announced that the broadcast would begin. Hence he panicked. Speaking of which, the monsters aggressively emerged from the water. The hunters wielding weapons began to use their energy. One of them said, The responders, there aren't many monsters at the A-rank gate tomorrow." They rushed up to attack. The hunters said if they grouped together, they would be harder to fight. "Let's finish this quickly." Jungong saw that and attacked without forming a formation. Even though it's a low-level monster, that's still too reckless. You suddenly realize this place is by the riverbank. The monster's cheeks suddenly puffed up as it charged its attack. It then blasted a huge stream of water toward the hunters, catching them off guard and making them scream in panic. He shouted for all the wounded to retreat to the rear and form a formation. They quickly turned and climbed upward. He shouted loudly to form a formation. He observed and thought to himself, "It's not yet time, I need to understand this area better." In the distance, the Northern Army stood calmly watching. Seeing the opportunity, he pointed his sword forward and shouted, striking down the enemy. The entire Northern Army surged forward with murderous intent in their eyes. Jun Gyeon stood stunned in disbelief, unable to believe he was using his own men. They began to strike them down mercilessly. The guild members raised their hands in encouragement. "We can do this, let's help everyone get out of here. They are just mercenaries." They moved quickly, giving it their all. One of the northern soldiers was badly clawed by them, and his comrades immediately used a healing skill to help him recover. Jun's face darkened as he thought to himself, "Now I understand the warriors are fighting against mercenaries. The sea monsters clawing at the Northern Army are the lowest-ranking warriors of the Northern forces." He slowly observes and analyzes to make the other hunters feel at ease and lift their spirits. They are sacrificing the guild's manpower. Jun Gyeon raised his hand to summon his weapon. He summoned a spear and shield, ready to fight with a fierce look in his eyes. "It's even better than I expected." His face was serious, his eyes blazing with determination. "I will begin the attack." In Trang stood watching him charge into battle. He watched in silence. The image of Jun Jian in the past with eyes full of rage. The Northern Army follows orders. After he followed that man leader Choi Yan-song and deputy leader Choi Jansu, met with him one of the people he was tracking. That's what I mean. In Trang thought to herself, he was right, the Northern Army was very evil. If things continued like this, many hunters and army members would die. He recalled the past when Yan Zong patted his shoulder. I have great faith in your sincerity and kindness. In Trang began to feel uneasy, certain that the leader already had a plan if it was for the Yan Zong he knew. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed loudly, what is happening to that guy? He is truly amazing. Wai Trang was startled by the cheers and Junjian's fiery attacks. He used his spear to burn them all one by one. They were stunned and murmured, who is that hunter? Was he sent here to clear out this gate? What's his name? I'm sure I've seen the names of all the hunters here. Trang realized he had grown this much already. Junjian used the power of the spear to easily cut through the enemy's body. Only 10 days ago he was on the same level as me. The image of his fiery, determined eyes stunned Trang, but has he already surpassed me now? The notification board appeared. The wave has ended. You will have a short break. Some sponsors want to give rewards to your avatar. A series of notifications kept appearing. The fallen angel was very pleased with your performance and your stats have increased. You have earned the title of Mermaid Craftsman. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Junjian returned to normal, his face covered in sweat. The notification board highlights that the spearbearer has taken an interest in you. The icon of the circular objects you attracted, the King of Moisture, shows hostility towards you. He was startled to find many sponsors watching him. He might receive a lot of support, just like those powerful heroes. Just as Jungon was pondering, the notification board responded. The fallen angel showed his displeasure. The sponsors interested in you have dispersed. You stand there dazed, not understanding what's happening. What the hell? Your teammates ran over excitedly. Thank you very much. Qian Yang and Hanong asked curiously. Who exactly are you? Where did you come from? Are you someone from the association? Junjian replied seriously. It's not over yet. There are still many waves to come. All of you should hurry and prepare thoroughly. Is the gate still open now? Don't you want to survive? They raised their hands with determination. I understand, we'll start resting fully now. Everyone began to turn and leave. Yongsong stood silently, with a darkened face, his expression showing anger. Jungong looked up and smiled. I was sure he intended to wait for the right moment to take down all the hunters here. I will completely overthrow his plan. In time, all the hunters will stand on my side. You gave the order in your mind to the status board. Jungyeon was pleased. I am at level 24. This harsh gate will be the foundation for my powerful growth. I have to reach level 30 here. I watch my teammates and these hunters who will always follow me. After a while, the monsters shot water jets at your shield. Jungyeon with fierce red eyes charged forward. You slash right through them in half. The system notification pops up. The fourth wave has ended, and you will have a short break. Jungyeon coughed and wiped his sweat. You flinch as you see your teammates start to collapse and break down. Damn it, 4 people are already dead. Are we really going to survive? Jungyeon's face darkened with tension. That's impossible, but I want to get out of here and make sure no one else has to leave. You clench your fist. Jungyeon shouts, why? Why is it only the Northern Army that isn't fighting? The Northern soldier replied in surprise. What are you talking about? Jungyeon's eyes flashed with deadly intent as he shouted, do you take us for fools? I know your plan is to always stay in the back to preserve the strength of your army members. Chanyang and Henson agreed and spoke out in opposition. That's right, if you think that way, then it must be true. Not a single member of the Northern Army should die. They shouldn't even get hurt. Junie emphasized at least fight properly. He sat still, watching the hunters sacrifice their lives for him. How could he just stand there? Zhou Shu stepped forward and asked Yan Sheng if he was okay. He gritted his teeth, silently calculating. My plan has failed. Yan Song frowned, thinking that after overcoming the waves by using the useless guild members and the hunters sent out, he had planned to activate the hunters, but now it was a complete failure. The Northern Army members are also confused and worried. They have realized they are being used as pawns, and the lower-ranking soldiers in the army are shaken. Yan Song's face revealed a deadly intent. The plan that person made for me actually benefits that bastard. John Shu spoke up. He responded calmly, but if we keep going like this, just watch a little longer. Yan Song appears calm on the outside, but is scheming inside. With the power he has shown so far, there is a great gap between him and me. I can subdue him. His face became extremely sinister. Moreover, he is wasting his energy fighting on the front lines. That's right, all talk, you'll face death soon enough. A notification appeared announcing the start of the 5th wave cutting to the coastline where something was about to emerge. The system announced a mid-level boss had appeared. A giant sea monster was approaching. They screamed in fear. Sea monster, what the hell is that? What's going on with its size? It gathered its power to unleash an attack, shooting out a giant column of water. Jungyeon shouted a warning, it's coming, everyone get out of the way, and everyone quickly dodged its powerful strike. The monster unleashed another powerful attack, shooting out a giant column of water. Hence Ong shouted in shock. What is that? An overwhelmingly destructive power. His teammate drew the bow, ready to attack the arrow flying toward the sea monster. The arrows pierced its body, but it was unfazed. They continued charging with their spears as the monster clenched its fists, ready to strike. Its giant hand swung down and they tried to slash at it. Take this. The sea monster easily brushed past, sending his comrades flying. They began to feel fear. Our attacks can't even hurt it. Damn it, what do we do now? Jun-gyeon gripped the spear, channeling his power as a blazing red aura surrounded his body. He surged forward at an incredible speed. He held the spear and jumped down from above, ready to strike straight into the monster's head. The attack distorted the face of the sea creature. The monster fell flat while he landed lightly. Cheon-yong and Hinong gaped in amazement. Alright, who is that hunter? How could he do that? Junong turned seriously to command. The gates are now fully charged with magical power. Don't try to hold back the surge of power you have. Unleash all your power. You need to charge your weapons with magical energy. The girl using the bow listened in surprise and thought to herself, isn't charging a weapon with magical power something only high-level hunters can do? Well, I'll try doing what he said. She began channeling power into the bow. Her face lit up with excitement. These enhanced arrows flew straight at the sea monster. The attack wounded it. They excitedly shouted, our attack is working. Jun-gyeon narrowed his eyes in tension. The damage was mounting, but none of it could bring down this monster. His spear began to emit a mysterious power. The system panel appeared. Muspel's spear was absorbing the flames. Jun-gyeon raised the spear, ready to launch. For the sake of taking down this bastard, I need to destroy the core that holds its magical power. He suddenly paused, his face intensely focused. Not now, I need to wait a little longer. The sea monster is preparing to charge its attack. Everyone panicked like hell. Could the monster be using its breath power again? Get out of the way quickly. Determined thoughts flashed continuously through Jun-gyeon's eyes. No, now is the moment we can defeat that terrible monster. Right now, as its core appears, you hurl the spear straight at the sea monster with incredible speed, piercing through its body. The system panel keeps flashing. You have defeated the mid-level boss. The sponsors are paying attention to all of you. Some sponsors are very impressed by you. A sponsor is extremely interested in one of you. Jun-gyeon raises his hand to recall the weapon. Muspel's spear started flying toward him. Jun-gyeon gripped the weapon tightly. He looked at the spear proudly. Muspel's spear returning ability when it levels up is truly useful. Everyone fell silent, staring at him. One of them spoke up, recognizing him. That's right, I remember now. There's a rumor about a strange hunter who uses a long spear and a shield. He told Jo-in-zan and Hinong, startling them. The super rookie, yes, it's the super rookie. Cho spoke up in protest. Are you crazy? He's a hero? Is there any chance he'll reach rank A anytime soon? Everyone cheered with raised hands. We can survive now. Let's trust in our rookie star. The system board shows a notification that you have been promoted. You have reached rank A for defeating the sea monster. You received the water gem. You have earned the achievement for defeating the sea monster. Your stats have increased. The fallen angel smiled at you. Some sponsors are watching and find you very interesting. Jun-gyeon was delighted to see it. Finally, I've caught the attention of many sponsors. A red system notification appeared. The fallen angel felt displeased. The other sponsors lost interest in you. He was silently angry, thinking, damn it, luckily the player's ability is good. Jun-jong looked up with a calm expression. Well, the Demon King isn't backed by many sponsors yet. He's truly impressive. Despite the lack of support, he's still incredibly powerful. The Demon King is even more impressive than I am now. Yongzong is furious, but trying to hold back. What has he done to become so strong in such a short time? I think its power doesn't stop at rank B. He's starting to get scared. But what I see proves it has reached rank A. Yong X clenched his teeth in fury and called out Lungyeon's name. In Trang stepped forward and spoke. Our leader must leave immediately, he explained. Was the previous event part of your plan? You can't just stand here and keep watching any longer. He glanced with a serious expression. In Trang continued to emphasize. If your plan doesn't go as expected, you need to come up with another plan and focus on executing it. And one more thing, his eyes lit up, just give up. He gritted his teeth in anger, as if trembling at the thought of letting go. Wai Ong-song tensed up and shouted. Absurd. Do you think I am a loser? I have built and revived the Northern Army, and now I am about to become a pillar hunter of the world. Do you think I will just let that slip away so easily? He summoned his weapon in hand and began to shout loudly. The North Army Guild Yongsong raised his sword to the sky and gave the order. We will begin to unleash our power to purge this portal. The Northern Army surged with fierce determination, revealing his true vicious nature. The pride of a king will never falter. Suddenly, Wyongzong glanced over and saw In Trang's hat left on the ground, abandoned and alone. He began to recall a conversation from the past. What is this? I want you to keep the position of Vice Guild Master. Wai Ong Song said happily, but I see with your gentle face you will have to spend some time struggling to control the stubborn guild members and make them more disciplined. That's why I prepared this. He thought silently. So now the dog has turned on its master. He stomped on the hat with his foot. He turned his face to look around. He looked down at the army on the shore and saw they were truly a bunch of fools rushing to their deaths. The Northern Army began to shout with full spirit. Show them the true power of the Northern Army. They began slashing through the monsters, easily cutting their bodies apart. He smiled with satisfaction. How is it? This is the true power of the Northern Army. Suddenly, a familiar flame appeared, and all the limbs of the monsters were severed. He stood there, stunned. What the hell is that? He's definitely on a whole different level. Everyone watched excitedly. He really is a rookie star. I'm sure I'll win this round of monsters again. Junjian attacked continuously with the spear at an incredible speed. He paused, sweating as a notification appeared. You have leveled up. Jungion smiled quietly, thinking that, although it seemed like he was wasting energy while hunting monsters, he was actually regenerating stamina and getting stronger through leveling up. A monster appeared behind him, and someone called out a warning. Behind him, a gentle attack set it ablaze. Someone approached Jungion. Trang spoke up to start a conversation, seeming to think he still wasn't really sharp at noticing what's behind him. He said seriously, Gong, Trang, after all, I don't have eyes in the back of my head. After saying that, he rushed off, leaving her alone. Trang remained silent, watching with a sorrowful expression as she looked down. Does he still hate me? Trang sighed, but I could only stand by and do nothing because of that. After thinking it over, she dashed off. Trang charged forward, sword in hand. I will do whatever I can. He is pushing himself to the limit to save the hunters he needs to know about. The power radiating from her sword, Trang easily slashed through the monsters with a fierce gaze, determined to leave the Northern Guild. Her face was filled with anger and a desperate will to survive. As time passed, the bodies of the monsters lay scattered everywhere. Jungyeon's teammates are trying to revive him, but one has already fallen. Damn it, wake up quickly. He lay motionless. Jiangshu, please wake up. They cried and begged desperately. Does anyone have any miracle medicine left, please? I promise to pay you back once we can escape this portal. Please, doctor. Dr. Junjian stood silently within Trang. It truly was hell. Even if all 111 people entered here, less than half would survive. She stepped forward and asked, Are you okay? He replied coldly, I'm fine. How could she be fine? As soon as Trang finished speaking, they approached. I'm fine. From behind came the sound of scolding traitor. Everyone cursed, leaving Trang no choice but to hang her head low. The scum said to see if she can survive until the end. Junjian was puzzled. They treat her so badly, even though she is the vice president. I guess the guild would kill someone without blinking. They despise what they call justice for her. He asked Trang, does she have any regrets? As a vice guild leader, Jungion emphasized fighting alongside me here is nothing less than completely turning their backs on them. Trang smiled calmly and replied, that is exactly why. Her words startled him. Because I felt I depended on them and provided value to them. But when I saw you, she explained, I could no longer turn a blind eye, no longer continue down the wrong path. Junjian clenched his fist and replied that Yansheng would soon act on his own to do something. She said, don't worry, I've freed myself. Just after the conversation, a notification appeared, warning that the final wave of monsters would begin. The boss appears, a warning from the River Lin space gate. The River Wim emerges. A shockwave spreads, causing the warriors to panic. A crowd had gathered on the beach, when suddenly a large shadow rose from the water, leaving them all wide-eyed and stunned. Choi let Enzon stammer out each word. Wait a moment. What is that? Is the river rising? A monster appeared with a mouth like a carnivorous flower, its entire body and eyes glowing with a fierce blue aura. It stretched upward, revealing its massive size, further proving the gap between the superior species and ordinary humans. The warriors were so terrified that all their movements froze for a moment. Some even collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Despair was rising more and more. Damn it, what are we going to do? El Junjian was also one of the witnesses present here. He muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. Zhang and Trang, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. The Northern Army Guild does not believe John X has a method to kill Ha Trung. She thoughtfully voiced her speculation. He must have given that monster something. I'm sure of it. Choi Jansong has a way to defeat that giant monster, then shifts his attention elsewhere. Before letting Jansong's team catch Ha Trung, the North Army Guild members had long since gathered to surround this place. Everyone's expressions were filled with a sense of danger. Some would try to block the raid, and you have to face them first. Facing a large force armed with advanced weapons, Trang left Junjian with a brief instruction. Get ready quickly. The other warriors still haven't fully processed what's happening. What is going on? Are they about to start killing each other? She gripped the sword tightly, her heart burning with rage. The Northern Army Guild has taken advantage of everyone. Didn't anyone find everything strange from the very beginning? Are we killing them to try to monopolize the space gate? Deep in the eyes, the long-suppressed anger finally has a chance to erupt. As the head of the North Army Guild, I can testify to everyone they will attack us right now. If you don't believe us, watch and see. If we fall in battle, you'll be next. You observed quietly to yourself. They really know how to manipulate people's hearts. A fake dragon slayer, the true dragon killer. Looking at her, you can clearly feel that a hunter only grows stronger the closer you get. The warriors, though completely confused, were somewhat convinced. Damn it. Either way, we're going to die. So at least pick up your sword and fight. Half of a person's face appeared baring teeth in a mocking smile, a futile effort. John X. Smug gave orders nothing would change. Northern Guild, act quickly according to the plan. The sword in hand suddenly blazed with intense light like a radiant halo. He shouted sea worm. The monster instantly thrashed, sending waves crashing everywhere. Junjiang opened his eyes wide in surprise. It was absorbing water. Not long after, Ha Trung opened its huge mouth and shot a beam of electric light straight into the sky. The weather changed violently from clear skies just moments ago to pouring rain now. He looked up and couldn't help but wonder if they were using the Ha Trung to change the battlefield terrain to their advantage. His blood-red pupils flickered with alertness. John Song stood tall like a man about to ascend to a throne of glory. If he completes this Space Gate raid, he will become a hero with great influence in this era, the War King Gans. You exhaled deeply, trying to calm yourself. You've been leveling up nonstop all day, but do you really stand a chance? He sneered mockingly. Those flames look pretty strange, don't they? As if they could burn away this rain. He didn't care at all, and focused solely on gathering his fire energy. Basically, he didn't have many options now. He could only fight. Escaping, no one was seen, only a swirl of white smoke left on the ground. Junjian leapt high to gain momentum and strike the enemy with his weapon. The spear clashed with the great sword, producing a piercing sound. John Seong was the first to show signs of weakening after enduring considerable pressure. Yeah, you can't help but smile when you see the enemy's weakness exposed. I knew it. Taking advantage of the momentum to keep up the relentless attack, he could only block with his sword held across his face to defend. Jungian once again gathered all his strength, ready to lunge forward. A deep red sword flash streaked through the air. John Seon's entire body seemed to be swept away by the attack, ultimately being pushed several steps back. His movements slowed down significantly. His sweat-drenched face showed extreme terror. No way, what kind of strange skill is he using? We're by the riverside, my power should have been boosted because of that. But unlike his struggling opponent, the flames surrounding Junjian did not waver because of the rain. Got it. Zhao Nge revealed that the moment I stepped through this spatial gate, I was already at a complete disadvantage. His pride was deeply wounded. What girl? No, how could that be possible? Meanwhile, your sponsors sent a huge gift, and the more you talked, the more fired up you got. I've always conserved my energy, moved carefully like a child, and kept leveling up while hunting monsters. Junjian couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "You're not in a hurry at all, don't you understand? If words still don't get through to the opponent, then a little force won't hurt." No problem, that's exactly why I'm telling you. Even the stubborn Zhou Xian had to silently admit he couldn't win against him like this. He could only rely on the monster's strength. Ha, Trung, protect me now. Its glowing blue eyes quickly responded to his call. From its short limbs, a series of sharp claws shot out. He was blocked from doing good and had to retreat to avoid the attack. The tide has turned, and he laughed gleefully at the opportunity. Ha ha ha, you're truly arrogant to have received so much support. However, I have gained power from that person. That source of strength is far greater than someone like you. I will show you that immense power. Jungong Banghuang realized the seriousness of the situation. It was Ha Trung's protective instinct, just like when it guards its own offspring. Ha Trung let out a roar that echoed through the space. It crawled up the shore right behind him to protect its master. The aura radiating from him grew stronger, one foot pressing down on Ha Trung's jaw that was dragging on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he focused intensely, knowing there was no time to waste, and immediately burst forward toward the man and the monster. The terrifying speed made him flinch involuntarily. The two distinct moves clashed tensely, their equal strength, preventing either side from gaining the upper hand. The speed of Intrang's and the Northern Guild members' attacks was so terrifying it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Her eyes glowed a lotus pink, and her whole body emitted a similar light. She gripped the sword tightly, raising it to head level before unleashing a powerful strike with all her strength. Choi Jansu refused to back down, raising his sword high with both hands preparing to strike down. The aura he emitted was intense, and in an instant the sword was gone, leaving only the afterimage of a fierce swing. He successfully split Intrang's youthful demonic energy in two before it could reach him, causing a cataclysmic shockwave with dust billowing everywhere. Her silhouette stood watching the chaotic scene ahead, waiting for the outcome. Unexpectedly, the opponent was not defeated by my attack, but instead burst out of the smoke with soaring morale. Joshu arrogantly shouted. If you kneel and beg for mercy right now, at least I will give you a way to live. Do you think that guy will win? Our Northern Army Guild is the true victor in this space gate. Trang immediately retorted, what's wrong with you? Have you forgotten your vow to protect humanity forever? Both sides fought relentlessly, their flashing sword strikes creating dazzling sparks in the air. The armored hand skillfully twisted the sword hilt to change direction. Trang charged again with the sword held to his chest. Ju aimed his weapon behind his back, the other hand clutching his head as if to protect it. It turned out that their movements were meant to build momentum for a powerful sword swing. Meanwhile, Ha Trung had emerged from the water, revealing his massive length and the appearance of a terrifying monster. The air felt like it was being sucked into a cavern full of sharp spikes, which was actually its mouth. The tension between Junjian and Joseon was reaching a climax, yet neither side showed any intention to make the first move. He broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "You're completely crazy to jump right into Ha Trung's mouth." You responded coolly, "What nonsense are you talking about? More precisely, I'm waiting for Ha Trung to swallow you whole. When Ha Trung protects its offspring, it will swallow them and shield them inside its body." His face suddenly darkened as if pondering his next move, and no matter the creature, they all have a dry inner lining. He plunged his spear into the ground, causing the earth to crack slightly. Flames roared around his weapon. The heat of the battle intensified. His bright blood-red pupils gleamed with a dangerous light. He continued to explain inside the dry stomach of the worm. The source of power you gain from your supporter will cause the ruler of the riverbank to weaken by more than half, and my fire resistance will be much stronger. The notification kept popping up. Muspel's spear had absorbed the fire. Fire resistance will be temporarily increased. Attack power will be temporarily boosted. A great amount of heat slowly gathered inside its own mouth. Even the warriors struggling against the guild members were surprised to notice. Flames surrounded the spot where Joseon stood. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was witnessing. No, it can't be. I am the king. I am the one born to be king. I cannot accept this harsh reality. His hand gripping the sword, tightened veins, bulging as if about to burst with rage, charging forward recklessly to fight the enemy to the death. You. He directly asked a question that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand. Who are you? The thing Joe received in return was a fatal strike from Junjian, turning him into a twisted and half-roasted apple between the claws of death. That reckless move just now made me a little nervous. The skull attached to his glove suddenly emitted a strange light. Along with it came a new update. The soul pillar had absorbed the soul of a hero. The empty depths of the skull's eye socket seemed like an abyss deep enough to see through the mortal world. He pondered silently, knowing it was a soul anchor. It doesn't absorb the souls of demons, it needs the souls of humans. Above all, it demands those with extraordinary power who have broken through many times, like those who become heroes. New titles appeared one after another. The Fallen Paradise. The Riverbank ruler has been defeated. All support from the Riverbank ruler has ceased. His face suddenly stiffened in shock. Then he turned to the side to observe. No way did your support die. Or was it Thien Duong Sana who acted? Just then the warning sounded again. Heavenly Hell smiled at you. The long sword plunged straight into the ground, releasing a swirling dark energy around it. After killing the transformed god, did the supporter also die? But the records in the Demon King's Chronicle say the supporter will never die. That power suddenly expanded, resembling a black hole in space, then finally shrank down to the shape of a black crow. Junjian's eyes had also returned to their normal state. He focused his gaze downward, and it suddenly spoke to him. You haven't responded yet. What is your answer to that last question? In his mind, he replayed the image of John Seong's final sacrifice before dying. He kept reminding himself that killing a hunter was not the same as killing a monster. His lips parted slightly as he spoke. My mind is in utter chaos, but Trung Kwai has always held onto one important truth. I am the descendant of a tyrant and also a follower of peace. No, becoming a demon king is not enough. Because the world is at risk of changing, I will bear it all. Whether disgrace or sin, I will surpass the demon king. Based on that reasoning, you did not hesitate to give the final answer. Demon God, the result is that Heaven Falls supports your decision. The crow flapped its wings, hovering in the air, and said, Interesting answer, I will see you again soon. With that, its entire body dissolved into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Junjian muttered to himself, Make sure to thoroughly report everything you saw and heard to your master. The battle has come to an end. The boss of the Rivergate space, Ha Trung, has been defeated. The entire body of Ha Trung was scorched by fire, causing it to roar in agony as it collapsed, merging into the water. Next, a series of notifications appeared on the screen. You have received the greatest contribution. You have obtained the essence of water. You have earned the achievement of the Ha Trung Slayer. You have earned the Conqueror of the River achievement. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The warriors stared wide-eyed in a suffocating silence. The group from the Northern God's Justice stood stunned, unsure how to react as black smoke billowed from the charred corpse of the monster. And then the hero who defeated it slowly appeared in the heavy rain. The warriors could not hide their joy. Wow, the rookie actually killed the river bug. He did it. Junjian smiled victoriously as his teammates welcomed him. However, it was not over yet. Trang suddenly called out loudly to Lun Gion. Just as I looked up, I saw a figure charging straight at me with a sword. You damn bastard. The strike carried all of Jansu's hatred straight at Junjian. Luckily, he raised his shield just in time to block it. His eyes were bloodshot and his voice roared terrifyingly. What did you do to my brother? Everything was destroyed because of you. He struggled against this overwhelming power. Yeah. Ju raised his sword high again, preparing for the second strike. His feet dug into the sand as Jungion put all his strength into his arm to use the shield to throw his opponent away. He slid a long distance, his body bending under the force. Yet with iron will he struggled to keep his balance, determined not to fall. Once again he growled like a wild beast. Ah, you bastard. A metal weapon forged under intense heat swung swiftly through the air. Jungion gave the opponent no chance to make a sound, directly pointing the spear at his face. Joe broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had been backed into a corner. He spoke solemnly, explaining that the reason all of you were granted powers like hunters is to protect those who have fallen into danger. Super strength comes with great responsibility. Those like you who cause suffering and threaten the weak have no right to be called hunters. He was clearly unwilling to accept it, only able to bury his face as a way to avoid reality. Seeing that Zhou Shu could no longer resist, he withdrew his weapon. Today, I have shed too much blood already, and I didn't forget to cast one last angry glance behind me. I don't want to see any more. Then he left after giving thorough advice to repent and live well. But he did not realize that the moment he turned his back on the enemy was also the moment he carved a path of revenge for them. The hand reached out to summon the sword the moment he let his guard down the most. Joe quickly seized the chance to strike from behind. Die! By the time he realized it, it was already too late. A spray of fresh blood splattered everywhere. But that was not Jun Jion's blood. Because Trang had just stopped him in time with a counter-strike, narrowly saving him from a disastrous defeat, his whole body trembling, eyes wide in disbelief. How could I? In the end, his body collapsed to the ground from excessive blood loss. A notification immediately appeared, stating that the soul pillar had absorbed an additional hero's soul. The skull on the glove emitted a strange light. You ask about your benefactor. Is she okay? Trang replied briefly. Yes. Her face darkened, tinged with regret and guilt. I should have stopped them sooner. If I had, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. You gently reassure her that she has nothing to feel guilty about. She is different from them, she is in the right, and suddenly she points the sword downward. I think this is meant for me, you don't really get it. Without a word, the sword was plunged deep into the ground. Finally, she made her decision with a serious expression. I will never swing my sword again. I will live to atone for the mistakes of the Northern Army Guild. Without another word, she stepped away from her weapon. His mind was in complete turmoil. Has she given up? The one destined to become the XF superhero. This problem is more urgent than I thought. No, I can't let her leave like this. But now all I can do is watch her leave. Gradually the sky clears and the sea returns to its original blue. Jun Gian and the warriors are currently on the beach. Countless flashes from reporters' cameras are going off ahead. At that moment, a group of people stood up and shouted, "We are from the Hunters Association. We demand everyone stop taking photos." The reporters suddenly stopped their note-taking. Huh. Where is Choi Jon-seon? Choi Jansu isn't here either. One of them couldn't help but wonder, what exactly happened there? Is the Northern Army Guild behind this? Then the hunter standing in the middle must be the key figure in activating this formation gate. A sudden idea popped into his head. No one knew his name or face. This was definitely hot news. Others in the same profession had similar thoughts. They kept asking questions to interview him. Who are you? What happened at the gate? Who are you? What's your name? A pair of feet gently stepped on the ground. It was Seong-gu who quietly placed his hand on Junjian's shoulder from behind. This is the rookie, the one awakened in rank C who has been the subject of rumors for a long time. The news media immediately exploded. What, really? A rookie? That person is ELCU from the Allied Guild. It seems Elk and the rookie know each other. He raised his hand under his chin and cleared his throat a few times. He spoke loudly to calm the media's excitement. These hunters have just returned from a special raid on the gates of hell. Doesn't anyone think they should be given time to rest? Just looking at the warriors covered in injuries, some barely able to stand, says it all. Right now, let's give a round of applause to the heroes who returned and those who could not come back. The reporters were instantly convinced by these words and burst into applause. This is also their way of showing the minimum respect for the soldiers who gave their all. However, the warriors could not feel any joy. They just silently hung their heads. A gate where 110 people were deployed became a special gate, and the number of those who returned from hell. The revealed number showed they had suffered significant losses, only 39 remaining. Jun Gyeon was also fully aware of this harsh reality. Golden sunlight reflects on the calm sea, making it sparkle like shards of silver. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, cars rush past towering skyscrapers. The black crow lurking outside the window seemed to be waiting for someone. The association president quickly noticed it when it perched on the desk. He smiled and said, "Hoojin, you're late." The office fell completely silent. After hearing the story, the chairman couldn't help but marvel. It seemed he already knew they could control Ha Trung, and also knew how to create heroes. Fascinating. The crow uttered some ancient language. He absent-mindedly scratched his cheek in puzzlement, becoming stronger by hunting a demon god. Without overthinking, the finger pressed down on the office phone screen. It seems he has made his final decision. Then I will go meet the survivors from the Thorn Gate. The person on the other end quickly acknowledged the order I will prepare. Suddenly the chairman's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. And we no longer have to worry about the Northern Army Guild. Do you understand? Once again, the other side immediately obeyed. I understand. I will end this matter and publish it in the newspaper. The busy traffic rushes through the crowded streets, weaving between towering skyscrapers that block out the sky. Trang quietly stepped into the auditorium through the main door. Her eyes held a sorrowful look as she observed her surroundings. A fragment of memory about the operation under the Northern Army Guild's eggs surfaced in my mind, specifically the meeting about John Song's policy. Now there is only an empty space with no one around. She lowers her head, her thoughts unclear. She frowned, her voice tinged with a deep sense of frustration. Hunters, I really hate this. Suddenly a group of people spoke up from behind the vice guildmaster. She turned around looking somewhat surprised by their appearance. Gentlemen. A young man stepped forward to speak on behalf of the group to Trang. She did nothing wrong. The vice guildmaster blamed Jansu, but it was the guildmaster Choi Janzong who was at fault. Although she knew that those words did nothing to ease her mood. The former guild members suddenly all knelt down, startling her. Please don't give up. He pleaded sincerely, I want to live a clean life as the father of a child. We will take the blame for the mistakes of the Northern Army Guild. You are not the one who should give up like this. Vice Guild Leader, you are determined to take full responsibility. This is my duty. I am the sole commander of the guild. You are not responsible for bearing this fault. At this point, he no longer intended to hide anything. There are some things you don't know, Deputy Guild Leader, and your protest remains as somber as ever, completely indifferent. However, his next confession changed everything. We were the real murderers. This brand new information struck like a lightning bolt, shaking her mind profoundly. Cut to another scene in a luxury apartment building, a hand gripping a soda can tightly. Mr. Gu's car asked again to confirm that he had thoroughly handled his private life with the press. Is there anything I shouldn't do? Looking at Jun Gyeon's expression, it's clear he's very satisfied. No, it's thanks to him that I became this famous. An interesting story was woven, and Jun Gyeon instantly became a superstar. That is a reward. Because he cleared a rank B gate and evolved into rank A, he dominated countless front pages of newspapers and TV channels. The news spread widely with no sign of stopping. That is a reward. A rank C hunter became rank A in the blink of an eye. A hero who has overcome adversity. Will this underdog only surpass expectations and sweep through the rank A gate? Now everyone calls him the underdog. Zigu placed 2 fingers under his chin, looking thoughtful. The term underdog refers to the weak, so I don't think it suits you very well. You're being polite with a hunter as powerless as me. It's not entirely inappropriate. He expressed anyway, I was worried you'd feel this interference was pointless. Thank you for accepting it that way. In Jungon's mind, he quietly calculated that he should tell him so his next plan could finally be set in motion. By the way, how do you know I don't quite understand what you mean? You seriously continued, the fact that I use hero creation to serve my own interests. Because the meaning of hero creation is not something known in this era. He muttered hero creation. Gu's words clarified his question further. You mean you can create heroes? Everyone in this era believes heroes are born from the wishes and fate of their supporters as well as time. He was a bit surprised and hesitant. You know, your pupils dilated to their maximum the moment you realized the problem, said a member of AS. His eyes suddenly glowed with a golden light, looking extremely mysterious, and his whole body radiated a powerful energy. The pressure spread all the way to the swing in the park, causing it to sway continuously. The roadside trees also swayed chaotically. Inside the office, a member stood before the chairman's desk, seemingly discussing something together. He suddenly widened his eyes as if sensing something unusual. His subordinate grew curious at the sight. What's going on, chairman of the association? A crooked smile appeared on his lips. Nothing much, I just sensed that something interesting is happening. Your face darkened with worry. This is your true power. The power gradually condensed within Zonggu. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to regain his composure, and finally calmly uttered just one sentence. How do you know? The book mentions him. Since the moment I met him, he has been a member of Ozga. You cleverly turned it back on me. Why did you do those things earlier? It made me think you were acting with full knowledge of my plan. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Maybe you've already fallen right into my trap, he answered frankly. I was also very suspicious of you about your unusually rapid development, your gaze and actions, as if you already knew something. Jungion couldn't help but sigh. So he set the trap and I fell right into it. You thought to yourself, even if it was just on purpose, then continued to puzzle him. Why do you think I did that? Mr. Gu sat silently for a long moment, patiently waiting. Your statement was the last thing he expected. Because I want to join Ozga. Every calculation going smoothly is why Junjian is so confident. Ozga is a secret organization of incredibly powerful hunters. The real battle is just beginning. The sky began to darken into evening. At an abandoned construction site where staircases connected to the upper floors, Intrang slowly stepped forward and asked, "Why did you want to meet me? Just get straight to the point, don't waste time." In my opinion, you simply don't want the other person to waste time on you. I think my value ended at the gateway. I no longer have any value to the Northern Army Guild, and I have become useless. She quietly lowered her face to hide her current expression. Besides, someone like me can't do anything right. You quickly objected, saying she is a very valuable person. His clenched fist trembled uncontrollably. He spoke as if he knew everything. Lai's voice trembled, tears welling up at the corners of his eyes. Still, she screamed with all her might. Yes, you're right, the Northern Guild is a pile of trash, and I'm part of that mess. Outside the building, the sky today is dark and gloomy, with not a single star shining through. Junjian asked Han anxiously if something had happened. She replied in a very heavy tone. What I just found out is even more horrifying. They killed people on the Guildmaster's orders, specifically weak civilians, and hearing that you can't help but feel restless. She helplessly sat down on a step, hugging her knees, her mind filled with utter despair. Do you still remember what you went through? At the moment when hunters and ordinary people clashed, your hand instinctively rose to shield yourself, not wanting the other side to see your pitiful expression. They secretly assassinated innocent civilians. In that conflict, Guildmaster Choijo Seong truly treated the people like disposable grass. Junjian's mind was in complete chaos. This is bad. Someone as honest and upright as her would have a hard time accepting such shocking news. If this keeps up, her spirit will be broken forever, but I can't lose the Dragon Slayer. You keep asking, what does she plan to do if something like this happens again? Then calmly present your argument. The gates suddenly appeared, and the awakened hunters were born. Ordinary people would not be able to resist when faced with that immense power. The following words revealed Intrang's growing concern. If something like this happened in a small guild like Bakuan, it was surely happening elsewhere too. Are you planning to ignore the remaining thugs? You straightforwardly revealed your intention. I want to stop these things and fix the mistakes they have caused. I want to end it. She could no longer stay silent and stood up to fight back with all her might. Do you really believe you can stop it? I know you have incredible power, but do you understand the power of that being? We are nothing but a mosquito compared to him. The harsh truth spoken from her own mouth. I don't have the courage to fight him. Are you saying you know how to defeat him and change the world? Faced with the unwavering gaze of his opponent, Junjian had no way out. It was now either act or die. He glared and spoke each word with force, having long decided in his heart that he was someone from the future. This shocking revelation left Intrang stunned in that moment. He seriously revealed that a disaster would soon occur, a great flood that would cause many deaths and destroy much, and that her strength would be desperately needed then. To give her more time to think, he proactively suggested a meeting. You got the message that the association wants to call us, right? I will meet you there. Until then, think carefully. Time passed until the next morning at the high-rise apartment building. The news bulletin was updating the public on the situation. We have received reports of thousands of massacres caused by the Northern Army Guild. The hunters have been killing civilians. The Northern Army Guild has rotted from within. Could their casualties at the river gate be a forewarning of the punishment they must face? Jungian pressed the power button on the TV remote. This report is much more detailed than I expected. You silently wonder if it was prepared in advance. I'm sure it was done by them. It's no use. Just let it go for now. The skull attached to your bracelet suddenly emits a strange light. Notifications keep appearing. The soul pillar has been activated and will transform into the true incarnation. You immediately open your eyes wide, having long awaited this moment. Finally, it has been activated. It has absorbed the souls of John Seong and Zhou Shu, adding the water gem of the sea monster and the water essence from the Wim River. The name of the incarnation is Haiyan Mu. Call its name to summon it. You raise your arm forward. I don't know how strong this incarnation will be, he muttered its name. Haiyan Mu. The skull separated from his hand and slowly grew larger in midair. It suddenly spoke. Did you call me? The Stormlord suddenly froze stiff on the spot. This thing, where's the bone dragon? The skull has its own mind. Something's not right. On top of the building was an open rooftop. The book noted that magical power is like the air. He sat meditating shirtless to better focus the energy within his body. Based on the available information he gradually analyzed, and many other heroes wondered, are we truly maximizing the real power of magic? We ask ourselves how to truly unleash the true strength of magic. Although he was already aware of the existence of the mana flow, he still realized it was impossible he couldn't do it. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking about the method the Demon King had taught to unleash the full power of magic. Because it lacks detail, success is very difficult. Countless calculations for the future form in my mind, and an unavoidable great flood is about to happen. And then the current A-rank hunters will become C+ rank. Before that happens, I have to become stronger, but it seems too difficult. Just then, Kim Shu-Yang's message came through. I was waiting outside to take you to the guild. His hand clenched the dead phone tightly, his heart already resolved. Finally, we meet. A new day dawned, the bright sunlight shining on the glass of the skyscrapers. The streets were bustling with vehicles moving back and forth. Shu Yang was driving while chatting with the person sitting in the back seat. I've never seen you worried before. Jungan just gave a wry smile. Am I not a person? He admitted frankly. That's right. I don't think he is an ordinary person. Am I wrong? Even when entering all the dungeons and the river gate, you never worry. You unconsciously reflect on your actions. Is that so? While he rambled on, if you're worried about meeting the guild president, I guess he's not someone you usually see these days. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. But don't worry, he wasn't summoned because he did something wrong. I'm sure this is just an occasion to talk about the achievements you've made. His expression suddenly darkened. More than 50 hunters died at the river gate, including the guild hall leader of the Northern Army Guild, a highly prestigious guild. Junjia firmly stated, I'm certain this is not a routine meeting to reward survivors and report the situation. In fact, it was an unusual interrogation. Hearing that, Du Yang suddenly looked worried and said, I understand. I apologize for such narrow-minded thinking. Remembering the conversation with Xianggu not long ago, he wanted to join Asuka, and this is not something I can decide. I didn't know you were aware of this. The story inside the diary says Hindo is very disappointed with Asuka's current situation. Their original goal was to protect humanity, but Asuka has fallen. He pondered, connecting the clues together. When Xianggu met the Demon King, he was already opposing Asuka, but he still hadn't found a way. The Demon King also joined Asuka for a short time but left with Himdu. Suddenly his eyes widened with determination to join Asuka before the Demon King, and quickly grow by using all the resources they had until there was no value left. Outside the towering building, a voice called out, You're in. Jungion was now standing in front of a large door. The moment he stepped inside, he watched the association president inspecting the bookshelf in the office. He quickly turned his face back. Sorry, even though I was the one who invited you here, I didn't prepare thoroughly. Suddenly today has been very busy. He extended his hand forward, pleased to meet you despite the shortcomings, and now that I am the chairman of the Korean Hunters Association, my real name is finally revealed. My name is Jang Hogan. You keep thinking this is the person the Northern Army Guild obeys almost to the point of worship, and the one the Demon King mentioned hundreds of times in his diary. Based on the information you have, you conclude he is an incredibly powerful figure. You can do nothing but acknowledge. He is very strong. I cannot win if I fight him. Both sides shook hands to show goodwill. You introduce yourself. I am Lun Gyeon. Hojin's lips curl into a slight smile. Next, an overwhelming aura surrounded his entire body. Why don't we skip the small talk and get straight to the point? Who exactly are you? Hojin's entire body was enveloped in overwhelming energy. It seems you already know everything. So do we really need to waste time playing around? I am the one who backed the Northern Army Guild. Junjion's expression barely changed as he recalled what was written in the diary. Don't believe anything about Odin. Everything about him is deception. You calmly replied to the other person. I see. The dark energy surrounding him has diminished by half. The chairman raised the board in his hand with some disappointment. It seems you are not what I imagined. Did I say something wrong? Then he carefully looked at the record board, murmuring in admiration. Truly a remarkable young man. He reviewed your remarkable achievements from the past. According to the records, when you awakened as a hunter, you killed hundreds of monsters and even the monster leader inside the gate. You were rescued by the Allied Guild and rated C rank, but in just 2 months after the recent fierce battle on the beach, you became an A rank hunter and were able to defeat the Ha Chung on your own. Finally, the chairman concluded an incredible rate of progress. I like that, but I want to ask something. The notebook suddenly burst into blue flames along with his sharp change in attitude. Why did you kill him? John Song is the one I'm training. Under the invisible pressure from the opponent, he didn't show any sign of wavering. So you were watching everything through the orb. I was just killing a hunter who was trying to eliminate me. Is there something wrong? His voice is still hoarse and as serious as ever. Of course. You destroyed a pawn I was nurturing without permission. You're not backing down either. Isn't he just a pawn after all? As you said, Chairman, I will focus only on the main issue. I want to join ASA. This statement made Hojin pause for a moment before stroking his chin with interest. Oh wow, you really have a talent for surprising people. You want to join, but do you even know what Asga is like? Junigan answered frankly. This is a faction founded by the first hunters. The goal is to save humanity. Isn't Asga a place for extermination? He added solemnly. And you are Odin, the king of Asga. Let me say it once again. I want to join Asga. Another strange detail made the chairman jump in surprise. Inside the diary, it was mentioned that Odin was not a good person, and his kind appearance was completely fake. In reality, he is more cunning and cruel than anyone else, but he still has a weakness. Hojin suddenly became visibly excited. Amazing. How do you know all of this, from Hin's existence to Ha Trung being controlled, and you even told me that the way you got stronger was by hunting monsters like you were provoking them? There is still a long description ahead. Odin's curious nature and his thirst for knowledge are an endless abyss. He wouldn't hesitate to sit in the same boat as his enemy if it meant satisfying his curiosity. You silently concluded it was a gamble with life on the line, but it seemed effective. Just as the book described, Odin could not refuse my offer because of his curious nature. He kept asking more eagerly, and most importantly, my eye had no effect on him. You know about my eye too. Keep showing off your knowledge. Is it the eye of truth? This detail can be explained as follows. Since his eye has no effect on me, Odin was extremely fascinated. Also, timely notifications appear as the apocalypse sky strongly opposes anyone who deliberately disturbs the player's minds and warns those seeking the truth. Hojin covers his face, trying to hide a crooked smile. He, how interesting. You've quickly returned to the calm demeanor of a chairman. Alright, I will allow you to join Asga, but you will have to pass a few entrance tests. Actually, at first. This is what John Seong, a foolish hero, suggested. But if you can pass the test, I will accept you as an official member of AS. A stream of electric light once again surrounded his body and beneath his blindfold. Of course, I had to restrain your mind, so this wouldn't leak to anyone else, right? The light spread all the way outside, passing through the glass doors of the skyscraper. Cut to another scene, countless canned drinks displayed on shelves inside a glass cabinet. Junjian sat at the coffee table, deep in thought, able not only to neutralize the Eye of Truth, but also the mind control he had set up. Luckily, Odin didn't seem to pay much attention to that. You pondered deeply. Could it be that the Angel of Revelation not only blocks mental restraint but also negates psychological attacks? If so, it's even more powerful. A crowd approached to make contact, and he nervously nodded. It was as if he suddenly snapped out of his endless thoughts. Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. Please have a seat. You asked with concern about Han. You met the association president today, right? Did he say anything unusual? Trang's expression didn't look very good. No, he just said he felt very sorry about what happened to the Northern Guild. She lowered her head and hesitated. I couldn't ask why he did that. At this point, Jungian didn't beat around the bush anymore. She is naive, I am sure. In fact, the chairman also wants to eliminate her. Anyway, she knew his identity well, but why did she think he wouldn't do it and would leave her alone because she was innocent? She guessed based on her knowledge of Hogan, and she was sure he would also go after the innocent. You quickly agreed. That's right, the only reason she was still alive was simply because, without hesitation, she bluntly admitted that she was worthless, and whether she lived or died, he saw her as no threat. Although the Northern Guild posed no threat to him, they were all killed as a warning to other guilds that he had returned. Trang gritted her teeth, struggling to hold back the tears that threatened to spill her whole body, trembling uncontrollably. I see, so I'm nothing at all. As she was collapsing in helplessness, a hand reached out from across. That is exactly why you should cooperate with me, he explained at length with a very serious expression. I intend to change this world. You may think I'm arrogant or boastful, but for someone like you who's at the end of the line, isn't there nothing left to lose by working with me? These words seemed to touch Trang's heart, making her gently lift her head, her eyes red-rimmed, as if awakening from a long, bitter despair. Everything was finally settled smoothly with a handshake of cooperation. Time passed, and night gradually fell. Jungian and Trang returned to the building, where they first discussed things after the battle with the guild ended. She asked, "So what do we do now?" You respond with another question. Miss Trang, I'm sure you were sponsored when you were at the River Gate. So can you tell me exactly what you were sponsored with? Something was summoned on her fingertip. I don't know how to use it. But I received the Blood Dragon Stone from the sponsor, the White Horse Prince, which perfectly matches your deduction, just as I predicted. An overview of this treasure, the Blood Dragon Stone, an ultra-rare crystal, the only one mentioned 3 times in the Demon King's journal, and the catalyst that perfected Xfit's immortality. Trang moved it away without hesitation, as if intending to give it to him. I will give you this Blood Dragon Stone. Hearing that, Junjian suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. He couldn't understand how she didn't know the value of that stone. It feels like it's been a long time since I've seen that bright smile on her lips. Judging by his reaction, I think he knows its value far better than I do. He took it while pondering deeply. Even though I really want it, is she really giving it to me so easily? This is the item you were sponsored for. Are you sure you can give it away so easily? It's something that can help her a lot. She still holds firm to her stance. This is a gift for you. Someone who has trusted and acknowledged me. From now on, I will follow your supervision. He clenched it tightly in his palm. I understand now. I don't know why I was able to receive the Blood Dragon Stone. This was also the moment he realized the shocking truth. Could it be? Maybe she looked at her innocent and pure appearance and was sure she was an easy target. Someone surprisingly easy to manipulate. Just then, an announcement sounded as Kai Huyen smiled triumphantly at you. Jun Gyeon is currently inside a weapon shop. It's been a while, hasn't it? Jun wondered. Hey, so what brings you here? He slightly looked up and glanced around. Information about the swords displayed on the wall appeared one by one on the screen. He also carefully examined the other weapons in the corner and finally uttered just 2 words, wonderful. Jun added, they are still not finished. Thanks to your help, the fire in the forge has been managed, but the supply of materials is still unstable. Jun Jian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that it was inevitable. The blacksmith skills were crucial, but the materials were just as important, especially since this was right before the Great Flood, making it impossible to have enough resources to meet his needs. The Blood Dragon Stone suddenly sparkled on his fingertip. The moment he held it up in front of Jun, the other's movement froze for a moment. His hand slammed excitedly on the table. The blacksmith could not hide the extreme astonishment on his face. What are those 4 things? I've never seen a crystal like that before. To avoid confusion, he quickly denied it first. It's not a fruit. Jun loudly retorted. Who in this world would be foolish enough to give away such a valuable and rare item as a gift? Hearing that, Jun Jian didn't know how to react either. I think there is. He picked up an item and said, lend me the hammer for a moment. Then without another word, he walked over to the forge. He kept fidgeting anxiously. Hey, what are you planning to do? He raised the hammer high, ready to strike the gem with precision. The veins bulging on his arm showed he was focusing a tremendous amount of strength. The hammerhead glowed, as if electricity was running through it. At this point, even Jun couldn't stay still anymore. That crazy guy, stop, I'm telling you to stop. But it was already too late. The powerful swing of the hammer had been unleashed. The metal clashed against the table surface, producing a piercing sound. As a result, the Blood Dragon Stone was completely split in 2. Jae-hun was stunned, clutching his pale face as if he couldn't believe the truth. No. After recounting everything, the blacksmith regained his composure and examined the 2 halves of the stone. So how exactly is this thing supposed to be used? The journal states that the Blood Dragon Stone can regenerate by absorbing a certain amount of blood. In other words, it can replicate. Junie made her request to place half of the Blood Dragon Stone into the Muspel Spear. The Blood Dragon Stone is not easy to handle or refine. Then he gently turned his head to the side, hesitating with the remaining half of the Blood Dragon Stone. His eyes suddenly grew serious. This heavy sword resembles XF's magic sword the most. A large weapon soaking in the water caught his attention. Place it on that heavy sword. The other party responded politely. This time I will do it for free. Thanks to you, I can not only handle a rare crystal, but also have you uncover its secrets. Cut to another scene viewed from above the mountainous landscape below, barely visible through the mist. A large brain creature is sliced in half by a clean beam of light. Another one was hit with a perfect diagonal cut. Notifications kept popping up. The Blood Dragon Stone had absorbed the monster brain sample. The regeneration rate of the Blood Dragon Stone is 1.7%. Standing before the piled-up heaps of sharp brains, Jun Gyeon and In Trang silently watched from afar. She excitedly looked down at the brand-new weapon in her hands. I really like this sword. I had never used a heavy sword before, but it felt smooth as if it had always belonged to me. You couldn't help but admire. Jun really is something else. He is a true master in the field of weapon crafting. Then he asked, what is the regeneration rate of the Blood Dragon Stone now? She estimates it's about 2% now, and you can add a bit more. The stronger the monsters you hunt, the higher the regeneration rate will be. Her expression was full of hope. Come to think of it, the way we use it, we turned 1 into 2, and those 2 will become 4. I was wise to entrust the stone to you. In response, he gave an extremely confident smile. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as a giant hawk appeared, letting out a wild cry to assert its power before launching a powerful attack. Junjian quickly leapt away from the explosion just in time. Get out of the way. Overall, he landed safely on his feet, but his whole body collapsed after that reckless move. The boss of this gate is a warrior ogre with formidable strength. But where is In Trang? After thinking for a moment, she called out loudly. She was In Trang. On the other side, it seemed to struggle more. She had to use her entire weight to support the attack from the ogre with the great sword. Her teeth clenched tightly in resignation, because if she relaxed even a little, she would be crushed immediately. Fortunately, she managed to break free from the pincer grip and swung her sword hard, sending it flying backward. This time, it was the warrior beast's turn to struggle, its movement significantly slowed. The main reason was that XF's heavy blade had blocked countless attacks from the monsters, and his lips curled into a proud smile. Just as expected, even the monster was surprised that a human could resist its power. Intrang continued to rush to its feet, finally delivering a vertical strike from below, while it was unable to react in time. Not stopping there, she leapt high to gain momentum for a finishing strike. Her eyes widened, showing intense focus with a move in the opposite direction, as if the warrior's fate had already been sealed. As the sunset gradually fell, Intrang sat on the ground feeling a bit tired. Junjian spoke softly. "Intrang, you have no idea how reassured I feel with you by my side." Those words gave her a great deal of motivation. Her cheeks flushed with happiness. "You suddenly mentioned something only they knew. Now for the next 2 days we have to go there." She agreed, saying it must be almost time then. "You didn't forget to give detailed instructions. For the next 2 days, keep hunting relentlessly and coordinate well. It will help maximize our chances of survival, even if only by a little." She kept nodding and understanding a subtle hint of indescribable excitement on her face. Junjian's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, lost in thought. Finally, the day to take Odin's test has arrived. Evening is falling and every floor of the apartment building is lit up. Junjian sat wearily on the sofa for a short while, his mind filled with countless chaotic thoughts. "We did our best, didn't we? It would be great if XF received the title, but she will get much more in the future, so asking for it now is a bit greedy." Suddenly the doorbell rang, pulling him back to reality. Someone was there. At this moment, he and Seong-gu were sitting opposite each other in front of a glass door overlooking the street outside. He basically didn't want to waste time beating around the bush. "I'll get straight to the point. Don't go tomorrow. If you go, you will have to die. This time is completely different from the river gate. Your face can't hide the awkwardness. Brother Seong-gu, he's telling the truth." He carefully connected the clues. "I have thought about it many times. How did you learn about Asga? Why do you want to join Asga? And what is your true purpose?" A pure smile unconsciously appeared on my lips. "But I decided not to worry about those things anymore. I trust you." Junjian couldn't help but wonder. "Why? Why do you trust me so much?" He closed his eyes, showing no sign of regret. "I don't know either. My gut just told me to do it." He stood up from his chair after giving a thorough warning. "After all, tomorrow is still off limits. Odin has his eye on you. Even if you don't take that test, you can still join Asga as you wish. You still haven't received the title right." He kept emphasizing that you should be careful. "If you leave tomorrow, you won't make it back alive." Yet it seems these words do nothing to change your mind. "Thank you for your concern, but please don't worry. My long-held determination cannot be extinguished so easily. You confidently assert that no matter what happens, you will survive and return. There are still many things I need to do." Time quickly passed inside a large hall designed with rows of iron bars attached to the walls. 2 figures silently walked in side by side. Those are Junjian and Intrang, dressed in black from head to toe. Sudun warmly welcomes the honored guests. Junjian and Intrang, the hunters from this side, did not hesitate to praise each other. "Congratulations on your promotion, Kim Shuzan." He politely placed his hand on his chest and explained that seeing you doing so well as your manager, I also benefit. More importantly, having the chance to join the overseas expedition is truly wonderful. Becoming a hunter representing the country is truly an honor. He even respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle before Junjian. "If you wait a little longer, the gate will open, and I hope you can return safely." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the 2 of them free and at ease behind. Intrang suddenly exclaimed, "He is a good person," and you immediately agreed. "Yes, he hasn't changed at all." A spatial gate suddenly appeared in mid-air. A man in a suit spoke up to announce, "The gate to London has opened. You both may proceed through it, and I hope you remain safe and sound." The magic array radiates endless sparkling light. 2 Englishmen were already waiting for them. It was an honor to meet the famous underdog in person recently. "Welcome to London," explained a bit about the term underdog used for those who are at a disadvantage, but ultimately achieve a spectacular victory. Junjian responded politely. "Nice to meet you. We were sent by the Korean Association." Lai, Junjian, and Zhang Intrang. She is a bit surprised by his language skills. "So you can speak English fluently too, that's impressive." Unpleasant memories briefly flashed through his mind. "I only learned it because I was in a dark place." "If you don't speak English, you're not considered human," he replied modestly. "Not quite like that. I just happened to have the chance to learn." The host politely introduced themselves, saying, "We will escort you inside. It must be tiring to move through the gate. Tonight there will be a welcome party for all the hunters gathered here for the expedition. We hope you both will attend." The moon hangs high, clearly visible behind the drifting clouds. The dark sky stretched wide, not too gloomy, but touched by the soft glow of lights from the vast building below, where a few guests stood chatting and enjoying drinks together. Intrang suddenly spoke up a bit, disappointed that I couldn't speak English. "What did the people who just passed by say?" Jungan asked honestly. Some people said they were happy to meet us, but others made a few racist gestures. A loud noise drew the crowd's attention. The group on the other side was also startled. Domitius's sudden appearance made everyone step aside to give way. Suddenly he focused intently in a certain direction. Who are these two guys? I've dealt with a few idiots from Korea before, but why these two doves, Jungion and Intrang, then realized that his words were directed at them. A massive body towering over you stood firm in front of me. It seemed this guy couldn't take another punch from me. The Korean Association sent two jerks like these. What's your deal? Where did they leave those idiots to dare bring these two fools here? She glanced over cautiously. What is that giant saying? It sounds like something unpleasant. You suddenly break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, this is really nothing like I imagined. Some information about the Battle of the Great Warriors, ASGA, a secret organization backed by South Korea. It exerts control across the globe with a considerable number of members. Alongside other secret organizations militarized by hunters worldwide, they constantly clash for power, for a voice, and for control of the gates that is the Great Battle. The diary states that the goal of protecting humanity by hunting monsters has vanished without a trace. They have completely lost themselves in the battle to see who is stronger. Demeus glared and threatened. I'm asking and you're not answering. He looked up while pondering quietly. But why is this guy here? He has nothing to do with this at all. Your confusion is completely justified. In terms of origin, this great battle is the place for John Sion. First was the incident where Joseon provoked them after winning the title at the Long River Gate, followed by the fact that you pierced through the person who would participate under the name Guns. But because of my intervention, history changed, and Guns died. Finally, there was the meeting with Hogjin. Odin's plan has been disrupted, so he must have sent me here to take Choi Johnseon's place. His expression darkened instantly. Gons could not compare to this guy. So why is that? Is this the outcome caused by changing the past? Suddenly a voice echoed from behind Domitius. Hey, leave them alone. He actually stepped back to let the newcomer move forward. Jay reached out his hand, honored to meet the famous underdog. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look doubtful. Underdog is this cuckoo called Underdog, this delusional rookie. George immediately gave a stern reminder. Domitius has gone too far. He meant it in a friendly way. On his behalf, I apologize to you both. Please don't mind the words of that foolish four-limbed idiot. I am George, known as Otisser. Jungion was utterly astonished by the presence of the other party. So this is Otis, because the tragic hero was killed by his own teammate, Herculet, in the future. He accepted the handshake without hesitation. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you, Otis. He was being polite. How embarrassing. I can't compare to your reputation as the underdog. Nor can I forget the shady figure beside you. Demius came to apologize. Demi-Chios gave a hard-to-read smile. An apology with a handshake, right? Interesting. Kiyo Contrary to George's good intentions, it's clear his motives aren't very noble. Domitius, the title, Herculet. It's absurd if you say you've heard a lot about my homeland, Greece, isn't it? His bright red pupils flared with bloodthirsty intensity. I would be glad if you quickly accept this apology. The book also contains a few lines briefly describing Domitius Herculet. This name truly belongs to a monster, to the point that facing him is a real fear. Trang immediately stepped forward and grabbed his arm tightly. She held still, not letting Domitius move. Not only that, but you're also threatening me. Take your hand off immediately. He didn't accept the apology. He glanced over, wondering why she was glaring like that, then smiled in confusion. What are you talking about? And Trang didn't answer but directly pushed his hand harder each time. Joe watched in surprise. He widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe it. Is she really struggling against Hculet? Suddenly, Domitius tenses his muscles to resist. Then she was pushed back by a powerful force, retreating slowly, trying not to fall. She stared in shock at her still trembling arm. Yen Trang looked ahead with worry, thinking to herself, I've been pushed back. Domitius laughed loudly as he witnessed her defeat. Haha, so it turns out there's another pretty useful guy besides underdog impressive, really. He smiled with amusement. See you next time. George also bowed politely. I'm sorry about this. I will come to greet you both next time. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, signaling that the two had left the place. Trang was still uneasy about what happened, so Junjian asked Han if she was okay. She felt a bit worried. Not necessarily do we really have to defeat someone like him. The Demon King's memoirs say he is an invincible monster. He frowned and said, that's right, we have no chance of winning. But there is still a weakness. However, he has a fatal weakness that prevents him from becoming the strongest in the world. So Jungian warned sharply that if they use the usual method, there will be a party every day for members of secret organizations to get to know each other and understand each other's strength. The city scene was incredibly peaceful at this time, but Underdog's team did not attend any of the parties. The gate opened to welcome the two inside. The man introduced. This is the place, then praised it. You're really amazing, even after going abroad, you still raid dungeons. Junjia happily replied, these tours will be paid off eventually. Still, he didn't forget to remind me, but I'm worried you should pay attention to your strength. The important dungeon raid is coming up. Anyway, I will support you. The system suddenly announced, you have entered the Ogre clan, the sponsor is watching you, so the two of them were instantly transported. Upon arrival, he looked at Intrang and instructed, we will stay here until we reach our goal, and if not this place, we will raid another similar dungeon. She nodded softly in agreement. He advised, just do it like you would in Korea. So Intrang smiled and replied, training defensive skills, right? Junjian smiled and said, with my abilities, I don't think I could withstand even one attack from HQlet. That is why your role is so important. He turned and left, reminding her, wait for a moment. That person left, Intrang stunned and wondering. We're not going together. Junjian tilted his head and assured, it's not the right time yet, just wait, and you'll understand, I'll be back soon. So Intrang stood still, watching him rush off helplessly, sighed, then lifted her head high to reflect on herself, no longer feeling the constant unease from past guilt. Now she felt much more at ease. The system now announces that the White Horse Prince is smiling at you. Intrang is happy with her thoughts, even with her sponsor. Before, he only sent messages like frowns or anger, but now he also sends messages showing satisfaction. I am truly grateful to him. And so time gradually passed. Junjian gripped his spear and struck down with force. Without giving her time to react, he shouted, Intrang, get ready. Before she could even process it, 4 monsters jumped down from above, ready to attack. Intrang looked on in horror. How did so many Ogre monsters and even the dungeon boss suddenly appear? The boss is a 2-headed Ogre monster. Seeing you running away like me, Junjian said. Intrang, don't try to dodge them. That made her wonder. Why shouldn't I avoid them? They're all fiercely targeting me. This is also why you told me to use the title of the formidable enemy of the Ogre monster for the first time, right? You immediately encouraged me, saying I could do it, that I definitely could. Intrang gradually understood his point and replied, and this is also why you told me to carry potions in my inventory. Exactly. Junjian answered firmly. She glanced back with some worry. After a moment of hesitation, Intrang gritted her teeth and then stopped, turning back. All right, I will do it. She shouted loudly and charged forward with her sword. The thug saw Intrang and shouted to scare her. Behind him, he quietly called Haiyan Mu. The spear emitted a blue spiritual energy, and Haiyan Mu. It summoned 5 vials of medicine surrounding itself. Junjian instructed help Intrang whenever she is in danger by using the divine potion. It obeyed the order. Understood, Master, the mission is entrusted and the plan is calculated. With it, she won't get into trouble. And now is the time for me to find the most important piece that can defeat Herculet. The smoky, fiery scene is gradually destroying. Everything around the ground below is shattered, and the space has fallen into chaos. 2 Ogres screamed in pain as they were burned by the flames, while a massive Ogre slowly approached. Watching this, he concluded that it could extinguish the fire simply by walking through it and controlling the flames. I finally found the mysterious piece that appeared in the Ogre B-rank tribe. It's this giant red-eyed creature. I watched its figure with constant worry. A monstrous Ogre that even Master Hung fears. In fact, it does not use magic. But in the future, people still call it that because of its tremendous power. Its massive body stands tall amidst the ruins. Its identity is the red-eyed Ogre mage. Zigu flung the door open, and in anger he shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" At that moment, someone stepped forward to block him and said respectfully, "What's going on? You can't do this here." Hojin lowered his voice calmly and said, "All right, you can step back." So only the two of them remained facing each other in the room. He couldn't take it anymore, and glared, demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" Mr. Gu's voice softened with surprise. "You already know everything." "I don't understand what you're trying to say," Hojin replied, puzzled. "What are you thinking in your head?" He just sighed. A space appeared around the two of them. Getting to the point, Hojin stared intently at Songgu. "All right, now we can talk clearly. This isn't Asga's meeting room, so you're not planning to follow the rules here." He looked straight to the point and asked, "Did you just make a new rule? So what happens to our top principle of striving for humanity? And why did you make such petty little rules?" Hogan couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, "How dare you talk down to me?" He tried to calm the situation by explaining, "I had thought about lecturing him. If that could truly change your mind. But it seems you no longer care to listen to me." When suddenly a heavy energy appeared. A dark power enveloped his body. He was threatening insolently. Zigu simply said Herculet. Hearing that name, he suddenly panicked. What do you mean?" The anger gradually subsided as he listened. Seeing Hojin calm, he reported, "I mean, Herculet is participating. This round is part of the battle between the greatest warriors. The terrible power has been neutralized." He pondered and wondered. "We had agreed that we would be the ones to win this match. Why is Herculet there? Isn't Olympus going to keep his promise?" After hearing that, Zigu was a bit surprised, thinking he knew Herculet was there and sent him, but it turned out the situation was more worrying than he thought, so he replied in shock, "So you didn't know either, but there's something troubling you enough to speak out." Are you planning to just let him die like that? I thought you were interested in him too, that's why I had to set off. No need to worry so much. He reassured. I have no intention of letting him die. I wasn't prepared for things to come to this. Jin's calm response surprised him, he assured, but I have placed a mental restraint on him. When he falls into danger, the restraint I installed will send a signal. He laughed with delight. Olympus broke the convention. That will be the perfect excuse. Xianggu immediately felt worried, thinking to himself, the man is truly formidable. Did he really foresee this? The mind restraint stands from Dong Young's perspective. I can't say this was a wise move, but in this case it seems useful. I can't do anything, but the burden feels somewhat lighter. This peaceful scene will soon come to an end. Neither Odin nor him knew that Odin's mind control had been nullified by the apocalyptic sky. Returning to the battle between In Trang and Junjian, the oxer stood still watching the burning house. It turned its head around, searching for its target. He picked up a stone and wondered, would baiting it with fire be worth a try? Feeling at ease, he found the reason why he could become the Oxer Mage, the most crucial piece to fight against Herculet. Suddenly, the silhouette of the Oxer appeared behind him, startling him. Junjiang turned around in surprise. Since when? It exhaled a powerful breath. A devastating explosion erupted. Junjiang ran for his life. But suddenly he was behind him, smiling brightly at him. He panicked and cursed. Damn, how is this giant so fast? Feeling worried inside, this monster can rival Herculet now. Can I really win? It lunged up, raising its foot to stomp on him. A loud crash echoed as the ground below cracked open. Fortunately, Junjiang managed to dodge in time and immediately summoned his weapon to his hand. With a cold face staring straight ahead, I decided I wanted to avoid a clash with this guy to prepare for the fight with Herculet. But now I think I can't avoid it anymore. I have to defeat him. Seeing Junjiang standing still, it raised its fist. As the punch came flying, he grabbed the spear and directly confronted it. The system announced that the gate had been successfully breached. Or suddenly became immobile and changed color. He stood still at that moment, stunned. The scene before him was so surprising that he let out a relieved breath. Phew, that was close. You must feel a lot more at ease now. If you were injured to the point where even divine power couldn't heal you, that would be unimaginable, especially right before the match like this. Thank goodness, it seems. In Trang defeated the boss just in time. She really is reliable. A peaceful sunset, birds flying across the crimson sky, and two people talking in front of them. Demchios looked surprised, since he hadn't appeared at all after the first day. George voiced his thoughts, saying he was probably just preparing himself. He couldn't take it anymore, and shouted, "Damn it, I'm itching all over. Can't I just raid the gate or something?" George calmly turned to explain, "No, I don't want to deal with your headaches anymore. You're the one who caused this trouble by joining the battle of the great warriors, defying Olympus's orders." Demetrios snapped back, "How is it my fault? We were more than capable of winning, so why would we deliberately lose? Does that make sense? I am a warrior, who cannot tolerate this injustice." He replied, "Then fight against the real injustice. Why did you hit so hard that he ended up in the hospital?" There are many things that make Chang exclaim, "Ha, you give me such a headache. The match should have started earlier. I also managed to sneak away just in time. But because you showed up at the party on the first day, I'm sure the Olympus people are on their way here to punish you for breaking the rules, and me for helping you too," Demicus said arrogantly, flaring his nostrils with confidence. "Don't worry, everyone is sharp, I'll protect you. And also that underdog guy, the one who seems like he can hold his own alone. I'm really looking forward to the girl with him." He could only force a smile, thinking to himself that there aren't many rivals this guy pays attention to. So seeing how eagerly he awaited Underdog and his partner George's worry only grew. "I have a feeling a big explosion is about to happen. This seems like the calm before the storm." At an apartment building, and Trang looks at him with worry. "Are you going out hunting again? Do you need me to come with you?" Jungong quickly stopped her. "No, it's fine. You don't look well right now." In Trang was helpless. Who else could have made me like this? He just smiled and replied, but thanks to it, she gained valuable experience that helped her develop both physically and in endurance. "Shall we go one more time?" She was startled and blurted out, that thing." Seeing that, he smiled softly. "I'm just kidding, take a good rest today, I'll go alone." Trang blushed as she looked at him, "But if anything happens, be sure to contact me." The sky was clear, and the gentle sunlight shone down on the tall buildings. Junjian walked while thinking she must be somewhere nearby where I can feel most of the magical power. He moved straight ahead, it seemed to be close. Suddenly Junjian's eyes reddened as if realizing something. "This is it, this is the one." You opened the door and stepped inside, apologizing. Jujin immediately greeted you cheerfully. "Welcome to Phone Box. Seeing you makes me so happy, I know I came to the right place." Jujin looked at him and smiled brightly. "Are you Korean? There aren't many Koreans around here. So what brought you here? A special kind of elixir or an item used to deal with demons?" Junjian reached out and asked. "You are Park Jujin, right?" she said, with a mix of surprise and anger. Who are you?" Unfortunately, I just opened this shop. How do you know my name? You smiled smugly. Her hammer is still intact, right? As he spoke, he thought about Brock's sister, a great blacksmith with skills that could rival Brock's. She is the top jeweler. Hefa Estes. Jujin was amazed. Did June really lead him here? Seeing her reaction, Jungong just thought it was a nickname she would one day own. A week later, she took out a spear. Just as you requested, I burned that red ore and coated it onto the muspel spear. Really? Who are you? Jujin asked, staring at him. I have never seen the stone on your spear, or that red ore before. I even left my brother, who doesn't even know how to cook, behind and did everything I could to come to England to find minerals like these. Even those in Olympus don't possess these things. Tell me, who are you, and how do you have these? Ignoring her question, he said firmly, go back to Korea. Then Junjian reminded her that if it's rare minerals and precious materials like she wants, Korea would be better than here. Yujin was a bit confused, what was he talking about, but close to achieving his goal, he schemed in his mind that if these twins stayed together, they could make him even stronger. Then he smiled because I was in Korea. Seeing his smugness, she showed obvious irritation. What are you claiming that you can possess minerals? Even Olympus doesn't have. How arrogant. But why did your expression change like that? I like it. Outside the city, a blue light appeared. Among the hunters were some mysterious figures. They look very cunning and cruel. George walked over to the soldiers. The guide took the mic and announced that the raid would begin soon. Hunters have come from all over the world. Please be ready. Trang walks with Junjian. She asks, so we have to fight all of those people? You shake your head and reply, not all of them. Although this is a battle among great warriors, some have no desire to win, and clearing the dungeon is also one of the victory conditions. She was relieved, lucky, which means the hunters don't have to kill each other pointlessly. Junjian looked at her worriedly, only when there are people like her. Then he whispered, I'm not sure either. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as Domitius approached, sneering, Humph, just a small fry fight. Everyone was afraid when they saw him. Domitius shouted angrily, what are you all looking at? He was about to make a move, but was stopped by George. Domitius, we haven't even entered the gate yet. He turned around with a smug look, but those weaklings were staring right at me. No matter what. Then he pointed straight at Junjian. With him here, the underdog. He glanced away, but seeing Junjian's face only made him more excited. I like the way he looks at things, it really gets me fired up. That night he shouted, good luck. Hearing his wish, he sneered. At this moment, the guide called out, everyone, please proceed through the gate. They immediately lined up and went inside. He looked at her with concern. Seeing Junjian call in, Trang quickly replied yes. His face grew serious as he reminded her. When we go inside, you must run as fast as you can. Trang looked surprised. What? He wants me to run away. Notification, you have entered the gate of Catalandon Mountain. At Mount Caton, something glowed in the distance. Then boom, an explosion went off, followed by screams of terror. Trang used her sword to defend herself, anxiously glancing around. What is happening? He warned me to run first. She dashed forward, but Trang suddenly froze. She saw a man lying motionless on the ground. He whispered, help, save me. She remembered Jungyeon's warning. When we go inside, you run as fast as you can first. Despite his warning, she ignored it and kept moving, pressing the page for the man to take the medicine. The elixir, what just happened? Right after drinking it, he suddenly passed out. She was shocked and speechless. What the hell is going on? Trang glanced back instinctively. She blocked Domitius's strike. Their powers clashed against each other. Domitius emerged from the smoke. Oh ho, so you managed to block it. Trang watched him anxiously gripping her sword tightly, then thought to herself, Domitius, an attack even stronger than the Oxer monster. He smiled smugly. She was the one who came with underdog. Hey, I'm glad I decided to join in. The huge explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. The fierce attack tore through the space, sending rocks flying as a raging power surrounded Demicus. He clenched his fist, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Trang quickly leaned back to dodge the incoming force aimed straight at her. She gripped her sword tightly, sidestepped, and a blazing red magic burst erupted, blowing up the ground where she had just stood. Trang turned around, her heart filled with utter astonishment. What kind of terrifying power is this? Domitius showed no intention of stopping, launching another strike, immediately sneering, what's wrong, tongue-tied with fear. She quickly raised the purple sword to block in front of her. Domitius's fierce demonic power clashed with the blade, creating a massive explosion. Witnessing the chaotic scene before him, he sneered, watch closely. The dust slowly cleared, revealing a figure clad in armor, gripping a sword firmly and standing strong. She spat out a mouthful of black blood, silently marveling at the destructive power. She could feel her spine trembling, but thanks to her hard training, she was able to block his attack. She braced herself on the ground, raised her sword high, and the force cracked the earth beneath her feet. She thought to herself, now it's my turn. Demicus continued to focus his mana, preparing for the next attack. He smirked. I heard you're a hunter who hasn't earned your title yet. Hard to believe. You're lucky to have the chance to block this attack. Fiery red mana gathered in a spiral, gradually forming the shape of a giant tiger. The savage beast technique. A fire bullet appeared above. It sped toward the page but suddenly exploded midair. What happened left her stunned. Realizing something, she quickly turned her head to look back. Junjian, since when have you been standing there? He said coldly. Just run for now. The two quickly ran in the opposite direction, a huge fire blazing behind them. Emerging from the smoke, he clicked his tongue and snapped a tree branch to block the glaring sunlight. Trang recounted everything to Jungion. There was an explosion right as we entered the gate, trapping many hunters inside and causing their deaths. She was confused what the hell was going on. You said it was an ambush. Trang asked in surprise. So Demicus really was trembling, cutting her off. No, it's actually the opposite. As soon as we entered the gate, they tried to ambush Demicus, which made him explode with rage and attack wildly. She realized. Ah, so you anticipated this and told me to run away. Suddenly, he looked to one side. It seemed like he had finished a third already. She was stunned, already done. Trang anxiously analyzes his attack. Maybe I can't face him head on. So what should we do now? Junjian said as he sheathed his sword and shield. From now on, his eyes lit up as he seriously instructed his teammates. Survive through this A-rank gate. Growls echoed continuously, a pack of wild beasts waiting to hunt. The Catalan lions are A-rank monsters. He warned in a low voice, after all, Demicus is not our only enemy. Hyunmu is in the sky circling around as if scouting the situation. While Trang was busy stacking stones, it turned back to report. I didn't see the hunter anywhere around here. Jungon instructed to keep searching the surrounding areas, and to return immediately if any danger arises. He replied. Understood. He turned and called out. Let's go. She nods. She replies. Wait a moment. She stood still, gazing at the crude stone graves. Junjian watched silently. Hyunmu was observing the surroundings, so I didn't stop her. But she's definitely the strangest person in this world. Go bury the enemy's body. When she finished, she turned and asked. You said we have 2 days to win this great battle, right? So are you planning to face the boss or focus on fighting this great battle? You must have analyzed that the boss is incredibly strong and it will be very difficult for just the two of us to fight it. She agreed as well. That's right, but isn't Demicius stronger? Trang asked, what should we do? You have a plan, right? He affirmed. That's right, we will. A triumphant smile spread across his lips as he continued, having taken down both of them. Surrounded by hundreds of question marks, she was shocked and speechless. Hyunmu suddenly landed, drawing the attention of the two. It announced that there were 3 skull-tattooed hunters nearby. Hearing that, he fell silent, realizing they were the ones who had caused all the chaos. Trang looked puzzled, wondering what he meant. You explain. They are the ones who ambushed Demicius as soon as we entered the gate. Get ready. She asks again, unsure. Are we really going to fight those hunters? Wouldn't it be better to avoid them? Junjian replied. Usually yes, but they are different. I have a plan. Thick gray smoke rose into the sky. A flame burst forth in the middle of the vast forest. 3 men were pinned against the tree trunk, their shadows cast clearly on the ground, one large and one small. Demicius and George stood with their backs to the Sunday. He was confused. I had been tracking the trail of Underdog's fire. But who the hell are these guys? He observed the group and said. They belong to Ben. The unfamiliar name made him suspicious. Ben, the guy with the skull tattoo on his head, listened fearfully to every word George explained. A dark organization roaming all over North Phi. They are known to be extremely brutal, often involved in drug trafficking and child kidnapping. He shifted his gaze to Demicius, who had ambushed him as soon as he entered the gate. His face darkened, staring gloomily at the 3 blinded men, a look that terrified them into screaming. Please don't kill us, we were wrong. The hunter sighed in relief when he saw him smile kindly. I don't hate those who will do anything to win, in fact I quite like them. His smile suddenly changed, his eyes shining brightly with a deadly aura. As long as they follow the rules, that's enough. The Demon King's memoirs state that ambushing others right after they enter the gate is strictly forbidden in the grand battle. Demicus clenched his hands, gathering magic power, and grinned. Remember to follow the rules in your next life. An explosion shook the entire forest, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. System notification, your monster trampling has been approved. Dust filled the air. George crossed his arms, watching Demicus admire the result. He closed his eyes and sighed. Rules, huh? Well, you ignored Olympus's orders and even tried to ascend prematurely, so I don't think you should be saying those things. So what if he despises me? Anyway, that underdog is definitely an interesting guy. Suddenly, Chorch opened his eyes cautiously. Can I consider this a gift? 2 unfamiliar hunters appeared, the one on the left wearing a familiar skull emblem. Behind them, a group of armed people full of murderous intent looked this way. Demicius stepped forward with interest, powerful magic gathering around him. Are these guys allies of those 2? I don't think I'm the only one with a burning passion. Power surged fiercely as he broke into an excited smile. I really like this gift. The charred body of the hunter lay motionless on the ground. George looked at the countless bodies before him and said wearily, "Your hobby is really bizarre." Looking at his comrade, he added, "Can't you use a weapon? This is really exhausting." George disliked Domitius for one simple reason: he was too strong, the murderous aura still lingering and the white bandage on his hand turning dark red. He despises him. You have to use your hands to fully experience the hunt, someone as timid as you wouldn't understand. Domitius isn't just insane, he's a warrior driven by a fierce desire to fight and claim victory. Once he steps into battle, he becomes a bloodthirsty killer. Ignoring the blood on his face and body, Domitius excitedly said, "Let's go meet that guy now." And so Jogger was very afraid when Domitius encountered Underdog. The sun was setting slowly, and the red on the canopy grew deeper. Junjian and Intrang walked cautiously under the canopy. Suddenly she spoke up, "A dense magic power, we might be in a boss monster area." She was surprised when he raised his hand to interrupt her. He quietly sensed that there was a hunter nearby. Not an enemy, there's no scent of blood mixed in with this magic power. At that moment a strange group appeared before them. Two people dressed in traditional clothes spoke up. "So you're Underdog, aren't you late?" "We've been waiting for you a long time," Jungan thought to himself. "Waiting for me? Then you ask again, what do you mean?" Your attitude made the guy on the other side hesitate. "Wasn't he sent by Ozga?" "You answer seriously." "That's right." They both turned back to discuss something with their comrades. Then the young man stepped forward and explained, "I am Imp from Nin. We have been waiting to help you, but it seems you still don't know anything. This great war has been decided to end with victory," belonging to Asuka Junjong silently wondered. "Nin is in Egypt. An international guild, like Ozga and Olympus. I don't know what went wrong with Olympus. So even though the journey there was tough, we waited here to make sure you would win. You silently analyzed that this was the reason why Choi Jo Seon could win the great battle." He introduced them to the group and said, "We will help you too, so let's go take down the boss together. It will be very difficult if only the two of you fight." Junie flatly refused. "No, I will defeat Domitius." Those words stunned everyone. "What?" Even Enep and Num, who came along, couldn't believe it. Intrang glanced at his friend, seriously thinking, winning just by defeating the boss is no different from being Odin's loyal dog, always following his will. She opened her eyes wide in confusion, wondering why they were all so surprised. He turned to explain. "It seems this great battle was predetermined for Asga to claim victory. That's why they initially planned to help us defeat the boss." She continued, "So avoiding conflict with Domitius and defeating the boss is the surest way to win this great battle." He agreed, but they were all surprised that I wanted to take down Domitius. Jungong frowned, thinking to himself, would Trang also object? She responded cheerfully, "All right, let's move forward together. You have a plan, right? I will follow that plan." The attitude of my teammates made me smile. "You really think she's trustworthy?" Suddenly someone spoke up, "I withdraw." The two of them turned their attention toward the voice. Another person raised their hand, "I'm out too. The other group shares the same opinion, we will also stay out of it. I won't hurt myself by fighting Domitius." Everyone around loudly objected. Why the hell did Aga appoint someone like this? "I agree. Let's get out of the gate quickly." In spoke up. "The boss is a lion similar to the Catalant species, but much larger and stronger. I won't fight Domitius, but at least I'll give him some information." Num refuses to join. I also fell back. The hunter beside me agreed. "We will also stay back to observe." Jun Gyeon and In Trang were helpless, as she said, "We're back to where we started." He smiled reassuringly at her. "No problem, let's move forward." Night was falling the trees, blending into the darkness. Num asked Inep anxiously, "What do you think will happen?" He hesitated. "It's going to be very difficult. But considering what he has been through, he is unusually strong." A rising star suddenly appeared in Korea, even becoming one of the strongest hunters there. Junjian fought fiercely alone against the giant centipede. He wiped out the Doai River Gate, a very special gate. He stood resilient against a large group of skilled fighters, and this rookie single-handedly wiped out the Northern Army Guild, a guild known for its great strength. He has an incredibly strong bond with him, due a key figure in Asa. The image of Hojin's terrifying smile appeared. He continued his analysis, and with just a glance, Odin was completely intrigued by him. Assessed that in terms of potential, he might even rival the Dark Organization. Num opened his eyes wide in surprise. "What? No way." He smiled with deep meaning. "That is why we stepped back, so we could accurately assess him. Will Underdog show us what a fight looks like when facing the overwhelming hero Domitius? That is exactly what all of us hunters outside are very interested in." The sky darkens, a few sparks flicker, a giant horned lion with eyes blazing with deadly intent stands before two small humans. The info panel appears, showing you are facing Catalan. It suddenly roars, steal its power, crackling like lightning. The system warns that your abilities have slightly weakened due to pressure from Cataly Jun-Gyeon biting down and resisting the opponent's attack. Notifications keep appearing, confirming you have successfully resisted and your abilities have returned to normal. You have achieved the feat of resisting the pressure. The rock beneath your feet cracked from the force as you lunged toward the prey, loudly instructing, "I'll cover the left side, you focus your attack on the right. Remember to conserve your strength." She focused her power and charged forward following the order. "I understand. Hyunmoo will also support, I'll take care of the belly." Their group attacked from 3 different directions, weapons in hand. The boss opened its mouth wide, bearing sharp fangs ready to face the 3 small beings. At that moment, Katal was rushing forward at high speed when Intrang suddenly lunged with a sword strike, but unfortunately it noticed and immediately counterattacked with its leg. In the end, to everyone's shock, Intrang was still struck by Cataly's blow despite raising her sword to block it, leaving her terrified as its overwhelming power radiated from all sides. Jun-Gyeon quickly seized the opportunity, grabbing his weapon to support her, but in a flash, she was thrown straight to the ground, dust scattering from the impact. He quickly stepped back, dodging. Hyunmoo immediately unleashed his energy to help them, striking Catalyan's other eye. The other 2 also landed safely thanks to it. Jun-Gyeon turned to remind, "Intrang, don't push yourself too hard, got it. We still have a second target, Domitius." Meanwhile, in another scene, a conflict is erupting like an earthquake. Everyone around affected by the explosion was knocked down unconscious on the spot. Mana covered the entire body of one person, his arms stained with blood, looking like he had just tortured someone. Demich clenched his opponent's hand in anger. "I will keep fighting people like you while searching for that guy's flame." Then he quickly threw the man aside and said a few words to George. "Thanks," he urged him on. "Hold some strength, you still have to face the battle you desire." Hearing this, he flared up with rage, eyes wide, shouting, "Shut up." Seeing that, he broke out in a suspicious sweat, wondering if he was lost in his bloodlust. To gain such incredible power, the more Domitius lost himself in his bloodlust, the more people he killed. Amid the quiet forest before him, George remained lost in his thoughts. Could it be that the rookie had seen the confusion within and left these guys here for him? No, that can't be true. This is top secret information even in Olympus. That is a secret even Odin of Oska does not know. Then he called him Domitius with a serious face. His eyes, bloodshot and raging, slowly lifted and glanced at him. Finally, his gaze steadied as he asked, "What?" He doubted whether you were really sober. He firmly stated, "I told you not to worry. I have controlled the bloodlust within me already." Suddenly, a surge of energy came from the other side. Domitius smirked. Now it was time to enjoy the main course. George was still lost in his thoughts. He was one of Olympus's strongest heroes, and also one of the only S-rank hunters in the world. Then he smiled with full confidence. "I believe in you, Domitius. Let's go." Over here, Catalan is quietly approaching, witnessing this scene in disbelief. It's motionless now. So have we succeeded? A run in response is also possible. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, its energy shooting straight up into the sky. Kaiten charged fiercely with relentless power toward the 2 of them. Suddenly, the entire Kaiten group rushed forward at lightning speed. Num couldn't help but marvel from above. It was truly beyond imagination. They defeated the boss with just the 2 of them. Inep also chimed in as if they were reacting to Kaiten's demonic energy. The Kaiten lions began gathering around the alpha. He crouched down, gradually analyzing. But usually, you have to attack the alpha as much as possible when it's stunned during the phase shift. So why did that rookie stop attacking? Back in the battle, Intrang also presented his strategy. "I could feel the demonic power deep within my bones. Is this really okay? We're doing great, right?" Run also admitted it. "You have to remember," and just then the main character appeared. Right at this moment, Domitius instantly lunged down. He landed with such force that the ground caved in deeply. He stood up with a confident smirk, looking quite pleased. "This is the moment you should keep fighting." George followed up, speaking out. "I told you to wait for me." Suddenly he jumped up and the whole group ran away from Catalan's pursuit. Seeing the scene before them, the group panicked. What, they seemed to not believe their own guess. Could it be? It roared, its whole body erupting with blazing red lightning before lunging forward. The heavy impact cracked the ground around, sending rocks flying in all directions. The violent shockwave pushed everyone backward. Kalen stood still as if deep in thought, then opened his mouth wide and roared fiercely. The sound seemed to successfully summon a pride of lions, and they charged forward together to attack. Everyone quickly drew their weapons, also exclaiming that those 2 were truly terrifying. The boss had been completely overwhelmed by its own magical power to the point of madness. CA opened its mouth wide, fiercely lunging forward to strike with a kick. Demius clenched his fists, ready to fight, excited. "Ha ha ha, good, very good." Junjian and his team stood on the high cliff, watching the situation below. He assessed that, thanks to Domitius, we escaped from there, but it won't last long. In his hand suddenly appeared a mysterious pink liquid bottle. Intrang noticed and wondered what he was doing. He focused on what was in his hand, answering briefly that it was a secret weapon. As the liquid in the bottle poured down, the spear immediately emitted a red glow. Along with that came the announcement that Muspel's spear was temporarily enhanced. The gem on the spear's shaft absorbed power from the pink liquid. The system continued to display that the Blood Dragon Stone was covering the Chain Law Stone, a notification that surprised Junjian. Monster blood, covering the Chain Law Stone. What the hell is going on? At that moment, Lai Jungian was unaware of the consequences, as the Blood Dragon Stone covered the Chain Law Stone. He stood up, holding a spear enveloped in a layer of purple-pink power. The scene before Intrang was worrying. It looked very dangerous. The power was wrapping around more and more. He raised his weapon into a throwing stance, replying to her, "But this is our only chance." Katil gathered his power, forming an energy sphere in front of the forest, then launched it, creating a dazzling purple light. At the same time, Demek unleashed the final strike of the base of Pri, creating a massive pillar of fire rushing forward. Two streams of red and purple power clashed, causing a huge explosion. Domitius's raging flames pierced Catali's attack and struck it directly in the face. His eyes flickered with a trembling light as he thought to himself, holding his attack stance arrogantly, saying, "How's that? That's my signature move. The roar of a predator." Hearing the noise, he glanced back warily, and before him, a spear was rushing at a terrifying speed. What? Suddenly, George appeared right in front of him. He swung his arm to block the strike, sending the spear flying a good distance away. Watching the spear's flight, he said, "That's why I told you to bring a weapon." Demetrius scratched his face in confusion. Alright, this move made George smile slightly. That kid. He looked at his teammate and gave a warning. It seemed Underdog's spear was very different from usual, and the feeling was not good. It might even rival the effect of a predator's roar. But he paid no mind to those words. There's no way to defend against an attack like that. He's way too troublesome, just like a fly. Power surged around Demius. He said excitedly, "Then we have to deal with that fly. I'll go hunt the real prey." With that, he rushed off, leaving him alone. He frowned. Yeah, power surged around him. He turned around. "I guess I seem like a reckless man of action." Intrang stood silently holding the sword. She asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Without waiting for a response, she immediately leapt up. Intrang's eyes flashed a deadly intent as she tightened her grip on her weapon and charged straight at her target. Just before the sword came down, he jumped up to dodge. George swung his sword to attack, and she immediately leaned to avoid the strike. Without stopping, he continued to strike fiercely. Sharp green magic surged out. Intrang frowned firmly, blocking the opponent's continuous slashes, her eyes flashing with hidden danger. She raised her hand, gathering spiritual energy around it, forming a swirling vortex of power around the blade. George stared in shock, eyes wide. Is she concentrating her energy from this far away? Still too inexperienced. He raised his sword, thinking with contempt, "Let's end this now." Hyan suddenly appeared, unleashing a fierce burst of dark energy from its mouth that struck George's back, causing him to stagger. Ah. At that moment, Intrang swung her arm to attack, roaring as a burst of purple magic exploded, fiercely engulfing everything in a storm of dust and debris. An explosion of power erupted as George searched. She ran away. He was confused. She should have taken advantage of his opening to deliver a fatal blow. Why run away? And why does the stuff shot out from that skull feel sticky and smell sweet like this? Could it be? George suddenly looked ahead, gathering his mana into his fist. A horde of monsters was advancing toward him. Pheromone monsters. Joe guessed that they probably used a special poison meant for hunts like this. "You won't get away from me." Elsewhere, a battle is unfolding. The attacks kept coming non-stop. Jungian was stunned. How could Domitius calmly attack the monster? You wouldn't believe it, he can use a catalent that consumes demonic energy. It's unreal. Could he really be strong enough to make the impossible possible? Suddenly, Intrang appeared behind him. Jungian turned around. It seemed she had locked Otisar's hands. She praised the skull. "Yeah, Hyan Mu has helped me a lot. You make the plan we need to finish everything before Otis comes back." Intrang replied, "I understand." Domitius's delighted laughter echoed. "Haha, he's like a madman, absolutely perfect." His eyes are slowly being overtaken by dark magic. Junjian's thoughts are starting. It seems like he's gradually gaining control, but I need to make sure he loses it soon. You silently remind yourself. Berserker Holit Jungian repeats the mission. According to the plan, you're in charge of stopping Cat, and I'll handle Domitius. Junie focuses his strength, no need to take him down. I just need to slow him down with a single strike. Let's begin. Domitius is still in close combat with the monster. Then he throws it far away, glancing at it. Is that all you've got? Boom, the ground cracked under his magic power as he rushed forward, but a small spark suddenly flashed. Demius was drawn in as the flames spread wildly beyond imagination. Furious, the rookie trembled, drawing his weapon ready to fight. You're challenging me, so why wouldn't I play along? Domitius rubbed the back of his neck. I'm starting to get excited now. Well then good. He unleashed his power. Let's play. Jun took a defensive stance. That's right, he's starting to follow the plan as expected. He mocks them, truly foolish. You think you can stop me with that worthless mana gathered in that shield? I'll show you just how foolish that is. He channeled power into the shield. Inept stood outside, stunned. Could it be that he knew nothing about Domitius's overwhelming strength? Although he has gathered an incredible amount of energy in his shield, it is very difficult to lock onto the skill. The spiked rhino is a skill that made him famous. Domitius rushed forward, breaking through every obstacle. He punched directly at your shield, but then he felt something was wrong and suddenly froze. He's not here. Domitius quickly shifted his gaze upward. Since when was Junjian holding a spear above him? He attacked with all his might. Ah, the spear pierced his left shoulder. Domitius struck back without mercy, delivering a magical punch straight to Junjian. He was thrown far away. He rubbed his pierced shoulder. Are you trying to fool me with that nonsense energy from that thing? Domitius said proudly. Ha ha ha, you really are a rookie. Get up and entertain me. Runjian pondered. I've already taken too much damage. You think mocking me like this is okay? He taunted. You think you're tough just because you caused me a few small scratches. My body will heal itself in no time. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly staggered. Ah, the stab wound on his body is deforming. This is poison. There is a saying that the red crystal gave birth to a goblin mage. Junjiang denies it. The full saying is that the ore is known for two functions release, and Demicus screamed in pain. Ah, that was his last words. Madness. A sparkling red crystal stone. The Sheechfap stone can grant monsters or ordinary creatures power beyond that of a boss. Humanity's endless ambition has led to research on this stone. Two doctors are discussing the stone, explaining how animals transform into monsters. A white rabbit empowered by the stone grew into a giant rabbit. That monster even possessed power equal to a boss. And so the chain magic stone was first named Fong Thick. Not long after, experiments continued on the hunter. A doctor was preparing to inject something into the hunter in front of him. The red law stone helped them boost their potential as fast as a rocket. The hunter's eyes turned fiery red, and his whole body seemed to undergo a massive transformation. But because people could die while going mad, it was soon banned. The hunter from earlier looked back with a furious expression. And so the red law stone gained another madman, a skull seemingly scorched by flames. The sky turned to dusk, dust filled the air, and the forests trembled. Jungyeon's whole body seemed to be enveloped by some kind of power, thinking to himself, this is truly incredible magic. It feels like the entire Catalan mountain is shaking. Suddenly a voice echoed in the space. Underdog, what did you do? Hearing someone call his name, he turned his head to look back. George was holding a very long sword, staring at him. Junigan saw him and warned, if you come here, you'll die. He heard this and shouted angrily, even though you knew George vanished from his spot in an instant. He dashed like a lightning bolt toward the burning Domitius, while Junijian quickly moved away from his position. You jumped high, rushed in one direction, and thought to yourself, damn it, it's going to happen again. In your mind, you imagined Domitius killing George. In the future, something like this happened. Domitius lost himself in madness. And George Otizer, you leapt to stop him but were killed by his own hand. A flame shot straight up into the sky. The flame shot straight at the warrior, who quickly dodged and swiftly attacked the fire you had created with his sword. George shouted urgently, get out of the way, he hasn't lost his mind for long, so I can still awaken him. Junjian also shouted loudly to stop him. No, even if it's you, that can't happen. I can't let you die like that. You used your long spear to block the sword strike coming down. You hurriedly tried to convince me, saying you already had a plan. Hearing that, he was momentarily taken aback. What both of them temporarily stopped fighting. Get straight to the point. I don't trust you, but I'll listen to your plan for now. Junjia answered confidently. I only need 5 minutes, we will hold Domitius back during that time. He heard you say that, his eyes wide with astonishment. 5 minutes. Do you really think you can stop Domitius in his rage in just 5 minutes? He's still charging forward like a blazing fire. Junjian shouted urgently, she was drawing him in. Domitius's entire body emitted a tremendous energy. He charged towards a massive claw, and the clash between them caused a huge explosion. Seeing that, he seemed somewhat reassured. Alright, the girl in the trench coat is baiting him very well. Junjian said to the person opposite him, Kat is also on our side, we just need to hold out for 5 minutes. Hearing what you said, George sighed softly. I don't know what you're thinking. His hand gripping the sword tightened even more. The source of power surrounding him grew more intense, but it seemed there was no other choice. Junjian silently calculated that the limit of a red magic stone's durability was only 5 minutes. If we can hold out for those 5 minutes, Demicus will return to normal. His eyes showed determination, and in this great battle, I will be the one to win. Elsewhere, a group of people stared at the corpses before them as a voice filled with panic rang out. What is that? What's going on with this overwhelming demonic energy? Someone else corrected that it wasn't the second phase of Catalan. Suddenly his expression changed, it was Herculet. He threw a powerful punch down at the ground. Jay quickly rushed forward with his sword. The power of the two shook the heavens and the earth, sending boulders flying as a great fire rushed in to join the battle. He quickly turned to dodge. Demius raised his fist to block it. Trang, from the other side, swung a sword strike at him. Demius used his other hand to block the attack. He alone is fighting off all the energy directed at him. The battle is intense. Someone watching the battle spoke up. Is Otis fighting Hercules? He's gone insane. He's completely turned into a monster. Another group is also talking among themselves. I'm retreating. Whether to stand and watch or not is up to you. I don't want to die, and I definitely don't want to die like this. Num said to the person standing in front of him. Damn it, why has the great battle turned into such chaos? What do we do now? The other person quietly replied. The red magic stone. She was startled to hear that. What? Enep showed a serious expression. It seems the red magic stone has been activated. We have to intervene. The chaotic battle rages on. Demisius is surrounded by sources of energy. He struggled to resist it. Then he kicked hard with his foot. She was thrown back by the force, but then she tried to hold herself steady. On this side, Ge charged forward with his sword. Demius took it head on. He got into a ready stance on the ground, prepared to fight whatever was charging at him. His sword tip and his fist collided. But the power was so overwhelming that George's blade slowly began to crack. The impact made him let out a painful groan. At a critical energy limit, a burst pushed George away, and behind Demisius appeared the head of a giant savage-based tiger beast activated. He suddenly jumped from where he was standing, a clean flame sweeping across Demisius's shoulder. Junie flew over to pull George out of the melee. They quickly landed. He lay on the ground, panting, and asked him how much longer until it reaches 5 minutes. Jungion was silent. Experiments had proven that 5 minutes was the maximum limit for an incomplete chain spell. You noticed something was off, so why hadn't that monster run out of energy yet? Suddenly your eyes widened. Demicus had rushed over to the two of them. A resolute voice rang out as a powerful wave crashed straight into him. Num and Inept charged forward, weapons in hand. We're here to help. After a moment, Jungon asked, Trang with concern, are you okay? She answered with difficulty. Yes, I'm fine. Although she said that Junjian was still very worried. It seemed like Trang couldn't hold on much longer. He gripped his weapon tightly, wishing he had just a bit more strength. Suddenly, the system appeared, the blood flowing through the blood dragon stone reversed, regenerating from 0.3%. Junjian was stunned when he saw that, raising his hand to cover his mouth as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Trang panicked when she saw his body faltering. Lan Gian, are you okay? The system appeared again, the blood flowing in the blood dragon stone reversed, regenerating by 1%. His hand gripping the weapon tightened more and more, a terrifying gleam flashing in his eyes. Junjian shouted, unleashing his power. On the confusing page, Lunjian, a glowing orb appeared, with dust swirling all around. On this side, someone realized something. Could it be that Num was continuing his teammates' words, and he was also in a state similar to Demius? The system detected reversed blood flow in the blood dragon stone, regenerating -2%. Jungian remained silent at this moment. He started calculating in his mind. 5 minutes had passed, so why hadn't that guy escaped the madness yet? Demius was still rushing in one direction. You suddenly realize that it's a wild flow. Junji sits down in a ready-to-run stance. Does it look like that? Channel your strength down and focus it into your legs. It seemed like a powerful strike that propelled him forward. Seeing that action, Trang panicked. Lai Jungian charged forward with his weapon aimed at the giant lion's mouth. Fierce energy swirled around Jungian as he raised his weapon high. The weapon emitted intense energy. Then decisively, he swung it down hard. It created a massive aftershock. The system displayed a series of congratulatory messages. You have defeated the Catalent. You have collected the pure water of the forest. You have earned the achievement, Beast Slayer, the one who defeated the Lord of the Forest. Your abilities have slightly increased, and you have leveled up. Jungion stepped out from the smoke and fire. The system warning and the mentor's words did not get through. He was puzzled to see this. A red formation appeared beneath his feet. Strange symbols began to appear on Jungion's arm, followed by a series of continuous warnings. You have been weakened by the demonic energy. Your body is starting to run out of strength. Exercise the demonic energy. Jungian screams in agony as his body is burned. Those terrifying and dreadful flames, the fire and water surrounding his entire body, emanate from Lunion's body. The two energies merge and begin to spread, as if wanting to engulf the entire Catalan mountain range. The flames engulfed everything on the ground, causing Enzan and Lehen to collapse in pain. He panicked. Is this fire absorbing his magic? Then he wondered what the hell is going on. In the distance, Demicius is using his strength to withstand the flames. With a terrifying gaze, he smiles as a figure rushes out from the fire. Junjian swung the spear hard as the two forces collided, creating a terrible explosion. Immediately after, they fought fiercely with relentless attacks. Demius clenched his fists, ready to strike. Seeing this, he also shifted into a stance prepared to counterattack. A massive explosion erupted, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. When the dust cleared, Junjian had already plunged the spear into Demicus's chest. He was still frozen, trembling foolishly. He kicked him hard and pulled the spear out. Immediately, Demicus spat out a mouthful of black blood. The surroundings were still shrouded in dust. He had now lost an arm, blood dripping from the wound, and Josh felt a pang of sorrow. Demicius hesitated. "Hey, your hand." But before he could finish speaking, the severed arm had already grown back. A blue flame shot straight down. Athena appeared standing in front of Demicius. She looked coldly at the opposite side. Witnessing what just happened before his eyes, George silently marveled that he was using wild mana to instantly regenerate his body. If Demicius could do this much, then what would the underdog be like? Zhang and Trang shouted in panic. Jungian, the wounds on his body have now fully healed. George Hoang thought in fear. The wound was quite serious, but how could he recover so quickly? Was it because the blue flame had covered the entire gate? Demicius clenched his fist, a giant fiery face appearing behind him. Junjian quickly leapt up, carrying his spear as he charged forward like the wind. The fiery fist in Demicus's hand grew larger. George stood there, wide-eyed in fear, his arm still not fully healed, yet he still intended to use the roar of the predator beast. This is bad. He unleashed that beast roar like a massive whirlwind. Suddenly, blood sprayed endlessly from Demicius's arm. Jungian swiftly struck a powerful blow, igniting a large flame from the clash of the two attacks, which then caused an explosion that devastated the surroundings. Jorge's sword fell to the ground at his feet, and he stood there in shock, unable to believe it. Imp beside him couldn't believe his eyes either. The underdog has won. Demicius is now kneeling on the ground. Jungian quickly landed flames still blazing on his body. He swung his spear, aiming to finish Demicius. George rushed over to stop him. No, Lungian's reason was gone, his eyes blazing red and unfocused. Right now, his only instinct is survival and a fierce desire to slaughter. The blood dragonstone has been affected by the red law. The blood of the previously hunted monsters, mixed with the magic-infused blood of Catalan, formed a hybrid crystal. Lungian would also erupt and explode. Like the result of hunters used as test subjects for the Scarlet Lawstone, the spear was now right next to Demicius. Suddenly, a strong pink force stopped the spear. Athena coldly ordered them to kneel. Jungian suddenly snapped awake. He quickly dropped to his knees, unable to believe his eyes. Those around her reacted much the same. Junjian stood up and bowed, respectfully honored to meet her. Athena frowned in annoyance. "This is really a mess because of you. I'm now in debt, but before that..." Athena glanced down curiously. "Who is this guy?" You quickly added, "This is Junjian." Before you could finish, the other person interrupted with wide eyes. "I am the underdog." Athena observed the one before her, silently thinking, is all the impact on the gate caused by this guy? More importantly, it seems my shield isn't strong enough to withstand him. Athena looked around. The entire Katil forest was engulfed in dangerous flames that could drain magic from other beings. She assessed Junjian. "I thought he was just a rookie sent by Asuka with some luck, but it turns out he has successfully surpassed Herculet." Athena felt threatened. "This is bad," she summoned her spear. "He must be eliminated here." The shaft of the spear glowed with purple electricity as she thrust it forward. Suddenly, a sound cut through the air. "Stop." Athena turned around, and suddenly a rainbow light appeared in the sky. A man appeared out of nowhere. He was stunned. "Him, why are you here?" Xianggu replied. "That's what I want to ask too." Athena frowned. "Did you track the lightning?" He didn't explain, and stood in front of Junjian. She was furious and stepped aside, saying that he must be killed right here. Xianggu's face turned serious, warning that if anyone intended to kill him, he would take it as a declaration of war against Asuka. Athena's face immediately darkened. She sneered, declaring war. "Is he really that important to you? Ridiculous. I thought nothing mattered to you at all." He remained silent. Inep spoke up. "Can you give me some time?" "Honorable Athena, I am Inep of Nin." Athena glanced over. "Are you the Egyptian warrior?" "I know." He placed his hand over his chest, honored that he was recognized. Athena Inep explained that we were assigned by Nin to protect Underdog. She was astonished as he revealed a mysterious eye. "Surely you know this is the Eye of Osiris." Inep raised the eye high in front of her. "Because I am currently representing Nin, I ask you to accept Nin Athena's plea. The system warns that the gate will collapse soon." It began activating a new skill reward in a magnificent castle. Through the glass window, the inside of a room was clearly visible. At this moment, Trang was slumped in her chair, suddenly looking up before rushing to the bedside. Lai Jungian and Trang hid her tears of gratitude to heaven. Junjian tried to make a sound but realized something: his vocal cords weren't working. She explained, "Perhaps your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Please wait a moment, I will call someone here." Finishing her sentence, she immediately went outside. He looked around the round shield with two swords. So this must be the Round Table Run, Jiang thought. Not all powerful hunters form secret organizations to control the world. Many secret organizations are established to serve noble purposes. He thought further and believed the Round Table was one of them. Junjiaong speculated, but in the end they did not take action. They still hide themselves and act under a false facade. Even though England is on the brink of collapse, they continue to remain hidden like that. Despite possessing tremendous power, they made no effort to change anything. He sighed. After all, his body was now a complete mess. His body was exhausted, this creaky frame couldn't speak, and his legs wouldn't move. Suddenly the system spoke up. Hun Yu. Hun Yu was tearing through his sleep. He thought to himself, if he was right, then there was no longer any need for Hun Yu. The status window appeared before him, showing his stats, abilities, and level. Junjian noted that his level was still above 50, but his skills seemed to have declined due to the effect of the hybrid crystal, and he couldn't even speak. New skills appeared on the status board. He was amazed to have acquired skills that could rival unique abilities. Jungian proudly said, I will make you even more pleased. The apocalypse sky has passed and Zhonggu came to visit. How is your body? You saw him sit up and quietly call out. He smiled and said, I heard the mana invasion process is underway. This is a rare case with no specific treatment or solution yet, but judging by your current condition, I don't think we need to worry too much. Jungian plans to rely on the support of the apocalyptic sky and the mana flow, so I think expelling the magic power won't be difficult. Zegu, stay strong and make sure you recover. At that time I had something to ask you. Right now you are standing before the council. Athena ordered that the power Lunyan displayed is too dangerous and abnormal. We demand that you investigate Lunyan's power. Seonggu objected. Ozga did not violate the powers of the hunter members, she interrupted. But aren't you the ones who need to clarify this? He did not hesitate, but the newcomer is the one who broke the pact between Olympus and Ozga. Ozga was promised victory in this great battle, which is why the hunter was sent. Seonggu remembered Junjian losing control. If we had known Hercules would join and break the pact, we wouldn't have sent Lai Junjian either. In this situation, our hunter was simply fulfilling his duty, he asserts. Therefore, the demand for clarification is unreasonable, and I believe you are the ones who should provide an explanation. Olympus Athena remained calm. The power Lunjian possesses is already threatening enough. She gave an example. The entire gate was engulfed in blue flames, even stealing mana from other hunters. This is something unforeseen, Athena insists, so we demand you hand over that new underdog who just joined. If they refuse us, Olympus will be ready to fight Ozga. Seonggu fell silent upon hearing this. Seonggu explained, we are fully aware that the flame can absorb other hunters' mana and is very dangerous, and it is not a skill that has existed before. However, don't you think the very existence of hunters is already a danger? Everyone was stunned. The murmurs of conversation never ceased. You continue. We are all entities that have never existed before, and the skills that hunters possess are terrifying and dangerous to everyone. Zegu was determined because the Olympus side had mentioned that engaging in battle means taking responsibility for their words, which showed contempt for the hunters. Athena gritted her teeth. It's all because of you. Her face darkened. How on earth did you end up here? Facing you makes me lose my temper and I can't think clearly. He looked at her and was about to speak. Athena turned away. After this, I hope we never meet again. Seonggu felt a bit troubled. The system announced that the mana flow had been activated. Jungian was meditating then. Feel the flow of mana and use it. By studying Demis's mana flow, you can see that he has suppressed great power by using the mana already present throughout his body. Juni senses the mana. The name says it all. When applied to attacks, the destructive power will increase. And when applied to defensive armor, the defensive power will also increase. That is the power of the mana flow. First, I need to use the mana flow to heal. The system begins to activate the skill. Rays of light gradually spread throughout Jungyeon's body. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. Junjian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wondered if it was the impurities invading his body caused by the blood dragonstone. Thank God, thanks to the mana flow now, I just need to heal the spots where the impurities are attached. Junjian slowly felt his body. He was surprised the mana flow had been blocked. He saw magical energy swirling around a black orb. Junjian was disappointed. A black orb in his neck was blocking the mana flow. This won't do, I have to try redirecting the mana flow another way. At the training ground, two forces collided. The purple force was at a disadvantage. George swung his sword repeatedly. In Chang raised his blade to block the strikes. George charges forward. You're too slow. She was stunned. Slow am I? Instantly, In Trang swung multiple more strikes, but George still dodged in time. The force scorched the ground where it landed. She jumped up and brought the blade down. He cheered her on. That's right, keep going. Attacking a person isn't the same as fighting a monster, you have to understand that. In her confusion, Trang couldn't grasp the deeper meaning. She decisively swung her blade sideways. George immediately ducked to avoid the blade. His blue sword aura rushed forward, grazing her cheek. She stepped back. He suggested maybe we should stop. Trang felt discouraged, unable to help at the Caton Gate. She recalled that the reason she wasn't summoned was probably because the patron couldn't understand her. Trang thought about the image of Junjian when she couldn't protect him. Even the message from the White Horse Prince was met with a look of pity. She remembered, and that was why she received that message from him. Trang felt disheartened. Although at first I thought Li Junjian and I started from the same point, now he has advanced so much while I haven't improved at all. I'm not worthy to be called his companion. She clenched her fists. That was also the reason why Lun Gion was nearly killed. It's all because I still have many shortcomings. George wipes his sweat, turns his head. Trang approaches. Please do it one more time. Jay turned around. That look was exactly like mine, the regret of not being able to protect the one he wanted. Does Dong Trang have to be like that? She will definitely become stronger. He put the towel down. Alright, let's try again. She's determined, so I have to be too. I have to be stronger no matter what. After training, George entered a room where blood bags and IV fluids were hanging on a stand. He confidently remarked that while inside the cat gate he sensed her potential. This was no joke. George looked at his trembling hand. She really is amazing. Every time my sword clashed with hers, I could feel that she had grown stronger. He clenched his hand just like I used to. Jer looked toward the person lying on the bed. Demicious. He began to speak. I think you'll like this news. It seems Underdog has woken up, George confided. So he sent a message. Wake up quickly. Seeing Demas still lying silently on the bed, George felt sad. The grand building. Gu's car moved slowly. He lifted his head. Jungian was training. Why did you come here? He smiled softly, unable to believe you could already walk again. You always surprise me. The two of you stood facing each other, and you responded like that. He put his hands on his hips and asked, Do you know anything about thunder? You answered calmly. It is a sacred relic of Olympus and was dropped by the manager. He quickly explained, That's right, in this world few powers can match the lightning of the drop. Those abilities are always being watched and hunted down. You interrupted just like Bifrost that I have. He was startled in surprise. How did you? His expression turned worried. Hey, I have something to tell you. He glanced around cautiously, but this wasn't the right place to talk. In my opinion, the blue sky with white clouds and the shimmering rainbow is beautiful. The two stepped out from the door into the courtyard. The building under the blue sky and rainbow looked even more radiant. The fountain keeps running. He looks at Xiangu in awe. So beautiful. He explained further. This is my private territory. Bifrost. He revealed a curious expression. Are you a prophet or a regressor? Jungian did not hesitate. Something similar, but I once read a book about you and your friend. His face darkened. It was the book about the one called The Demon King. Mr. Gu's eyes widened in shock. The scene remained the same. He and the boy stood facing each other on the grounds. He raised his hand. You want me to believe that I killed you? You quickly explain. It wasn't you who killed me. I thought you knew everything that was about to happen. You whispered to yourself. This is not a lie. His face grew sad. You even knew that Athena and I were dating. I have no choice but to believe you. Junigan was filled with questions. What it said about Bifrost was true, right? But that book is incomplete. He was stunned. What you analyzed, that what's written in the book, is only the beginning. The remaining future part was discovered by you by chance. Most of the things about you were also lost. What I know is just a small part of it. Run Gyeong confirmed it once again. This is not a lie. His face grew serious. I understand. So what is your goal? You reached out wanting to change the terrible future you once experienced. From now on, many things will change. The hypothesis in Bifrost's book does not distinguish between lies and truth. It can only assess whether someone is trying to harm him. You press your lips tightly, silently, thinking, I'm sorry I can't tell you everything. Changing the future is not my plan. The towering building stood against the midnight sky. Inept perched on a tree branch outside Junjian's window, his face showing a look of joy. So he really woke up. I was surprised. I didn't expect him to sneak inside the round table meeting. What's the matter? He immediately replied, I sincerely apologize for my disrespect. I took a risk coming here to ask you for this favor, Underdog. You fall silent thinking. I heard he asked me for protection while at the gate, but there's no connection between us at all. He replied, please go ahead. He knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Please come to Nin. This is what I want to ask of you. You flinch. The commander of Nin is kneeling just to ask you for this. We only happened to meet and helped each other in the last battle. So why? How strange. You looked at Imph standing outside the window. Why? A voice echoed from somewhere. There's an intruder. He clenched his teeth in worry. Damn it, I've been discovered. He quickly realized it was because of the bloodstone. He shouted, please go away. Then he quickly left. I stood still looking outside. He thought to himself, if it's the bloodstone, then he must be referring to the madness in Egypt. Did the same thing happen there? The hunters shouldn't know about the bloodstone yet. Thinking back, they intervened immediately when they saw HQlet's transformation. Footsteps echoed from somewhere as Intrang hurriedly ran in. Are you okay? You replied. Yes, I'm fine, at least for now, she said in surprise. You have a bad feeling. I just climbed one mountain, but it feels like I'm about to climb an even higher one. The Roundtable Conference has ended. The conference building was magnificent, and starting the war was Athena's mistake. She walked with you around the grounds. Of course, since Olympus broke the pact, they must take responsibility for that, and for starting the war. You're happy we're finally going home, a voice echoed from behind. Wait, just now you said you recognized me. Turn around, Jay. She hurriedly grabbed the sword in her hand to protect you, stepping back. Trembling, her eyes turned purple. What is this? George appeared in a dark aura, his face gloomy. George stands on the steps watching Intrang and Jun Gyeon. He reassures her Dong Intrang. It's okay, you're confusing. What's the matter? Jun Gyeon explained that although he showed hostility, it seemed like he wanted to talk to me. Intrang looked up shyly and sighed. I understand you, and here facing each other. George spoke up. He has recovered, but he hasn't. It seems this time Demetrius has completely lost. He was straightforward, and thanks to him I have learned a lot, but next time I won't be defeated, Jun Gyeon repeated. Next time, huh? Alright, but I'm not someone who easily lets old grudges go, he muttered, bastard. George pleaded, I can't communicate with her, so please pass on the message. You ask, do you mean the girl in the print? He turns around. She has potential. She will definitely become stronger. Josh reminded me that she seems to want recognition. Reputation and prestige are important, but remember that knowing the patron well is just as crucial. Try to think carefully about the identity of the patron. Intrang was confused. What is he talking about? Jun Gyeon replied. He wants to be a white knight, and she was left speechless. George left without forgetting to wave goodbye. That's it. You watch his back. George. He turned around. Why the flag? Jun Gyeon smiled. In the future, Herculet will become an even stronger beast than before. He will definitely wake up. George said in surprise. You go ahead. I told you I'm not the type to easily let the past go. So next time. Jun Jong suggested. It would be great if we were on the same team. He silently watched the two walk away. Joe clenched his fists tightly, then relaxed them. His face darkened. If what you say is true, that would be wonderful. But right now, he is in critical condition, and will be transferred to Olympus. On the clear lake surface, a stone was thrown, creating small ripples. Jun Gyeon stood on the shore and threw another stone. You were about to throw the next stone, when a voice said, You're really causing trouble. You were stunned, as a blue light flashed in the air, and a blonde girl appeared. I don't know who ordered you to find me, but this is really going too far, Junjia said calmly. You're Mo Lin, right? She was a bit surprised. Oh, you know my identity. Surely you are not an ordinary person. You must be the true leader of the Round Table. Mlin is curious. And who are you? Junjian remained calm. There's no way she doesn't know me. She gritted her teeth. The one who defeated Hercule Underdog. An arrogant hunter. Lin's eyes turned blue. It seems you know me very well, so what is your purpose in provoking me? Surrounded by blue magic, Mo Lin suddenly transformed into a young man. He was furious. You should know that no one in the Round Table dares to go against me, so reveal your true identity. Junjiang fell silent. I am Cao suddenly became cold. Who knows the location of Excalibur? The other person was stunned into silence. At the airport, Jun Gian was walking towards Intrang. She wondered, where have you been all this time? He hinted. There's someone I absolutely have to meet here. Intrang seemed to have discovered something. She looked at his necklace. She stood up and said, and that necklace too, don't tell me you're meeting another girl. Runjian was awkward about that. She snapped, I knew you would be like this. It seems like you're hiding a few women from me, Intrang said gloomily. I didn't expect it, you really are a true player. You tried to justify it, but I did meet a very disappointed girl. Mr. Gu's car cut in. Are you both ready? June noted that you look cheerful. Are you all set too? I'm comfortable. Yeah. Seeing me must have cheered you up. Let's go home now. As they were walking, a voice called out from behind. Excuse me. You turn around. The stranger delivers the message. Merlin told me to tell you to wait. He seemed amused. You will have to pay back something equivalent to that necklace. At the airport, Seonggu glanced at him and asked, how do you know the dream is like that? Jun Jian replied, we have already negotiated. He looked up at your neck and asked, is that Merlin's necklace? You replied, that's right, I almost lost my life because of this. Josh's angry green eyes flashed as he shouted loudly. Surrounded by a surge of power, he jumped down from above. Back at the airport, Jun Jian rubbed his head apologetically as he spoke. Right now, facing them is still a bit too much for me, but I really needed this necklace, so I took a bit of a risk. He smiled softly, sighed as the plane flew through the sky. The plane flew over the city, and inside the cabin in Trang, and he sat close together. She still had some doubts, and turned to ask Junjion. There were some things she still couldn't understand. He glanced over and asked, "What is it?" She immediately replied, "It's about George. Although we are rivals, he still helped me train and gave me advice. If Hercule ended up like that because of what you did, he would be lying motionless in bed. Then I think I should have faced his hatred too." She looked up, thinking, then asked herself, "But the way he helped me, and how he interacted with you, it seems I really don't understand the qualities of a top hunter, do I?" He smirked and said, "It's probably just intuition." She asked with doubt, "Intuition?" Junjion calmly replied. It seemed he realized I had no intention of provoking Hercules. A voice announced on the plane, "The plane is about to land, please fasten your seatbelts." A series of camera flashes went off in succession. The press lined up in a long row with photographers continuously shouting, "Oh, underdog, underdog, underdog." You awkwardly read the welcome sign saying underdog defeated Hercule. He quickly explained that they only knew about the challenge and your victory. Seonggu turned to tease him or maybe wave to them. Junjion gently asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He sneered and replied, "It's a surprise for you, isn't it what you wanted to become famous?" Junjion smiled happily. He slowly walked in, waved cheerfully. The photographers excitedly snapped their cameras and shouted loudly. Flashes blazed, and in one intense moment, had he defeated Hercule? "Didn't you say he was a monster?" Just hearing his name strikes fear across all of Europe. "Wait, hasn't he only been a hunter for less than a year? They say it's not even been 6 months. DM, you say he defeated Hewlett? No way." Amid the rising wave of the hero era, the most celebrated hunter is of course the underdog. In the evening at the abandoned industrial area, he stood with Trang. She turned to him and asked what he planned to do next. Junjion replied, "I still have a lot to do." He began listing, "I need to repair weapons items not yet soaked in blood, and the hybrid crystal created by the Blood Dragon Stone, and the side effects of the Chain Tower Stone." Hyeon Mu was still sleeping peacefully. In front of him was a pool of blood, the image of Imph kneeling and begging. "Most importantly, I still have work to do in Nin," he said softly, "but the first thing I need to do." Junjion suddenly turned around and said, "Moving house." "I've always wanted to have a home of my own since I was a child," he said happily. She helplessly thought that moving was the most urgent task. She quickly told him that was fine. It seemed like he didn't need my help for now. "I have something to say," Yu asked curiously. "What?" Trang replied. "From now on, I will act according to my own will." "You seem a bit surprised." She expressed that the surprise attack with Lung Jan made me very happy, and was a valuable experience. But after hearing what Joger said, I realized there was something I needed to do myself. In the darkness, as the surroundings grew quiet, Jungan pondered for a long while, and Trang slowly walked away. He smiled quietly, thinking she seemed to realize that Dong and Trang would soon become stronger. A call came in, and he answered. "Hello." A voice came from the other end. "Junjion, this is Kim X. The chairman of the association is calling you." You fell silent and kept listening. "I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning." His face darkened. He suddenly thought of something. "I forgot the most important thing." You remembered Odin. The tower at the top is the clock. George hurriedly ran while saying, "No way, no way." He accelerated faster with bursts of power lighting up the entire arena. That fist was the source of that strength. Domitius trained hard, throwing powerful punches non-stop. He was gasping sweat pouring down, unable to believe his eyes as he called out to Domitius. He turned and called out to Josh. He reached out his hand and asked, "What's going on?" "When did you wake up?" he replied in surprise. "Why are you acting like this? Is this the first time you've seen a hunter get defeated?" he said firmly. "You've never lost before." "Well, that's true." He smiled. Job thought to himself, something has changed because whenever he's worried, he always overreacts. He looked at Domitius, who now seemed unbelievably calm. He appeared completely untroubled. He saw Lat and immediately asked, "What's going on?" He replied, "It seems from the start he never intended to be my enemy." He flinched, his eyes shifting to a fierce red as he replied, "Now I have complete control over my rage. I can even harness its full power." There he looked at his hand and said triumphantly, "It seems he has given me a gift." Junjia affirmed that in the future, HQlet would become a beast stronger than before. "He will definitely wake up," you said happily. "It would be great if we were on the same team." George smiled with delight. The sunset bathed the desolate land in its glow. In the midst of the battlefield, a figure collapsed, a sharp blade plunged into the ground. Suddenly, two beams of light collided in the air. Trang was pushed back a few steps, her agile feet quickly stopping. She landed firmly, raising her sword as a mysterious purple energy surrounded her. In front of her stood Gongdu, with a fierce look. She guessed it had been about 3 days. Trang panted heavily, sweat pouring down as she wondered where this monster-like figure had come from. "I keep feeling like I'm facing HQlet." Its sharp teeth exhale a fierce breath, power surging. The system displayed a notification. "White Horse Prince has helped you restore your strength." She pondered, realizing she barely maintained the support from her sponsors. This guy must be exhausted too. He didn't back down, swinging his arms straight at me. The impact shook the ground, and Trang quickly leapt forward to dodge the attack. Then she swung her hand, gripping the sword high, slashing straight at the opponent. A slash cut across its shoulder, making it stagger. She raised her sword again with determination. I'm not sure what saving the sleeping princess means. Then she gathered her strength and leapt down from the air. However, anything that threatened the princess, Trang shouted, I will kill them all. The downward slash created a pillar of purple energy light. She lunged onto the red monster, driving her sword straight into it. Wounded blood sprayed painfully from its mouth. It immediately countered with a punch wrapped in energy, the blow striking the left side of her ribs. The shockwave spread out, sending Trang flying far back, dragging a long trail across the ground. Exhausted, she lay flat on the ground with the sword lodged in her chest. Her body was covered in scratches. As she struggled to rise through the smoke, her eyes fixed ahead to assess the situation, only to see the red monster lying unconscious in the chaos. Her trembling hand supported her body before she finally relaxed and leaned back on the ground, relieved to rest for a moment. Trang thought to herself, I'm out of medicine, and even if there was more, I don't have the strength to take it out. Am I really going to die here with that guy like this? Suddenly, Hyen Mu appeared out of nowhere, holding a floating bottle of medicine, asking if she needed it. She exclaimed in surprise, Black Soldier, as the system notification popped up on the screen. The White Horse Prince is praising your achievements. The White Horse Prince is granting you a codename and will reveal his true name. Congratulations on acquiring the codename XF. The sky slowly turned pink as the faint clouds drifted by. Then Jungian came over, stood in front of her, and asked, Are you awake? She straightened up and blinked in confusion. Where is this place? He smiled softly, and she wondered where they were. We are right at the gate. She still didn't understand what had just happened. My body is feeling strangely better. Did you give me a potion? You say no. But congratulations. You raised your arm as a swirling energy was drawn into your embrace. Trang still felt confused. Congratulations for what? Trang turned around, looking around. Oh, I almost forgot I don't see my sword anywhere. Junjiang spoke up. I had a feeling she would be killed. Her gaze toward it confirmed this. But now I don't think it's a monster. The red monster still lies defeated in a pitiful posture. She approached it, holding the sword, and expressed her thanks for earning a nickname partly thanks to him. She gripped the sword hilt tightly and pulled it up with force. The system then displayed a new notification. You have saved the princess. The elf prince Sifit has sponsored the elf mage for the princess. The elf prince Sifit will punish the elf mage. A bright blue light flared up, stretching straight into the sky before the two of them. Looked confused. The elf prince Sif was the sponsor. Wait, is it a girl? The red monster shrank from its bulky body to the size of a tiny person. She was confused as it ran over and climbed onto her shoulder. Huh, you explain. It belongs to your possession. It sat perched on my shoulder while I was dazed. My possession? You swear it. That's right, it's just like the Black Knight. Congratulations again. Now you have a code name. You've officially become a true hero. The red monster was very excited to hear that. Trang took a closer look. I don't know why, but I feel a connection to it. It's kind of cute too. Jungian gave a reminder. Please protect the princess and the White Horse Prince. Have you decided on a name yet? She asked, standing face to face. Not yet. The tiny monster hissed softly, making strange sounds. She still didn't understand. The tiny monster continued to growl softly. She understood what it wanted. Gung, is that your name? Are you trying to say the word princess? It replied in its own language. The system translated its thoughts. The White Horse Prince was smiling with satisfaction. The apocalypse sky is smiling at this strange situation. Jungian quietly chuckles in thought. She won a battle against that elite mage. The way Trang and Hakbin grow is the same. She kept asking how you managed to get here. He reluctantly answered. She still asked why. You explained to her that clearing the gate usually takes 1 to 2 days, but by the 3rd day, she still hadn't come out. She was aware of that, and Jungi, you added an important point. I have a few things to tell you. Be careful with this one. The fierce two-headed monster carrying 2 blades advanced, and he encouraged her since she was in charge of this gate, just 1 more to go. Trang greeted with a deadly intent. All right. The aura of my energy enveloped my thoughts. After receiving the codename, my power increased significantly. I can feel the energy surging through my body. The boss of the goblin village, the two-headed goblin. She smirked, deciding this opponent was strong enough to test her heroic power, then gathered her strength and launched herself toward the monster. From above, he raised the great sword high, intending to strike right down the middle of it. Gongdu suddenly jumped down, expanding his body back to its original size, much to her surprise. The two-headed boss roared as energy radiated from it. It lunged forward, slashing the monster twice while letting out a powerful roar. The system notification appeared. You have defeated the final boss of the dungeon, the two-headed goblin. Jungian was helpless despite its help. I don't think we really need that, Prince. She was speechless and just chuckled a few times. Haha. The system announces that the gate has been cleared. The White Horse Prince is watching all your actions and smiling. The fallen angel shook her head. She turned to ask, genuinely surprised, "What wind has brought you here? You're suggesting I should go to China, now come with me." Before those words, she flinched sharply. Odin's test had ended successfully. He appeared joyful in his eyes. I wondered if the taboo had been triggered. A blue crystal appeared, but we were able to trick it with Merlin's necklace, so I am Junjian. The scene of the magnificent castle appeared with two figures standing on a lower roof looking towards the dawn. Welcome to the secret power controlling the world. The Dark Army will continue to grow until it obtains a complete body. You recall a line of undead, though not on the level of the evil king's army. You can create 7 more skulls for the army, and another one appears in your arms. On your hand is a bracelet with 2 skulls showing the status the skeleton is inactive. You went to see the blacksmith Brock, and your spear was repaired thanks to Perun, a sword wrapped in fierce flames. It has a flaw that it can turn against and kill its owner. And the memory of thousands of skeletons moving in formation comes back. Now it's time to go to the most dangerous place in the world. China. China could not stop the gates, and has become a kingdom of monsters. But it is also the only place where someone capable of repairing the black orb can be found. The middle-aged man with a beard stood in the distance observing the battlefield. And this war will take place in China. At the northern frontline battlefield, many orcs armed with weapons advanced full of blood and vigor, eager for battle without hesitation. On the other side, the group stood ready to face the enemy. Sane identified them as a pack of snow orcs. Another person complained, "Damn it, 3 hours have passed already." A small flame suddenly flared up and grew into a raging wall of fire between the two sides, shocking everyone. It is gradually burning the herd of snow oxen. They are being burned in pain as if the source has been discovered. The two of them turned their heads to confirm. A few meters away, 2 figures stood on the hill. Junjian's right hand still held remnants of the earlier energy, his eyes glowing red. Dong Intrang and Seong Gu approached the group ahead. "Jane is grateful and thanks you for your help, but are you really going over there? You keep insisting. It's nothing. We thank you for helping to protect this country. I also have a few things to discuss with their side." He hesitates. "I know you defeated Herculate, but I'm still very worried. This is a barrier that no one can cross, so even if we wanted to, we can't go any further." He stood back and thought, "While you're comforting yourself, don't worry too much. I know what to do." The place before them gradually changed into a misty water barrier. He suggested, "Let's see, even if the crowd breaks through it, they still can't move forward. It is something very mysterious." Intrang, wearing a jacket over his shoulders, is Gu, wondering, "What is that?" He explained, "It's a gate. The entire country of China has turned into a gate." She repeated, "A gate. Every word you say is a bit mysterious, but she'll understand soon enough." Songgu's hand touched the water curtain, causing it to ripple. He informed the two of them, starting now. His eyes glowed golden as a warning. "No matter what happens, I won't be able to help you." But the water began to separate from Lan's hand, "So I will return here in a month." He added, "If you two can't get out, I will come back next month, checking in every month. You agreed to the pact, and if everything goes smoothly, we will exit at the right path." Mr. Gu hopes it will be so. He watched the two of them walk in together, his gaze never leaving the figure walking away, trusting that he was always doing his best to fulfill his promises and help as many people as possible. His steps seemed more determined, the weight of responsibility heavier, so I would bear some of the burden he carried. Inside China, the weather is freezing with snow everywhere. The two walk through the biting cold, their conversation echoing. Could there really be someone in this icy place? Gongdu, tucked inside her collar, agreed silently. Her trembling breath blended with the cold air. "It's colder than I thought, and he was worried too. If it's colder than I expected, that means everything is progressing faster than before." Amid the howling, the strange creature hidden in the snowstorm made him cautious. It was a snow ogre. She stepped forward, gripping her sword, her voice echoing. "I need to warm up, so let me take care of that one." The blade swung, slicing through the snow owl's body, its massive form shaken by the overwhelming force. The owls were not alone, they charged like a pack of hunting wolves. They angrily attacked her all at once, but she was ready to take down every challenger. "Good, come here. I thought the beast would attack me, but it ran away from you like something scared it. You sense something is wrong, as if something has changed." Other giant creatures rush in from the bone fog, their tusks like long horns appearing. The system displays information about it. The ice creature is immune to cold, has high regenerative abilities like all other ice creatures. Its strength is equivalent to a B-rank hunter. Junjian takes out an alarm weapon, being cautious, because it is an ice creature. Junjian swung his twin ice claws down, and Intrang also put all her strength into slashing another one sideways. The blue blood of the ice creatures splattered everywhere, and the snow-covered space gradually returned to its quiet state. The two stood amid the countless corpses at their feet, and she was quite surprised. "What is this?" Facing him, she wondered strangely. "Why are there so many monsters here?" They are not only very strong but also difficult to control and suppress their magical power, right? She seemed concerned about that. That's right, their fighting style and actions are just like humans. You're sure your guess is correct. The gate is opening faster than expected, so you decide to move forward. The snow blew thicker, covering the trees in white. The two of them walked side by side, braving the harsh weather as they pressed forward. The biting cold wind blew against, in Trang's face, making her uncomfortable and a bit impatient. "How much longer do we have to go?" Junji replied. "If we walk, it will probably take about a month." Dong. In Trang suddenly shouted as if she couldn't believe it. "What? 1 whole month? Are you sure about what you just said? I said we could walk, but we don't have that much time to waste. Now, let's go find a way to get around." And our first destination, with eyes fixed on the cold, endless mountains, is the peak of Mount Bakdu. A sword was stuck in the ground, and the two sat warming themselves by a small fire. While resting, Junjian walked around. "I'll go check it out a bit." She and Gongdu nodded in agreement and waited for him here. After a long while, he finally found 2 snow reindeer. They rode them swiftly, racing through the storm toward the Bichdu-sa mountain ahead. Upon arrival, she and he stopped at a desolate place with a clear trail. In Trang felt they were going the wrong way. "Are you sure we're climbing to the top of Bichdu Mountain? It's supposed to be colder, but I actually feel warm." She pulled her down jacket back on and asked, "And I didn't see any sign of monsters on the way up here either." You answered as if you already knew about it. "The owner of the mountain is guarding it." A flood of questions came rushing in. The owner of the mountain? Is it a human? His expression remained serious and unchanged, denying it. "No." She raised a few more thoughts instead. "So it's a monster, right? Or is it an animal? You still stick to your original answer? Or not? I don't know what to call that." "Your demeanor is calm. But we will meet soon. Let the reindeer stay here. Now, let's go." The energy in those blazing red eyes is intensely focused. "First, we have to get through this barrier." What you're seeing is a high-level energy barrier sealing everything off from the other side. Contrasting the cold weather, the sky beyond was clear and endlessly blue. A tiny figure in a suit stood tall on the rooftop. Zhang Hian questioned himself after the gates appeared, and the world fell into chaos because he possessed a power awakened stronger than anyone else. "I founded Azga, and lived with Tramnon for the sake of humanity." From above, the bustling city unfolds below. "When I use my power to help people, I realized a few things. Those without magical power being left behind is completely normal. More precisely, the hunters who have survived through all hardships are the ones I need to protect." His face darkened with regret. "Too bad El Jungian has already gone to China. But I am very disappointed with China, because it did not meet any of my expectations. Apart from climate change and monsters running rampant, nothing satisfies me." He immediately admitted it in his mind. "But the guy who defeated Hercules without heroic power, maybe he's something I can't find." He looked at his palm, a wicked smile on his face. "Hehehe, how interesting." The corner of his mouth curled up as he licked his lips, savoring the hunt. Realizing his dark thoughts, he covered his mouth with his hand. "Oh no," he warned himself, "I shouldn't be so hasty." The energy around him laughed wickedly. "I have to savor it slowly for it to taste good, because this is the last meal to soothe my hunger." The scenery changes and the two stand in a new land, she murmurs in awe. "Oh," Trang is excited to know if we have arrived yet. You immediately respond. Then suddenly stopping, they look toward what caught your attention. Weapons glowed in their hands, power erupting. You stood there, surrounded by a red glow alert on the mountaintop as a group of mysterious, fully armed and fierce people appeared before you. She also drew her sword ready to fight. "Hunter, are these guys some kind of monsters or what? Do you know anything about them?" You clarified that they were survivors from the old North Korea. The enemies showed clear shock at your knowledge of their identity. "How could you possibly know our identities?" Not wanting to argue, you made a request. "I want to meet the master of this mountain." The two strangers from the tribe were suspicious. "How do they know Sangun? They really are dangerous." He shouted, raising his fist high and declaring, "They are the intruders." Everyone move forward. Junjia doesn't want to get caught up in their threatening trouble. "I don't want to waste time fighting, but maybe there's no choice but to fight." A voice rang out from somewhere, cutting through the impending battle. "Uncle," he turned to look at the newcomer. The little girl standing in the distant grass waved cheerfully. Sangun said to invite them in. North Korea had long disappeared due to the failure of nuclear experiments, turning it into a wasteland even before the gates appeared, and many North Korean citizens began migrating to the south, South Korea or China, to survive. Bo Ni held his sword cautiously as he looked at them. "I ask again, how did you find out our identities?" You fall silent and think. "That's definitely a hard question to answer." Neil immediately went over to scold. "Oh my, why are you treating Sangun's guests like this? If they know Sangun, of course they know us too." He awkwardly replied, "What if they are bad people, besides Sun right now?" Then they discussed among themselves. Neil looked at him. Then she spoke up to explain. "He's always worried like that, because a long time ago there were also bad people who came here and tried to harm Sangun. Fortunately, everyone here fought against those bad people. He looked down at Ung Neil and called her. She immediately responded. His face suddenly darkened as he looked seriously at Ung Yellow. The girl flinched a bit, worried. In a certain city, people were bustling about strolling and shopping. A young man and woman nearby were curious. Visitors. It's been a long time since anyone came here, hasn't it? The young man added, look at their clothes. It's strange, hasn't the outside world already collapsed? Enrang looked at him and said, we have about 200 people, most of whom are hunters, he replied as he walked. They are all survivors of a brutal event. He suddenly hesitated for a moment. She looked at them with indifference and said, you can't come in here. Jungong calmly asked the person pointing a spear at him, is this how you treat guests here? You continued, isn't Sangun the master of this mountain, the one who told you to escort us to him? Kun replied with a wary look. Even so, you are not allowed to meet Sangun. Heel hurriedly ran over. Oh my god. Si coldly looked down at the girl. No, you're the one who knows his condition best. Jungion looked at him, red sparks gradually appearing around him. What's wrong with Sun's condition? Did something happen to him? I have no say here. She immediately grew angry, ready to fight as blue sparks surrounded his spear. You bastard, you, trying to provoke me. Un shouted angrily, stopped, and looked silently at the girl. The whole palace also stopped and looked at her. Ungel ordered angrily, I, Mayor John J., order you to step aside. She immediately bowed her head and stepped aside. I'm sorry, I will follow your instructions. After calming down, Unio looked back at the two. Let's go to meet Sangun. The three of them slowly walked through a tunnel lit by torches. As they walked, Jungion asked Trang, do you know the legend of Dangun? She repeated curiously, the Dangun legend. He slowly explained, there is a forgotten national legend called the Danan legend. Wanung descended from the mountain and founded Korea, our country. Trang immediately asked back, why did you suddenly bring this up? Ungel happily led the way as he continued, this girl is very likely a relative or someone connected to that legend. Then the girl shouted and happily ran inside to Sangun. Blue auras spread through the air, originating from deep within the tunnel. A white tiger lies there, and those auras come from him. He slowly stepped forward, stood before the giant tiger, and said, are you Sangun? Sangun looked at him and said, daring to oppose my military forces, and even knowing about me, you truly are a special guest. Then he slowly stood up. Yes, I am the master of Bikdu Mountain. Sangun, why have you come here? Intrang was slightly stunned by Sangun's presence. This power of words is terrifying, Junjion replied calmly, truly chaotic. This made Sun fall silent. He then continued, the power protecting Mount Degru will disappear at any moment. Is that really the case, Sangun? He looked up at him silently, calculating in his mind. He is slowly fading into death because of his magical power, and even Mount Bikdu is gradually being destroyed. Sangun looked down at him. Who are you? Junjian replied, there is someone who can help you, and the person I want to meet is not you. He slowly revealed his true purpose. I want to meet the true master of this mountain. Sangun growled angrily and insolently, his face darkening with impatience. You succeeded in imprisoning someone, but there's no way a dying bastard is the master of this mountain. Tell me where you're holding that person. Then I'll save you and that John J too. Sangun glared at Junjian. The outside scene was open with a clear blue sky. Jin Gion and In Trang stood together on a narrow path beneath the tree branches. In Trang then voiced the question in her heart. Tell me who exactly is Sun. You said he's not a monster. You smiled softly and replied, you can simply think of him as being similar to the deer we rode here. However, he is a much higher level creature. You recall the time you went with her, and the two deer simply put after absorbing the magical power from the ground caused by the gate, their personality and appearance changed. She then said, but being able to talk to humans and possessing such immense power is impossible. His attitude was the same. You looked down and agreed. She is right. But before absorbing the magical power, he was already different from other animals. Do you know about the alpha species? They are creatures with large, strong bodies and brains, far smarter than other species. Over time, those alpha creatures can become the main characters in legendary stories. And Janji's son is proof of that. You kept explaining because he has a sponsor. And Trang was immediately stunned. You're explaining again, he's also a type of hunter. And he's currently injured because the intruder has taken over Bichdu Mountain. You look up at the sky and reveal he is not our only target, but also that intruder. You have harmed him. Ungel stretched out her hands, releasing waves of energy, then suddenly screamed as the world opened up, and a beam of light flashed across the clear sky. The beam of light shone straight down to the ground, creating strong winds in the quiet hills. Jun Gion and Intrang stood at the edge of a cliff, silently watching the light. Then they jumped down. Intrang followed right after Jun Jian into the beam of light. A shockwave spread out immediately after. Then the girl withdrew her hand, and the world closed in. The beam of light slowly faded away. Ui let out a sigh and said, please return safely. Immediately after, a notification appeared. You have entered the fast-track gate of the sealed territory. The two of them appeared again in another tunnel darker than before. Intrang was still confused. What exactly is a fast-travel gate? Jungon calmly explained as he created a small flame in his hand. It is a gate that appears inside another gate. Because both North Korea and China are affected by the gates, almost all the gates here are considered express gates. Intrang complained again. It's too hot here before it was freezing cold, and he just smiled and replied, just think of it as training. Don't you see that it makes us stronger? Information about the skill appeared. The prince riding the white horse granted heat resistance. In his mind he thought, as expected, the hero inheriting Prince Oxersved's power was not stingy at all. Intrang kept wishing aloud, hoping she could also gain cold resistance. She was quickly taking down the monsters blocking the way. The sword sliced the monster in half. After defeating the creature, she sighed and looked at him. Phew, finally done. 2 notification boards sounded in succession. Fire control proficiency has increased. You have leveled up. Junjian smiled quietly, just as he thought the heavenly gate with its strong firepower is great for leveling up. Intrang looked up and hesitated before asking, but the clan leader, who is that child? Could it be the one who created these sealed territories? He laughed and replied, yes, but to be precise, it didn't create these sealed territories. It uses them to imprison intruders inside. This is the center of Bikdu Mountain where all the mountain's power converges. Sangun's source of power also comes from here. Jungian continues with Unal. That girl can use the power of this mountain. She is the one who grants power to Sangun. Those words caught her off guard. She raised another question, then Sangun is not the strongest. The strongest is the Ungul clan leader. Right, so could it be that you quickly interrupted? The intruder in the sealed territory is stronger, possibly stronger than any slug monster we've ever encountered. Intrang's eyes widened slightly in realization. So the kid's name is Ungul. That's quite a unique name. Junie shook his head. No, I don't know its name. Ungul is just a nickname. That girl is a hero. His expression showed a hint of helplessness. Haha, this world really is vast. I worked hard to become a hero, and yet I run into them everywhere. A book titled Heavenly Pond Village is the best place to grow. Jungon clenched his spear tightly and charged forward, thinking that just as the Demon King's story mentioned, it's really hard to find a hunting ground like this. I have to grow as fast as possible to cope with sudden changes that may come in the future. A huge explosion with flames bursting out as he thrusts his spear through a monster. Fragments of stone and burning monster corpses fell to the ground amid the dust. The notification board appeared again. Proficiency in fire control has increased. You have leveled up. Intrang put her hand on her hip and admired him. His sponsor is really amazing. How much did they sponsor you for you to get so strong so fast? Jungong looked back at her and smiled, saying, in my opinion, the prince on the white horse is even better than that. Then I thought it was because I got stronger thanks to the player's traits. Suddenly 2 dark red notifications appeared. The Apocalypse Sky snorted. The Apocalypse Sky showed its worth and granted a number of attribute points. A soft glow radiated gently from his body. The notification panels kept appearing one after another. The prince on the white horse smiled softly. The dawn sky glared at someone. The prince riding the white horse stopped, smiling, and lowered his head. He placed his hand on his forehead and sighed in frustration. Meanwhile, Intrang watched him from behind with admiration. Wow, that's really amazing. On Sangun and Uniel's side, the girl standing in front of Sangun anxiously asked, how are you feeling? Sangun responded indifferently. It's the same. Sangun is slowly dying because he is using his power to protect Bikstu Mountain and Thien Tri Village, while also sealing the intruder. His vitality is weakening. The girl continued, I should be the one maintaining the power of Bikstu Mountain. He's also injured. Sangun, maybe I should take back the power. Sangun was startled and looked over, realizing that wouldn't do. He continued. They really are strong. However, the invaders are much stronger. Ungul looked at him and asked, then why did you send them to Thien Chi? Sir Sangun looked down somewhat contemplative. Sangun continued, I can't see his power. What I see is what lies behind him. I see the similarity behind both him and the intruder. Outside, the ground shakes violently as a barrier slowly forms in the air. The purple auras hovered in the tunnel where Jungion and Intrang stood. She was slightly startled. Was that the intruder? A boy stood silently before them, purple energy still radiating from him. He looked at the two, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Intrang turned around in shock and asked the girl, is that kid an intruder? The boy denied it with a dark expression. You're mistaken. He stared at the boy with caution. That's not a human. You shouldn't judge by appearances. Intrang quickly looked back with caution, thinking, how can you judge by appearances? A dense purple aura kept spreading gradually, forming the shape of a white wolf. Intrang was a bit stunned, along with Cao, who said with certainty, that thing, do you think we can beat it? He suddenly opened his eyes wide, baring sharp teeth. The boy growled and charged, and before Intrang could react, Gongdu had already leapt forward to protect him. Facing the enemy, it let out a warning roar, and the boy immediately extended his claws to grab it. This power was overwhelming, as if it wanted to crush Gongdu's small body. Why, Trang saw this and shouted anxiously, "Princess!" The sword in her hand glowed. Trang charged at the boy with her weapon. He was unharmed and even counterattacked. Fortunately, she managed to defend in time. She thought to herself, what kind of power is this, that's so overwhelming? Seeing the situation was bad, Junjian stepped in to help. His eyes blazed red, his whole body radiating energy. He struck straight at the boy with his spear, but the boy flew up just in time to dodge. From above, the boy formed claws to seize his opponent. Sensing danger, Junjian prepared his stance and raised his weapon. Waiting for the right moment, he shouted and charged forward. Ha! The two forces collided, creating multiple fireballs. The fierce battle lit up the entire area. At that moment, the system displayed an announcement of the apocalyptic sky, watching everyone intently with sunken eyes in the lead village. Umel anxiously ordered his subordinates to quickly evacuate the children and the weak to a safe place. The subordinates received the order and responded seriously, requesting permission to proceed. After finishing, the girl went to find Kun, who was training in martial arts. Seeing her approach, he stopped and walked over to ask Chief, "Will everything be all right?" The girl remained silent, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, Umio spoke up. "Don't worry if anything uncertain happens. Sun Quan and I will handle it. You should quickly go assist with the evacuation." Hearing this, he bowed his head and replied, "Yes, sir." Glancing into the distance, the girl silently thought that if they failed, neither she nor Sun Quan could stop him. The fate of village Koch rested entirely in their hands. Thinking of this, the girl blurted out the thoughts in her heart. "So please come back safely." By a lake in the forest where the battle took place, Gongdu lay unconscious on the ground. Trang, with torn clothes, half sitting, half kneeling, watched anxiously. As for Junjian, he is being restrained by the boy's claws, and Trang can't help but call out his name with worry. The kid tightened his grip even more. Not giving his opponent a moment to rejoice, he began grabbing the sharp claws, and fiercely resisting. "Yeah." Gritting his teeth, Jungan's eyes suddenly froze as if he saw something. The system sent a message to the status window of L. Junjian, level 54 player trait nickname Goblin Slayer. Strength 158, Agility 171, Endurance 167 mana, 199 Fire Control, Power Level 9, Mystical Beast, Black Tortoise Core Spirit Development, Soul Absorption inactive. Reading the notification, he thought his magic power development had been blocked, but thanks to the mana flow, it was growing relatively fast. But not long after, he continued to reason. Until now, the mana flow was still only at level 1. Even the power to control fire will no longer develop in Heavenly Lead. Puzzled about how to solve this, he was still thinking when the system announced that the mana flow had leveled up. At that moment, Junjian suddenly awakened, regaining his strength as a powerful energy radiated from him. The kid was also surprised to see this change. He gaped in shock as he watched him escape his claws and grow even stronger. Breaking free from control, Junjian clutched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. He assessed the flow of mana activated in this life-threatening battle situation. As he reached out to cast a spell, he felt a bit uncertain. However, the monsters he had faced recently barely posed any threat to him. Jungan grabbed his weapon and continued to speculate. "As for this guy, I think it's possible though, a bit slow." He felt mana enveloping every cell in his body, as if being reborn. The power on the spear seemed to increase as well. Junjian was now ready to return to the fight. Seeing this, the kid crawled on the ground to change his attack stance. "Yeah." Runjiang launched the spear towards the opponent with a warning. "This one's going to hurt a bit," he shouted as he charged forward. The Thiendium system once again displayed an unbelievable achievement notification. "You have acquired the Thiendium skill without any assistance. You will receive a large number of points based on your achievements." Seeing your teammates grow stronger, Trang wonders what exactly it is. Condensed demonic energy. The space around Lai Jungian is being distorted. Meanwhile, Junjian charged forward to attack the boy, who counterattacked in return. The energy radiating from both sides now was like water and fire. When they collided, it was like a bomb exploding. Its power was so great that it shook the entire area. The boy was thrown far away by the blast. The system continuously announced that the fire control skill had reached level 10. "You have achieved the title of Fire Master." The control power has changed to the Harmony Lord. The collision created a massive flame like an erupting volcano. In the flames engulfing Van Apgun and Trang could not help but be amazed. Van Gun was unharmed, as if resonating with the flames. Run Gyeong stepped closer to assess the situation. Van Apgan growled in the fire as if threatening. At that moment, the Demon King's memoir appeared with the words, "I crossed the flames to approach it." Junjiang thought that after all, because of its origin, this beast could not betray itself. The book then revealed that it was a wounded beast, its eyes once filled with rage and pain now overwhelmed by sorrow. Suddenly the beast's eyes softened wide open. The memoir displayed the next line. Soon it will find its master. The image of Van Apgan standing in the flames looked very pitiful at this moment. Junjian pondered and looked up at it. The system warned of the apocalyptic sky, as it watched him with a serious gaze. They stood silently between the ring of fire watching each other. A notification appeared. The apocalypse sky, the sponsor, formed a connection. June stepped forward and reached out to touch Van Gun's forehead. It closed its eyes and complied with him. The system sent more information as the apocalyptic sky watched the lost child. Seeing the beast obediently, let me touch it, I analyzed. Although it's docile now, it was once one of the demons that wreaked havoc on the world alongside the Demon King. It is an ally and follower of the Demon King, treated by the Demon King like his own child. The memoir reveals information: the White Snow King, the Lord of Beasts, the divine Fang names by which people know it. Reading this, you couldn't help but say the name Fenria. The system suggested that the bond had evolved into divine obedience. Divine servitude is now available. Do you want to activate it? At the same time, in Qi village, Ungniel reached out and touched the ground. The girl seriously thought, had Dongzhen stopped, was it over? Seeing the two figures from afar, she was relieved. You have returned safely. Their clothes were torn and Jun Gian was holding an unconscious boy in his arms. Seeing the boy, the girl was startled an intruder. The girl angrily called out to Sunday. The two were startled by the shout. At that moment, Sun heard a call coming from behind the girl. Heo frowned and questioned. What do you mean by doing this? Junjia calmly replied. I kept my promise. Sangun growled angrily. So you were deceiving me all along. Didn't you say you would destroy the intruder? He retorted. I never said I would destroy anyone. I said I would save you in the village. He frowned and explained. This one is no longer a threat. Fenria widened her eyes and stared intently at her master, then suddenly jumped out of his arms and stood on the ground. The boy stared coldly across his icy gaze, making Sangun and Ungul step back cautiously. Fenri looked up at Junjian as if receiving a signal, and the boy bowed, deeply surprising her. Junjian smiled, patted his head and said, You see it now, right? The village gradually returned to peace. Fenria opened her mouth and called out Gio's name. He saw it mispronounced and corrected it. Not Jugio, it's Junyan. The kid tried to read along but still got it wrong. Jugogi Jungian helplessly thought that he couldn't even speak properly. In Trang and Gong, Du approached the two while calling El Jungion. The boy saw them coming and immediately became hostile. Yeah, she quickly explained. Venria is not the enemy. Suddenly, the boy noticed something beside him. Then the boy grabbed the yoke and shouted. Yeah, Trang anxiously called out to Theo. Hey, don't. Jungion smiled reassuringly. It's okay, kids, are just playing. She anxiously replied, I don't think so. The system suddenly announced. The prince rode a white horse, crying over the apocalypse toy, laughing triumphantly. One day, by the lake behind the mountain, Unel and Jungion stood by the lake. The girl asked curiously, Why did you call me here? He explained, I promised Sangun that I would deal with the intruder and help him recover. The next words startled her, and if I can do it, I can take you with me. Listened and looked at him without saying anything. Junji was not in a hurry, but not yet. I will come back to pick you up after finishing the job in China, so be ready. After saying that, he summoned the sword and without hesitation threw it into the lake. Looking down at the surface of the lake, he said, By the way, keep it safe until I come back, and if you can perform one of the rituals on it, even better. Heo asked in confusion. What? The sword gradually sank. You go ahead, that important matter can wait. I still have to deliver it to someone. The girl frowned and said nothing. In the village, people gathered in crowds, and 4 people stood at the village gate to say goodbye to the villagers. On behalf of everyone, Boni spoke up. We apologize for what happened before. All the outsiders who came before only wanted to plunder us. Junjian smiled and replied, I understand. In Trang also spoke up, it's okay. Heo stepped forward and asked, Are you leaving already? He replied, Yeah, time is running out, but I'll come back to pick you up soon. The little girl asked confusedly, What do you mean? Junjian thought to himself, It seems she doesn't remember what we talked about yesterday. Are the side effects getting worse? Thinking that he didn't explain and just suggested asking Sunday, In Trang stepped forward to remind, Let's go. Junjian smiled and said goodbye. Take care of yourself, Sangun. A flickering flame lights up somewhere in the tunnel. A pair of bright blue eyes suddenly appear, and a voice emerges from the darkness. Hurry up. The scenery is getting more and more desolate. The forest was blanketed in white snow. The group continued to move forward. Suddenly Trang stopped in her tracks, and Jungian looked at her curiously. She lowered her head sadly, as if she was about to leave them behind. I feel so heavy-hearted. Hearing that, you reassure. We will come back, Trang exclaimed in disbelief. He sighed inwardly. She really is a person with a hidden depth of kindness. You continued. Once your work in China is done and you return, why would we go back to visit the village? Trang asked. But aren't you going to personally resolve the assimilation gate issue? Lungian, in that case, would it be more convenient to return by portal or by plane? He looked at me in confusion. Me, she explained further, haven't you already achieved countless incredible feats? After a pause, she smiled and said, you defeated Herculet and godified Fenria. Aren't you going to China to stop the assimilation gate? He replied without confidence, I can't. Intrang was surprised by the answer. Yeah. Junjian analyzed, I alone cannot stop the assimilation gate. No one in the world can stop the assimilation gate that is happening to China. Intrang realized, I get it now. Intrang spoke up to ask, so we're walking all the way there on foot. I have to admit Mount Whitehead is impressive, but it's freezing. He smiled and explained, didn't I say we were going up the mountain to find a mount? Intrang wondered, but everyone has already run away. He didn't answer her but called out instead. Fenri heard his name and responded. Junjian gave the order to take us there. The boy looked back in confusion. Waiting for Fenria to return, he told her, let's go. The group from Phi sped forward like the wind. It sped through the forest at an incredible pace. The two riding on its back had to hold on tight to avoid being blown away. The scenery no longer rushed by like before. Fenria stopped on the high mountain looking down at the source of the sound. At the foot of the mountain, the Ak and Cho monsters are fighting each other. A fierce battle is taking place there right now. You told Trang the Ak and Cho are fighting. Only then did Junjian realize why we had stopped. Thinking that he called Fenria, the boy immediately appeared in the form of Van. Junjiang said in a low voice, attack An. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down the mountain to attack the enemy. The battle at the foot of the mountain grew even fiercer. Intrang forced a smile as she watched the scene below. Incredible. Junjiang spoke up, he must have been hungry for quite a while. While waiting for you to finish, Intrang, I have something I want to teach you. Intrang quickly replied, yes. Hearing this, she seriously wondered, is that it? Thinking about Junjian's battles with monsters, she quietly deduced the extraordinary strength and growth speed. She kept wondering how he did it. However, the image of Junjian full of power appeared in her mind. She kept thinking that she wouldn't ask, because when the time was right, he would tell her. Junjian clenched his fist and said firmly, I will teach you about the flow of mana. With this, you will be able to become a self-developed hunter. Hearing that, Intrang was stunned, thinking, a self-developed hunter without sponsorship, is that even possible? Could this be the secret behind Lungion's power? Intrang clenched her hands, continuing to ponder, then thought she could become stronger too. You kept explaining and Intrang had already gathered part of the mana flow. You cast a spell creating a small energy orb. Do you see this? She focused, recalled that moment and told him it looked like mana gathering. Hearing that he was secretly pleased, she really did have talent. Intrang continued, if I focus, I can see mana. Is this why you always spend time meditating, Lai Jungion? You explained to her. To be precise, what we are seeing and feeling is the flow of mana moving. It's like you're filling it up inside your body. After hearing that, she felt confused. Huang was too confused. Run comforted her, saying she didn't have to understand it, this isn't something learned with the mind. Then he proposed a solution. I will forcibly engrave the flowing mana line into your body. Just a warning, it's going to hurt like hell. Intrang observed the situation and told herself it was okay, she wanted to become stronger. She pressed her lips together, thinking silently that she couldn't keep being a burden to him forever. The weather improved and the snow fell more heavily. Runjian sat by the fire, keeping watch as Intrang and Gongdu slept. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Intrang was curled up in the sleeping bag, trembling uncontrollably. Junjian recalled the moment he transferred energy to her and marveled, she truly is an extraordinary person. She endured all that pain without letting out a single groan. The boy stood silently staring down the cliff, his eyes fixed on something. Junjia stepped forward curiously and asked, what are you looking at, Fenria? Below the mountain was a monster that looked like a giant lizard. He was terrified, it was the Azure Dragon. Fenria licked his lips, eyes fixed on a spot. Seeing the boy's reaction, Run Giong asked, do you want to hunt it? The boy turned back and replied, I want to. The notebook displayed the words Dragonclaw, Fenria's favorite. Knowing this, he thought to himself that the time on Whitehead Mountain was not its true strength. Moreover, Fenri is currently in a submissive state, so right now it is even weaker than before. Can it really hunt it down? Then he frowned, dismissing his own doubt. No, this is something that must be done. I have to confirm its current strength. Having made up his mind, he said to Fenria, all right, let's go hunt the Azure Dragon. Fenria charged straight toward the target. The boy took a step to gain momentum, and then dashed forward with a burst of power surging around him. Fenria transformed back into its original form. The young dragon opened its mouth, focusing its magic to prepare for battle. A stream of blue energy shot straight forward. Fenria quickly threw back its head to gather energy, then unleashed a massive lightning strike at its opponent. The unlucky dragon roared in the blinding light. From a distance, the remnants of that attack were still visible. Junjian watched Fenria approach the motionless, Along. He silently wondered if he had really weakened. How could a dragon be defeated so easily? Then he seriously looked to one side. so all his preparations were complete. The entire mountainous forest was covered in pure white snow. The image of the unfortunate villagers frozen in the biting cold. The two stood at the ferry dock hesitating as they looked at the ruins below. Li Jungian, she teared up. Is that the disaster you were talking about? Could the whole world end up like this? Jungong asked seriously. That's right. It's ridiculous to try to compare, but it will be less brutal than this and more people will be saved. As you spoke, you kept looking away. Outside, there were countless hunters and heroes, as well as organizations like the Ozga. Because to survive, they might do anything. I will also do my best, so don't worry. Intrang wiped away a tear and smiled. Hearing that was a relief. I will do my best too. Jungi continued. The river is frozen, we can cross it. When we cross the river, we will reach the place we need to go. She wondered. Where is that place? He replied. Guangdong region. There are a few people I need to find there. Yen Trang was worried. But with this kind of climate, is there anyone still alive? Junjian said with determination. And I'm sure of it. He frowned, thinking he was still sealing the black stone with the flow of mana, but he could feel the power of the sapphire growing stronger. Junjian clenched his fist, wondering if this was his limit in sealing it this way. After thinking for a moment, Jungian urged to quickly cross the river. At the same time, I knew I had to find them fast. Crossing the last few mountains, they finally arrived. The two jumped off Fenria. You explain. From now on, we can't ride Fenria anymore. He will attract unnecessary attention. Intrang smiled and replied, the weather is starting to warm up a bit and there are no more monsters around here. Junjian also looked more cheerful. That means we're heading in the right direction. Suddenly, Fenria pointed ahead, drawing their attention. Following the boy's pointing finger, they saw a faint figure. Yetrong exclaimed, wow, there's someone here. Junjian frowned and ordered to draw weapons. She was puzzled. What Junjian's eyes flashed with alertness. From this distance, the naked eye shouldn't be able to see anyone at all. But when he drew his weapon, the true form of the figure before him was revealed, a giant painted bright red stained all over the snow. The match was over. Intrang stood by the giant's hand, stained with red fluid, voicing her suspicion. Strangely, it looks like a human, but she frowned and noted it behaves like a starving beast. Jungian guessed it might be the exiled one. You go on, even if they are sick, or simply too weak, the exiled must die alone. This giant is probably the same, he is too weak compared to the others. Observing the bodies of the two giants lying on the snow, Intrang sighed. It really is a terrifying thought. Suddenly, a sound from afar startled her. Ahead, the snow was kicked up into a thick cloud. Junjian was watching too. There's more than one of them, Intrang complained. I don't even have time to catch my breath. The giant figures carrying the wounded, sat on the monster's back, appeared before the group. Intrang was stunned. He was riding a Hane dragon. Wasn't his presence too unreasonable? The giant scowled at the group. Who are you? Why are you hunting so recklessly? Suddenly something among the small group terrifies him. You. A terrifying thought crossed my mind. Are you the special one? Meanwhile, Jungan was speechless as Fenria looked on hungrily. Is he really thinking about eating that azure dragon in this situation? Suddenly trapped in a net that fell out of nowhere. Did Trang startle at the net? She knelt down, summoned her weapon, and planned to cut through the net. And at the same time, who would have thought that the one suddenly grabbing her shoulder was Jungian? I didn't sense any hostility at all. The giant holding the net that trapped the two of them looked seriously at the group inside and said, you need to come with me. The group of giants riding snow dragons crossed the snow-covered forest. Those in front briefly glanced back at the cage behind them. Sachi stepped forward and asked, are you from this place? Give him an answer. No, we come from elsewhere. He replied and explained, I understand, don't worry, you were captured only because you were next to someone special. Junjian leaned against the iron cage, deep in thought. They are different from the giants in legends, unlike the way they are portrayed as monsters. Actually, they are quite intelligent. Then he asked, are we heading to Utgat? Jichi smiled and said, it's interesting that you know about our city, and you're right, we are heading there, but don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. Then he introduced himself, my name is Satri. Magic flares up, symbolizing power. I am the captain of the great ice giant army. You give as good as you get. I am Lai Jungian. On the way, they encountered a few more Nas and took them down one by one. They fell under the deadly blade of Sachi. Jungion remained silent, watching everything. Sachi glanced back briefly, then decisively turned around with a smile that caught Junjian off guard. Sachi approached the iron cage and said, we'll ask you a few questions, and when you want, you can leave. He frowned, guessing that he was hiding something, but there were still survivors in the giant city, just as he thought. Meanwhile, Sachi raised his hand to his forehead and said, I swear on my honor you will be safe and free to do as you wish. In the name of Sai, he clenched his fists and smiled softly upon hearing that. It seems getting to the destination is easier than I thought, and he's there too. Intrang was watching the outside situation when suddenly he stood up. Wow, Saochi spoke proudly, this is our city. In the distance stood a towering fortress amidst the snowy forest. Moments later, the group approached the ancient stronghold. The city gate opened to welcome the returnees. Someone inside the city saw them and shouted, "It's Sachi," and the person beside them was also very excited. "It's been a long time since he came back, hasn't it?" The two Jungian quietly observed their surroundings. "There's the young man covered up like a mage, the muscular hunter and the woman in the dress," Trang joked, sweating. "It feels like we've traveled back to the Middle Ages. Don't tell me we've time traveled or something like that." She suddenly glanced to the right, noticing something. A giant was wondering, aren't they human? But why are they locked in cages? Another person wondered if they had done something wrong. Freya reacted very strongly to this place. They made everyone in the city panic. "Ah, that's a special one. Could it be that Sachi has captured someone special?" "That's Vanapgan." Sachi denied it, saying, "It's not like that, we're just visiting the leader, please make way." Jungian rubbed Fenria's head to comfort her. "It's okay now, stay calm." The kid suddenly turned in some direction. Jun thought enemy. He watched and whispered to himself, "An enemy." At a castle surrounded by swirling dark magic, Sachi announced to the two giant guards that he was here. The large gate opened and he entered the palace holding an iron cage, sitting right in front of the giant leader. Loki questioned, "You came back with the intruder?" Junjiang watched closely. "Is that the enemy Fenri mentioned? Then he must be the one who injured him before heading to Mount Beechdew." Sachi knelt down to report, "Sir, I have brought Van and its companions to you." He glanced to the side and hesitated, as if this Vanapgun wanted to stay by its master's side. Those words startled the leader and darkened his face. He doubted. "You say the Vanapgun has been tamed by them?" Sachi replied. "Yes, leader." Magic flared as Loki turned around. "Let the warriors stay with the intruders and return." Hearing this, X immediately said, "Leader, I promised them with the honor of a warrior, so I ask you not to harm them and please help them return to where they belong," causing a dangerous gleam to flash in the leader's eyes. Sachi bowed low and said, "Leader, please honor the warrior's code." Darkness has fallen. Step on the gas. The lights were lit one by one. Someone tried to pull the iron bar, then turned around and said, "It won't open. Although if I wanted to, I could still open it, making Junjian have to stop me immediately. You would have to fight the entire giant tribe. No matter what, we are still in their territory." But Trang didn't think so. "So we're not in danger right now. No matter how you see it, that king doesn't seem like he will treat us well." She glanced to another corner, especially when he looked at Fenria, the boy with G warming himself by the fire. "I can tell he's really worried." "What do you think we should do now?" Junjia calmly lies on the bed again. "Don't worry, if we want, we can leave immediately. Isn't this the perfect time to rest? Take a little break." "As expected," you said. "It seems like we'll have to stay here for quite a while." The entire city is engulfed in thick flames. The high-rise fortress is shattered. Fire is everywhere. The inhuman giants rummage through the wreckage. Junjian stood by the window frame reflecting on those scenes. In the Demon King's diary, the giants' war is described as the most devastating, so I just can't understand it. He wondered thoughtfully. "I'm sure that King was incredibly strong, but each giant's combat ability is inferior to humans. How could they have pushed humans back?" Suddenly, a sound came from the closed door, making him turn around in surprise. "It's Sigun, I came to serve tea." The jade-colored tea was poured. The girl asked anxiously. "Is this enough?" Junji asked from his seat at the table. "Do you usually treat people who come here like this?" Did it make the girl freeze? He was immediately asked. "Then why do you treat us like that?" But the girl just hesitated shyly. This Jungan said, trying to reassure her. "It's okay, no one is watching." Those words surprised the girl greatly. "What do you mean?" In the distance was an ordinary-looking hourglass that no one had ever noticed before. He smiled quietly. "It is a magical item used to monitor the room, and you wouldn't be able to detect it on your own. But thanks to the necklace of the great wizard Merlin, I was able to detect it." Junjia knelt on one knee opposite the girl. "Your name is Sigun, right? Here you can speak freely, but you must keep it a secret once you leave." "Then you asked how long I have been here," Sigun replied. "About a year. Most people say they have been here for about a year and a half." Jungi drew his own conclusion. "That means it's been about a year and a half since little Gat was found." And she asked, "I see, why are you treated so specially?" The girl raised her fist. "Because you're strong giants like the strong, and those over there are very special. Last time there was an attack, Luna struck back, but that child turned into a monster and killed many giants." The main character mentioned is sitting with knees hugged on the sofa. Fenri glanced over when he heard his name. Then the king fought the monster. The king fought alongside other giant warriors and won, but the monster escaped. Jungyang crossed his arms and explained himself for a few reasons. He had conflicts with the giant tribe. That's why Fenria ran to Mount Bichdu. Then he made a proposal to Sigun. "Can you help me with something? I will give you plenty of supplies." Then she replied, "I don't need to win." Sigun hesitantly set a condition. "But if you have any pieces of iron, please give them to me. If you sell the iron, you can buy medicine for your mother." Junjian agreed immediately. "All right, to make the trade, can you find someone to help me? I heard that person's name is W." Sigun was very surprised to hear that. Huh, you mean to become a monk? He replied cheerfully. Yeah, that's right. Snow continued to fall gently over the palace. A few days after arriving in Utgat city during that time, Lai Juni's group did nothing. The two Junjion were walking together in the garden. When mealtime came, the food would be delivered. Sometimes they are allowed to walk around the city, but that's all. Intrang complained from behind, what kind of joke is this? If they don't need us, then why don't they just let us go? Junjia said optimistically as he turned around. But thanks to that, at least we have some time to practice. Right. Intrang was still full of irritation. Indeed, but if this captivity continues, I'll die for sure. You responded firmly. Don't worry, I guarantee she won't get bored, which surprised Intrang. How Junjia summoned his weapon. I think it's time to show our strength, making her excited as she drew out her sword. So we can finally destroy this place. Seeing that Junigong felt a bit deflated, someone as righteous as Intrang getting excited at the chance to destroy everything. Thinking that he immediately asked it, seems like you really don't like this place much, do you? Intrang snapped back. Of course we haven't seen any humans except the giants. Of course I don't like that guy who calls himself king. There was something strange about him, definitely something was off here. Magical energy surged around Junjion's body. That's right, to find out what it is, shouldn't we show our strength, Junjion said seriously. Let's fight and catch Intrang off guard. Oh, you ask, instead of explaining this is your first time fighting me, right? She is still hesitating. That's right. But Junjion sighed provocatively, truly disappointed. Does she have no confidence at all? Trang bit her lip unhappily, magic flaring around her. He would regret this. Even if I can't win, don't think you can take me down easily. Then she quickly dashed to where he had left, only a trace of magical energy. But Junjion managed to jump out of the blade in time and confidently made a condition. If I win, she has to fulfill one of my requests. Your strike cut through the air, missing its mark. Intrang leapt high and brought her attack down from above. Her fighting spirit is blazing. I wish I could feel the same. From the outside, the greenhouse still looked calm and peaceful. But right after a burst of magical energy exploded, shattering the glass into pieces. Somewhere in the snowy forest, Sahi laughed with delight. Ha ha ha, the castle has been completely destroyed. The greenhouse was left in ruins, and Sachi laughed heartily, while the two culprits stood silently outside watching. When he heard the news that the humans he brought had destroyed half of the castle garden, Sachi was thrilled. It was a shame he couldn't see the leader's expression at that moment. I'm glad I brought them here. He thought about the time when Loki and he had a falling out. When the leader allied with another tribe, he changed. Loki is now immersed in darkness. He demanded that his title be changed from leader to king. And as soon as he mined iron, he also called for the warriors to enlist. His eyes were no longer bright. However, no one knew that the leader had planned to start a war once again. Pride and honor, Sachi fought for those noble reasons, realizing it was truly difficult to understand his purpose. The current him stood from afar, looking towards the fortress. I hope you choose your enemy wisely. The leader, a subordinate, rushed in to report Captain Sachi is with the Naz gang. He then returned to his battle stance. Let's go. The scene shifts to another building in the castle. Intrang is sitting across from some giant. He lets out a heavy sigh. Saren spoke up. Causing damage to the castle garden is a serious offense. But we are also at fault for not asking about your customs. Intrang sincerely bowed his head. I apologized. Then I said, I'm not sure how much you know about our tribe, but we have a tradition of wandering in the forest to train. Saren looked sympathetic and said, I understand. And I listened to Trang's words. Still, I deeply regret causing damage to the castle's garden. Your attitude is sincere, so I will compensate you. Please tell me what you want. Saren stroked his chin thoughtfully. Compensation, huh? Then tell me about your race, he added. This is not simply an accident. There are too many things we still don't know about. So I need more information. Intrang immediately agreed without hesitation. Of course. Let's go back to her previous fight with Junjion. You are giving it your all to fight her. Intrang is pushed back by your attack while struggling to remind herself that she can't see the timing of your strikes and must be faster and more precise. She crouched to swing her sword, the magic power of the two clashing, creating a thick smoke explosion. Junjion thought seriously indeed. Intrang was far from simple. There he spotted a weakness and crouched down to gather energy. Intrang, on the opposite side, also saw the opportunity. She sprang up from where she stood and swung her blade cleanly across the blazing flame of Junjion. But she only hit the shadow leaping high, and he appeared behind her, pointing his spear at her. Intrang accepted my defeat. Jun's control of his magic power and spear made it a truly great training session. Then he asked again to be sure she would keep her promise. Intrang answered frankly, All right. So what do you want? Hearing that Jungion made his request to gather information while pretending to cooperate with the giants, Intrang listened attentively. Just a moment later, the guards arrived. What is this? The castle garden was shaken by the sight before them. Huh. The two Jungian fought fiercely until he was wounded all over his body. A giant hurriedly called for a doctor. At this moment, the doctor was deep in thought by his bedside. It seems Huatu is not very pleased. Your wounds are not too serious. It really was a pointless trip. Junjia thought that although the giants might fall from these injuries, this probably meant nothing to him, and then said to the doctor, "Please treat me." He reached out his hand to the wound and used healing magic. As the mana flared, the wounds slowly closed, and the bloodstains disappeared. Junie sat up to examine his body. Not only did he stop the bleeding, but he also helped the wound heal naturally, then said thank you. Huo stroked his beard and replied, "It's nothing." Junjian officially greeted him. "It is an honor to meet you." Hearing that the doctor was very surprised, he raised his glass and asked dangerously, "Do you know me?" But you immediately denied it. "No, I don't know." So Huo understood it for a different reason. "Then I guess you've heard of Sigun before." Jungon continued to deny it. "Not really, but wouldn't it be great if we got to know each other right now?" Huatu was left confused and judgmental, thinking he was truly a foolish boy, then turned away unhappily. "Let's go." However, Jungian stopped him, saying, "My treatment isn't finished yet." He said firmly, "Are you planning to leave a patient who hasn't been treated alone?" Huatu turned back and replied, looking at him, "You don't seem to have any wounds left." Junji extended his hand and explained, "That's not an external wound. You haven't even checked my pulse yet. How can you be so sure?" Which made Huatu fall silent for a moment before saying, "My fault." Then he reached out to check the pulse, looking serious as he examined him, then released and said, "Even after checking again, I still don't find any problem. I have to leave now." The door slammed shut decisively. Junjian was still deep in thought, completely able to sense the magical power from him. That means he is a hunter. Has he not awakened his power yet? He frowned in disbelief. Didn't he pay any attention after checking his pulse? No way. I'm sure he is Huao. The person called Huatuo is at that level. Junjian recalled what was written in Huatuo's memoirs, one of the last surviving hunters in China. The man healed many heroes, including the Demon King. He thought about the records from that time. The Demon King created a stream of young mana in the land of the giants. From the beginning, the book said he had to face a reverse flow of magic power. It is similar to the side effects of the Blood Dragon Stone. Junjian recalled heavily, but the Demon King overcame it with Hu's help. The book states that he has enough talent to be called a god. He wondered if he had arrived too early. Has he not developed enough due to lack of time? Suddenly, Trang appeared in Mr. Li Jungi's room, and seeing her, he felt quite relieved. "I thought she would have to go through a lot of hardships because we destroyed the garden, but it seems like nothing serious happened." Then he spoke up and asked, "How are things going?" Trang smiled wryly. "The thing is, they excitedly told me that after meeting me, they want me to become a warrior." Snow was still falling on the towering tower. Trang recounted that recently the ice giants called Nas have been building a city and are looking for an opportunity to attack. Right now they are short on manpower to protect the gas outlet from them and other monsters. They need our help. Jungian thought about it and realized there were fewer giants here than he had expected. So the decrease in the number of giants is due to the NAS, but it still won't pose much harm to humanity. Trang continued. Besides that, he also asked a lot about the outside world, population culture, characteristics, and armed forces. After hearing it, you praised him well done, and she didn't bother to be polite. "Thank you for finding the person you were looking for." Junjian is still worried. "No, that's why this is effective. It seems I need to search a little more. You confided that the original plan was to find the person I'm looking for, and then return. However, now we have been forced to become warriors. Is this the reason you want to stay here longer?" She voiced her thoughts. "The giants don't imprison people here, but if they leave Utgat, they won't get far before collapsing. That must be why they can't leave. That's why I want to find a way to help them." Those words startled him. Junjian pondered. "After finding Huao, I originally planned to take a few others with me when I escaped from Ji, and told her, 'You live much better than I do.'" "Thank you," he thought to himself. "Sacrificing the few for the many sounds noble, but I'm just glad I almost did something I hate the most." The scene shifts to the city streets. After signing the contract to become mercenaries, we were allowed to stay with the others. Some people saw them and wondered if they were the owners of that wolf. It seems so, but why is he here? The villagers quietly watch him. He looks too dangerous. Junjian also noticed they were wary of outsiders. Trang spoke up cautiously. "It seems like we're not very welcome here." Suddenly, Sigun ran over from afar. "Brother," the little girl happily shared, "thanks to the iron you gave me, my mother is much better now." You also responded with relief, feeling lighthearted. Suddenly, you noticed someone approaching. It was Dr. Huo. "How do you feel now?" Junjian reached out his hand to greet him, saying, "Thanks to that day, I'm feeling better now." Then their hands clasped together. Huo stroked his beard and advised, "If you ever feel unwell, just come to me, and I will examine you again." Then he left with the girl Sigun. The hand Junjian just extended suddenly clenched tightly, then relaxed again. You frowned and thought, this time I deliberately reversed the flow of magic, but he still didn't notice. Watching Huo's back, it felt very confusing. He should have noticed something by now. Am I misunderstanding something about the man named Hua Tu? In Trang, asked Han with concern. Are you okay? Jun Jian let out a long sigh, and she quickly comforted him. Don't worry, you will definitely find them. In Trang's words made Jun Jian smile slightly. He had regained his spirit, and now it was time to gather information. The two of them went around asking the townspeople, so you want to know how many giants live here, right? You replied, yes. The man was quite hesitant. It's hard to say. Maybe around 1,000. The young man next to him quickly retorted. What are you talking about? It has to be more than 1,000,000. It made the man question himself. Really? Jun Jian continued to ask. Then who exactly are the ones called Nas? The young man replied. There used to be many giants here in Utgat, about 3 or 4 times bigger than now, but then they started fighting among themselves, and one of the leaders took a group and left. Those people are the Nas. Junie heard that and raised a question. What about the others? The person next to me answered, they died fighting each other. From the beginning I thought there was a disease. The young man agreed as well. That's right, they couldn't adapt to our land and died after contracting some diseases. Those words darkened his expression. An infectious disease. This information was recent. Then he continued to ask, are there any other tribes here besides us? The man thought for a moment and replied, there used to be. His words only made Jun Gyeon's expression more serious. Used to be. Right now, could it be that someone has appeared in your mind, Demon King? The book definitely mentioned that he went to China and to the city of the giants. Since I've returned to the past, I might be able to find some clues about his existence. The two villagers kept telling us that there were a few people before, but they have already left. We have never met them ourselves. We only heard it from the giants. They found intruders like us, but they just left without anything happening. Their words gave Jun Jian a decision. I guess I should ask the giants about this and keep exchanging information. I'll update you on the situation outside. Done, Jun Jian returned alone. This seems to be quite useful. He walked while thinking that someone had stopped the disease spreading among the giants, and that person was often called to the castle 2-0, so it must be him. His face didn't look very good. Now I'll ask the giants for some information. As I head back to the castle, Sachi suddenly notices someone behind her. He was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, isn't this the one who burned down the castle garden? Say sincerely, thank you for your help. Although we are not from the same main race dwarves and the Vanya really hate giants. Today we need to go outside. Jun Jian heard that and wondered. Outside, Sachi explained to him, and joked that the Nas have been attacking frequently these past few days. I'm wondering if I can borrow the power of the one who burned down the castle garden. You smiled faintly in agreement. The giant army marched together across the frozen snow. Sachi and Jun Jian had left to intercept the Nas attack. Utgat's group clashed with another Azure Dragon Rider, only to face a completely unexpected encounter. Led by the Nas stream leader opposite them was a giant with an expressionless face. He dismounted and approached. Sachi also stepped forward to meet him. The two stood facing each other at a close distance. The Nas leader spoke up. Sachi. He responded as well. SM Junjion stood watching from afar with a serious expression. This looks dangerous. The Nas giants are led by Sim. You can feel the powerful magic radiating around Samim. He is very strong. Junyang watched intently. He was stronger than Sahi, perhaps on par with the king of the giants he met at the castle. Could he learn their language? I don't understand what they're saying. Seeing the announcement that the Apocalypse Sky supports the Jotun language startled me. It was quite a surprise. Sachi and Sim stood facing each other. Sim was angry. Why did you change your mind? Sachi was straightforward. There is no reason for me to listen to the words of the Han Kingdom anymore. He angrily stepped forward. Do you really want to keep listening to that foolish king? Seeing your tribe so corrupted is truly disappointing. You are the shame of a warrior. I am not a traitor. We simply do not belong to Ji. Suddenly he shouted, enough power surges and surrounds Sa. He also unleashed his power. Yes, that's how we solve problems. Suddenly he looked away and saw you and Fenria watching them, a special kind. Is he a subordinate of that human, and who is that human? The film laughed smugly. Interesting, see you again. Sa aggressively swung the blade. What did you say? He easily dodged to the side, guiding the blow to the ground, creating a shockwave. Suddenly he dashed like an arrow toward him. Sachi widened his eyes frozen as Smim's fist was about to come down right before him. The aftershock from his punch spread across the ground, and he calmly smiled. See you again. Sao Chi. He glanced back in that direction, the special species and the special human. Someone hurried over. Commander, are we not going to chase him? Sachi sighed, turned around and said, Stream is following them now. If we attack now, we'll lose soldiers. It's frustrating, but our commander must avoid attacking Stream. In the snowy wind, the group riding the azure dragons entered the forest, their faces tinged with sadness and their eyes heavy with despair. He quietly watched them, feeling as if they had been defeated. But Sachi is right. Although the giants are stubborn and love to fight, there is a clear gap in strength here. The image of Sachi and Stream standing face to face appears in my mind. Only Commander Naz and Sa seem to have a connection, perhaps as friends or family. Jun-gyeon suddenly became distracted. Someone looking at that person thoughtfully, the giants must have seen him, but showed no reaction. What is he doing here, you wonder? Sachi, who is that? He calmly looks down. A mercenary like you. He's helping you, Tan. Sachi looked over with interest. Hey, are you going to look for herbs again? Jun-gyeon couldn't believe it. Herbs. Manhwa looked up and replied. That's right. The kind Sachi offered. The Nas are nearby, it's very dangerous. How about coming with us? You're not panicking, and anyway, I'm planning to head back now. Who is that person beside you? He smiled brightly, and introduced, this is Jun-gyeon Yugat's new mercenary. And this is Wat, the mercenary and doctor. Jun-gyeon suddenly smirked. Found it. The ancient fortress stands firm, enduring the relentless wind and snow. Wai Trang happily stepped out. He's back. You're curious, she looks happy, right? She said so. Today I achieved something. I went hunting, and was ambushed by Nas. But they ran away when they saw me. Jun-gyeon wasn't very happy. On the other hand, I didn't fight at all, but I met the enemy commander, and he seemed very strong. She hurriedly worried. You must be very tired. Oh, by the way, one of the Nas attacked me. You were stunned. A human, In Trang explained seriously. He must be like a Chinese person and easily blocked my sword. He uses a spear just like you but has a strange face. Run Jia became urgent. A Chinese hunter strong enough to block on In Trang's sword. I never expected someone like that to exist, then said I also found the person I was looking for. She clapped her hands with delight. That's great. But is something wrong? You don't look very happy. You're gradually becoming calmer. I'm worried that something bad might happen again. I'm planning to go talk to him. Do you want to come along? Trang didn't care. Even if I went, it wouldn't solve anything. Junjian held out the necklace. Then can you help me with something? You explain it clearly. This is Merlin's necklace. It helps her understand different languages. I think you'll know how to use it. The snow-covered roof and hanging lanterns stood quietly with a long line of people waiting outside the house. Hutu hurriedly called out to that Thanwatawa, please help. Gunhua was sweating like he had just bathed, waiting just a little longer. Junjian stood aside, watching closely. Everything will be fine. In China, they say there is a skilled doctor named Wat. Now I understand why. Suddenly you went behind him, but why are there so many patients? He struggled to turn his head. Huh. Junjian handed over a basin of blood bags. He smiled brightly. I'm busy, so I thought this might help. Hua was stunned. That many, thank you. A long line of patients lay in their beds with the amount of medicine Jungian brought to W that could cure them, and then he spoke with W. The curved glass house welcomed a bit of gentle sunlight today, and finally he was not being formal. If you don't mind, could you let me take your pulse? Junjian was puzzled why Gunhua was so serious. I had already thought about it before. There was a strange feeling when I shook your hand. Jungian had found him. Hua took his wrist and pondered for a moment. Hua said, it might hurt a little, let me check a few more things. Junjian calmly agreed. His eyes suddenly lit up as he transferred energy from himself into your hand. It reminded him of when In Trang and you shared mana, though he allowed it, having someone else's mana in his body was still a burden. That was the magical injury Incha Chang had left behind. He was amazed he was checking his condition just by feeling his pulse and it didn't hurt at all. It feels just like my own mana. Could it be that you suddenly pushed my hand away? He was stunned and confused. Why Junjian was serious. I see. Are you also confused about learning internal energy? At the same time he blurted out learning the mana flow. Both of them froze at these two new terms. Under the cold-tiled roof in the open air, Jungan sat facing Wat. Where did you learn the mana flow, he wondered. Mana flow, we call it inner energy. You pause for a moment. Our mana flow? No. Are there others who know about internal energy too? Hua calmly explained. It has to be those from Nas. He recalls the previous conversation. The people Jeoninang met have a secret. Junjian thoughtfully looked at the time and said he had to deal with the Blackstone Circle first, then asked, do you see anything unusual in my pulse? Hua replied carefully. The blood vessels are not clear and the aura is abnormal, but I only glanced at it so it might not be accurate. But have you had any health issues? I admit you are the healer of the Demon King, so I can trust you. Runyan honestly said I had some problems while training my energy. Remembering the time I unleashed intense energy, the monster's demonic aura was released and flooded into my body. The shiny black stone appeared as described. The demonic energy inside the body combined with other energies to form the stone, and those stones emitted a powerful energy, stronger than pain. Junjian tried his best to explain. I didn't know what those stones were, and the energy couldn't change anything. W slowly spoke. Then, with all due respect, may I take your pulse once more? This time it's real, it could be dangerous. You seem calm. It's okay. Junjian lies neatly on the bed waiting. W Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling as if his insides were being torn apart, but he endured it well. He looked up. Is that so? Be careful. Junjian. His stone orb is very special. Normally they consume the life force of others like a contagious disease. But your black stone is completely different. They actually stimulate the inner energy. Junjian sat up. What do you mean, Gua? Watch your words carefully. They don't cause much damage. The reason you feel pain is because it forces your inner energy to activate. I'm more worried. However, that is still very dangerous. When I get stronger, the Blackstone Circle gets stronger too. Are you suddenly stronger? Huanhua's expression gradually worsened. That's right, if one day it becomes stronger than him, he will be overwhelmed. When he remembered the fight with the giant, he continued. It led to demonic possession, but, strangely, Junjian managed to defeat it. Junjian hesitated, as those who had been possessed were all left behind by Nas on the ice star. W Hua hesitated, then nodded. Thinking of the image he had seen those who suffered from inner fire chaos, their energy entering Nas's other side. There is a lot of new information I haven't clarified yet, but I can say I've gathered quite a bit. The black orb appeared. As he muttered, the black stone sphere is still safe and is stimulating my energy. Junjian pondered. When you grow stronger, you inevitably have to face danger. This is a good thing. Picking up his shirt, he wondered if the Demon King had studied the flow of mana from internal energy. W Hua felt that, thanks to internal energy, he could improve the flow of mana. He put on his shirt. Wada, can we talk for a moment? W Hua was not hesitant. I also have something to ask him. The door was shut tight. Junjian was puzzled. Although you don't fight, why are there patients? You remain calm because the energy is infinite. W Hua raised his cup of tea. Hunters with sponsors would be thrilled to come to a place like this, but ordinary people cannot withstand such a large amount of energy and fate. The image of a cold, desolate city outside appeared as he spoke. Is that why there are so many patients? The gates are starting to appear all over the world, turning this place into a land where ordinary people cannot survive. He put down his cup of tea before China turned into a portal. I am studying medicine in Europe. I came back and heard this news, hoping to be able to help in some way. Huge monsters stomped out, as you said. The outside world calls this place the domain of hell, the kingdom of monsters. Whoa, eyes wide in surprise. Then why did you come to a place like this? Is a rescue team on the way? Junjian was indifferent, saying there had never been a rescue team, and that one would never come. His face darkened. I see you're being clearer because they're already here. Did W Hua flinch? Suddenly you smiled faintly. W Hua's face darkened noticeably. Don't joke. You can only squeeze in with 2 people. Besides Fenria, there are 2 others who make the giant tremble. One of them is not human. Calling him a skeleton wouldn't be wrong. An Hon looked up. Your team, so is there any change? We have to take everyone with us, is that okay? Junjian is decisive right, W Hua is confused. You're interrupting me again. I can't do this alone. He was even more surprised. So you're confident enough to make the demand yourself. Give me information about the people following Fen Naz. I need their help. W Hua is foolishly angry. He knows nothing about them. Junjian took a sip of tea. So tell me, there are too few hunters who can survive in Gat. That means most hunters follow Phoenix. But why? He suddenly felt confused. I don't know. I just went out to look for herbs. And when they returned, the hunters had left Utgan. He thought seriously and gave orders to the hunters. I couldn't think of any other answer. Watt's eyes looked like those of someone who wants to save others but can't do anything. Seeing Wanhu's quiet eyes, he spoke up to explain, I want to help. To get everyone out of here, we need the help of those hunters, and we also have to become stronger. Thinlin leaned over a bit. I have something I want to ask you. I want to learn inner energy, Gunhua said in surprise. You show determination. If you gain abundant strength, if they acquire internal energy, I can come closer to the power of the Demon King. The icy wind howled through the cold castle as the 3 Jungian worked together in the snow. A barrier has been erected. It's all done. W is proud. I created a protective barrier around this place to ensure no energy escapes. As long as you train here, no one will notice. Junjian is a bit suspicious. Do I really need something like this to train? You just proved it even more. Of course. Internal energy requires you to absorb the energy around you. During that process, the energy fluctuations will be significant. The giants might take notice. W looked at him worriedly. Gathering energy was difficult from the very beginning. We need a protective barrier to block the flow of natural energy. What's going on? Junjian, stay calm. No, I have always felt and absorbed energy from nature. You ask a guy, don't tell me you know how to gather energy around you without proper training. Who is your master? What kind of internal energy have you learned? That's impossible. You're vague. What is it that sounds so profound? Hua hesitated. It seemed he had internal energy potential comparable to a mage. I had a feeling he was exceptional, but even more than I imagined. Then he smiled. Well, that's good. Jian wondered. What do you mean by good? Wo confidently clenched his fist. Although the technique is outstanding after hearing you, I think I understand the reason now. I think we can solve the problem of the poisoned internal energy now. The distant snowy mountains flickered outside the tent as the three of them discussed in unison. Roby asked doubtfully, "Are there no skilled hunters?" Jiang Bai replied with frustration. "That's exactly right," he said anxiously. "Hung, did they finally send reinforcements?" Yuan Yu wondered. "I don't think so. If there was aid, Nas would definitely have noticed. It might be a small team of around 10 people." Roby parted his lips. What the hell is going on? He felt uneasy inside. I let it happen, but now I don't even understand why things turned out this way. Roby wondered how long it would take for the hunters to get stronger. Wan Yu smiled. Progress is going well. After reaffirming their spirit, the funds are also sufficient. He doubted, what about the two of you? Both in unison were the same. Roby was angry they needed to be stronger. Suddenly, he raised his sword for the common cause. He is determined for the common cause. Jiang Bi also puts all his effort into it. The weapons of the three clash powerfully. The snow-covered branches trembled softly, as W gave his all to transfer power to Junjian. You focus with your eyes closed, not expecting the mana flow to feel so warm. Creating the mana flow feels like summoning a storm tearing through your body. He's putting in all his strength, focusing on my speed. We're almost there, it might hurt a little. The jade greenstone emitted a beam of light. He clenched his lips in pain, enduring it. He was drenched in sweat, trying not to make a sound. Suddenly his eyes widened, his pupils shrinking. He didn't expect the feeling to be so amazing. The black stone radiated dark energy, a toxic power far stronger than I expected, not only absorbing the mana inside his body, but also consuming him from the inside out. Jungian's veins bulged, his eyes serious. I couldn't stop. W gritted his teeth, knowing that since it had started, he had the responsibility to finish it. The barrier around him lit up brightly. Fenria watched cautiously as a surge of power shot out from the barrier. Sachi was shocked and looked up. What I can sense, a dense energy source in Dugian's ice realm. He was restless. No, neither of them could be this strong. The only one who can unleash such a large amount of energy is Stream. Recalling the moment Stream struck before him, Sachi gritted his teeth in anger and quickly turned around, shouting, "All Yuget warriors, prepare to fight." Everyone stared at Sachi in disbelief. The young man hesitated. "Captain the king, no, the chieftain won't agree." He muttered, "How much longer do we have to stay here like this?" Sachi is more determined now. How much longer must we keep hiding and worrying about the enemy attacking under the chieftain's orders? Where has the pride and honor of the giants gone? He pounded his chest. I will take responsibility for everything. Today we will reclaim the honor of the snow giant people. Everyone bowed slightly, obeying orders. On the high wall, someone quickly blew a whistle to signal. The soldiers marched solemnly together beyond the mountain. Su looked into the distance. What is that? Is it Sachi? He was deep in thought. No, Sachi couldn't do that either. Don't tell me. Loki's fierce face appeared in his mind. Is Gat the one behind the soldier strike? Freem keeps striking, but he's being held back by something else. What's going on? This is very likely a trap. Suddenly he laughed wickedly. But is there a better opportunity than this? We have to take advantage of it. Freem raised his hand to order. All troops assemble. Today we will seize Utgas. The blue energy source still shines straight up into the sky, connecting from the protective screen, high above in the snowy east. Fenria suddenly sensed something unusual. Outside, the two armies were facing each other. Sachi's soldiers firmly formed their battle lines, and Stream's forces matched their spirit without faltering. Sachi inquired, "So this is all you're doing? What does Stream mean by this?" At the same time, Stream also spoke up. "So it was all because of you. Is the king inside?" Sachi was surprised. King Stream suddenly realized the problem and was stunned. Fenria stood outside the mysterious shield, radiating a formidable energy. The fierce boy growled softly, warning the group. "Yes." In trying guesses that Fenri is protecting it. That means Lunjian is inside. Freem slowly stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about." He began to channel energy in his hand. "I can no longer trust you, nor will I try to reconcile with you. In my heart I thought it was a pity the king wasn't here, but I provoked you with my words. Today I will see this through to the end." Sachi was also resolute. "If that's how you are, then I have no other choice." He growled out the order. "Giants, Freemon, shout loud, Nas people." Two commands rang out simultaneously: attack, and the giants charged forward with their axes. The Nas on the other side quickly joined the battle. Sachi and Smoo clashed fiercely. Inside the protective barrier, Junjian closed his eyes to channel his energy. Finally, he opened his eyes, looked straight ahead, then turned around as if searching for something. He looked at the person behind him and gasped, "Why is he so happy that you woke up?" At that moment his face no longer looked like a young man's but that of an 80-year-old. This is far from over the technique, the rage, and this flow of energy. Before he could finish speaking, he ran out of strength and collapsed. Junjian panicked and rushed over. You immediately raised your hand to feel his neck to confirm he was alive, then breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he's still alive. You remember in your mind that Watt sacrificed his youth to try to save me. Your hand conjures a decisive apple. I won't let you die like this. Junjian explained why the Demon King saved Watt's life with the elixir he had, because I don't have an elixir. The only way to save Watt is to use this Eden apple, also known as the Ozga apple. I asked Odin to keep it just in case. You remember the words from the past you said you have to absorb all the energy in this technique. I will do it. You placed the apple on Hohua's chest, so you also had to eat the apple, then stood up and whispered the mana flow, spreading your arms to receive the energy streams around your body. They all surged together into a single point outside the tense battle happening on both sides. The axe swung and the enemy spat blood like a waterfall. Intrang wielded her sword with lightning speed, taking down several foes and decapitating them in an instant. Weitrang silently judged him as big but not really threatening in strength. She glanced to the right. Just in time to block the attack, her body was pushed back by momentum, the spear spinning several times in the air before returning to its owner's hand. That was Jiang Bai. He's excited we meet again. You're still very formidable. Intrang thought to herself he must be stronger than the giants. She shouted for help. Gongdu, he's still fighting fiercely, and upon hearing the call, he immediately returned to Intrang's side. Seeing its towering size, Zhangbi was also surprised. He was stunned and said, "Monster, you tell Gu I have to fight this one. Hold back the other giants." It shouted confidently as if to prove it could do it. Despite being shackled, he immediately flew off to carry out the order. Intrang smiled. "All right then, the purple energy surrounding you declares war. Fight." He grinned. "Haha, this is really interesting. I like you." Freem raised the axe, ready to strike, his eyes sharp, as if welcoming a direct confrontation. The clash of their weapons rang out, painfully sharp sparks flying. He praised, "You've gotten stronger, Sahi. I've responded to everything, but you're still the same as always." Sigh, the impact from this attack was even more intense. Sparks flew, causing a huge explosion, and Sachi was covered in countless wounds. He struggled to breathe. "Since our last battle, I've grown stronger, but the gap in our strength is still too clear. Truly, the strongest giant warrior." Sachi became irritated and questioned, "But why would a respected warrior like you betray your own kind?" He charged forward with such force that the ground beneath him shattered. Each step stronger than the last, he shouted with all his heart. "Why did you betray us?" Stream ignored it and struck back fiercely. The sound of the clash echoed violently. "Kang, he's frustrated. I can't stand him playing the king any longer." Stream struggles, showing his inner resentment. "You may not know, but he has destroyed everything that belonged to us." Hearing this, Sachi froze for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and launched a direct attack at Smin. He couldn't believe that in a moment of distraction, he had just taken a punch to the face, immediately throwing off the support and delivering a resounding blow to Sachi, knocking him back several meters. Angry, he revealed the terrible truth. "The one who killed my friend and your father on Van is him." As he struggled to get up, he froze. "What?" Freem lowered his voice. "That bastard Luki killed Ovani." The news hit Sachi like a thunderclap, leaving him breathless. The scene shifts to the protective barrier, still absorbing energy. The energy was so strong that the protective barrier exploded, drawing even Stream's attention. Everyone temporarily ceased fighting. A dazzling vortex appeared at the protective barrier. Through the mist stood a towering figure. It was none other than Junjian. He looked at the person lying on the ground and whispered, "Hua." Hua's face had gained vitality, looking less aged than before. He silently thought that his condition had improved. Could it be that it didn't work as it was supposed to? The E-apple is a treasure even better than an elixir, but it seems it was only enough to keep him alive. I don't feel any increase in mana. You looked at your palm in doubt. Could it be because of me? It seems I absorbed the effects of the E-apple. When I consumed the mana earlier, he clenched his fist. That is probably why the flow of mana has become so powerful. Dujion's gaze turned fierce. "I think right now I could even defeat Holit." Suddenly, you sensed something unusual. "What kind of energy is this? Dozens, no hundreds, thousands." You stood there, stunned, unable to find an answer. "What is happening?" At that moment, Intrang landed beside him, her voice full of concern. "Are you okay? Thank goodness." The system panel appeared, the collapse of the heavenly sect expressing contempt for you. "Are you surprised by their disdain?" Continuous notifications rang out, unbelievable. A great achievement, the mana flow has leveled up. Sea fire, purification, and magic resistance have leveled up. Hyon Mu has leveled up, and Fenria's seal has been unlocked to a new level. The Naz soldiers saw him and shouted, "What? Just a human? This is our chance. Attack." Then they charged at each other, exchanging blows continuously. He softly summoned, Haiyan is blind. It appeared immediately. I will carry out your orders. It confirmed. Leave everything to me. Do you want me to kill those giants? He chuckled happily. Haiyan Mu, you seem to have changed a bit, only now asking to take Hua to a safe place. It seems displeased, and I have also become stronger. Haiyan Mu looked sad. I will carry out your orders. He began to pay attention to the battle. Alright, W will be fine. Now he takes off with incredible speed, just a blur flying straight towards the battlefield, where Sa and Stream are delivering a powerful punch to Stream despite the size difference, then disappearing and reappearing rapidly, throwing punches, non-stop. Seeing his opponent like that, Sachi could only mutter in pity. Sim couldn't help but be surprised by his strength. Lun Gion, who is this person? He has become many times stronger than when I first met him. Under a sky filled with falling snow, a group of people are fighting fiercely. Jungon radiates commanding energy. Fenry just did as you wished. The kid immediately bared sharp teeth, then finally transformed back into Van Apgun, standing behind him before leaping with a shock that shook the entire snowy ground. Junjian looked to the side. So shall we talk? It was the same trio that Roby couldn't stop watching. He spoke in a low voice. Who are you? Jun Gion's blood-red eyes watched them carefully, knowing they could not be underestimated. They were all heroes, and the two behind were skilled enough to match those in the ranks. He replied seriously, That's also what I want to ask you. Who are you? Joby said with slight discomfort, I am Joby. Junie paused thoughtfully. Joby, I've never heard that name before. Someone with skills like this should have been recorded in the files. You tighten your spear, I'm only asking one thing. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Why did you betray humanity? Just because they are not hunters. But Roby gritted his teeth and retorted, I am not betraying them. He used the force from the ground to rush forward with his twin swords, shouting loudly. This is the path they must take, all for the greater good. Junjiang decisively struck him with a heavy voice nonsense. Roby was easily pushed back far by the attack. He shouted angrily, What kind of righteousness is worth betraying humanity for? Roby wiped his sweat and hurriedly explained. I promise Stream that if the King of Ji is defeated, we will help rebuild China. Junjian and Thuong charged straight at him. Can you also promise that to the King of Utgard Wan? Yu suddenly shouted from behind Jungian. Hyungnim instantly jumped up when he heard it, and at the same time he was struck by a sudden blow from him as he tried to slash, but he was pushed down and the weapon clashed fiercely, grinding teeth in frustration. It turned out Jiang Bai had taken the chance to point the spear at him and caught him. Just as the spearhead was about to reach Junjian, he easily caught it. Then using the momentum, he spun around and kicked him, causing him to fall and slide a long way down the snowy slope. Roby furrowed his brow as he answered the previous question. That was impossible for the king of Utgangan. The blade flashed with his anger. He had killed countless people in the shadows over a contagious disease, and cooperating with someone like him was completely pointless. Jungong opened his eyes wide in shock, as he realized this was connected to the incident only hunters knew about that happened when Wohua was absent. That explained why so few survived, and why the hunters betrayed them. Your pupils flare with fire, but the sparks blaze more fiercely than ever. You say it's for the reconstruction of China, yet you abandon them. Roby opened his mouth to object. I never abandoned them. Tran, Won, Yu, and Jiang Bai both gathered right behind him. Jungon made the decision. There's still too much, I don't know. First I need to overpower them, then I'll listen to their explanation. You challenge me here under the other side of the sky where the snow falls thick. Stream stood there silently. Your father on Van realized that the chief was plotting something. Why keep questioning the conspiracy? He calmly spoke. Loki wants to turn this land into Jotunheim. He tenses up as he realizes something. What kind of scheme is that? Frey said seriously, and clearly to cleanse this world, and turn it into a land of giants. He wants to massacre all non-giant species, and Onvandi died trying to stop him. Sachi gritted his teeth. Why? Why are you only telling me this now? This truth made him explode, focusing his decisive power. Freem raised both hands in front of his chest in a defensive stance with that skill. He kept punching straight without hesitation, the shock so fierce that even the snow and wind had to sweep away. He was on the verge of tears. Why didn't you say anything all this time? But he calmly replied, I cannot lose to you either. You are a loyal warrior of the giant tribe. Could you betray your leader even if he killed your father? Then he flicked his hand, sending him flying. See, even knowing the truth, the desire to betray is not in you. Freem raised his fist filled with decisive power and emphasized, still there. The punch, with immense energy, struck Sachi, causing him to painfully spit out fresh blood and collapse into his arms. Zeem gently reminded him, sleep until it's all over. Suddenly a voice rang out, wait. Suyum turned his head to look back at the group scattered on the cold snow. Jungon smiled confidently at him. Stream darkened his face and smirked, truly interesting. Stream stood watching Jungon through the frost, a special person. Seeing that confident look, he was now just as dangerous as Sachi. Stream's face turned serious, as dangerous as Luki. He suddenly shouted, the source of power circulates around the body. Stream's face was full of fighting spirit. I kept this to face the king, but I have to endure at least this much. Jun Gion suddenly raised his hands, lifting both arms. I surrender. It startled him, and Trang on the other side also turned his head in alarm. The other giants were also stunned and paid attention. Roby was startled as the blood-stained cloth was brought over. Junjia smiled warmly. Now drink this. He wondered why you looked away. I have no reason left to fight. Looking at Sachi lying unconscious, Commander Ji has fainted. Then I looked over at Jiang Bai and Wan Yu clenching their fists, and I understood why you humans chose to side with the Nas. Junjian smiled and declared that this ordinary mercenary would not join the battle, directly silencing Stream, who was bursting with power. He withdrew his strength. All right, go ahead and speak freely. I accept your surrender. As soon as the words ended, the Nas army raised their hands and shouted. The G team looked much less spirited. Freem turned and ordered, don't kill him. The blood of the ice giants is enough for this civil war. Junie glanced over again. I will follow your ideals. Show me. Joby was so stunned she couldn't speak. Jiangin and Wan Yu introduced themselves one after the other. I'm Wan Yu, I'm Jiang Bai. Suddenly the Stream declared seriously, we will advance, we will kill King Loki. The Nas army all responded loudly in unison. Suddenly the system voice rang out. The Collapse of Heaven was looking at everyone with annoyance. The Collapse of Heaven sneered. Jun Jian pondered the announcement. I'm not sure why, but the Collapse of Heaven seemed quite annoyed. Was it after hearing the name Loki, the king of Ucha Cream, that he asked Jun Jian? I was curious why you suddenly withdrew. You calmly replied. Because we are mercenaries. Smiling brightly, he said, if you pay me well, I'll be happy to help. He laughed with interest. Sounds good. Jun Jian's group watched his straight back as he walked away. In Trang anxiously started a conversation. Li Junjian, are you really going to be okay? Your face only shows happiness. Is something wrong? She still spoke with worry, but he interrupted her as he put on his shirt. Didn't I say this from the very beginning? From the start, we were on the same page. Hyun Mu is carrying W, listening as you continue. We have achieved the goal we set when we came to China. Jun Jian said that hunters like Wanu Yu and Zhang will help the others in Udgard. Isn't this the best outcome? In Trang smiled and nodded in agreement. I agree. The fortress of Udgard was engulfed in thick smoke and fire. The advance toward the Nas went smoothly because most had already been defeated in the battle against the first giant warriors. The people inside had already knelt before the enemy. The warriors were able to easily infiltrate thanks to the Nas people. A worried voice called out, W. Hosey, are you okay? Junjiang breathed a sigh of relief as he fully opened his eyes. He was awake. He panicked and turned his face to the side. Opposite him was thick smoke and fire. What are the Nas warriors talking about? W. Hua clenched his teeth. He shouted angrily right in Junjian's face. Were you a traitor from the very beginning? I didn't even know. You asked back in confusion. What are you talking about? I already told you. A gentle face reminded them that although it was late, the rescue team had arrived. W was stunned in surprise. What then? Pay attention to the group of 3 Joby, Wan Yu and Jiang Bai who were approaching. Junjian spoke up with instructions. Roby, gather the people and hold the line. If given the chance, I won't hesitate to let you leave the fortress. You turn around. W, please go help them. If W is the person I trust, he will be able to gather everyone without much trouble. He calms down and thinks. I can feel that he wants to save people and speak up. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I understand now. Junjian smiled with satisfaction. Then I will go on my mercenary mission. Tran Hunhua raised a question. Before I go, can I say something? How do you feel? You clench your fists, radiating power, your whole body bursting into flames with an exhilarating expression. The system announced that a mission has been created to eliminate the imposter with a time limit of 15 minutes. The cold scene was covered in pure white snow. A spark flared up at the castle, adding a touch of red. People wrapped in cloaks evacuated following the rescue team's orders. W looked toward the fire and thought to himself, Lai Jungian, be careful, the king is very strong. On this side, a group radiating a fierce red aura confronts the Dark King on the throne. Loki growls angrily. How dare a filthy traitor set foot in the castle? Freem glared at him. Utgat Loki, now it's your turn. He shows no sign of fear. I should have killed you when I had the chance. Jungion quietly assessed him. He remained calm despite facing hundreds of giants. The king's aura was truly powerful. Did he still have a hidden card? Why is he so calm? Freem sneered. Do you regret not killing me the way you killed? On Van? Loki's mouth also involuntarily curved into a smile, deliberately provoking with a mocking tone. I know the reason you rebelled is because of Anvai. Sim immediately flew into a rage, grinding his teeth at this bastard. Then he braced himself to match the level, ready to send him to the afterlife. He remained calm and praised him. Impressive. The hand suddenly gave a thumbs up to cast a spell. The massive coffin nearby shook violently before its lid burst open. A blazing red hand reached out. The muscular monster smashed through its hiding spot and lunged forward. Another one jumped in through the window, and they all landed heavily on the ground, one after another. Thus, a large army of monsters gathered before their king. Junjian frowned as he looked at those red creatures. Are those the soulless giants I saw here for the first time? Loki bared his teeth in a savage laugh, and Freem clenched his teeth, unable to help but ask. You bastard, what have you done? Is it possible? You analyze with yourself. I heard most of the giants died from an infectious disease. Isn't that true? They are too strong. They have no conscience, and are different from before when they went mad with bloodlust. Now they are following the king's orders. Seeing those inhuman creatures breathing heavily, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Finally, the pieces are starting to come together. The king sacrificed his people to create his own army. Loki laughed loudly as if confirming my guess. I needed an army that only obeys me, and they have become that army. How glorious it is. Suddenly someone surged forward, creating small sparks of lightning. The fighter charged through the monsters toward him, and seeing this, he quickly leveled up his balance, his aura immediately radiating around, then unleashed a stream of dark purple power forward. A single strike hit Stream mid-air, the energy so powerful it didn't stop there, but continued shooting through the roof. After retracting his hand, Loki called out with full composure, "My loyal warriors." His eyes were wild with madness, tear that rebel apart. The subordinates roared in unison, then one by one they charged forward at his command. The two Nazmen were still stunned, just one strike from Stream. What are we going to do now? Done contrary to what they thought, a hand suddenly rose, followed by Stream, who, though slightly injured, still burned with fierce spirit and strength. He shouted an order, "You Naz, take down the leader, he has lost his pride, charge forward." They heard their leader's words and immediately charged forward. Stream was back, pushing ahead. Trang still couldn't process what was happening. Lejun, what the hell is going on? He explained, "The king needs a private army, and it seems he has modified the giants for that purpose." Hearing every word, she was deeply shocked. "You mean he killed his own people and experimented on them?" You glanced and repeated, "He is a mad king who sees his people as mere tools. He is a monster." And the battle raged on. A Nazman managed to land 2 strikes on the monster's body, but it didn't even flinch, its eyes widening in even crazier madness. Suddenly it lowered its head and bit the Nazman's shoulder, making him scream out in pain. "Get lost, you bastard." But the monster just tore the flesh away despite his pain. The others also frantically jumped at different targets. He observed the situation ahead. The modified giants had no consciousness, so they charged like madmen. At this rate, the Naz won't win. The only way is to think that you stop here, but something flashes in your eyes. Loki stood calmly, looking down from above. "Do you know what you're getting yourselves into? I will wipe them all out." The system suddenly announced. Muspel's spear was fully charged with magic. He gripped the weapon tightly and made the decision to defeat the king. Immediately after, he kicked the ground and leapt up. She jumped over the battle between Naz and the monster below. His hand swung the spear back, gathering momentum for a powerful strike, then immediately brought it down on Loki, who didn't even notice him. Junjian's fierce attack was easily blocked by Loki, who smirked with contempt. His whole body radiated dark energy as he said, I've been watching all this time." He raised his fist, ready to strike. "You are the one with the strongest mana here." He punched forward with a powerful strike, shouting, "Die." The dark energy radiated around him. The attack was so strong and fast that Junjian was pushed into a corner. A flicker of worry appeared in his eyes. "I can't dodge this." Suddenly Junjian glanced as if he saw something. Someone's technique was similar to the old man's as they charged fiercely at each other. The two moves collided, creating a chaotic scene. Loki suddenly paused and thought to himself, did he just cancel his extreme low blow? He looked back and asked, "Who are you?" Sachi appeared through the hazy smoke, sweating heavily and gasping for breath as if exhausted. Sachi staggered slightly. Junjian saw him and shouted. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. "I'm leaving the giants to you." Then I collapsed heavily to the ground on my knees. Stream saw that and angrily shouted out, "Zatri." Loki scowled wickedly and sneered. "The weak bastard is begging for help from a human. Once this battle is over, I will turn you into a warrior first." Junjian shouted angrily at Fenrir. It immediately lunged at Loki, startling him. Fenrir moved through the surrounding space so fast that his form was invisible. Loki seemed driven mad. "You're weaker than before." His attack was like a bomb, exploding, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Venri was also thrown far away. The blue system notifies you that you have only 5 minutes left to complete your mission. The red message updates. The Apocalypse Sky is asking you to eliminate this shameful individual. Trang, seeing this, asked anxiously, "What a brutal bastard. What should we do now?" You replied immediately, "Hold him off for 1 minute. The girl hesitated to hold him back for a minute. The guy who defeated Fenrir with one strike. At the same time, SM charged straight at Loki with all his fury. Loki. The two of them rushed at each other fiercely. Seeing this, Junjian didn't want to sit still either. Streaming alone won't be enough. I need you. Dong In Trang. I don't know if In Trang heard it, but in my mind I only remember needing her. She seemed to be empowered. Fine, I'll do my best for an hour. A sharp snap echoed. Junjian gripped the spear tightly. The system warns that Muspel's spear is reaching its magic absorption limit. His whole body is burning with energy, his eyes filled with determination and thought. This is still not enough, I need more. Loki is now pushing himself to the limit, and the system warns that he is exceeding the threshold. Suddenly, a strike sliced through the armored hand. Loki quickly reacted, blocking the incoming attack, and then reversing it back toward In Trang, who was rushing forward. A massive explosion erupted, turning the scene chaotic. The system notified that Muspel's spear had upgraded significantly to an extreme temperature. Junjian held the spear, radiating an incredibly powerful magical force. No, it still wasn't enough. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. Just a little more, I have to end this in one strike. The system turned gray. Muspel's spear had reached its fire limit. The spear began to crack, covered in fractures. It was at this moment that Junjian, burning with fierce determination, grabbed the spear and charged forward. Using all his strength, he threw it hard toward Loki. The spear flew like an arrow, piercing through a building and soaring up to reveal a hazy blue sky through the smoke. Suddenly, the system announced the mission complete. Loki stood frozen in place. The red system appeared. The apocalyptic sky was satisfied. Loki's body was riddled with holes, his eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. The system appeared with praise, saying the performance was excellent. The faint sunlight flickered as Wo Yu and everyone below looked up and talked. Impossible that sunlight from China has appeared in the Arctic. The system notifies you have achieved the feat of raising the Sunday. The sky was strangely blue, and the sunlight shone brightly down. The system kept notifying that your compatibility with fire had increased significantly. You have been rewarded for completing the mission. Constantly updating your stats have increased, you are healing, and the city is becoming peaceful. Under that unbelievable sunlight, little Loki died. The king and Lothar burned to ashes. Loki's body burned fiercely, leaving only unrecognizable bones that vanished without a trace. In the end, it was a purge. The giants enlarged by the king were killed by the Nas, but it's more accurate to say they were put to rest rather than simply killed. The four leaders gathered at the site of the ruined castle. They were Sachi, Stream, Zobi, and finally Junjian. The war is not over yet. Stream stepped forward, looked at Zobi and said, "Zobi, I will keep my promise." He heard that and smiled with satisfaction. Sim glanced subtly while Sane calmly said, "Kill me." Then SM knelt before him and confessed his sins. No matter the reason, the hands of a traitor like me have stained the blood of many of my own kind. My revenge is complete, but he looked up and said solemnly, "I hope you can forgive the Nas who followed me." Sachi frowned but said nothing as he conjured a cane in his hand. Sachi's whole body radiated magic as he said, "All right." The sunlight still flickered and the snow fell thicker, covering the mountain. Sachi and Junjian stood silently on the castle, quietly watching. Junjian asked, "You don't look down on me?" Sachi glanced at him quietly, and he turned to smile and praise. "Of course not, actually. I feel more grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to make the right decision. You're like one of our warriors." Junjian resolved his doubts, feeling joyful and at ease. Snow continued to fall heavily around the palace walls. Zhangbi carried a large log under the admiring gazes of everyone, while Wan Yu shouted out orders. Junjian and Jobi stood above, looking down. He spoke up. "The reconstruction is progressing very smoothly." He replied with satisfaction. "It's all thanks to you." Junyang turned and asked what else he could help with. Zobi's gaze grew serious. "We've done all we can. But normally people can't stay long in a land that is uninhabitable and lacking resources. So he made a request. We are considering leaving the walls. Can you help me with that?" Junjian willingly replied. "Of course I can, but I don't think that's a second option because a lot is about to change." Roby was confused. "What do you mean?" You gently reminded him, "I don't think we need to leave the walls. Actually, I think it's a bad idea. I believe everyone should try to settle here because the whole world will become a gateway." Roby sighed with some concern. "Oh, I see. But the rations and the cold too." Junie pulled out a kohlrabi. "This is a monster called Purimora. It can be used as a source of food. It's not very tasty, but it can grow in any environment." Jungian reached out to a pile of Purimora lying around. "You can feed them with the bones of other monsters. That way you won't have to worry about starving." Roby was suddenly confused. "How do you know all of that?" You smile softly. "I think I can also handle the cold problem." Roby was overjoyed. "Thank you. We will definitely repay you next time." The fixed tents were set up all over the snow. Stream stepped out from somewhere with a sinister smile. "Interesting human here you are. Is the leader of the giant army doing well? Junie, the little guy next to Stream, replied, if you're curious, you should meet him in person. He was a bit worried, wondering if he would be happy when an enemy came looking for him. You smiled faintly and asked, maybe you are the enemy, but aren't you also not the enemy? Why is that? Stream recalled the moment talking with Sachi and explained, someone who has taken the blood of their own kind cannot become a chief. That's why I refused Sa's offer to become chief and decided to lead the Naz people myself. For the aggressive and warlike ice giants, they can only grow stronger when they have enemies. He continued, because monsters are just prey to us, the only thing that can truly be our enemy. Freem frowned and looked Junjian straight in the eye. It's you, humans. You flinch at that. Junjian speaks up. That's why you consider us, because neither side would benefit if we became enemies. Freem replied, indeed, this is how we show our respect to the human race that helped us. You replied, I understand. Actually, the reason I'm here is to learn from you. He smiled faintly. If this is what Lord Loki wants, then I will grant it to you. After all, you are the one who saved our giant race. Junie was puzzled. Lord Loki, who is that? Sim explained. In the ancient language of the giant race, it means the one who killed Loki. The Red System announced with a disdainful sneer. He thought to himself, there's always that kind of reaction whenever the name Loki is mentioned, then spoke up. I want to learn the extreme release technique. Sim stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can grant it to you, but I'm not sure if it's even possible. He recalled the moment he unleashed his ultimate release and analyzed it. The ultimate release is a technique that pushes the latent potential and dormant mana power within the body to the extreme, but it requires a massive amount of mana. Without the strength of a giant and a large amount of mana corresponding to our body size, no one could learn that technique. The blazing red mana energy surged and he stared in stunned silence. Sachi also flinched in confusion, turning around and thinking to herself, what is this terrifying amount of mana? Could it be Lai Junjion? Intrang also felt it and smiled thoughtfully. He really made me wonder if he was even human. Junjian radiated a powerful aura that filled the entire space. His eyes shone brightly with determination. I can confidently say that I have more mana than him, Freem smirked. Great. Junjian stood alone on the cliff, looking back at the magnificent castle under the snowy sky. His face tensed up a bit. The youngest brother, Loki. Remembering the giants and Loki, he smiled wickedly. He continued, the foolish king used his own kind as test subjects to build an army. That vile scum turned the giants with extreme liberation into emotionless killing machines, using the internal energy of Chinese hunters. Jungyeon's eyes were full of doubt, but how could he make the giants obey orders and control them completely? Based on what Sachi said, the king is a powerful warrior, but he's not the one who would do that. He glanced sideways, realizing that means someone must be helping him. Junjian recalled, when he asked the villagers and pondered. The intruders who entered the giant's fortress, everyone said they left without doing anything. I thought that if any outsider appeared at this time, it would be the Demon King. But if it's not him, then I look up at the sky and think about the mysterious black figure emitting eerie black smoke. Do you suspect it might be because of that black-cloaked boss? That guy really confuses Junjian. Who the hell is he? What is he planning? The entire mountain area was covered in white snowflakes drifting in the sky, a voice breaking the silence. Jungi noticed and glanced over as Intrang approached with a cheerful mood. She's inviting you, there's a festival, let's go together. You hesitate, seeming not very eager. A festival, but without waiting for Jungi or Mr. Tron, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. He was still in a daze, unable to react in time. Ah, she urged him, hurry up, everyone is waiting. On this side, the atmosphere was lively, with everyone gathering and chatting animatedly. Seeing this peaceful yet vibrant scene, some people sighed in admiration. That's right, this is what living is all about. It's pretty tough, but that's life. The young man chewed his meat noisily and said, be grateful that we're still alive. Intrang looked around and praised. What a beautiful scene. A festival right in a place affected by the assimilation gate. Junjian agreed as well. That's right, it makes me feel full of hope. Well, you came up with quite a good idea. Should we be the background for the finale of the festival? She found that confusing. You stepped forward. Junjian stood on the high platform looking very prominent and attracting everyone's attention. They murmured among themselves. That person was Lord Loki, the one who defeated the king of the giants. Lord Loki. I don't even know what that name means, but it seems the giants call him that. They responded enthusiastically. Lord Loki is going to show us something. Lord Loki. The scorching energy twists and turns in the air. The mana flow is reinforced. It grows stronger, wrapping around Jungyeon's body. The mana flow intensifies. Centered on him as the source of the burst energy, his eyes flash with a pink glow. Jang and Joby were startled in amazement by the scene. Intrang smiled, quietly waiting. The warm sunlight gradually breaks through the mist, shining down on the houses. The film spares no praise. Lord Loki, you are truly amazing. Everyone else was left speechless, finding it hard to believe. No, it can't be. A sun has appeared. The sky was clear without a single cloud bathed in gentle sunlight. Jungian calmly raised his hand to control the mana. The system announced that mana was being formed into a core, clearly visible under the influence of the dragon veinstone, as a small dragon heart took shape. After a while, the festival's excitement died down. The castle returned to its original state. Two figures stood on the wall talking. Roby spoke up. "Are you leaving now?" Jungian confirmed. "That's right." He smiled softly as he talked about what he had done earlier. "I injected heat into the metal structures outside the settlement. From here you can see the metal block in the distance emitting steam. I used the mana injection method I learned by observing Park Jun, and with Merlin's necklace I used protective magic to prevent the heat from escaping. As long as the structure remains intact, the heat will always stay there." Z's expression was serious. "Do you really have to go? I really want to repay this debt. Junjiang promised we will meet again." You jump down and land softly. Below 4 people are waiting. Trang said teasingly, "The one who lifted the sundae. Here I am." You feel awkward. "Are you joking?" She recalled the scene just now. "It's not true." "Did you really lift the sun when I left?" Jungong shyly scratched his head, not expecting his image in others' eyes to be like that. The page turns to a new topic. "But are we really leaving? You know what she's worried about, so you reassure her. Don't worry about them. I've made sure the warmth will always be here." He silently admired her personality, truly a kind-hearted person. He turned to call the boy Venria. A blue mana glow flashed as the boy transformed into a giant wolf, its sleek fur shining brightly. Jungian glanced back softly and said his farewell. "I'm leaving now, and I hope next time we meet there will be progress." Roby began to look forward to their next reunion. "I hope we will meet again." The desolate mountain scenery, the snow wind obscuring everything nature hidden behind a misty veil. Time slowly passed, night fell, bringing with it a biting cold. Jungon's group paused to rest after the exhausting journey, leaving only him and Trang sitting opposite each other by the warming fire, while the others had long since fallen asleep. She shared her thoughts, saying the trip was chaotic but not too bad. Unlike her, he sighed wearily. "If traveling like this leaves me exhausted, I don't want to go through it again." She sighed and then turned her attention to the side. "It's been a while since I've heard you joke like that. You're really enjoying it too, aren't you, Ji?" He raised both fists enthusiastically, in response to Gongdu. Junjian's expression turned serious. "How is Dong Trang's training going?" I silently thought that, as I mentioned before, internal energy is very difficult to learn. Trang reported progress. "I think I've understood a little, both internal energy and mana flow." You urged impatiently she needs to hurry. Your serious expression reminded her there isn't much time left. Jungon silently felt the glowing spot in his chest. The dragon heart near his own was also charging even as we talked. As mana increases and develops, not only I, but everyone becomes stronger. This means that some major changes are about to happen. He feels uncertain and worried about the current developments and the future situation, as even the monsters are becoming stronger. The whole world is changing. China's mana saturation is just the beginning. When Inchanglo looked up in one direction, she suddenly startled and called out to Lunjian. He was snapped out of his confusing thoughts by her voice. She pointed ahead and hesitated. Both of them stood up at the same time, his pupils shrinking in surprise. The tallest mountain in the distance blazed brightly in the dead of night, billowing thick smoke and standing out vividly. They stood still, watching the chronicles unfolding. The white-capped mountain, burning the village ablaze with thick black smoke, obscuring the view, the rising heat melting the frost, while countless monsters lined up outside, approaching the place. The brainless army ignored the heat of the fire and charged fiercely. The piercing cries signaled the start of the battle. "Hey, all the villagers are panicking and running away." Kun shouted loudly to give directions. "This way, everyone." The two stood guard, protecting the villagers as they escaped safely. A sword-wielding ogre chased after them, but she stabbed through its body and drove it away with disdain, saying, "Get lost." The person beside also joined in cutting another hawk in half. Fresh blood splattered as they retreated to defend themselves. Bo Ni anxiously asked, "Has everyone been evacuated? I'm not sure, but I think so." He felt a brief sense of relief. "All right now, if we can just get down the mountain." Before they could finish speaking, a massive foot slammed down, shaking the ground and echoing loudly. They startled and looked toward it. The silhouette of a muscular giant appeared, veins bulging on his body, fierce eyes, mana swirling around him. The two gripped their weapons tightly in defense. She cursed in fear. "Damn it, what is that giant doing here?" Boney also trembled slightly. "I can feel an overwhelming amount of mana from him," his face pale, bracing himself for sacrifice. "Perhaps we have to risk our lives for this." Suddenly, a powerful mana surged forward. The giant sensed danger and turned to defend himself. Fenrir swooped down from the sky at the speed of light, targeting him, and before he could react, his head was severed from his body. She was stunned witnessing this scene. That wolf, could it be that Jun Jian and In Trang's group came over to check if he was okay? He was still in shock. "Thank you." Bo-ni breathed a sigh of relief. You look around and wonder, where are Sun Quan and Ung-Neil? I can't sense their presence. Kun's expression darkened, his voice hesitant. The master has gone down to Thien Tree to seal Sangun. Jun-Gyeon's pupils contracted, feeling something was wrong. He quickly turned and instructed Dong and Trang take care of this place with Brother W. She immediately agreed, leave it to me. Then he moved at full speed, the scenery rushing past quickly. In an open field, Sangun and Uniel stood facing each other. Mana of both twisted around their bodies, the atmosphere between them was extremely tense. His eyes glowed red and fierce, bearing sharp fangs, screaming with rage. The girl gripped her sword tightly, standing still as Tran Tru did not advance her sad expression, calling out to Sangun, who seemed to have lost his mind and was swinging his claws to snatch her. The girl quickly created a shield to defend herself. He did not give up because of that. On the contrary, he became even more frenzied than before. Ungul tries to wake him up. Sangun, stop. The girl's eyes welled up with tears struggling inside. I can't keep doing this anymore. A blinding light flashed and the girl's figure vanished. Ungul gathered her resolve and charged forward. The girl raised her sword high and struck down hard on Sun's head. He directly gathered mana to counter. The girl hesitated when she saw this familiar face. In that moment, Ung-Neil was distracted and got knocked away by him. The girl's body slammed into the ground and slid a long way. Dust billowed everywhere. Flickers of mana escaped as fragments of earth and stone scattered everywhere. Ung's waist collided with a large rock behind him, then came to a complete stop. The girl struggled to stand up, then coughed up blood in pain. It seemed she had suffered a severe injury. The girl straightened up and wiped the blood from her mouth with her hand. Sangun, you are like a father to me. Having raised an orphan like me, how could I ever bring myself to kill you? You can no longer recognize your loved ones, only the instincts of a beast remain. This year, looking at Uniel, the girl with her hands waiting for the end, instead, just kill me. 2 tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice trembling but resolute. Kill me, Sang. Gun, end it here. I'm tired. With that, Sangun raised his claws to finish the girl. The mana around him also trembled. Your large foot slammed down, shaking the ground. Ungul squeezed her eyes shut in pain, but after a moment she found herself unharmed and curiously opened her eyes. Jun-Gyeon, who appeared out of nowhere, stood in front to block the attack. He remained calm in this situation and asked with concern, "Are you okay, kid?" Ungul was stunned by the current scene. Sangun gave them no time to talk and continued slashing with his claws. Jun-Gyeon quickly grabbed the girl and escaped the blast radius caused by the explosion. The fiery power carried by the wind was strong, but he gently landed safely. He observed Ungul's disheveled and miserable appearance. What on earth had happened to her? The girl recounted seeing a man dressed in black. She briefly explained the situation and made contact with Sunday. And then this happened. Jun-Gyeon's pupils shrank as the image of a person with a dark aura flashed through his mind. The man in black. Could it be? Jun-Gyeon hurriedly asked about the whereabouts. What happened to that guy? Neil's theory has held up for a few days since he disappeared. I think Sangun changed because he fell into a deep silence. A man dressed in black. Yeah, let's put that aside for now. You have a more important issue to deal with at the moment. First, let's catch Sunday. The girl held her hand tightly as a reminder. It's impossible. You froze at those words. Ungul felt utterly helpless. We have tried everything. We tried sealing and even used PMA energy to permanently remove your demonic energy. Sangun's energy is too immense, so it is impossible. Jun-Gyeon wondered. So does that mean we have to kill him? Although she didn't want to, the girl still affirmed. That's right. A staff gradually appeared in his hand. From its initial shape, it formed into a long spear. He activated his mana and said, "Rest now. Ung, heal. Maybe I have a way." Finishing his words, he snapped his fingers sharply, leaving only a speck of light on the ground. Jun-Gyeon attacked Sun continuously at lightning speed from all directions. He decisively slashed a sharp strike. The sound of tearing wind echoed through the air. The clash between the two sides created a deafening explosion. The area in front of Sun was completely destroyed. Debris and rocks flew everywhere, and thick dust obscured the view. Witnessing this scene, Ung-Neil was amazed. No way could he have become this strong in such a short time. He's changed so much it feels like several years have passed. But in reality, it's only been a few days. The battle is still raging fiercely. Jun-Gyeon charges forward like an arrow released from a bow mana, flowing sinuously around the entire spear. Fresh blood splattered. Sangun's eyes went blank as he froze the sharp spear, piercing through the lord's stomach, who didn't even have time to move a single step. Uno burst into tears and shouted loudly. Sangun Jun-Gyeon calmly reassured, "Don't worry, I have no intention of killing him." A powerful mana surged along the spear shaft, the dragon heart formed by the dragon bloodstone, and I was at the peak of my strength. Thanks to it, I can feel both Sangun's power and the influence of the white-headed mountain through the dragon bloodstone. His hand clenched it tightly, the blood-colored threads gradually flowing into him, and from that magic I intend to absorb the dark part, driving Sangun mad into my own body. However, things don't always go according to plan. Junjian gritted his teeth, his expression serious. This is bad. Muspel's spear is slowly turning into a demon spear, and it's also absorbing Sangu's life force. His pupils contracted as he silently resolved to focus. He could do this. He needed to restore his energy and vitality. The system suddenly announced that purification had been activated. He was overjoyed and knew he couldn't miss this chance. Sangun's pupil glowed under the influence of Junjian's skill. After a while, it gradually returned to normal. Your consciousness returns. You are stunned, as if still not fully awake from a daze. You startled and froze, but you managed it. Junjian saw the situation was safe and withdrew his spear. Sangun also collapsed from exhaustion as the light flashed and cracked the ground beneath him. Heal hurried over to Sangun. The girl raised her hands as mana gradually gathered. She reminded with great worry, I will heal you right now, so just stay still. Golden light enveloped Sangun's entire body. His eyes remained tightly shut with no change. Heo cried out in despair, begging, Please open your eyes, Sangun. Finally, the girl gave up, withdrew her mana, and bowed her head. She fell into a state of self-blame and regret. Sangun, I'm sorry. At that moment, a sound echoed. Ungul was drawn to the noise and turned his head to investigate. Not far away, Ganhwa and Fenri appeared, and he let out a sigh of relief, feeling incredibly lucky. Thank goodness I made it in time. As time passed, Sangun regained some strength. He remained lying there watching Junjian face him. He asked Han with concern if his senses had returned to normal yet. At first he hesitated, then confirmed it. I quietly assessed that although I had taken away Sangun's dark side, he was dying. Junjian took the opportunity to wonder. Sangun, the man in black, was the one who caused him to end up like this. Who is he, and why did you meet him? There are countless questions that need answers. I don't quite understand how a mythical being like you could have met someone as suspicious as him. More than that, why did you take that power? He recalled that I would slowly tell the listeners and then focus on other matters. Is Ungul okay? Jungi honestly replied, It's okay, she's just exhausted from worrying about you. A few minutes earlier, Gunhwa had explained his condition to the girl. I treated the external spear wounds for Sangun, but the rest are not looking good. The internal spear wounds are too severe, and even with further treatment, it won't make a difference. The girl was startled, her pupils shrinking, tears welling up as if her world had collapsed. Back in the present, Sangun spoke his final sincere words. I understand you probably already know, but I will die soon. You still keep your promise to take care of Ungul for me, right? Junji nodded seriously and reassured him, All right, I will entrust Ungul to your care. His eyes lit up with a memory of the man in black, who despite being suspicious possessed a very familiar power. A memory appeared, San corrected. He didn't come to meet me, I was the one who went to him. What was he doing? He was suspicious of the mysterious man whose face was unclear. The man just stood there staring as San approached from behind. I slowly approached him. Jungan rubbed his chin, waiting for the next words. So what? Sangun was silent for a long time before replying, I just can't remember. He was startled, not expecting the result to be like this. Why? He closed his eyes briefly in recollection. I'm sure I met him at John Jay, but I still can't remember clearly. You pondered quietly. He can't remember the important part. So we have no way of knowing how Sun changed. Who is that person or where have they been? After a while in the village that had been devastated, those were the traces of a fierce battle. Trang stood on the bridge, observing. Below are the survivors all accounted for, right? I will give you two choices. Her attitude was calm. Choose whichever you like. She began to say it would be difficult, but it was the choice that would allow everyone to stay here. Everyone listened to her seriously. The second option is to come to Korea with us. We need government approval, but everyone will be provided with full accommodation. Trang reminded about the time the relocation plan takes 3 days, so please decide beforehand. On the other side, while Jungan was sitting alone, Neil came over calling out Uncle. Her expression showed unease. I'm worried about Mr. Sunday. He always trusts you. Can I come with you to visit him? You immediately agreed. All right. They are moving. This is an underground passage. Sounds echo through the empty space. Mr. Sangun, you're lying there motionless, lifeless. Neil sat beside him and asked, Are you okay, Sangun? She tries to wake him up. Get up, sir. The girl tried to transfer mana into his body, but it gradually faded, and Sangun still showed no reaction. Sangun, with tears welling up, touched his fur and poured out his heart. He was once an important member of my family, once a friend. The girl couldn't hold back her grief at losing a loved one, her father. Sangun's body glowed as the girl whispered her thanks, promising she would never forget him. Junie stood silently nearby, giving them their final private moment. His figure gradually faded away. Knelt down and bowed his head in respect. Thank you, Lord Sangun. You have completely transformed into a flow of mana, drifting away along the path. All the villagers knelt together to see Sun off on his final journey. The flow of mana gradually merged with the earth and sky. After a while, everyone stood still, gazing toward the ruined village. Some wondered if it was okay to just leave this mess behind and go. She smiled reassuringly, "We will come back." Trang stood before the neatly lined-up reindeer, shouting out instructions. "Go ahead with the children first." She raised her hand to command. "Once we leave the mountain, it will be very cold, so dress warmly before climbing onto the reindeer." Suddenly she noticed something. Jungian gently set Ungniel down on the ground. He gently put the girl down, who was still holding the white tiger cub, looking much better. Trang stood stunned, observing, a tiger cub. The little girl happily raised him up. "Mr. Sangun," he calmly explained, "Oh, it's like a wandering phenomenon. Right now he looks small, weak and harmless, a guardian with the name Bigme who placed Sun who has died into Ungel's family. However, he was resurrected with almost all his memories but lost his powers. Junjian hopes we will return to Korea soon." Trang nodded in agreement. Just thinking about it is already interesting. She's a bit curious. What do you plan to do when we arrive?" He fell into deep thought with many things to do. A sword appeared in his hand, radiating a sparkling golden light with an unparalleled aura. Trang curiously assessed. "What kind of weapon is this? A magical tool?" That incredible amount of mana, Junjian raised it up, silently admiring. Ungel did well, and at the same time answered her that it was a gift. It seemed like a heavy stone was falling straight onto her head, making Ji startled. She gritted her teeth, emphasizing the word gift. Her face darkened and her mood worsened. "Got it. What do you plan to do once you actually arrive?" Trang said, with a tone full of jealousy. "You're giving a gift to your secret woman, right? Are you confused?" After regaining his composure, Jungian awkwardly scratched his cheek, avoiding her gaze. "Ah yeah, I'll give it to her." Seeing Trang angry, he felt confused as she silently turned and walked away. What a strange reaction. The marching group stopped at the destination amid the cold, snowy sky, leaving her astonished. "This is the wall." Footsteps echoed. Jungian stepped forward. He recalled saying he would open this wall once a month, right? "It's been over a month, I think." Then he placed his hand on the surface, and a wave of mana spread around. Waiting would be a waste of time. "I've improved much more than expected." His gaze changed, able to open it without help. He used his strength while quietly reminding himself. "Step back." Without another word, Jungan focused all his strength. The wall trembled, two sources of energy entwined, and the entire wall blazed with light. He gritted his teeth, feeling the tension. Not enough for the young mana flow. Using the dragon heart would drain Sangun's energy. The dragon heart seems to show signs of breaking, and the mana becomes chaotic. At the northern front, the area is shrouded in a cold, snowy wind, like a misty haze, obscuring the view. Figures can be seen patrolling in the sky. SJ seriously assessed that it has indeed been rare lately. The boy beside him looked confused. "Rare," he explained. "Who are those monsters anyway? Since that person arrived at the front, this has become very rare." He suddenly realized. Is it that underdog guy? Must be a coincidence. Jin fell silent, furrowing his brow in thought as the cold, ruthless image of Junjian appeared in his mind. He smiled casually. Who knows, maybe he already escaped the monsters in North Korea. He immediately denied it without hesitation, saying no matter who it is, that's something impossible to know. There have been many heroes for a long time. Is he stunned? Suddenly Sejan gasped and shouted. "Hey look," he wondered. "What is this?" They all widened their eyes in astonishment at the same time. The front line is shifting. A blazing red mana burns the wall. It spreads wider and wider, the wall gradually disappearing before the two of them. Inside the camp area, sturdy buildings with modern architecture stand tall. Steam rises from the fragrant cup of coffee, and a voice exclaims the coffee is warm. Trang picked it up, took a sip, and praised it. "Oh my, is the coffee always this good?" Jungan agrees with this too. "That's right." Suddenly someone stepped forward. Segjin looked curious. "The group accompanying you is in the auditorium. May I know who they are?" You calmly introduced them as the remaining North Korean residents, very trustworthy. He was stunned. North Korea means he seemed to know what he was thinking and confirmed it. "Yes, they are all hunters." Seijin was startled in surprise. "Are they all hunters?" Meanwhile, in the auditorium, the crowd gathered inside turned their attention to Neil and Kun standing on the stage. The girl began to speak. "Everyone, please be patient. It will be very comfortable from now on." They responded happily. "Yes." Jungian watched the girl from the side. Her curse must have been lifted. The power of the curse that granted her abilities but trapped her in a child's form was gone. She naturally stood before them and began to explain. He stepped forward and asked the little girl if she understood well. She was drawn by the call, turned around, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Rungong pulled the girl's hand and politely asked for permission. "I'll borrow your owner for a moment." They responded enthusiastically. "You can do whatever you want, no need to look back." Only Kun watched with worry, feeling uneasy. The two of them went to a quiet place, and seeing no one around to disturb them, he wondered. The kid's appearance explains it. Lei Yuan is gone. Jungian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then grabbed the girl's wrist. Wait, you gently warned it might hurt a little. The girl was startled and confused. His pupils lit up as he focused, realizing he had to use the flow of mana to check the girl's condition. The air around them trembled, the mana connecting the two of them. Neil cautiously shook off his hand and questioned. What are you doing? He said. Seriously, the kid has gotten weaker. The girl was amazed. What? Then she decided to check for herself to confirm. Mana activated around the body. After a moment, Neil looked at his hand in shock. I've really weakened. Why is that? Jun Gian analyzed. Got it. The kid is only strong near Chage village, because he controls the energy there. That's why when you're up there you look like a child. Her face darkened with sadness. You smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm a hunter. Let me help. Ungul was moved by these words. She hesitated and let go of her hostile attitude. So what exactly do you want to say? Jungong spoke up to warn them to be prepared. People from the government and the guild will come to you soon. They will ask a lot about you and the people at Janjay as well. The image of C dealing with the group of idiots appeared in my mind. Their abilities are much stronger than expected if they all join the association at the same time. And the bravery of my father when he split the enemy in two, his steady voice would excite everyone. But the problem is, Ungul knows what Jungian is worried about, whether they can be trusted. He nodded firmly. Yes, there is a possibility of being expelled from Korea or having to sign an unfair contract with the government and the association. Or did he think of the man with the dark aura Asga, the chairman of the Asga Association, Zhang Huin, who might come? He will crave the power that everyone holds. Junhyun made the proposal without forgetting to consider their feelings. I will provide everyone with useful things, but of course the right to accept or refuse will depend on the people of Chi village. What is the suspicion? Outside, warm sunlight shines on the buildings. A car drove up and stopped beside the building. A muscular man wearing a vest and dark glasses stepped out looking very formal. Sangshu suddenly noticed something. He spread his arms in welcome. Long time no see, Hunter, welcome back from China. You respond politely. It's been a while since the last time you guided, hasn't it? He smiled softly in praise. He also knew his impression was hard to fade. A hunter has successfully completed a dangerous mission and returned, even bringing back survivors from North Korea. And he's a hunter too. Jungian guessed their plan. The association is taking the initiative, but judging by Sangshu's sudden serious expression, there's a question of whether we can trust them, so the chairman of the association made a proposal. You should raise your guard. Asga is approaching. Sangshu turned his head and recounted Asga's opinion. We have learned that all the survivors in North Korea are hunters. That is why the association president wants to sign a contract with them. Jungian wondered. Is it a mana contract? He hesitated. Ah yes. A mana contract allows them to use people as slaves. The forms of punishment are written into the contract. He recalled its contents, then smiled politely. Sorry, but they already signed the contract with me first. Jiang Shu was startled in shock. Yes, Jungian explained calmly. I always carry their names with me to minimize risks as much as possible, which is also why I signed the mana contract with them. He also knows that each person can only make a contract once. Hearing this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully and made a decision. I will report back to the chairman. Please wait a moment. You feel curious about how Odin will react, and you'll probably find out soon. Inside the auditorium, the people of Choji J are gathering together, having changed into sportswear. She feels these outfits are really comfortable, and someone agrees, saying they're easy to move around in too. The variety of food dishes laid out on the table looks incredibly appetizing. Everyone was eating and moved to tears as they talked with each other. Back in Chi, village was eating potatoes really paradise. In Trang also praised the food here, saying it was really delicious. Junjiang agreed. You think deeply. Back then, when we were together, we never got to eat anything delicious. Her mood now is very relaxed. This kind of ease is nice, but every time we move I feel itchy. He smiled softly, eager to go hunting. He admired In Trang's skills. She was truly a skilled hunter. After eating, Rungi stood up carrying the tray, saying it would be very busy when we return. Just like when we were preparing for the Hercules competition, she immediately felt flustered. Never mind. After a while, he stood on a rock not far from the building, observing the situation. Do you foresee a future where this place and the whole world will soon fall into ruin? It's inevitable. So Jungian turned away, deciding to just enjoy the moment. Suddenly he froze his face, pale, cold sweat running down his cheek, sensing an unprecedented danger. In front of him stood Unal, who had been there without him noticing. She spoke calmly. Choyu trembled, stunned. She explained that it's my name. Your expression is serious, unable to hide your suspicion. So that's it, Choyu. How did you manage to keep it hidden? You're still panicked now. I couldn't realize it until she got close. Even though I can sense most of the mana, with the young mana flow inside you rising in danger if she is an enemy, I could die. Umel introduced it as my skill. Jungion was puzzled. A skill? Anyway, why did you come here to find me? She explained her purpose. I still wonder what your next plan is. We don't know what you want us to do under the mana contract. Many people are worried about that. Jungion calmly replied. We will go to Soon first. You thought of the calculating expression on Hojin's face as he planned. Odin must already know that the people of Chijiji village have signed a mana contract with me as long as I remain allied with Asga. The people there will also be allied with Asga, so they won't be able to stop me. This is still not the issue you want. Ungnil insists. No, I want to know what happened next. Junjion didn't hide anything. I want the people in Chiji village to fulfill their duties. She was startled and alert when she heard that word. Duty. Knowing what she was worried about, he reassured her. Don't worry, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, but power must come with responsibility. I just want them to fulfill their responsibilities. Ungul finally breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily placing his trust in him. All right. After all her questions were answered, she left. Suddenly, the system notification appeared. Long Tam had stabilized. Junjion exhaled a breath of smoke. The newly absorbed power had settled. He clenched his fists, curious about just how strong he had become now. He remembered Demas's powerful figure and overwhelming strength. Not sure, but I'm confident I can beat Hakule when he goes berserk. Junjion smiled, feeling full of confidence, certain he was stronger now. At that moment, Seijin ran over and called out, Sir, he reports that someone from the guild has come to see you. What you were waiting for has arrived. Returning to the auditorium area, the scalp of a shiny person glistened under the light. Junjia asked about his acquaintance. How are you? Su replied in a friendly tone stronger than him. You still haven't hit my sore spot, why? Seonggu said with a bald head. He was stunned. Damn. Jungong rubbed the back of his neck jokingly. I've always wanted to say that I work hard and diligently to get through it. He was angry, but let you off this time. Fine, just this once. You thought Han Hoyen was enough, so you moved on to the main issue and arrived late. What did the association say? Mr. Gu took a deep breath, then exhaled sharply with a look of frustration. This is going to be troublesome. Most of Asga's members have returned to Korea. This information shocked Junjian. He slowly recounted the situation to him. What I heard next was even more shocking. The special gates are a sign of violent upheaval. Images of various fierce monsters appear, and the special gates produce monsters even stronger than those from the Holy Grail. Therefore, the consequences are more severe when it is activated. This type of gate has appeared not only in Korea but all over the world. The plane flew across the deep blue sky, as many hunters from around the world returned home after the raid. No one knows what the special gates mean, but even Odin sees it as a serious issue and has summoned the heroes. Gu reminded us that there's a meeting scheduled in a few days. Of course, we'll be discussing you as well. He looks down on us, hoping you will return. The people of Janji are gathering. His voice was filled with awe and surprise at the mention of the gold mine. Junigan also looked on. The hunters of Chijiji village are called a precious gold mine. The number of hunters I have is very powerful. Songgu's expression turned serious as he emphasized the point. But the problem is, you are the one who owns it. Zonggu's expression turned serious. A mana contract has one purpose: to bind loyalty and obedience to its master. You brought back the hunters from the remote area, and now they will become your subordinates. He gripped his hand tightly, warning that this would attract many enemies to you. All other forces will see you as a rival or an enemy. After all, a mana contract and a guild are two completely different things. Junjian listened quietly, then smiled calmly. It's okay, I'm still a member of Asga, right? Seonggu also sighed helplessly in agreement. Yes, that's right. Anyway, the two of them happily embraced each other. He patted his back, welcoming him and congratulating him on returning safely. The sky is clear blue with clouds drifting lazily and warm sunlight shining down. Outside, the building buses are parked side by side and a few people are keeping watch. Inside, Junjian and Seonggu stood on the stage. He announced loudly that this would be the final trip. The people of Chai feel so sad I could take hundreds of trips like this, just eating, sleeping, and detoxing. Yes, but I also feel a bit tired. He kindly reminded everyone that they would be busy soon, so they should rest while they still had time. Suddenly, Mr. Gu's car noticed a direction, and they enthusiastically showed their trust. I trust you. He pointed down in confusion. Jungian, who is this woman? The one you mentioned is Ungul. Do the hunters call her a saint or something? You probably didn't come here because of her, right? He smiled softly and confidently said, yeah, but I think that's not wrong. Mr. Gu froze like a statue upon hearing that. Jun quickly clarified, sensing the misunderstanding. Just kidding. Trang suddenly interrupted to confirm. I'm serious. Jungan didn't go there because of Neil. Her words caught their attention. She frowned, looking displeased. There's no shortage of women here, if Io is the woman he's hiding. While speaking, she suddenly stopped, for some reason her mood turning sour. Does that mean he has a woman overseas too? How many rivals do I have? Suddenly you make me feel a chill down my spine. Xianggu felt awkward. It seemed like he could hear her thoughts. The peaceful natural scenery, the green of the earth and sky blending with the plants and the breeze blowing through the windmill. Buses lined up one after another on the road, gradually entering the city center with modern architecture. The further they went, the more people appeared and the atmosphere grew lively. All the people of Cha were bewildered by the strange scene. Gentle sunlight shone down on the luxurious skyscraper. The crowded crowd, the breath of life filling everywhere, all kinds of vehicles, moving noisy honking sounds. Everyone was stunned, never having seen these things before. Everything was beyond their understanding. Junjian stood nearby, lost in thought. Everyone has gone silent. Feeling uneasy, you turned to remind Yellow to take care of everyone. But then I was startled because she reacted even more dramatically, her eyes sparkling and mouth wide open in amazement. You helplessly somewhat understand their situation. Is she the same? I've lived on the mountain all my life, so this is probably my first time coming to this modern civilization. Jungan had to entrust the responsibility to someone else. She will guide the people of Zhangje with this booklet. Just follow the person from the association. She immediately agreed. All right, you remember the person you need to care about the most. Venria, you have to follow the instructions in that page. Remember now, the kid looked up and growled irritably through clenched teeth. June gently rubbed the boy's head to reassure him. You feel it too, don't you? On the rooftop, a dangerous aura spread out. In the large observation room, Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently watching them. He stared intently at him, and seeing this, he smiled with interest, a sinister look on his face. Junie didn't know what Hogan was planning, and raised his guard. You kneel on one knee before the boy. Fenria, there is something you must understand from now on. He seriously instructed how to use your fangs when necessary. The boy listened intently to every word of Junjian. You also need to keep it hidden. Fenria responded without hesitation, full of trust. All right, Junjian, this modern city is completely different from the small village before. The Joji group lives there. Hojin has been waiting for a long time. When you appeared, he showed a friendly attitude. Welcome. He exclaimed that you bring many interesting things indeed. Junjian was a bit curious. Yes. He calmly listed hundreds of hunters, 2 heroes, and 3 strange things. You guessed in your mind, your face still unchanged. He must be talking about Uniel and Wanhua as the hero-ranked hunters. The strange ones are Fenri and Sun. But what is the third? Seeming to understand your doubt, Hojin stepped forward and placed a hand on your shoulder, explaining, You are the third one. He has many questions about your journey. I want to talk to you about China, but there are a few things I need to do first. With that, a mystical golden mana radiated outward from them. In the blink of an eye, they teleported to another space. Hojin led the way with Junjian and Seonggu following slowly behind. I feel a sense of anticipation for what's about to happen. Today is the day we introduce you to Asga and hold a conference. They're probably curious about you. All the heroes of Asga are here. You're also feeling a spark of interest. Got it. Over there, in a glittering golden building full of luxury, all the members of the guild are gathered. Someone sneers. Heard they're about to introduce some idiot. The person next to him complained. What is Odin thinking? I don't know. Are they letting some idiot into Asga? They gathered in groups chatting excitedly, saying he's improving fast and even went to China. What a crazy fool. Suddenly, someone noticed something over there. I can feel energy approaching. Everyone else turned their attention there at once, their eyes filled with arrogance and judgment. At that moment, one of them was startled and panicked, seemingly unable to believe it. Wait, what? Everyone realized the anomaly at the same time. They became chaotic, Odin and him do, and the energy of others were also terrifying. No way, I thought he was a newcomer. His face turned pale, a chill ran down his spine and sweat poured down. Is the newcomer really this strong? Just as they were doubting, the door opened. Footsteps echoed, accompanied by a powerful surge of mana. Nice to meet you all. Junjian has arrived. His crimson pupils revealed his ruthlessness, his entire body enveloped in a dangerous aura of mana. He politely introduced himself. I am Underdog Lunyan. In the city center, a beam of light shines straight into the sky, standing out prominently. A person stands guard in front of the space gate. This might be the moment they come out. The first to appear is Kun, followed by the people of Zhangji. A powerful mana source gradually enveloped the gate. It grew smaller and smaller until it completely vanished before everyone's eyes. Shuai praised them. Well done, everyone, Kun replied politely. Thank you for waiting for us. A member of the guild. He smiled and explained. Because everyone can protect the gate, the people will feel at ease. I silently admire this White Tiger group. They are completely different from the others, with good temperaments and top-notch skills. Umel held Sun close and reminded him. There are still many places where the gates are set up right. Shall we head to the next location? X and Y were surprised, thinking maybe they didn't understand the process, but doesn't anyone want to take a break? We don't have to work all day. She smiled happily and declined. No need, we're fine. Take us to the next place. He was embarrassed by this smile, stammering slightly. At the special gate, the sky was dark and covered in a blood-red eerie hue. Sharp, rocky peaks pointed upwards. Trang was rushing forward to confront the monsters. She wields a sword larger than herself, slicing them into pieces. The system alerts that the prince's magic power boosts her stats, but a monster seizes the moment she's distracted and lunges from behind, claws aimed at her. At that moment, a giant hand grabbed its head tightly. Gongdu clenched his fist with force, punching through its head, while Hyun-Mu simultaneously summoned a mana orb and accurately shot it at another monster. Thin threads made of flexible mana wrapped around it. Hua jerked his hand and cut them into pieces. The system displayed the Eastern Grandmaster supporting the evolution of abilities. Someone leaped up with great force. Junjian gripped his sword tightly and charged into the horde of monsters. From above, he struck a precise blow right in the center. Mana diffused, destroying all the creatures around. The system's voice continued to announce the apocalypse. Score report. He put on a speechless face. Why am I the only one? It cut through your thoughts. You leveled up. Junjian sighed reluctantly, admitting he couldn't hate it. After a while, the monsters were slaughtered with no trace left. All 5 members gathered together. Trang spoke up. Maybe it's because we're hunting at a high-level gate, but the sponsors are definitely very interested in us. You are also very confident in your group's strength. That is a special gate containing S-rank monsters. But with the number we have, it is more than enough. Then she replied, I'm sure everyone feels the same. She and W nodded in agreement at the same time. Jungian didn't want them to become arrogant from their small victories, so he warned them. The stronger we get, the more special gates will appear. The world is now filled with magic. His expression grew serious. Soon the great flood battle will begin. He was startled when he heard that. Trang had a similar expression. He turned around to praise and reminded him. Both of them are strong but need to work even harder. Suddenly she chased after him to stop him. Lai Junjian, wait a moment. She felt curious. Where are you going? It looks like you're about to leave. He calmly revealed his plan. I'm thinking about taking a short trip around the world. Trang was a bit surprised. She hesitated. Short-term travel around the world, huh? She stared closely at Jungian's face to see if he was lying. He seriously warned about the Great Flood, but now wants to travel around the world. Of course he deserves a break. After confirming there was nothing suspicious, Trang accepted the answer. Yeah, rest is the best option. She smiled back at him. All right then. Junjiang saw her reaction and smiled softly. Surely if he explained in more detail, she would misunderstand him meeting with other girls. Your condition has been eased by her. You give the order that from now on everyone can accompany the White Tiger group. I will also leave Fenria there. The kid seemed curious. Yes. Junjian entrusted the heavy responsibility to the boy Fenria. Take care of the White Tiger group. They are the most important reinforcements coming up. The boy nodded in agreement. He clenched his fists, silently determined. I told everyone it was a journey, but this is my responsibility, my duty. He looked into the distance and told himself, for me, the one who understands and comes from the future, I must bear that responsibility. The sky was tinged with the romantic pink of dawn. Jungyeon's voice carried on the wind. I need to meet Odin. A few days later, he borrowed Yonggu's Bifrost for a while. He thoughtfully warned, be careful, I didn't expect Odin to agree. You explained the reason. Because I already made a deal with Odin. He was stunned. A deal you confirm. That's right. I gave him what he liked the most. Seonggu looked at him thoughtfully. The serious image of Ho-Jin appeared in the scholar's mind. Odin does not easily allow others to use Bifrost, but because the two had made a deal, Lunjian was granted permission. And that agreement was that the man in black, shrouded in dark mana, with an indistinguishable face after returning from China, told Odin some information completely different from the survivors. During the time travel to the past, Junjian reported what he learned on this trip. There is someone called the Man in Black on the move. He destroyed China and ravaged the village of Qi. That information was enough to ignite Odin's desire for the strong. His eyes shone brightly with excitement. Find out the identity of that Man in Black. Ozga, we will fully support you without hesitation, meaning the entire Ozga will cooperate with Underdog as much as possible. In the clear, peaceful sky appeared a shimmering 7-colored light like a star. The radiant rainbow stretched across the sky, gently touching the ground. At that moment, someone approached him and said, I've been waiting for you. Though slightly surprised, he still appeared calm on the outside. It's an honor to meet you, Laylat, the top swordsman, he thought to himself, amazed beyond expectation. He had only expected them to send a manager from the council. He politely greeted back. I did the same. Underdog is honored to meet you, Jungyeon thought quietly. Lot, one of the knights of the conference, I will meet him. The badge shaped like a shield with two crossed swords appeared. It represents the Round Table itself, a secret British organization with a worldview different from other groups. Unlike other organizations that always try to manipulate humanity, M saves people. That is the Asuka Association led by Hojin. The Round Table is completely an outsider. Those who hold power but remain silently on the sidelines, neither good nor evil. The reason the Round Table is so powerful is because of Mlin, the heart of the group, a girl with golden hair and emerald eyes. On the other hand, there is Atho in a child's form, but even without her, the Round Table remains very strong. That is because the Round Table has a special lineage of knights. The few who belong to this knightly line are stronger than ordinary heroes. The Knight Squad led by Onion, who is also the strongest, always plays a crucial role in crises across the kingdom. Returning to the present, the city scene is calm under the warm sunlight. Lancelot smiled warmly and shared his thoughts. Because mine is interested in you, everyone is quite curious about you. Underdog, even I am curious about you. But the attitude you show cannot fool Jun Gion, his eyes full of hostility towards me. This is probably because of Merlin. Lancelot is known for being infatuated with the leaders of Merlin's Round Table. However, Merlin did not return his feelings. Since then, their relationship has been completely destroyed. He became insane, seemingly losing his mind. It wasn't because Lot was a traitor or anything else, but because his obsession with her had spiraled out of control. You recalled the rumors people were spreading. I heard that most of the problems the Round Table faced stemmed from Lancelot. Feeling unlucky inside, it seemed like I had just stepped in something nasty. Jungon tried to explain to salvage a bit of his impression. I just wanted to keep my promise to Mlin, but before I could finish, he rudely interrupted. A promise? What promise did you just say? He let out a helpless sigh, surprised that this could even provoke Lancelot. What does he mean by that? His serious expression warned, I'm here to meet Mlin for official business. I know you're here to guide me, but you're being quite rude to me. His attitude remained calm, refusing to admit any wrongdoing and shamelessly retorting. When was I rude? Jungion wondered with a hidden meaning. If a knight doesn't even realize he's being rude, can he really be called a knight? Lancelot slammed his hand on the table in anger, causing the cup to jump up immediately. His expression was dark, a threatening glare. How dare you insult me? Jungion calmly crossed his arms and said firmly, Molin, you're definitely watching all of this, aren't you? After all, the only place she couldn't see in the Round Table hall was the private lounge. He gritted his teeth, restraining his anger, and declared, Underdog, I don't know how great your reputation is, but as a knight I cannot tolerate your insulting actions. Suddenly a loud voice commanded to stop immediately, and Lancelot startled, turning around. You were not surprised because this was expected. She has appeared. Floating specks of light slowly appeared before the two of them. She sat upright behind the desk. He respectfully bowed his head and greeted Your Highness Merlin. Junjian also stood up and looked at her. She coldly reminded him, Lancelot, you are disrespecting my guest. He was startled and shocked. Even Merlin was stirred. This ignited jealousy within him. In a moment where emotion overwhelmed reason, he shouted a challenge loudly. Underdog, I challenge you to a one-on-one fight. Merlin frowned and jumped up to stop him. Lancelot, what do you think you're doing? Yet Junjian calmly agreed. All right then. She looked surprised and confused. Without giving them a chance to change their minds, he quickly made his decision. Then let's head to the arena. They moved together to the arena as murmurs and whispers filled the air. Lancelot again. What is he causing this time? Someone showed interest. It's been a while since we had a match worth watching, hasn't it? The person next to him wasn't really hopeful. After all, Lalot would win anyway. Who's fighting him? He answered based on accurate information. Underdog. Everyone else who heard this answer immediately changed their attitude. Underdog Asuka, oh so this is the big match. At that moment, footsteps echoed from afar as Juan appeared. All the knights were stunned. Lord Juan and Lord Galahad have arrived. The leaders of the Round Table Knights are here. They raised their hands in a respectful military salute. Greetings, Lord Juan. He smiled warmly, patted him on the shoulder and praised him. Well done. They watched the scene and sighed. So intense. Yeah, he's a knight of the Round Table. On the other side, the match between Junjion and Lalot is about to begin. The two stood facing each other with their weapons. The atmosphere was tense. He feels confident in his own abilities. He also uses a spear as a weapon, but I think it will be different. One watched intently. A spear duel between the East and the West. This is going to be an interesting one-on-one match. Lilo put his hand on his chest and bowed. Thank you all for coming to watch my duel. The audience cheered enthusiastically, giving him face. He smiled with satisfaction. His vanity was fulfilled. Junjian did not hold back from mocking. Sir Lancelot, I'm starting to wonder whether I should call you a knight or an entertainer. With what you're doing now, you look more like an entertainer, so I'm not sure if calling you sir is still appropriate. Lilo frowned, showing discomfort. His entire aura shifted. Mana is activated. I heard that in one-on-one duels here, we can even take the opponent's life. Is that true? His pupils constricted, showing his ferocity. Yes, he was on guard, speaking with great arrogance. This is a one-on-one fight where your life could be at risk. I originally planned to go easy and not kill you, but I guess I don't have to do that anymore. Junjian was not provoked and remained calm, listening to his words. He really was a selfish and arrogant noble, even in the mood to insult him. He smirked fake Knight Lelo. He got provoked and charged forward at the speed of light. Damn it. He stood calmly in place, eyes shining as he assessed objectively. Leilot was known as a one-strike knight, capable of piercing anything with a single blow. Just as rumored, his attack was very powerful. No matter his personality, he truly is a hero. However, the spear wrapped in intense mana, thrust forward. Junjian also precisely collided with it using his own spear. Leilot's attack was blocked. He couldn't move any further. The audience was utterly amazed to witness this scene. Huh. What? He just stopped the strike with only the tip of his spear. Leilot's spear was completely stopped. Even he was deeply shocked. Only now did he realize the danger. Cold sweat ran down his cheek. He tried to increase his strength, but the result was the same. There was no way he couldn't move. Meanwhile, Junjian remained steady, as if this was very easy for him. Seeing the fight spiraling out of control, someone spoke up to stop it. Enough, you startled, and turned toward the voice. The man solemnly introduced himself. I am a knight of the Round Table. Owen Jungian, while dealing with Leilot, was also distracted by the newcomer's voice. Owen, with those polite words and gestures, he is the sixth knight. Sir Luke, after he awakened as a hunter, he wiped out monsters like a madman. Their bodies were torn into pieces, scattered all over the ground, yet he still maintained his strong demeanor. His entire body was always covered in the blood of monsters. And from then on, everyone called him the Green Knight. The two spears parted as Junjian calmly withdrew his hands. I have no reason to fight against him either. Lot's knee slammed weakly against the ground. His face darkened as he knelt down miserably. One stepped forward and awakened him. Lot learned to assess his own skill and that of his opponent. He responded with dissatisfaction. He insulted me. You ignored his meaningless words and turned to give instructions. Galahad, help Lot clean up here. You must follow seriously. Understood. He stood up unwilling, but still forced to bow his head in acknowledgement. I lost. Junjian raised his guard. Juan is not someone I can underestimate. From the start, he analyzed my strength. He turned away, but his eyes glanced back, assessing how to stop Lot's magical attack with a single decisive strike. He's strong, probably another promising face from Osga. The rumor that he defeated Hercules was not a lie. After a while, everything settled down. In another area, he stood facing Merlin, but only this once. Junguang sincerely promised, this time I agreed to fight because I wanted to, there won't be a second time. You quietly thought to yourself, Merlin has complete control over the Round Table, including the head of the knights, which means they must all obey her. So if Merlin wants, she can make sure I never have to face Leilot. The flashback drifts back to the earlier battle. However, because Merlin wanted us to fight, I agreed. Because there are a few things I need here too. He pointed at her, and explained that it was to repay his debt to her. Marlin frowned in curiosity. He is quite straightforward. You didn't agree to fight because you wanted to, did you? Junjian awkwardly scratched his face. I only agreed because I'm someone who hates losing. Actually, you remember when your spears clashed, it was to see how much stronger I've become since I was in China, and to settle my debt with Merlin. You smiled softly, overlooking those issues. After all, she already had what she wanted, so consider my debt paid off. This should be enough to teach Leilot a lesson right. Jungan reasonably guessed that Merlin must have noticed my increased strength, so even though she knew Lot would lose, she still let us fight each other. That means she wanted Leilot to lose. You directly admitted your intention. You're smarter than I thought. That's right, I want you to defeat Leilot. She is unhappy with his arrogant attitude, so she made a plan. Leilot has great potential. However, his arrogance and obsession with me mean he needs an opportunity to grow. I need to use you as a stepping stone for him. Mo Lin's eyes lit up, reluctantly agreeing. So according to what you said, I will consider that you have partially repaid your debt to me. Her figure disappeared, but in just a moment, it shifted to Atho. He seriously reminded the debt is still there from the time you promised me. Junjian quietly called out. Atho, he wants to confirm if you kept your promise. You raise your hand to summon the sword, the golden blade shimmering in the light. First his pupils suddenly contracted in surprise. Atho became furious. A surge of chaotic mana appears. Is that Excalibur? Are you kidding me? Junjian threw the sword to him, let him take it and go crazy if he wants. He caught it gripping the banana sword tightly. Atho watched it and angrily questioned. This sword that looks like a magical ornament is called Excalibur. Do you underestimate me? He felt insulted and shouted angrily. With such a poor trick, do you really think you can fool me? Suddenly Merlin hesitated and spoke. Atho, he froze at the sound of that voice, his eyes glancing back. Atho was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Merlin stared blankly at the sword in his hand. Is this really Excalibur? Right now, he still doubts that the Thunder Source has been dispelled. Mlin was still stunned by this truth. We split up afterward. Jungian smiled sincerely. I keep my promises. You recalled the image from the Demon King's memoir. I've seen Excalibur before. That sword belongs to him. Atho studied the sword. Is this really the genuine article? You seemed regretful, but unfortunately it was just a fake. They were startled at the same time, turning sharply toward Junjian. You can sense its effect. It's a fake made to deceive their sponsors. The women of the lake only see what they want to see, so as long as the two of you follow their wishes, everything will be fine. Malin seemed enlightened. I understand. Atho still looks confused. What are you talking about? Please explain it as simply as possible. The woman from the lake is the one who wants us to retrieve Excalibur. Atho. However, we don't know what Excalibur looks like. We only know it exists as a sword. Its true form is a mystery. She looked at Jungian and continued, but he knows what Excalibur looks like. Naturally, he created something resembling Excalibur to deceive the patron. You silently confirm that it is exactly like that. You imagine its image. The sword of the Excalibur Lake, a sword that has lain beneath the lake filled with magic for centuries, absorbing countless amounts of the lake's magic. Knowing this truth, I was able to recreate a part of it. Tho still had doubts, but it was still fake, and yet we still separated. Mo replied, this is only temporary. She already knows the outcome. The woman of the lake will soon realize it's a fake, and the curse will return to its original state. He got angry, as soon as he heard this, acting faster than he could think, ready to attack Junjian. Is that so? Luckily, Marlin stopped him in time. Wait, she's much smarter than him, guessing that even if it's fake, it will still work for a while, right, underdog? You calmly gave detailed instructions. It's not a matter of time. I created it to deceive them. Even if they realize it, they will still have to check it thoroughly to some extent. As long as you two don't leave this area, don't leave the round table, the curse will be temporarily lifted. Jungian analyzed the main purpose of the patron who placed the curse on you. However, they truly want the two of you to find the real Excalibur. After finishing, he reminded me that my job was done. Tho covered his face and fell into silence, then suddenly lowered his hand and asserted that he was not done yet. His expression was serious as he silently analyzed. Atho endures this curse more than Merlin, forcing him to remain in the body of a child while Merlin still has a normal body, which explains why he behaves that way. In the end, Jungian made his decision. Then he smiled, clenching his fist as he revealed, I'll tell you both one more thing, the real location where Excalibur is kept. The forest was shrouded in a misty haze of bones, pierced by a dazzling flash of light that stood out vividly. Then came a towering pillar of fire, burning with a heat that scorched everything as it tore through the space. Demicius clenched his fist tightly, fierce flames blazing his appearance terrifying. He attacked Rot ruthlessly, but with just a slight lean, Rot dodged the punch. Its force grazed past him and struck the rock behind, causing it to explode into pieces. The debris flying from Demicius didn't stop but surged forward with blood-red eyes, as if he had entered a berserk state. The entire area in front of him was destroyed with dust and smoke obscuring his vision. Rot remained calm as he swung his sword, all while assessing the situation. Too slow. He slashed across Demicius's body. He reacted quickly, leaping high to evade, as the sword sliced just beneath his feet. Then he gathered his strength to counterattack, but suddenly noticed something unusual. Rot's mana had somehow circled behind him without him realizing. The sharp blade sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Before he could move, it was thrust hard into his back. His body stiffened, veins bulging on Demicius's face. His expression twisted as he screamed out in pain. In eyes once covered in blood red, a white spot suddenly appeared, then gradually spread into the red area. Demicius snapped out of his frenzy, his face darkening as he knelt on the ground, calmly holding his sword and watching. He hadn't used any effort to defeat him. Now fully composed, he sat down on the dirty floor, pointing in confusion, and asked, "What the hell is that sword?" He sheathed his weapon and replied, "I picked it up not long ago." Demicius widened his eyes in shock, hesitating in disbelief. "You actually picked up something like that?" He silently recalled the moment of his crushing defeat, the instant the sword touched him, and he completely lost control of his magic. Ruach didn't explain further and changed the subject. "Well, you're strong enough for me to forgive you for going against our agreement and acting on your own." He seized the moment to confirm, "So I won't be punished, right?" But she crushed his hopes mercilessly. "Wrong only, I can forgive you. Athena seems really eager to discipline you." Hearing that, Demicius startled and turned around to see her standing silently with her arms crossed like a ghost. He panicked. "When did she get here? I couldn't sense her." Athena stared blankly in this direction, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. Ruach was also suspicious. "What's going on?" Athena finally spoke up. "I have a few things to report." She brought up the topic they had discussed before about what he said a few days ago. Underdog. Demicius was surprised. This name is very familiar. underdog. He put on a pensive expression, unsure of what he was thinking. Athena continued her narration after returning from China. He is currently in the UK, which is very puzzling. The UK, she firmly stated. That's right, we still don't know why he went there, then added more information. He has arrived at the round table. He furrows his brow in thought. After analyzing the situation for a while, he made a decision. All right, keep monitoring him. And Herculete, don't change the training schedule. Athena placed her hand over her chest and respectfully complied. I understand. Domitius also solemnly agreed. I understand. They all said rot in unison, his eyes looking into the distance as he planned for the future. The sky was clear, with dreamy white clouds drifting slowly. At the same time, a voice echoed in the domain of the round table. Now Atho stood with his hands on his hips facing Junjion. You're saying Rot is holding Excalibur. You confirm for sure. Yes, he couldn't hide his doubt, but he already has the Olympus Lightning. Why does he need that sword? Junjiang forced a smile, thinking lightning. Many people seem to have that impression of Rot, huh? You answered honestly, I don't know. Suddenly Tho squinted at you with a displeased look. Why are you speaking to me without honorifics? He replied indifferently. You too. Junjian said, innocently curious. Is something wrong? Is there a problem? He fell silent, trying to think of a way to argue back, but in the end gave up with a helpless sigh. Atho shifted the focus back to the main issue. So what are we supposed to do with Excalibur? His innocent face asked. Why are you asking me? I've already told you both where it's kept. The rest is just for you two to take it. Atho was startled, never having anticipated this outcome. But our promise, Jun Gian calmly reminded. You asked me to find Excalibur to break your curse. I thought my job was done. Besides, you two still have to pay me. Twice over. He looked down thoughtfully. This matter is quite complicated. I don't think Rot will agree to negotiate giving me Excalibur. You remain calm and reassuring. Well, I think mine will find a way to solve this. She's smart. Hearing that, Atho also smiled wryly in agreement. That's right, he's no longer stubborn about Excalibur and is asking Junjian's opinion. So how do you want us to repay you? You quietly calculate. Lin said she is busy with a meeting about restoring Excalibur, which will take a lot of time. If I tell Atho, you'll act like you know nothing about the power and try to seem mysterious. I'll tell her when Milan comes back. Just as the words ended, footsteps echoed. Mo slowly approached. Atho also noticed and looked over. She knew they were waiting for her. All right, you say it. Yoon Gyeon said happily. You're not beating around the bush anymore, exactly what I wanted. Your serious face declares the impossible that the two of you must survive. Atho's eyes widened in surprise. He looked bewildered. Mlin had a similar expression. Junjion spread his hands and added another demand. I also want both of you to fully trust me and follow what I say. If you both agree to this, I will consider forgiving the debt. Atho wondered. Why do you demand two conditions for one debt? Junjion didn't answer, but asked back. So, are you ready to die? I want you to guarantee that you will live. He swallowed nervously, feeling uneasy. Mlin spoke up in response. All right, we understand. However, I think we'll need a clearer explanation from him. He softly announced it will be soon. Something important is about to happen. Atho questioned. What is so important? Jungongtran reveals the truth. A special gate and a strange source of mana. I know you felt it too, otherwise you wouldn't have joined the Knight Order of the Round Table, right? Melon frowned and admitted. So my intuition was right. The density of magical power across your kingdom is increasing at a strange rate. I train because of the special gate. You seriously claim that, right? And there will be more special gates appearing in the future. She is concerned about something else. Is that the big event you mentioned? What do you mean by wanting us to survive? Jungi immediately denied it. No. His expression grew serious. That is when all those special gates disappear, and we must prepare for that moment. The two fell silent at these words. On the calm surface of the lake, two figures stood facing each other, one tall and one short. Sharp slashes crossed each other in the shape of a cross. Atho held the sword and introduced. This is where I train alone, because not everyone in the round table knows about my existence. He suggested having a sparring match, saying it seemed like you've gotten stronger since last time, then immediately activated his mana. Jungyeon agreed without hesitation. Alright, you summon the spear and declare confidently. I'm quite different from before. You have questions that need answering, but first, have you ever fought that lightning guy? Atho said in surprise. Atho kindly warned. You will die if you say things like that. Junjion didn't care, and stubbornly answered me. He reluctantly smiled and agreed to your request. Of course I have. Finally, you're satisfied. Alright. Junjion's attitude turned serious. His pupils burned red like blood launching a surprise attack. He sprang up forcefully, sending water splashing high into the air. He thrust the spear straight at Atho, who both defended and taunted him. Are you really serious? You're still too slow. The water was disturbed by their clash. Junjian stepped back a long way, silently alert, trying to find the right approach. Fighting A, though one-on-one, not only tests my combat skills but also forces me to use everything I know. The fierce flames engulf the entire spear. The system continuously notifies that the fire magic of Muspel's spear has been converted into stats. Under the influence of the Fire King, the fire will benefit its wielder. The bright red mana swirled around Junjian. Athena began to feel intrigued. Oh, impressive. The two fought fiercely, moving from place to place, fire and water clashing with neither willing to yield. After a while they separated. Junjian was knocked back by Athena. He raised his hand to condense mana and decisively shot it into the enemy's stomach. Junjian still had the strength to fight back, water splashing everywhere. Athena's eyes gleamed with disdain as he looked down. Is that all you've got? The blood on the corner of your lips. You have to admit one thing, he is really strong, but you can't let yourself lose like that. Junjian is determined, at least I have to hit this guy once. Sharp slashes cut through the air, the searing mana growing more intense and fierce flames engulfing the entire spear. Athena was amazed to witness this scene. What is he absorbing magic? The system announced that the dragon heart is releasing magic. A sudden explosion occurred, shaking the surrounding area. Thick smoke filled the air, obscuring the view. Drops of water fell densely like rain. Athena's silhouette gradually appeared. His expression was terrifying, with a bleeding wound on his cheek. He wondered what was that just now. Rungi remained silent. After a while he spoke a name, Hoa Not. Athena smiled in praise. Fire Sunday, that's an incredible skill. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of mana appearing out of nowhere wrapped tightly around Junjian's body. He lost consciousness and collapsed. Athena feels a bit guilty. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've been this interested. I can't control my power. Athena withdrew the mana and continued to monologue. You just asked me about the white lightning, right? You can't do it right now. However, Junjian could not hear the answer he wanted. Who knows, maybe you will be the one to defeat them. Time passes as flocks of birds soar across the city sky. Inside the room, Junjian falls into silence. Before his arms, Hyunmu's concerned voice spoke. Are you okay? He raised his hands to check. Luckily he had recovered thanks to Merlin's skill and replied, Yeah, I'm fine. He closed his eyes and recalled. I lost, but at least I was able to attack him. Junjian happily bragged to it. My spear has reached the leader of a major organization. I've gotten stronger. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. One still wore his usual cold expression. Are you in there? Underdog. I am one. A flock of pigeons spread their wings and soared across the city sky. Junjian and Wan stood facing each other. He took the initiative to start. I heard from Lin that you warned us about the crisis that would overtake England. He politely bowed and expressed, I sincerely apologize once again for the rudeness of our night that affected you, and thank you for your honest and mature attitude towards him. You're being polite, it's nothing. Then you shared your own guess, but I don't think you came here just to say thank you, right? One was silent for a moment, then finally whispered. Athena. Junjian startled and looked at him. He stated his purpose. I know that yesterday you had a friendly match with Ao. I also want to try fighting him, but I haven't had the chance yet. One gripped the sword hilt tightly and started gathering mana. Although it was a proposal, he was already in a ready stance to fight. So do you want to try a one-on-one match with me? You sighed helplessly. I knew it. There was no other choice but to agree. Alright, I'm quite curious about your skills too. His eyes glowed red mana enveloping his entire body. The deep blue sky with clouds drifting lazily. Junjian thought to himself, this must be a common trait of these British knights. He recalled the image of Galahad when Dung Young was at the round table, and was surprised that even Lancelot wanted to fight him. Then Leilot's serious face appeared in his mind. As if he had realized something, he apologized to Dung Young and unofficially requested a one-on-one duel. Junjian felt frustrated and tired. I came to the round table to return Excalibur after all. Why is it always one-on-one fights, and more one-on-one fights? A red necklace lay in the palm of Junjian's hand. Going back to the past, Merlin gave it to you. This necklace will help increase your stats a little. I think one day it will help you a lot. You smiled gently and sincerely. I was also helped a lot while in China. Thank you. She kindly offered, and if you have time, would you like to visit the Nile? Junjian Trantru Nile? Mo Lin reminded him of each event. Do you remember Enep, the hunter from the Nile who came last time? The one who caused the commotion? You're a bit suspicious why she suddenly mentioned him. Junjian remembers when they met he was standing on a tree branch talking to him. The last time I was pierced during the battle of the great warriors in England. He came to find me and told me to visit the Nile. I had heard that after he returned to the Nile he was disciplined. I explained my intentions, so you still remember Inep, that poor child. He begged me to ask you to come and meet him at the Nile once again. I heard his punishment at the Nile is over, so if you have time, Jungan, don't decide immediately, but analyze carefully, since the round table is a neutral force. They will probably warn other groups about the disaster. I have finished everything I needed to do at the round table, but there is still one last thing I need to settle with you. In the end, you only gave an uncertain answer. I will think it over. Min politely replied, thank you. This city is built from ancient buildings, an architecture completely different from Korea. Whispering sounds echoed in his ear goodbye. Jun-gyeon took notice, glancing at the boy as he zoomed his view toward the top of the clock tower. Atho is standing up there silently seeing you off. The spark. Jun-gyeon sighed helplessly. First, he gave the lightning guy a nickname. Now I have a nickname too, huh? I hope you can do your best when disaster strikes. Atho. You moved to a different location. The door opened, a bell rang, followed by a voice, saying Bak didn't hear any noise. Jungon repeated his question. Bak Jujurin, but all he saw was a strange short-haired girl. She questioned, who are you? Are you sure you didn't come to the wrong place? Is Parkujin not here? Isn't this Pak Jujin's store? Minji crossed her arms and pondered. She rubbed her chin, watching Junjian intently before pondering. He didn't look like a loan shark coming to collect money. He doesn't seem like a hunter coming back after buying a faulty potion, nor is she hiding any guy here. After a long pause, she finally slammed her hand down and said, for sure you came here to buy something. He immediately denied it, his face showing embarrassment. No, Jujin is not here, and who are you? Minji calmly explained, resting her hands on the counter. I'm just the person Jujin asked to watch the shop. Jin isn't here during this time. Jungon had to leave for the future. I came here because Jujin's brother told me to. So when can I meet her? Minji suddenly realized. Oh, so you're the person Jujin was talking about. She asked me to tell you this. She has joined Olympus. You were startled by that. You clenched your hands in worry. The past has changed again. Junjian's mind is in turmoil. It's not time for her to go to Olympus yet. So what happened that made her have to go there so quickly? You feel uneasy. Don't tell me it's because of you. You fell into a silent state, a new concern emerging as history continued to change. The sunset spread across the entire city. Jun-gyeon was walking while talking on the phone. Hello. At the same time, waves crashed against the shore at the beach, and the sound of the wind brought peace to the soul. While Trang was sunbathing, the ringing interrupted her. What's going on? The person on the other end instructed. Get ready to go. She startled and sat up, utterly shocked. What? Right now, June recorded the uncle urging while asking. Please come here. Can you ask if anyone else besides the White Tiger group is going with you to Egypt after you finish the details? Trang pondered quietly. All right, Egypt is a good place just when I was looking to do something. Elsewhere, cars were moving along the road accompanied by blaring sirens. So was driving when the sound appeared. So I'm in Egypt. He's still focused on his work while communicating with you. I thought you would use Bifrost to return to Korea. Why are you in Egypt? Junjian explained, I have something I need to take care of. He wondered if it was related to the great disaster. Your tone was serious, emphasizing that it might even be related to something bigger than that disaster. Gu explained at length to persuade. Still, arriving there suddenly will cause a lot of problems. Egypt is already unstable with existing diplomatic issues, and your unexpected appearance will only make things more complicated. So until we can sort everything out here, stay quiet and you cut in. I think the issue is already resolved. He was stunned, as if he didn't understand what he meant, but he just left one sentence, trust Asuka. On the other side, Jun-gyeon is facing 4 sword-wielding Westerners alone, his whole body radiating a fierce and murderous aura. He raises both hands, signaling surrender. At a magnificent palace, the soldiers stood around nervously whispering. Why did Underdog come to Egypt? Do you know anything I don't know? He spoke up. Maybe now we should call for a translator. The wild dog took the initiative to hand over the Underdog to us. Then they moved towards Jun-gyeon. At this moment, the soldier's face showed clear surprise, quickly regaining control. The person beside him also spoke up, guessing that Neon was up to something. The wild dog coldly looked down from above at Junjia and asked, Are you Underdog? You remain cautious. It seems they have arrived, sending a member from the Korean branch immediately. I didn't expect that. Mr. T smiled warmly. I have been contacted by headquarters. The headquarters said others will arrive today as well. You guess it must be Dong and Trang and the others, they're really fast. Then I continued his words. I heard the situation in Egypt is quite tense. What happened? Let me tell you. Right now you can consider Egypt to be completely under Nin's rule. I think you already know, but Nin is divided into 3 branches. He continued explaining. Memphis controls politics, Hermopolis oversees business, and finally, Heliopolis governs all hunters and guilds. Giante's expression was very serious. They are fighting for power and constantly trying to control the strength of the other branches. So this is the current situation in Egypt, Junjian quickly added. It's a complete mess. He agrees as well. That's right, Giante continued. Heliopolis used to hold the greatest power, but after Horus's incident, a problem arose within the Heliopolis branch. Hearing that, he quietly recalled that Inep had told him to stay in the Heliopolis branch, and then raised his question to Giante. What was the Horus incident? He replied. We don't know the details either. It is something that even our sources cannot know. However, we do know that there was a dispute due to an incident while raiding a gate. Suddenly, a memory of Inep flashed through Junjian's mind. He said urgently, it's because of the blood ore. Please go to 90. You frown, thinking the blood ore has gone mad. Junjian stood up and made a request. Now there is a hunter I want to meet. Jian asked curiously, who is that? He smiled softly and spoke the name of the person he wanted to find. Captain Imp of the Egyptian squad is a heroic hunter. At the vast airport, Intrang stepped out with a cold expression. Suddenly, she saw someone smiling. Rungion stepped forward. It had been a long time since they last met. She smiled at Intrang. She replied enthusiastically, as you said, I've brought everyone here. Hua and Gongdu appeared behind her. You greeted them warmly. Wow, Venri, and even Ji are here. Thank you all for coming. Bander smiled with narrowed eyes and stepped forward. Aren't you happy to see me? Seeing him, Junjian showed clear surprise, thinking to himself, Bander, one of Ace's strongest heroes. Bander waved his hand, saying it had been a long time since he returned to such a hot place. You're still lost in your thoughts, and also Odin's right hand. Junigan frowned and asked, why are you following me? He changed his attitude, looking at him with a terrifying gaze. You've shown your naive nature from the start, haven't you? You're making me sad. Venri clenched his teeth in frustration. Intrang and W also froze when they saw them like that. The atmosphere fell into silence. Then Bander laughed. Haha, just kidding. The association president sent me here to help Underdog complete his great expedition outside. All the special gates in Korea have been dealt with much faster than expected. So don't worry. He looked at you with a sinister gaze, but anyway, I'm really looking forward to working with you until you return to Korea. Then Bander turned to talk to Gion T. You frowned and said nothing. Junjian thought to himself this was going to be an uncomfortable trip. One night passed at the palace early in the morning. Guy sat talking with Junjian, requesting to meet your hunter named Imph, but was refused. Based on our information, it seems something is happening in Nin. He wondered. What's going on? He explained that, like other nations, Egypt is calling its heroes back home, and Giante, the second most powerful ruler in Heliopolis, has returned. If Horus cannot restore his diminished status because of that disaster, Jungion will react quickly and become the ruler of Set. He agrees. That's right. And currently he is the strongest hunter in Nin. Saying this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Junjia silently pondered. The Nin organization stands behind Anicap, their strongest hunter. I used all my strength to deal with Atho. But the image of Atho appeared in his mind. I could only manage to leave a scratch on his cheek. Whether he is as strong as or even stronger than Atho. Suddenly, Jungion stood up serious, and Giante kept insisting on meeting INF from Nin. Giante asked, what will you do, Jun? Gian replied with determination, I will find a way to meet him myself. The sky remains clear, and the city looks bustling from above. On the rooftop, Hojin and Seonggu are having a conversation. He spoke up. Until now, I haven't asked anything. I don't know what your relationship with Underdog is, or if you already know any secrets. He just silently waited for him to continue. Hojin's eyes flashed with a terrifying gleam. But now I need to know him because he piques my curiosity, yet he has never given me an answer, Hojin wondered. I can't understand your excessive kindness towards him. You're not the type to easily trust others. He is hard to understand. So I find it strange that you trust him so much. It's as if you've known him for a very long time, Hojin said frankly. What is Underdog's goal? I can't understand what he wants. Seonggu explained Underdog. I mean Lun Jian, he's the kind of person whose goals align with yours. He thought the hunter B. Sensu said the same. He is a hunter who can help me achieve my goals when he grows up, Hojin pondered. Let's see. Seonggu thought to himself. Junjian told me to say this to Odin in this situation. He revealed that his purpose and his are the same. Killing the patrons, his expression turned stunned. Seonggu revealed that hunters who were sponsored by the rulers of a realm had lost all their power. This is the first time a hunter has lost their power from something other than death, he continued. It happened when Underdog killed Gunzer. Hojin chuckled. This is amazing. Right here at the magnificent palace, Junjian and Bander sat facing each other. Bander remained calm. So what are you trying to say? Jungian got straight to the point. Which hero in Nin is connected to Asuka? He seemed a bit surprised that you were so direct. Bander raised the coffee cup to his lips. I don't know what you're asking after suddenly calling me back like this. Junji leaned forward. When the chairman of the association ordered you here, what did they say about cooperating with me? He slammed the cup on the table, Bander's eyes sharp. He said to cooperate with you at any cost within my ability. You fold your arms, then tell me. Which hero in Nin is connected to Asuka? Bander suddenly stood up looking dangerous. I'll come back and tell you later. It's a secret too. You see, Jungian made a beckoning gesture. All right, he responded. Then I'm off. Remember what Guion T said, we don't know the full details either. It is something that even our sources couldn't find out. However, we learned that a dispute broke out due to an incident during a gate raid. Junjion analyzed based on what the manager of the Korean Association said that they must really be here. A hero-level hunter like that is enough. Later, Yu and Trang W and Fenry went for a walk. In Trang fanned her hands to warm them up. W Hua smiled. But isn't heat better than cold? She tilted her head. That makes sense. He's curious. By the way, Lungion, may I ask what your ultimate goal is? In Trang also hesitated, suddenly remembering. I don't know what your ultimate goal is either, you confessed. It's as if you are always striving for a purpose. Even though I know your temporary goals, I still don't know what your ultimate goal is. Don't tell me it's like world domination. Junji stopped when he heard that, paused thoughtfully with a dangerous look, then turned around and said, I think it really is like world domination. Trang was speechless. When you say that, I don't know if you're serious or just joking. Fenria startled as if realizing something. A group of people approached from afar with massive dark magic swirling in the air. Junjiong warned to step back. That's a pack of jackals approaching. One of them has a strange seal tattooed on his hand. He stubbornly revealed himself, and you muttered, say, he's really strong, on par with Atho. Set stood before you, so you are the underdog. You didn't hesitate to reply. That's right, he said. Frankly, I'm here to have a brief discussion with you. Jungong nodded in agreement. On the palace rooftop, Sach turned his back to him. After Egypt gained independence from the kingdom it took on the name of the Arab Republic. But do you know? He gazes into the distance. Egypt still belongs to a kingdom under the reign of Nin. The truth is, everything in Egypt is controlled by them. Junjian said calmly. The one trying to succeed that dynasty set is intrigued. That's right, quite a clever young man, he said excitedly. So smart guy, do you want to take a guess? Calm down. Guess what? He examined the lines on my palm. Why would I want to inherit Osiris as the leader of Nin, and what must I do after becoming the ruler? His face no longer held a playful expression. Guess what? Jungion was confused. Before we met, I thought he had caused the accident to seize the throne. But if he's doing it for more than just power, then what else could it be? Why is he doing this? Are you guessing that he's trying to become a king? In the vast Arab kingdom where castles are built with unique architectural designs, their team walked along the quiet main road of Thanthang. Trang spoke up to ask about the situation. How was his conversation with Set? You looked at her and said he asked me to guess his purpose. She was curious about what you said. You hesitate in your thoughts, realizing you can't even guess his true purpose. You thought he just wanted to be king for power, but that's not the case. The lightning changed your thoughts about him. He is dangerous, but not evil. In other words, neither black nor white, he is neither. Putting aside his thoughts, Bander asked suspiciously, where have you been? Without letting him answer, she was annoyed by his nosiness. Didn't he have anything better to do? He wasn't even angry at her dismissal. Haha, it seems like you guys have finished your business. I quickly finished everything I needed to do. But his eyes darkened, and thinking about it I found it strange. Your underdog is truly dangerous. Seeing the signal from him, they grew worried. Everyone in the group is a hero-level hunter. So why hasn't anyone joined Azga? They looked weary into his eyes. Yeah, his eyes. Questions kept coming up. Hunters who aren't in Azga somehow know the organization's secrets. It seems to amuse him. Could anything be more dangerous than that? Trang has no good thoughts about Bander. Is he testing us? Jungon stopped him just in time, cut it out. He pushed the question back at him. What is the answer to the question I asked you earlier? He calmly explained. Odin told me to cooperate with you by any means within my ability. So the loud noise paused their conversation and both turned toward the source of the sound. The blast was so powerful it could be seen from a great distance. Electric currents ran through the air, lightning striking straight down, piercing through layers of clouds, swirling like a tornado, converging into a lightning cluster that opened a space filled with energy. Everyone nearby witnessed it all, a special gate right in the heart of the city. As the gate expanded, the energy spilling out increased, causing the lightning to gradually turn red. Trang, worried about the potential situation. The gate has just appeared, but its magic power has already expanded. At this rate, the gate will collapse right in the middle of the city. Many people will be in danger. She immediately shouted to him, Lai Jun-gyeon, we have to stop it, it will collapse soon. He gently reassured her, calm down. Seeing the calm expression and words from him, she angrily brushed him off. How can I stay calm? So many people will die, we have to act. He patiently explained to her, it's okay, this isn't Korea, you don't need to worry. No, even if it's just me, I will go. A purple energy appeared strongly enveloping her entire body. She drew her sword. I don't know why you hesitated, but right now every second counts. As she was about to leave, her gaze suddenly froze. The burly wild dogs with bulging muscles streaked across the sky. Their sharp eyes stood out on their expressionless faces. They stared straight ahead. Among them, based on their superior abilities leading the way, he pointed out what they could do. This is not Korea, this is Nin. Nin has its own way of handling things, understanding that her emotions gradually return to normal. I see now. Although reassured by Trang, you couldn't help but be surprised by his handling of the situation, but you never expected Set to go up there himself. The scene gradually returned to its usual calm. A system notification sounded reminding that the special gate had been cleared. He was not surprised by their speed in handling the situation, just as I thought they cleared the gate quickly. It makes sense since the leader of the group took action himself. Even if it's a special gate, there's no way it could cause harm. Retracting his thoughts, Junjian called her closer. She blushed when she heard her name shyly, lowering her head. If he intends to tease me, please don't. I was already embarrassed. Contrary to her shyness, he smiled in praise. No, you did very well. You acted that way because you wanted to save someone, right? She stammered. That's right, but another sound interrupted their conversation. Trang was still the first to rush forward as if something had happened. You helplessly give up. She is always the first to set off. As she ventured deeper into the city, she saw a crowd tormenting a frail man, and her furious gaze pierced right through them. What are you doing? Because of the language barrier, they looked at her blankly and asked each other. A hunter. What is she saying? You arrived just in time. Is there a problem? This time, they were able to understand. Huh. Is that the underdog? He's speaking Arabic, so there's no language barrier. He communicates with them easily. Mlin's collar is quite helpful, isn't it? What happened that made you capture someone so violently? The leader sneered dismissively, waving them off. This has nothing to do with you foreign hunters. You looked at the situation and decided to intervene. After seeing you beat someone like that, I couldn't just stand by and watch. I need you to tell me what happened, or else your tone will drop, sending a warning signal. I will contact the association no matter what. A hunter attacking an ordinary person. They laughed quietly, as if seeing a joke that only comes once in 1,000 years. It seems you don't know in Egypt, the power gap between hunters and ordinary people is completely different. He made it clear that hunters can attack ordinary people whenever they want. An unwritten rule that everyone must follow, that's what we can do. He sneered contemptuously, raising his sword high, ready to strike down. Blood splattered everywhere. The two stared in shock at the scene unfolding, but contrary to expectations, what fell was the thug's arm holding the sword. A piercing scream erupted as he panicked, clutching his partially severed arm. He sat proudly on the rooftop, the cut came from him. But Egypt has its own laws too. The people below trembled in fear as they looked up at the lightning. He landed softly on the ground, a crushing aura emanating from him. Hunter 2 Nin has the right to attack other hunters. The scene before them left Junjian and Trang terrified. Dark red blood spread and slowly soaked into the ground. The bodies of the hunters who were once fierce now lay dead without even closing their eyes. Trang hesitated and quietly asked if the hunter was a good person. Witnessing this firsthand left Junjian unsure how to answer. She hesitated before speaking, acknowledging that he did save that man, but it was a bit too much. He lowered his head, feeling conflicted, planning to save the man without caring about Nin's influence. The book probably knew that too, but as his eyes glanced at the two cold bodies lying side by side in the corner, Junjian felt sorrowful. He still killed hunters who didn't need to die. Because you remained silent, Trang continued to ask, do you think he is a good person? Junjian hesitated for a moment before replying, I don't know either. The Egyptian sky was already tinged with the colors of sunset. Pink clouds floated gently with the breeze. Soon after, bright stars began to appear in the twilight sky. A magnificent palace shining under the sunlight signaled the arrival of a new day. As planned, Junjian and Bander arrived at the palace. Facing them, Inep was already seated with Bastet behind him. You politely ask, it's been a while, hasn't it, but who is the person behind you? The woman with platinum hair immediately introduced herself. My name is Lamia. My alias is Bastet. His gaze focused as he realized the problem. I only want to meet with Inep alone, but just as I thought, Nin and Azga are watching us. Inep got straight to the point, saying it had been a while. The reason you wanted to meet me, you smiled naturally, was simply because you wanted to see me. But right after that, Bastet suddenly sensed that something was happening. On Bander's side, he experienced a similar phenomenon, causing him to squint slightly. To keep the investigation discreet, Junjian decided to use telepathy to talk to Inep. Are you listening to me? Inep, once you can hear me, if you want to confirm something, give a positive answer. If you want the opposite, give a negative answer. He silently marveled, can he really use magic too? He's amazing then, he immediately cooperated. I want to see you too. You started the disguised conversation looking thinner than before, so they didn't give you enough food. But in reality, my mind sent a different message. I came here for the blood ore. Does it have anything to do with Hakulei's power? Imp immediately gave a positive response. They fed me a lot. Junjian seemed satisfied. So do you eat whatever you want, the mind transmitted. Last time you wanted me to save Horus. Does Horus's case have something to do with the blood mineral? He nodded. That's right. I'm quite picky. You keep digging into the surface of the conversation. Numek, the hunter, also helped me in the battle of the strong warriors. Are they healthy? But what Junjian really asked was whether Horus was affected by the blood mineral like Herculet once was. This time he firmly confirmed that they are very strong. You nodded in response. I see. Bander listened to the somewhat awkward story and frowned in confusion. What the hell are they doing? Jungong decided to get straight to the point. Do you like Num? Does that mean the culprit is Sek? Hearing that name, Inep's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He replied in a low voice, You're quite sharp. That's how I feel. But I don't know how Numake feels. In his heart, he silently interpreted that he didn't know if Sek was the culprit or not. Outside, the conversation continued. It would be great if the two of you could come together. Is there anything I can help with? No unspoken question was conveyed, Inep replied casually, but with hidden meaning. It would be great if you could help me. Junjian did not hesitate to say, I understand. Then let's arrange a time for all of us to meet. He is grateful, thank you. Not long after, in another room of that luxurious palace, a fist curled tightly, slammed hard on the table, making a sharp, painful sound. Bander shouted angrily, You want me to arrange a meeting with Inep just to talk about those things? Feeling deceived, he was furious. If you exploit Ozga for things like this, even Odin wouldn't approve. Despite Bander's attitude, Jungian remained calm. Isn't it reasonable? The unclear statement left him confused and puzzled. What are you trying to say? You keep being vague, and soon he'll be satisfied. Bander furrowed his brow slightly as a reminder. You have to be sure the result is really like that. Hearing that the corner of his mouth lifted confidently, Junjian changed the subject. I'm almost done with my work in Egypt. Let's return in 3 days. He asked vaguely, 3 days. He calmly explained, I haven't even had time to sightsee in Egypt yet. His attitude and actions really annoyed Bander. This guy suddenly seemed to remember something. Jungong asked curiously. Let me ask. Which hero infiltrated Nin Long? Bander thought happily. He took the bait. I forgot I was holding the upper hand with him. Bando quickly put on a smiling face. He had already met them before. He glanced around trying to recall. I've met them before. Who could it be? Time keeps passing. Another night in Egypt. On the sandy shore beside the long river, Jungian stood alone, small and silent. Suddenly hearing a sound, he immediately turned to look. Imp wearing a face covering quietly announced, I'm late. There were a lot of people following me. I'm sorry. But that wasn't all. He also warned that there might be many others watching us, even here. You've already caught the attention of all the Nin. Still, you remain calm and reassure them not to worry. Immediately, a protective barrier formed around both of them. He explained that they wouldn't be able to observe us from the outside. He was amazed to broaden his horizons. Distorting space, can you really use magic too? I thought you could only use it like this in the morning, but you're really impressive. Input looked up anxiously, but maybe it's still not enough. There is nowhere Osiris cannot see, Jungian mused. Is that so? Even with Merlin's power, can they still see inside? I'm not sure. To avoid a long night full of dreams, you immediately ask, so let's get to the main point. Why did you call me here? Nin hesitated for a moment. But a moment later he firmly continued, because of the blood mineral. Horus is still unconscious. He recalled the past and explained. Blood ore is a type of mineral that can grant its user formidable power, similar to what Herculet showed us in your previous fight. Imp returns to the current issue. Everything started when Sei brought the blood mineral. Jungian felt uneasy. Have they already found the blood mineral? Just as I thought, the past has changed. Voices rose discussing the red stone, a mysterious object that greatly enhances the monster's power and possesses an astonishing growth rate. As usual, everyone began researching the blood mineral and many experiments were conducted. In other words, the research was successful. They even managed to multiply its power several times over. Imp faced Junjian in discussion, but the problem was that he continued, we cannot control that power. Imp nodded in agreement. That's right. And so the research was delayed. In his heart, he silently judged that the madness was indeed a poison, something that could never be understood through research alone. A hunter who could control that madness throughout history. Only Heishkulet is the one capable of doing that. Inep emphasized, but Horus had already volunteered himself as a test subject for the blood mineral. You hold on to someone who doesn't believe that Junjian was uncertain about his own suspicions. The heir of a great organization volunteered to be the test subject. Is this the case you're talking about? He confirmed. That's right. Despite everyone's warnings, Horus was determined to become the test subject. You asked again, so why did Horus try to possess the power of the blood mineral? Imp hesitated. He didn't hide it, but revealed it was because of Set. Even though Horus was the rightful heir of Nin, Set still wanted to control it himself. Remembering when Set was shouting at someone, he recounted that Osiris and Set often argued, but Set was too powerful to negotiate with. So to stop Set, Horus wanted even more power. Junjian rested his chin on his hand, pondering Set. The image of Set appeared, unleashing his full power, running so fast that smoke billowed around him. His body was large, radiating fierce energy as he stood somewhere. You wonder if it's really dangerous, if Set controls Nin. From what I've seen, the boss isn't exactly a bad person. You'd find it hard to believe. Is it true that the boss was rejected just because he wanted to seize the throne? If this is just a civil war to claim Nin's throne, then I have to interrupt you. Not only that, Horus is a very upright person and he intended to hand over the throne to Set. However, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere saying, so the two of them have met. Both of them turned around at the same time. Set slowly walked over Inep, quietly called Z. His appearance made him increasingly suspicious. Did he follow Inep? No, Merlin's shield is still working. So that means you turned to look at Set. So you were here from the very beginning, he replied. I apologize for eavesdropping on you. However, there is one thing I want to ask you. He ordered Inep to answer me. I also know that Horus tried to hand the throne to me, and then asked. However, Horus still tries to get involved with that dangerous power. It's all to control me. Why is that? He frowned. Horus said. His expression grew serious. Someone is controlling you. You were amazed. Sach was no less surprised after hearing it. He showed no emotion. How many people already know this? Imp placed his hand on his chest to affirm. I am the only one. In response, do you think I believe that Imp sincerely recounted? Just before Horus joined the blood mineral experiment, he told me that. Maybe he told someone else before, but as far as I know, I'm the only one who was told. Junjian observed his condition. He had been quite relaxed until now, but now he was starting to feel worried. It seems Horus was right. You spoke up to advise. Inep, I think you should go back now. Junjian promised. I will think about Horus's treatment, but it's not certain yet. I can't guarantee anything, so don't get your hopes up too much. He is grateful and thanks you. The discussion among the three ends, and there will be nothing left to ask. He gave the order to leave. He nodded in acknowledgement. I obey the order. Inep quickly left, disappearing from the two figures, then turned coldly to glance at the other person. Jungion spoke up to stop him. Deep down, he thought that if he had already made up his mind, there was no way he could stop him. But he sighed deeply. I understand. A calm expression appeared. We also have things to discuss, don't we? The dreamy blue sky and the leaves create a beautiful scene. Sach sat on the rock nearby, and I was always watching you. You weren't very surprised, I know, but I didn't expect you to be that close. You want to clarify whether the person behind you is Azga. You're recalling Bander, smiling with his eyes squinting. Bander said he had met a spy, and recalling the times you stood behind him, and since Set wants the throne, it's possible Set is working for Azga too. He didn't avoid the question and replied, you're not wrong, but you're not entirely right either. He still answered the question. I'm not some kind of spy or anything like that. To be more precise, we just help each other out, and of course you have a few surprises too, which is pretty shocking. He looked at you with amusement and a teasing smile. Well, you can think of it that way. Junjian repeated the question with determination. Who is standing behind you? Who is the monster controlling people from the shadows? Sach couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. He suddenly unleashed a surge of power around him, gripping a sword tightly in his hand. As if you dare to do that because I have left Ini. Then the sword in his hand also began to glow, just like the power surrounding its wielder. With a provocative look, he said, then I'll kill you instead. The glowing blade revealed itself as you simultaneously unleashed your power, and he made me certain from the way he held the sword pointed at me. The question is the person standing behind him. Does that mean there's someone capable of controlling the leader of an entire organization? He's a bit cautious, thinking he has no chance of winning, and might have to risk his life right now. Sach grinned wickedly at you with delight. Nice, but do you know something? He said something again, then vanished instantly. Junjion opened his eyes wide in surprise. He disappeared. Suddenly Set appeared behind you with his sword pressed against your neck. Junjion quickly bent down to dodge Set's blade. He was quite surprised by his skill. You immediately jumped back 2 steps to create distance from Set. Junjian was deep in thought. It only lasted a brief moment, but I saw it. I feel lucky that because of the one-on-one fights I had with them, I might not have been able to dodge it otherwise. It's all thanks to Atho and the Knights of the Round Table. The boss was excited just as I thought. My eyes did not deceive me. He continued proudly. You really can't believe it. Yes, I didn't get a red ore by chance. That person gave it to me alone. Junjian was startled by the words of love at first sight. That person, he said calmly. You once asked me what I wanted to do when I became king. Now you know the answer, don't you? He is stunned. You suddenly growled. You are the imposter. The lightning man was stunned. Impostor Jungion stays calm. I was pathetic to think you were even remotely like him for a second. At the same time, I recalled my impression of Set, a notorious hunter who makes others tremble. A hunter who tried to change everything with his infamy. You concluded the Demon King. When I saw Set, I thought of the Demon King. Junjian's eyes were fixed directly on Set. The reason you want to control the Nile is because you want to become a king. It's because you want to be a king who can do whatever he wants. In other words, he is a monopolist. Darkness shrouded every expression on his face. Then he slightly curled his lips. The boss burst into a wild laugh. He just kept laughing with delight, not caring about him. He was certain of it. The darkness gradually faded away with the truth. The next day at the palace, Junjian sat deep in thought. Does that guy Asga know if there's someone else behind this event? You're worried that if Asga doesn't know, he won't let you go, or he thinks you won't tell him about the lightning. Just then, Entrang rubbed his eyes and stepped out. Haven't you slept? Junjian explained. I was just thinking about a few things. She hesitated. As for the boss, something's off. I don't think he's a good person. You wondered. Why do you think that? Entrang was also unsure. Should I call it a hunch? The way he presents himself versus who he really is feels like he's just acting. Junjian forced a smile. I only realized that after I met him last night. She really has a good intuition. The door suddenly swung open. Bander burst in shouting. Underdog, what the hell are you doing? You're confused. I don't understand what you're saying. He replied, I don't know if you know this, but the informant and Asga I mentioned earlier are from Z. Bander continued, and this morning Set declared he would stop exchanging information with Asga. And the reason he suddenly did that must be because of you. Underdog. Those usually squinting eyes are now looking at Junjian with annoyance. So what the hell are you doing? He muttered. What have I done? Jungyeon's face grew serious. That is what I have to do now. We will be joining the discussion about the Nile River. What do you mean by shocked? But Bander still just coldly stared at him. Outside the temple, the jackals stood in a straight line. Bed is truly honored to meet everyone. I eagerly await your arrival at the Nile, the heroes of Asjungong respond solemnly. We are also honored. Today I come as a representative of Asuka. She guided everyone. We were informed in advance by Asga. Please follow this way. Jungon thought to himself that using Odin was really a good idea. It's going according to plan. You're confident that at the center of the Nile River, we can easily get inside. The group walked along the road. Baste looked ahead in surprise. They ran into Set standing there. She was confused. Set. In response, he only gave a suspicious smile. Junjian wondered what that expression meant. It was truly concerning. I needed to carry out the plan before it was too late. You suddenly called Bastet. She tilted her head. Is something wrong with you, sir? Junjian asked curiously. Where is Horace? Bastet appeared cautious around him. Junjian spoke up. I will do my best to treat Horace. Is she pretending not to understand what you're saying? Someone scoffed. That Bastet is Inep and Num. Bastet turned her head. Inep, what? What does this mean? Inep suddenly knelt on one knee. Horus, the leader of Egypt, is one of his beloved guards. I beg you. Please, I implore you. Allow Underdog to treat Horus. It has been a while since we arrived at the Nile. At this moment, Bastet and Inep were rushing behind, and Inep suddenly felt grateful. Thank you, B. She ran coldly. Inep, I hope your decision is not wrong. At the same time, Jungyeon and Bander were also rushing without delay. Bander silently worried that if they couldn't save Horus, they would all die. And of course, so would we. He looked at Jungyeon's back, ready to use him if necessary to restore the relationship between Asuka and the Nile. Intrang asked cautiously, Baste, what are the chances that we'll find out? Baste replied, we have discovered it, but more importantly, Underdog. Can you really save him? Jungyeon looked at her gently. I think it's a bit late to ask that. I can't say for sure, but I will do my best. His face showed clear tension. I can't guarantee anything, but if I fail, we won't be able to stop it. Check the signal coming from inside the location. At that moment, the fierce hyenas blocked their way. Stop right there, you're reckless to dare enter the heart of the Nin River. Bastet stepped forward with Ainet and Junjian on either side. She spoke, please make way, I don't want to harm anyone. This hunter is from the same organization as me. The wild dogs were stunned. Bastet, what are you doing? One of them growled, shouting, this isn't too late, quickly blind them and come here. Like a gust of wind, Bastet sliced through 3 wild dogs in an instant, each cut precise as they fell to the ground, leaving Intrang in disbelief. What are you doing? They all trust you. Bastet, they can help us. Bastet replied seriously, that is exactly why. From behind, a hand placed on Intrang's shoulder as she continued in shock. What do you mean? Junjian slowly explained. Bastet cared deeply about them. If we fail to save Horus, they will also be in danger. Intrang reluctantly admits her mistake. I'm sorry, I was really distracted. You suddenly realize Merlin's necklace is truly amazing. Not only for himself, but he even translated for his teammates. Immediately, everyone gathered in front of the central main gate. Bastet looked ahead. Horus was just outside these doors. She turned her head and called Numek. Bastet asked bluntly, will you help protect this place with me? Hearing that Num couldn't help but feel doubtful. Inep stepped forward, thanking her for trusting us, Num. But if she doesn't want to go any further, she can turn back right now. Num showed her anger clearly. She boldly declared it was an honor to fight alongside her. Bastet for a moment. Bastet felt unsure, but now it seemed she had made up her mind. The gate slowly opened and Numbastet stayed outside, watching everyone pass through. There was so much she wanted to say, she called out Inip's name loudly. He quickly turned his face back. Num blushed and looked away. If you succeed, stay by my side. Imp smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Num's heart raced, her face flushed red. On this side, In confidently declared, now we really cannot fail. Jungion did not deny and followed up, I suppose so. They continued on their journey, the team hurriedly crossing each territory, the light from the exit appearing ahead. As everyone stepped inside, their eyes fell on the glowing coffin at the center of the hall, and the woman standing before it spoke. I knew you would come looking for my son. Seeing her, Inep whispered softly. Lady Isis beside Jungon suddenly recalled Isis. Where had he heard that name before? He had almost figured out that this person was Osiris, the ruler of the Nile. She is his wife, and also the mother of Horus, the one I need to treat. She is also one of the strongest beings in the Nile. Isis glared at them, forbidding them from coming any closer. Suddenly, a reflective circle formed enclosing the central space of the coffin and dividing it into two outer and inner layers. Junjian was overwhelmed, realizing that we won't be able to get any closer by normal means. The Nile is also hiding a monster. Following with her eyes, Lady Isis pleaded with the one above. Isis kept expressing that she knew Horus valued him, and had heard many times that he would find someone who could save him. Mrs. Nimyi questioned, then Inep asked you, do you really believe that man will save my son? Inep faced her to confirm. Yes, I am certain of that. Isis glanced over, wanting to confirm once more. Then let me ask you, can you really save my son, Jun? Jian was momentarily stunned but responded immediately, leaving. Trang and Bando shocked. No. Isis was stunned and her face darkened. You face her and I cannot be sure that I can save him. I will simply try to heal him. The powerless hand relaxed after hearing those words. A group of people now stood before an ancient architectural site, revealing a coffin at its center. In a contemplative gaze, the barrier disappeared. Lady Isis announced that when the coffin opens, the seal will vanish. It will last for 30 minutes. Once the seal disappears, her eyes suddenly blaze with a threatening glare. There is no way to reseal it. No one can survive leaving this place. You firmly believe that the god has no intention of dying. A pair of feet quietly stepped forward. Wohu had long kept acupuncture needles floating above his palm. Both young men wore confident smiles. A dim lamp hung upside down from the ceiling illuminated the entire space. Sach sat cross-legged on a large rug. Underdog must have already started treating Horus. Isis, she was there too. His eyes suddenly grew heavy with the weight of his first love, knowing he still had a long way to go. He couldn't believe he was hesitating about the rebellion for the sake of his love. After steadying his emotions, he stood up straight and clearly announced, Jackals, today we will carry out our rebellion. The Jackal group responded loudly in unison. The book grows more passionate as it goes. Today I will sit on the throne of the Nile. Their spirits also rose significantly. The corners of his eyes glanced over at Anubis. As a sign of respect, Anubis placed his hand over Tran's chest. The Lord of Thunder gave the order, you go, gather the jackals and lead them to where Horus is. He couldn't help but be confused. What do you intend to do? He resolutely declared. I will slit the pharaoh's throat. He continued, Horus, I'm sure he's trembling with fear. It's time to end this unfortunate relationship between him and me. Thick purple smoke enveloped the palm as its shape began to change. Anubis declared solemnly, the god will gather death. On the other side, Jungyeon gave careful instructions. Yu Huanhua, I need you to control this person's power as much as possible. Even though his face was already covered in sweat from worry, he still assuredly replied, I understand. His hand gently inserted the needle wrapped in magic power. Until all the needles were inserted into Horus's body lying in the coffin, WH only then began to channel his energy. The atmosphere was completely silent. Everyone quietly watched the unfolding events. Restlessly looking around, quietly repeating the two dear names, Numbastet in his mind, Junjian suddenly spoke up. The opposing bander asked again as if to confirm, are you sure you can save him? You seem very confident in your abilities. I think I can do it. Bander had no objections either. Good. Then turn your back and run off in the other direction. He reached out to adjust his tie. Miss Zhang, Intrang, Fenria, and Hyan Mu. I trust everyone. Hyun Mu behaved obediently. I will pay attention to your orders. Fenria growled a few times instinctively. Yes, princess. Intrang quickly reassured everyone. Don't worry. W. Hua tiredly wiped away the sweat soaking his face. All the preparations had been completed. Junji took off his outer coat. I'll let Bander handle the examination. Once I start treating Horus, I will be completely defenseless. He directly skips the level up and makes a leap. Standing before the cold coffin with spiritual energy spreading all around, he silently vowed to let his team handle the rest, yet his eyes still glanced cautiously behind him above all else. He watched Isis intently while thinking. Now we have a powerful ally on our side comparable to Set. Perhaps, instead of fighting the entire Nile River, we now have others on our side to fight against X, for Isis. He quickly summoned his giant trident and struck down with its sharp tip. The weapon shaft was stuck right into the body of the mummy lying in the coffin. Isis showed an expression of utter astonishment at this scene. What, in just a moment you were gone, leaving only a deep footprint on the ground. Her hands gathered two massive energy spheres as she charged forward. Damn it, luckily, Imp stepped in just in time to protect her. He stood with his arms wide open, trying to stop the opponent's advance. Please stop. Madam Isis, you can no longer keep calm. Step aside for me. That warrior. Wu hurriedly tried to ease the tense atmosphere. Please stay calm and look. Horus's whole body suddenly emitted strange red auras. Isis opened his eyes wide in disbelief. No, it can't be. The boy is absorbing the red magical power. Alerts keep popping up. The blood dragon stone is absorbing the madness. The blood dragon stone is flowing back into the person's blood. Red veins began to appear clearly on the back of Jungyon's neck. The madness was flowing into his body. It was like what happened to him in the Battle of the Great Warriors. Fierce memories flashed through his mind. Back then, because of the dragon bloodstone, I was driven into a frenzy and ran wildly. His whole body rapidly transformed while his hands tightly gripped the weapon. However, now I am different, absorbing the mad power with a dragon's heart, and there's new information. The weak dragon heart contains the blood dragon stone. Trang suddenly felt a bit uneasy, wondering if this would be okay. The red magic spread throughout the mummy over time. Horus's ice was stained red by madness, but would return to its original color. But looking at Junjian, his eyes had turned bright red, like blood, his breathing heavy. White smoke poured fiercely from his mouth, yet his mind remained sharp, just healing. Horus was not enough. To defeat the lightning, Min needs to evolve to another stage. Fierce power surrounds the tip of his trident, and by reversing the flow of dragon bloodstone, I can absorb the raging energy. A name suddenly flashed in his mind, Goroda, to develop his dragon heart. His whole body erupted with intense energy, red, magical lines running all over him. His eyes blazed with a demonic red, his teeth clenched in resignation. Ho Hua watched anxiously as the scene unfolded before him. He is absorbing all the red magical power. Trang is in a similar state but can only helplessly watch. Brother Lai Jungyan. Lady Isis smiled with satisfaction. The red magical power that once consumed Horus is now returning to Underdog. That means Horus will awaken. Suddenly, Num's entire body was thrown far away, along with shards of concrete flying everywhere. She slid a long way across the ground, and then lay there motionless. Inf rushed over, calling her name loudly. Numek quickly summoned a medicine bottle in one hand, while gently lifting her up with the other. After pouring the liquid into her mouth, her condition seemed to improve somewhat. Inf quickly asked Han, "Are you okay?" Her eyes suddenly widened, her face darkened at the sight. "I'm fine. How is Bast?" As the smoke and rain gradually clear, a large pack of wild dogs led by Anubis can be seen advancing here. The Lamia was lifted high by his strong arm. Isis shouted excitedly, her golden pupils shining brightly, ready for battle. Anubis responded with cold eyes full of murderous intent like before. Without a word, he delivered a powerful blow to a Lamia who was completely defenseless. A terrible shock hit her, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her whole body was thrown out of the thick smoke, sharing the same fate as Num earlier. She lay sprawled on the floor, her face suddenly darkened as if it had been severed from her head. Anubis barked in a hoarse voice like a wild dog. But understanding their master's command, they all shouted out loud in unison. "Ha ha." He ordered them to advance and gather the dead. The wild dogs turned into black shadows and moved forward all at once at a terrifying speed. Is did not dare delay and immediately issued orders to protect Horus and Underdog. Imp and Num immediately took clear action. Hua and Inchang also split up one after another. He hurriedly reported, "I will go and treat Bastet." She quickly agreed with the other party. "I'll keep an eye on her for you." Outside the building, everything remained peaceful, as if nothing had happened. But little did they know inside was a chaotic battlefield. The wild dogs charged forward with swords howling loudly. Before the sudden attack of the three, Z calmly stood still. He activated his golden eyes, not forgetting to taunt them. How foolish. Instantly, a glowing slash cut across a man's body. Not stopping there, the attack continued, striking down another opponent. He thoroughly defeated the pack of wild dogs in a brief moment, their bodies gradually disintegrating into dust before vanishing into nothingness. The system's sound echoed as the desolate desert wolves fiercely supported him. Set grumbled to himself while watching the drifting sand in front of him. It was a pity that they didn't recognize their new ruler, even when he stood right before them. His eyes opened wide, full of pride. "Wait for me, brother. Because you are the most suitable to become the ruler of the Nile who is coming here." He spoke then, turned his back and walked away, leaving the dust-like body of a jackal sprawled on the tiled floor, shifting to a magnificent scene bathed in bright golden hues in the Norse mythological style of Odin's Asgard. A group of people dressed in all black sat neatly on 2 long rows of chairs in the middle of the room. The host at the center spoke clearly. "We will begin the meeting." Hojin clasped his fingers together, his expression radiating utmost seriousness. "Sea has started a rebellion. Although it seems like the Nile will collapse, everything will be fine." His gaze darkened for a moment. With that thought, today's meeting topic was related to the Nile River. On the connected screen was an image of Banner Lord Odin. He quietly revealed that soon Boss and I would begin to fight. He didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "I give you permission." Next, he turns his back to face the person they were talking about. The boss shows a considerable surprise. "This is unexpected. I never thought you would stand in my way." Bando had already summoned 2 swords in his hands. "I didn't expect that either. I never thought we would clash with swords here like this." He smirked slightly, smiling faintly. "So this means it was Asuka's intention after all. Fine, this is not a problem. It seems before the main course, I'll do a bit of exercise. In just a moment you'll be gone, leaving only a powerful footprint on the ground." Set boldly charges straight at his opponent with a lightning-fast sword strike. But immediately, a sharp clashing sound rang out as the 2 weapons crossed, blocking the attack. Band lowered his body, focusing strength in his arms to withstand the extraordinary force. He seemed a bit amused as he offered a compliment. "You're strong." Only then did he open one eye slightly, showing his focus was at its peak. "You're tough too." Both warriors tensed, ready to charge into a merciless deathmatch. From atop the pyramid, the dogs stopped with cold eyes and a surge of energy rushing forward. Intrang, with energy surrounding her sword, advanced, staring fiercely at them. The 3 fought in the air, creating earth-shattering explosions, and one wild dog was terrified by Intrang's attack. She held the sword glowing with purple light and charged at him. Intrang looked at him and smiled softly. "You will be the first to go." Suddenly, he charged at her, accompanied by a wild dog, both rushing toward Intrang like 2 red needles. She frowned and swung her sword, creating a sweeping gust of air. Damn it! Powerful explosions erupted one after another. Intrang gritted her teeth and retreated amid the thick clouds of smoke. She glanced at Wohua. He frowned and exclaimed, "Unbelievable, each one of them is a hero-level hunter. I can't imagine what kind of skills were passed down to them." She turned in one direction to watch them leave. "I don't think this is the time to be amazed." 4 jackals charged at Isis, but were all stopped by her. Eyes frowned, reaching out to reinforce the barrier. Suddenly, the sound of mysterious footsteps approached quickly. Anubis appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura. "Move aside." He dashed forward like a lightning bolt. Isis took a defensive stance while Anubis lunged forward with sharp black claws, channeling his strength into both arms as he dove toward her. The 2 collided, creating a resounding explosion. Anubis sneered mockingly. "Do you think you can keep that barrier up forever while you're fighting me? The dark energy is draining Isis's power." "No, I can't hold the shield forever." The dog stopped and took the opportunity to rush at her. "The barrier is broken, this is our chance. Everyone charge." Intrang smiled quietly. "You have made a mistake. The place you are all heading to." The 4 charged toward Fenrir into hell. A burst of blue light energy exploded from the side. The boy transformed back to his original form. Fenrir vanished in an instant, attacking the wild dogs. In leads the way with Num and Bastet. "This is our chance. Destroy them all." Inside the pyramid, Bander squinted and smiled faintly as he dodged the incoming golden sword slash and countered with a lightning strike. He glared provocatively. "Even now you still hide your power, impressive." Bander frowned. "You're quite strong yourself." The hand holding the lightning sword emitted a strange black light instead of the usual yellow energy. He closed his eyes tightly, gathering his energy. "This is a waste of time. I saved this for my brother," but the boss opened his blood-red eye and nothing came out. His face darkened, and a terrifying black aura spread around him. Bander frowned in discomfort. "This is really dangerous. My goal is to escape," but he looks at the opponent knowing that if I make a mistake, I will die. Then a voice echoes in my mind to fight him. Bander suddenly froze. Asuka's orders were absolute, which is why he no longer hesitated. "Getting into position, let's fight." Sak replied with a smile. "All right." Suddenly, his figure vanished in an instant. Set rushed towards Bander so fast it shocked him. He was too quick. Bander held 2 blades, gathering his attack. "Your weakness is that you have no sense of territory. Let me show you the difference between those who have it and those who don't." He shouted the name of the move, Rab Brick. The 2 charged at each other fiercely. In the clash, Set and Bander vanished, leaving only streaks of purple light. Anubis felt a jolt. Set's energy had vanished. Isis sneered as if something had happened to Set. She looked at him now that the balance of power was broken. Take this Anubis, he was facing her directly. There's no way anything could have happened to him. Isis, she's excited now. I can use that against her. A black mist slowly formed at Isis's feet. Anubis shouted, know that my intention is not just to kill you. He coldly cast the technique of the Veil of Truth. She was trapped in a black square cage, unable to move her hands or feet. Imph looked at Isis in shock and shouted, Lady Isis. Anubis tilted his head back and laughed with satisfaction. You let your guard down. Isis inside is under so much pressure she had to collapse. My body feels so heavy I can't do anything, he said smugly. Isis, stay still in there and become my strength. Bastet and Inep ran over, she shouted loudly. Break through that barrier. He replied while running, yes. Imph clenched his fists, thinking that if he gave it his all in one strike, it might be enough to break through it. He focused his strength into his clenched fist. Imph punched the purple cube with all his strength, but the cube didn't chip at all, leaving him completely surprised as he realized, damn, it's like I'm punching a sponge, I can't break through it. Imp immediately gritted his teeth and focused all his strength, deciding to break through it by punching continuously. Imp truly couldn't believe his eyes. What a barrier. The mass in front of him had grown many times larger, and he was shocked to realize it was getting bigger and bigger. A streak of black air stretched across, gradually revealing itself. Anubis Bastet was truly shocked, unable to believe it. I could feel the power of Isis and Inep from him. Anubis laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, a great amount of power is flowing into me. A voice suddenly cut him off. Hey you damn dog. In Trang taunts, what do you plan to do about this, all your henchmen? Around them, Fenrir is walking by, and the bodies of the hyenas lie scattered everywhere. Trang reminds him that all his subordinates have already been defeated by our white dog. Only you remain. Anubis opened his hand, revealing sharp iron claws. He raised one arm high to command. Death and souls, I claim you all. Dark energies spread around the bodies of the jackals. Those dark energies penetrated their bodies. The dark energy controlled them to stand up. In a terrifying scene, all the dead had come back to life. Anubis coldly ordered the complete destruction of all our enemies. Bastet shouted to warn everyone. Be careful. Anubis's forbidden magic allows him to turn them into objects to fight for him. Trang stood beside W. Hua, both becoming serious and cold. She told me she understood. Then she thought to herself that she was seeing this thing once again. Chang recalled the image of the giants. Like in China, the Na giants were transformed in a massacre. The monsters were created from the greed of the rulers. She continued to speculate S and Anubis, both resembling the names of that giant king. I cannot forgive them. Trang confidently said, it's okay, I've fought things like this before. Elsewhere, Bander loudly complained, this doesn't make any sense. He realized Rab-Rik had been completely destroyed. The system announced the territorial law, a power that grants its owner absolute strength within a certain space. Although his territorial law was still activated, Set still managed to escape. The wall was torn apart by force into a diamond shape, revealing the outside space. He destroyed the territorial law that trapped him and escaped from its space. Black smoke surrounded Set, and he was gasping for breath. Bando, holding his weapon, felt scared that he might frighten himself. He worried that now his territorial laws would no longer work. Is that really the only option left? Bando decided to say. Odin, I will use it, please allow me to go. A voice silently responded, conveying the message through thoughts to him. Wait, if we do that, we'll end up at a loss. Let's give up on the Nile. Finally, the order was given to use Linderdog in return. Bander was reluctant, but accepted. I give the order. The weapon in Bander's hand turns into a white beam of light and disappears. The boss smiled sarcastically and asked, Is that Ozga's intention? To send you back, Bander frowned in discomfort. It's humiliating. But I cannot go against it. Orders are absolute, the boss affirmed cheerfully. There is nothing to be ashamed of, Bander. Ozga made the right choice. Then he smiled at Bander before disappearing. In a magnificent palace, S stood in the grand hall shivering as he looked up at Osiris sitting on the throne. Osiris spoke first. You have arrived, little brother, the boss calmly said, though he didn't seem quite all right. Brother, judging by your appearance, maybe this was your decision. He suddenly burst out in anger, shouting, Why does it have to be like this? Tell me why. He calmly said, Brother, I do not regret my decision. C continued to question, Is it because of me, the reason you crave power that almost cost Horus his life? Is it because I aimed for the throne? Osiris replied coldly, Don't be so arrogant. There are many powerful people hidden in this world, but not all of them have the goal of benefiting humanity. C startled and asked, Wait, don't tell me you've already seen that person. Osiris asked confusedly. That person, are you talking about the one wearing the light suit? He was utterly shocked. Sak laughed heartily and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, I get it now. After meeting him, you felt like you were already defeated. So to be able to defeat him, he became desperate for a power he could never have. He pictured him holding the red stone, and even though his son had been drained by the blood mineral and was on the brink of death, he still craved its power. Of course, he is stronger than Horus, so he did not lose everything. Instead, his youth and vitality were taken by the blood mineral. He looked at Osiris and sneered, "But I am different from you, and different from him." Osiris was stunned and blurted out, "What?" Crossing his arms over his chest to harness his power, he said, "I will show you his surging strength, the black energy enveloping him." Osiris could hardly believe his eyes. That power was not something the blood mineral could produce. Black streams of energy surrounded his side, forming a pitch-black dog head with sharp, iron-like teeth. The boss smiled mockingly. "This is the power you wanted. You picked the wrong side, brother." A shadow flashed by a fierce dog head with blood-red eyes lunged to attack Ori's. He remained calm, showing no fear, and softly called out Horus. Set's eyes glowed red as he declared, "I will follow that man and conquer not just this petty Nile in Egypt, but the whole world." Intrang slashed a sharp purple sword through the revived wild dog. Next, one by one, the enemies were taken down in midair. Her gaze was cold and sharp, her sword mercilessly destroying the foes. Gongdu also fought fiercely, punching a jackal to pieces. Each round bullet was formed by magic. Hyeon-mu struck 3 enemies in front of him. The bodies of the wild dogs lay scattered on the ground, torn apart. Very quickly, a purple-black smoke spread in. It entered the body of a wild dog, causing it to open its eyes wide. The others were also revived by the black smoke, their missing parts restored. "It's serious, they just keep coming back." She wiped the sweat from her face and replied, "Just as I thought, there's only one way to avoid getting hit." Her eyes glowed purple as she glanced in one direction. Anubis was unleashing deadly black beams straight at Fenrir. It quickly counterattacked and hit its mark. Its eyes flashed with blue sparks as it glared fiercely at him. Fenrir lunged forward trying to grab Anubis, but he jumped high in time, dodging the attack. Dark beams swirled around him as a terrifying power gathered in his hands. He struck a direct blast of energy at Fenrir's face. Dust billowed everywhere, mixed with flickering dark lights all around. Seeing this, Intrang couldn't help but worry, and exclaimed, "Fenrir. The dust has settled a bit, but the situation is still unclear," and very quickly it was revealed that Fenrir had returned to his injured human form, lying motionless. Anubis stared at the fist, radiating endless energy. "Wonderful, with this infinite power, I feel like I can defeat anyone, even Ori's." He smiled, revealing his sharp teeth. "Now I will end this once and for all." A hand wrapped in white bandages clung to the wall. Jungyeon's sweat dripping down his face whispered softly, "It's over." Anubis suddenly jolted, sensing something. This energy, could it really be coming from a young man wrapped entirely in white cloth? He was shaken to his core. "Horus." He is furious. "Anubis, how dare you?" He immediately activated the white ice on his hand. The bandage, infused with energy, tightly wrapped around the purple rectangle, suddenly exploded into pieces in an instant. Anubis was stunned that the veil of truth could be broken so easily. A footstep approached. It was Lady Isis coming to Horus. "He has woken up." Her eyes welled up with tears, "My son." He smiled gently and replied to his mother, "Yes, mother, now please rest." Then he turned away, dark orange electric currents radiating from him, saying to her, "I will return." Purple bruises appeared on the bodies of the jackals as they clutched their heads and screamed. Before Anubis, they all turned to dust in an instant. Seeing this, In thought to himself that because the veil of truth had disappeared, he could no longer control death. Anubis was completely engulfed in rage as he called out the name Horus. He sprang forward toward him in an instant, the bandages filled with energy, leaving his hands. He swung a sharp black claw straight at his face. He stood ready to fight the flexible cloth wrapping tightly around his arm. It continued to blind Anubis, who could only growl. Horus spoke sternly, the great god commanding, and the bandages wrapped around him obeyed, erupting into a massive spreading blaze. Anubis's energy vanished, and his mask shattered, revealing his face. He opened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "How am I still alive?" Horus looked down at him and replied, "I am not someone who can decide your fate." Jungyeon quickly stepped forward, glanced at him and smiled. "This is what you wanted, right?" He then replied, "Yes, thank you." Hyunmu looked at him curiously. "Why did you spare him?" He replied, "Because you look quite lonely." Jungyeon glanced at him and continued, "So I want to give you a little brother." His eyes filled with emotion as he looked at you. "Thank you, sir." Anubis lay still, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. "Why am I shaking like this?" A great wave of pressure descended upon the magnificent pyramid. Intrang and W both sensed that others were also reacting quickly. Jungyeon was no exception, quickly sensing it. Horus suddenly clenched his fists, unable to hide his shock, his face filled with sorrow. "Father has passed away." In another area of the Nile River, a group of people is gathering, then suddenly fell to his knees. "O Lord Osiris," everyone else wept. "This is our failure," someone else spoke up. "Not yet, Lord Horus has already awakened. He is determined, it's not too late, we must help Lord Horus. Let's go." Without another word, everyone immediately pulled each other along and left. In some tower, the chief of Memphis firmly stated that the Memphis tribe will not participate. "What do you Himopo plan to do?" The head of the Homopolis clan seat firmly said, "We will defeat the lightning, we are not cowards." Without another word, the old man left. I will not watch the Nile be destroyed. Memphis hurried to stop him. Wait, he is explaining. Then we will go with you to the temple of the divine family. We are not taking Horus's side, but Thought's stern face shows he wants to witness the birth of the new king of the Nile. Let's go. Surmet is definitely a sly fox. He must be scheming to side with whoever is winning. At the palace, Say and Horus are standing face to face outside the hall. Set teased, looking at you like a complete mess. Horus responded, still watching you enjoy it. My lord, he declared to decide who will be the new king of the Nile, for the greatness of the gods, to determine who is chosen by the gods, and who can rule the Nile. The Set group cheered together for the Nile, and the Thoth crowd continued to cheer for the Nile. The followers of Isis also shouted loudly, all for the Nile, all for the Nile. Set was pleased. Haha, you've all gathered together to witness the birth of the new king. He was excited. Underdog, you're amazing. I never thought someone like you could awaken Horus, but it was also within that man's prediction. Oh, you're wondering if he meant that he deliberately let me save Horus, Set said calmly. That's right. The power radiates from him. Set is happy because of a rightful king. If he continues, he must be recognized by everyone. But more than that, deciding who will be king here on this stage, I think you should come up here too. Horus was startled. Seat was puzzled. What did he say? Thought felt surprised. He wants a stranger to join the battle, to decide the king Zhejiang taunts. You feel it too, don't you, Horus? He looked at Jungion. Your patron, the Desert Sun, is also watching him. The system alerts that the Desert Sun is watching you. You recall that ever since Horus woke up, messages saying the Desert Sun is observing you have appeared. But for some reason the Apocalypse Sky doesn't hate it at all. Could this have something to do with who will be the king of the Nile? Junjian looked toward Horus. Even though I absorbed Horus's madness, he had just escaped the seal. No matter what, Horus has no chance of defeating Set. So that means he jumped down landing opposite Set, and Jungion resolutely told Horus, I will help you. Horus smiled at him with full trust, so reliable, his body gradually floating above the central platform. He was delighted. Then to decide who has the better guardian, the wolf of the ruined desert or the son of the desert, let's find out. The bandages on Horus's arm began to unravel. Jungion's weapon was also restored. Both are now ready. In the Golden Palace, Jiang Hojin is sitting at the table. He sighed, thinking to himself, the Nile is truly perfect for absorption. Jiang Hojin hesitated, recalling Set, but the power Set possessed the deep red magic, capable of breaking the laws of that territory, made him slam his hand on the table, his face serious, as he concluded inwardly, fear a feeling he thought he had long forgotten. The purple magic surrounded Jiang Hojin, and he laughed wildly with a sense of excitement. Jiang Hojin calculated that he had found a potential through the unknown power, making it possible to kill a patron. The purple magic withdrew. He pressed both hands on the table, thinking he had abandoned the Nile, as he said. But this matter is completely different. Once this civil war ends, I will appear. Jiang Hojin suddenly realized something. A figure in a black cloak appeared, surprising him deeply. There's no way someone could enter here right inside his territory without his permission. He shouted, Who are you? How did you manage to enter my territory? The other person muttered mistakenly. Odin in the black cloak raised his hand. I will continue to grant you power. Horus was now casting a spell to control the cloths on his body. They attacked the lightning in rapid succession but were all blocked. He began chanting his spell under the watchful eye of the burning god, and immediately a fiery energy surged toward the enemy. The boss stood still, waiting for his fire spears to strike. He saw that and praised Horus. You have become stronger, but you still haven't mastered your new power. Nephew. Then he also raised his hand, ready to cast the sandstorm spell. Immediately, 3 or 4 wind spheres surrounded him. They all attacked Horus at once, throwing him off the beam. Without hesitation, he pulled back to gain momentum and prepared to continue the attack. Then he leapt high into the air. He was about to strike Horus hard from above when Sash delivered a powerful punch to his chest, causing Horus to fall straight down and crash violently into the ground. Dust flew everywhere as a trident, wrapped in flames, rushed toward the lightning. He immediately spotted it and grabbed it. It turns out the lightning attack was trembling, but was still blocked by him. He saw that you were also surprised. What's this? You've also become much stronger than before. On this side, you tried to break free but still couldn't draw your weapon, so you silently accepted the fact that against someone who could easily stop your attack like him, there was no other choice. Besides using the crazy power I absorbed this time, I gathered all my strength, gritted my teeth, and shouted, Ha ha. Set couldn't help but be amazed when he saw you and thought to himself, I get it now. When he healed Horus, he must have absorbed the power of the blood ore. Then he also released his hand that was holding your weapon. C smiled with delight and exclaimed how interesting it was as he quickly launched a barrage of attacks at you, and you swiftly blocked every strike from him. Then you glared with your blood-red eyes, threatening him. Are you going to tell me the identity of that man? The boss keeps throwing a series of punches, underestimating you. Even if I tell you, it's useless. No matter what, you have to die today. Quickly, he delivered a powerful final strike to the trembling body, sending him flying backward. Suddenly, he flew up to survey everything around, then turned to run ahead of his attacks. Then they quickly gathered at one point to attack him. Horus below shouted angrily, asking if it was really necessary to kill his father. Right there, an explosion occurred from Set. However, Set remained unharmed by using his protective shield. I have to admit, that's not bad. He also slowly stepped forward. Run and Horus stood face to face, boldly holding their weapons to provoke Set. So how about this? He was at a loss for words. His eyes glowed red as he laid down the conditions to Set. If we manage to defeat you, will you answer our questions? He stepped forward confidently, smirking as he asserted that would never happen. Then he took a stance ready to face any challenge with pride. It's still uncertain. Instantly, he took a deep breath and used his ultimate skill, despite the risks harnessing the power of that madness. My mana is overflowing, and now I can use it. Thiendiem, your spearhead is gradually infused with mana enveloping your body as you shout without hesitation and charge forward, piercing through the armor. In an instant, his power pierced through like an arrow, striking down everything around him. Even he could not help but admire his presence. I understand why you feel confident now. However, this is still not enough. I can't let you gain the upper hand, so he immediately used his ultimate skill. The sandstorm, two powerful forces clashing and sweeping everything away, left those below stunned and warned to be careful. After a moment, Intrang leapt up, holding the sword to support, while the people below remained in a state of panic, unable to react in time. Then she slashed through the falling rocks and rushed forward while warning them. Everyone fall back, I will protect you. They also turned and ran away grateful. Thank you. That was no ordinary fight. Horus stood beside Runtrong, who had just joined forces with him, and asked, have we defeated him yet? He wiped his sweat and analyzed. Even though my attack hit, it's still not enough. His magical power barely diminished, the thick smoke gradually cleared, revealing the figure of the lightning still standing unharmed. Immediately, he charged straight through the smoke without hesitation. Horus was attacked by him before anyone noticed, even though June warned it was too late. Horus was severely injured, coughing up blood, unable to stand, so Run rushed in and swiftly cut the lightning figure in half. He wore tattered clothes, one hand severed and the other a dark wolf's head. Thiendiem and Shuyan Da were even more skilled than I had imagined. I could never pierce through my own sandstorm. Seeing him like that, I finally understood why Bandor lost. That was your gaze fixed on the severed hand of the lightning. He stood opposite you, unable to hide his surprise. I never expected it could force me to use this power. Then I truly began to doubt, thinking there was no way to win. The dust in the palace gradually settled. XM watched the battle worried and thinking to himself, he doesn't stand a chance. Where is this overwhelming mana coming from? Thought on the other side, anxiously considered. It's even stronger than Horus and Underdog combined, even more than the combined mana of all the hunters here. Intrang, standing behind, couldn't help but panic seeing him like that. Lai, Dung Young, and the other two surged with overwhelming power as they faced off. Horus strained himself to fight, spitting blood from his mouth. Set faced him with a mocking smile. You look exhausted, grandson. Seems like the true desert wolf is the divine lord after all. So I will put you to rest. Trembling, I place my hands on my thighs and stand up. You were nearly out of strength, panting heavily. I understand why Bandor ran away. Just looking at that power, anyone who sees that dark red aura would feel like they're facing an endless, inexhaustible force. His hand gripping the weapon suddenly trembled, terrifying me, and making me want to get out of here immediately. But then he threw the weapon aside, showing his unyielding spirit. This action of yours also took Set by surprise. Oh, you have a good fighting spirit. I thought you would tuck your tail and run back to Asga, like Bandor did. I assume Asga isn't involved, right? Then he stepped forward, ignoring the declaration. Well, it doesn't matter, even Odin couldn't defeat that man. Now I will not hesitate to step forward and take your life at once. He remained in a rather pitiful state, thinking this was an unwinnable fight, but he could not retreat. That was the duty of those who wielded power. Suddenly, the system displayed a panel with the word, Sunday. The sky, once gloomy, now saw the dark clouds parting to reveal the sunlight. Finally, the dazzling rays of sunlight shone straight down. The system sound echoed once again. The desert sun is watching you. Those below are amazed as if they cannot believe their eyes. Madame Isis was utterly astonished to see this. How could the light of the deity be possible? The system appeared again, showing the desert sun protecting you. Suddenly, a surge of power overwhelmed Horus, continuously rising. Not only that, but even his inner being was granted that power, leaving him puzzled about what it was. His wounds were healed, as a large amount of mana enveloped him. Meanwhile, the system kept announcing that the desert sun was blessing the two hunters. The two hunters can use their upgraded abilities. They have been blessed by the desert Sunday. You just stood there frozen as if you still couldn't believe your own eyes. Do I really have so many patrons? The apocalypse sky cannot resist it either. Could this desert sun be on the same level as the apocalypse sky? The system echo sounded once again. The desert sun has exceeded the limit of supporters. After a while, the number of patrons will return to normal. The people below still stood silently in confusion as the god's light shone down on two of them. Set wondered, was that the god's final struggle just now? Horus is still radiating the god's energy. He quickly took a fighting stance like never before. Set went wild, launching his wolf-headed hand forward to attack. Horus jumped and spun to dodge all his attacks, then charged straight at him as he launched a flurry of strikes, all blocked by Horus's shield. The system sound rang out. The little dragon's heart would temporarily grow stronger under the influence of the desert. Sunday Dew stood silently watching the battle, black wings beginning to sprout from his back. Without hesitation, he jumped up and soared into the sky. He flew high above it all, continuing to watch the battle to find the enemy's weakness. He hovered in the air with his wings, wondering if it was the desert sun, lending him strength as he could sense the mana in the air. He continued analyzing and realized he understood. Through the flow of mana, he could use the mana in the air. If I can use air mana, maybe I can wield it. The Demon King's signature attack could seize victory. The system panel kept flashing as the mana flow activated at an incredible speed. The little dragon's heart was absorbing magical energy from the air. Gorilla is being activated. He is also ready to fight. Mana keeps flowing relentlessly. Even though Min has borrowed power from the desert sun, I still can't compare. Mana is in the air, I need to gather much more. The system alerts again, the desert sun is watching you. The clear sky seemed to smile as if it knew his intentions. Shaking while controlling the mana source, the element flowed straight into his hands, then his entire body was immersed in an endless amount of mana. You finally used your own skill, the Fire King skill. The system kept announcing that you had acquired the Fire King skill, a truly remarkable achievement. You have become the one who paves your own way. You have become someone who grows without a patron. Your mana transformed into a fiery halo, and all your stats increased significantly. The people below were utterly amazed, unable to believe their eyes. Looking up at the sky, the sun was blazing. Then they took a closer look at the amount of mana June was gathering next to the sun and couldn't help but gasp. No, there are actually two suns. Despite witnessing their power, Set remained confidently dismissive. Is that all? Just as I thought, the true patron of the divine family is not the desert sun, but the wolf of the ruined desert. On Horus's side, he also showed signs of no longer defending against the continuous attacks from him. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Horus, get out of the way immediately. He widened his eyes and transmitted his voice in response. Underdog didn't hesitate no matter how much it was attacking itself and immediately jumped away. Set thought he was cowardly and underestimated him. You run no differently than a little mouse. Suddenly he realized it too, but it was too late as the mana orb created by his trembling was slowly approaching him, causing him to panic. What is that? Suddenly an explosion erupted right where he stood before he could react, and the orb kept growing larger without stopping. So everything around V was blown away in an instant, continuously crashing into the people below while they scattered in all directions just to save their lives. Run. On the other side, things are not looking good. He is struggling to fend off June's orb inside. Suddenly his head appeared struggling to break free, and finally he took the chance to get out. Then he gasped for breath, feeling lucky. Thank God I was able to escape before my body lost control. This is the end for me. The system sound rang out, the desert sun showed its fury. The dark sun appeared on the battlefield. Suddenly a dark power radiated from the lightning, gradually enveloping the orb. It grew larger and larger beyond description, causing you to be affected and slowly pulled in. I'm being pulled in. Damn it, I've used up all my strength to activate the Fire King skill. Now he struggles, using every ounce of strength to run in the opposite direction. He has no power left to escape, so his whole body is slowly being pulled in. Junjian woke up in a suspended state. Here he doubted there was any way out, no sky, sun, temperature, light, or people, an abyss where nothing existed inside. Suddenly his body fell. I'm falling, is this how I die? Just then a voice rang out, waking him from his daze and steadying his spirit. Bander appeared, grabbed him and ran straight ahead. Jungian exclaimed. Bander quickly rushed out of the black smoke and finally got you out. He hurriedly said, use Bifrost, it's about to explode. You went pale. Was there an explosion? The black gas formed a large sphere and then vanished in an instant. It reappeared elsewhere, creating a thick cloud of dust. Junjian shouted the Bifrost spell, creating a rainbow shield that covered the temple. Bander angrily grabbed his neck. What are you doing? We need to use Bifrost to get out of here. He snarled in Jungian's face, but Jun used it as a shield to protect the temple. Does he want to die with them? You explained that if I didn't do it, everyone would die. There was no other way. Damn it. As the two tails behind continued to explode, he sneered, and you were smart. So it's black. After Bander revealed the technique, both of them immediately disappeared. The explosion grew larger, but fortunately the barrier prevented it from affecting the outside. But the others didn't know what was happening. Hua grew anxious. Mr. L. Junjian was silent as he built a barrier around us to protect us from the explosion, but with an explosion of that scale, no one could survive. He immediately rushed forward, filled with worry. Lai Jungion was suddenly grabbed from behind. Gua turned around in frustration. "Why are you stopping me, Dong? Intrang Lunjian is out there. Are you in a hurry? We have to save him." Intrang remained calm. "No, there's no need to do that. There's no need to save him," she calmly explained. "You have to get used to it. It won't be long before he's back acting like nothing ever happened." He thought that was the reason. Looking at the remaining members, everyone is part of his team. Except for me who joined last, they are all calmly waiting. That pride in Trang is exactly who he is. She slowly made him understand, and the barrier was still intact. "That means he is still alive." W. Hua nodded. "I understand." Inside the barrier, it's still filled with smoke and dust, making the situation unclear. Horus was silent, the underdog. The other clan chiefs are also paying close attention to the situation. Sok smiled smugly. "The next king will be decided on this stage. I think you should come up here too." Thinking silently, you have received the light of the divine, another candidate for the throne. The system appears a gloomy sun briefly shining over the battlefield. The blast force collided with the shield and pushed into Banner's territory rule. He shouted bitterly, "Damn it." It turned the beautiful land within Banner's territory into a pile of rubble. Junjion smiled. At least it worked well to hold them back, feeling quietly pleased. Using Banner's territorial rules was not my idea. He was the one who did it. The one with unconditional loyalty to Odin. He looked at Bander, who was trembling with fear. This will become an opportunity to weaken his power while Bander holds a grudge in his heart. "I can save you because of the orders given, but I will never forgive you. I will remember this. He called you back." At this moment, in a land of nothing but sand and soil, only the figures of Jun, Jion, and Banner remain. You look around and wonder if this place became like this because of you and the gloomy sun. It looks like a meteor fell here. Banner glanced over, urging him to search. While he had already started moving, he remained lost in thought, but there was no reason to look for him at all, as if anything could survive here. Yet you still refuse to understand. The system announced the activation of the Mana Youth Stream. Junjian looked at his body and told himself he would use the Mana Youth Stream to find his mana flow. Suddenly, he sensed something. He looked toward the piece of fabric being pressed down there. There's nothing here but rocks and dust. So why is there a piece of cloth over there? Why isn't it damaged? I should cut it and put it in the warehouse. Bandor returned after searching. There really was nothing left after the explosion. "Did you find anything?" You calmly reply. "No, I didn't see anything." You decided it's time for me to lower the barrier. The soldiers outside are surprised. Look over there. The barrier. Right now, the rainbow barrier is gradually fading away. Step by step, a pair of legs appeared, Jun, Gion, and Banner. Wunhua was overjoyed. "Just as you said, Dong and Trang, I didn't have enough faith in him." She looked up with tears streaming down her face. "See, do you believe me now? I told you he would come back," he said awkwardly. I think she was the most worried. Then Trang rushed over to Junjian. She immediately hugged him tightly. "A disaster has struck in Egypt. Is everything really okay? The number of hunters is gradually increasing. Ordinary people worry that they will soon be replaced by hunters. But who is the party preventing revision? The underdog from Korea has appeared again outside the Cairo hotel. The scene is so peaceful." W inquired. "How do you feel?" Junjian hesitated. "I feel fine, but could you check again for me?" He doubted it was possible for him to be okay, especially after suddenly gaining power and even healing Horus himself. And with the desert sun's blessing, his body must be overloaded. "He asked you to raise your hand. I'll check his pulse." W grabbed Jungian's wrist, puzzled by the conclusion. He was truly fine, or rather, he seemed much healthier than before. This is truly miraculous. Junjian feels much more at ease. "I'm not entirely sure, but I guess so. I'm really glad to hear that from you, Hua." At that moment, the door opened with a call. Lai Junjian and Trang came running over excitedly holding a piece of paper. "There's big news. Only a few newspapers have your picture. Everyone is talking about Underdog." You place your hand on the stack of newspapers deep in thought. A few days ago, the newspapers were full of news about the hunters. Now there isn't a single line about them. He is confused. Instead, they write about themselves. Is someone trying to divert attention? The system displays. The Apocalypse Lover is very pleased with your resounding reputation. She tells you that the merchants must be very surprised by this incident. You agree, and so do I. This is definitely the first time they have witnessed a hunter's power. Trang spoke the truth, but not the kind of power that just any hunter possesses. Junjia was thinking about the outcome. Still, this is quite effective. Now everyone will have to be wary of the hunters. Long suddenly felt a chill. If this continues, the hunters will rule over the common people who will be no different from livestock. Outside the door, a knock sounded, and Inep entered brightly to greet them. "Lord Underdog." Junjian quickly stood up. "Lord Inep." He extended an invitation I was ordered by Horus to bring you to him. Will you come with me? Without hesitation, Junjion immediately nodded. All right. After the battle with Set, Loon could not meet Horus because Horus had been sealed for too long and suffered numerous injuries in the fight with Set. He needed treatment, so in the past few days he has been receiving medical treatment. That is what the new King of the Nile has been doing. While going to Enet, I also want to thank you. The Nile is very grateful for your help, Lord Underdog. He began to open up. Although you are an outsider, you have received the blessing of the god's light, so you are the next king. Before he finished, Junjian interrupted. I have no interest in the throne. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. You look at the palm of your hand, and the light of the deity will soon leave me, even though it still says I am protected by the desert Sunday. The system appeared repeatedly. The apocalypse sky frowned at the Sunday. The desert sun was confused. Seeing that you thought about it, the apocalyptic sky was starting to complain that the desert sun couldn't protect two people at once. Obviously, they would choose Ni Horus. Inep bowed. Then there's nothing left to worry about. Thank you very much, sir. We have now arrived at the main palace. When Junjian and Inep arrived, everyone was already there. Horus began first. Sorry to keep you waiting. You brought me along and also saved me from that fate. He emphasized that you are the savior of Egypt. Egypt has decided to repay you, and we will give you anything you want. Horus raised a question, so feel free to speak up. What do you want? You quickly stated your wish. I want all of you to change. The answer left Horus stunned. You continue. I heard that the Nile River once respected the human rights of ordinary people. However, in Egypt, I experienced it firsthand. He recalled witnessing hunters killing civilians just because they pleased. So I hope Egypt will once again respect the human rights of its civilians. Horus affirmed. These were the events that unfolded when my father crossed the line while I was sealed away. We guarantee everything will return to how it was before. In fact, we are ready to meet any request you have. Horus smiled warmly because he was another king of the Nile. The two clan leaders were surprised by the god Horus. Ayas couldn't believe it and called out loudly to Horus. He was confident in his words. Although an outsider underdog has been blessed with the light of the divine family. Everyone knows this. Does anyone want to deny it? After hearing this, the two clan leaders bowed their heads in silence, and Ayas remained quiet. Junie spoke calmly, but the divine light within me was fading. Horus was not surprised. I knew that. You wonder. But even if I explain all that, it doesn't change the fact that you are the one blessed by the light of the divine family. Even if the inspector's light abandons you, a small part of it always remains. He thought quietly. Isn't that how we stay connected? Horus boldly declared Li Jungian was once an outsider, but now he is the underground king of the Nile. I want him to take Amun's title, and I, the holder of the family's title, will lead the Nile into a new Am regime. You are decisive, and as Amun has demanded, we will change the Nile. We cannot accept discrimination between hunters and civilians, and we will abolish the laws that allow hunters to kill ordinary people at will. Everyone bowed their heads, and the gods pledged to obey me. At the top of the castle, Junjian and Horus stood together. He pieced together the situation from earlier. The kings who call themselves kings, none of them are ordinary. Images of Loki and Set flashed through his mind. The giant king was one example, and Set was the same. Horus comforted him, saying he felt better now. Just the two of them left. Don't worry too much. He didn't really like the king's position either. He reached out and touched the bandage on his face. Are you mad at me for saying I understand how you feel? You smiled, it's okay. The bandage slowly fell to the ground, revealing his handsome face relaxed. I am thinking about abolishing the position of the River King. You suddenly abolished the king's position. Horus expressed his conclusion that times have changed in some cases. Is the lifespan of hunters endless? That's really dangerous for those hunters. If they want to grasp absolute power, I'm just joking, but you can't say for sure that one day I won't change too. The thought crossed his mind that right now he is a good person holding power, but if that day comes when he changes things, could be worse than with Set. Outwardly agreeing, it's actually a good idea, Horus inquired. As for Set, he is still alive. You can be sure of that. He told me about the current situation. Did you chase after him? For now, I cannot leave Egypt. I know it's embarrassing to say, but may I ask you something? Junjion nodded. After all, I am curious about the person behind the investigation. When I meet him, I will contact you. Horus sincerely thanks you. In the heart of the city, the plane is gradually landing. A crowd of eager reporters rushes forward. He is about to land everyone. Get ready. The clicking sounds continue, along with the questions being asked. What are your plans for the future? How much aid do you intend to send to Egypt? Please answer our questions. Demeus said nothing but glanced at the reporters. Then a group of bodyguards was sent over. They can only give up in despair. He didn't say a word. Yes, we are all too familiar with that kind of reaction. Hunters. While they were still hesitating, someone suddenly shouted. Korea, that is the Korean Association. Underdog is one of their members, which made them eagerly turn around. From the gate, Seonggu was greeted by a crowd of people. The person everyone calls the next president of the Korean Association, John Seong-gu of the Federation. Before the surprise settled, someone shouted, "Oh, over there," and they immediately shifted the camera elsewhere. What is that? The camera lights sparkled brightly together as the main character appeared with a dazzling aura, leaving the reporters in awe. He is the hero of Egypt, Underdog. Junjian smiled as soon as he saw Zonggu and asked, "Are you here?" He immediately replied yes. Then an article quickly reported the meeting between the Underdog, who became Egypt's hero, and Jian Sang, who is called the next president of the Korean Association. The two met at the airport to discuss the Korean Hunters Association's support for Egypt. Clouds covered the sky, noon had arrived, and suddenly a few voices came from inside. Is it true? It has to be true. Junie tried to stay calm as he voiced the doubts he had held for so long. Was it Bander or Hung Suk? I found it strange that he returned to Korea so quickly. Now everything is clear. Zigu nodded in agreement. That's exactly how it is. Because Odin has gone missing. He bowed his head slightly, his expression filled with seriousness. Right now, Ozga is in a state of emergency, because Odin's influence is too great. We cannot easily compensate for his absence. A flood of questions filled Junjian's mind. Why now of all times? Why did he disappear just as the disaster was approaching? If this had happened after the disaster, I would have accepted it gladly. But you only wonder one thing. This is not good at all with the disaster approaching. Where did he go? Seonggu folded his arms in thought. He wasn't the type to be easily attacked or kidnapped. Not only that, the last place he was seen was on his own territory. Asga, no matter where he disappeared to, he must have gone alone. You were driving while sorting through your thoughts because he vanished on his own. Exactly what plan is he making? The truth is, he's doing it right now just before the disaster strikes. Zhonggu tried to reassure him. Don't worry too much, as I told you before. He is preparing for this disaster on his own. Although he is missing, it's not a big problem, and of course it's not easy either. After hearing that, Jungan let out a sigh of relief and replied with reassurance. Yes, no matter what, we've lost an important source of strength, so let's finish up here quickly and go home. Still, he felt a bit uneasy inside. Odin suddenly disappeared, which is very different from before, and it must be because of me. If I hadn't shown up, things would probably have gone the same way as in the past. This makes me feel uneasy. In a distant tower, an important meeting is taking place in the hall. Demikia stood up and said, "We deeply regret the incident in Egypt. Takamagaharas will deploy most of our heroes to help restore Egypt." Junjion sat above pondering. They are trying to take control of Egypt by sending their heroes there. His gaze briefly shifted elsewhere. Yasun is a member of the organization behind Japan's Takamagas. This is the first time I've heard of him. But everyone here is a top 5 hero. At this moment, those sitting in the VIP seats voiced their dissatisfaction. The incident in Egypt is lowering the status of hunters worldwide, so compensation is necessary. Junjian heard this, and his expression grew serious. The guilds here are like Japan. Now that Egypt is weakening, they all want to take advantage of it. So you spoke up and asked Aga won't be joining, right? Su replied firmly. After the discussion, we decided not to get involved with the Nile. Brother Anton continued, and we already have enough influence over the Nile. There was someone who made that easier. It was all thanks to Egypt's hero Underdog. Seeing Seonggu acting hastily, he tried hard to persuade him, saying he shouldn't think that way. Seonggu's gaze then shifted forward. That is the truth. Look over there. Horus stood on the podium and clearly declared Egypt has been saved by one person, so we have decided to continue showing our deep gratitude to them. He unconsciously hesitated not to mention Horus clearly announcing that Egypt is now merged with Korea's Ozga, specifically that Egypt will work with Underdog. Domitius glared sharply as more and more people started to notice him. Faced with those gazes, the two could only choose to sit still in their seats. Everyone is watching us. Seonggu's face suddenly darkened. I expected this, but what should I do now? The disaster is approaching and Odin is still missing. We lack the strength to protect Korea on our own. There's no other way though, I don't want to say it. Not long after Tianfeng stood up to present. Just then Junjian suddenly interrupted. Before we discuss support and continuing to work with Egypt in the future, there is something I need to say first. He suddenly fell silent, choosing to listen carefully. Junjian jumped down from above, startling Horus slightly. He declared boldly, "Say is the one we fought." At that moment, all the hunters were confused. Some secretly thought about the information on lightning, while others had to pay attention as well. He was going to tell us valuable information about a powerful hunter like that. He really is an honest man, please speak quickly. You began explaining that he told me something was coming, something truly important was about to happen. Then you shared your own feelings, which were connected to the recent appearance of special gates. I'm sure everyone here feels it too. The concentration of magical power is growing denser by the day. The listeners were startled, as if they thought he knew something. Looking down, he could only reveal that it was just one of the signs of an impending disaster. Junjia openly stated his own viewpoint. It has been some time since the gates and the hunters appeared. Does everyone really think such a terrible event won't happen again? Set told me a few things about it, he said. The disaster is coming. You placed your hand on your chest and assured one thing. Set tried to recruit me to his side. That's why he told me this secret. Horace's expression was so shocked he was left speechless. Jungian continued narrating. Set told me that there was someone with unimaginable power acting to conquer and dominate this world, and that if I worked for Domitius, I would be cooperating with them. That's what he told me. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, and some couldn't stand it and bent down to stand up. Demchio spoke in a deep, truly ridiculous voice. He directly contradicted your words. Underdog, I admit you are strong, but I don't think you are strong enough to need anyone. And as for conquering and ruling the world, you've watched too many movies. Saying that, he sneered. Jungian refused to back down and replied, Then let me ask you one thing. What is your purpose? You are all members of the organization. What is your ultimate goal? Domitius did not hesitate to retort immediately. Of course it is to save and protect humanity. Everything we do, even if it means sacrificing ourselves, is for the benefit of humanity. You exposed him without hesitation. Personal gain and territorial rule, that's really your true goal, isn't it? Like struck by a black arrow, he angrily glared this damn guy. Junie didn't care about Domitius's answer, and just stated that no matter what his purpose was, it didn't matter. The one behind the lightning was acting to seize control of everything. Hadn't he already warned us about a serious disaster? His face hardened with utmost seriousness. Of course, Egypt's issue is important, but since his goal is world domination, it means no place within your territory is safe. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe what they heard. The session ended, and they returned to the high-rise apartment building. Mr. Guzkar questioned him, telling them about the disaster. What exactly are you thinking? No one knew what would happen when he said that. He calmly explained that those guys were the ones capable of shaking the world. They have the power to completely change everything, you stated firmly. One thing I am sure of is that by telling them about the disaster, many lives will be saved. Guze was very surprised to hear that. He continued to share his thoughts. They would definitely try to do something after hearing about the disaster. Only by doing so can they protect their country. Compared to the past, many more people might survive this disaster. He recounted everything you did, praising you repeatedly. With Odin currently missing, you managed to gather new people to help fight the disaster. This bastard, you're really good. Your viewpoints are clear now. He confidently said, Let's pray that everything goes smoothly. The clouds gradually cleared, leaving only the building standing silently. Demicus stood on the rooftop, staring into the distance. After a moment, he whispered the word disaster. My mind is full of thoughts. I came here to help Egypt seize their power. But when I heard about the disaster, I thought it was all a lie. Recalling the moment on the podium, Junjian clearly declared, Say tried to recruit me to his side. That's why he told me about this secret. That made him pause and worry. He didn't seem like he was lying. Suddenly he turned around and asked, What do you think? The girl appeared in a red traditional outfit, with a blindfold, standing silently. Demeus wondered, could she foresee the danger approaching? The girl hesitated, saying a disaster was coming. He listened and grew worried and thoughtful. For the past few weeks, she has been saying that a disaster is coming. In Domitius's mind, only the word disaster keeps spinning around, and he thinks he needs to meet Underdog. He announced that he was stepping out for a moment and hurriedly left. Returning to the apartment building, Domitius rushed inside. His protest was filled with sorrow. The 4 bodyguards simultaneously turned to look at the newcomer. Seeing this, Demeus asked, Did you all come here because of the disaster? Though Quiet replied, That's right. He immediately realized the organization behind America was the Freemasons. He began to reason. If what Underdog said is true, then we need to discuss our next steps. The disaster is something even more catastrophic than the appearance of the gates. If it really happens, it will be even more dangerous for us. Because we have more territory than the hunters, Domitius suddenly asked about your location. So where is Underdog? The other side answered honestly. He is currently meeting with Horus. In the meeting room, the system shows the desert sun watching over his 2 avatars. Horus asked again to confirm. Are you telling the truth, Disaster? Faced with so many confusing things, Horus could only say, I didn't hear him say anything, so can you tell me the truth? Junie thought silently with the desert sun watching. It was hard to lie to Horus right now. That is not the truth. Horus only said 4 words. Then how do you— But you interrupted, though it wasn't entirely a lie. Do you know that there is someone behind him? I assure you the coming disaster is not a lie. He couldn't help but be confused. So, you the Underdog, how did you find out about this? He quietly looked up and wondered, can the Apocalypse Angel hide the desert sun? The system announced that the Apocalypse Sky was watching you and winked. Junjian clenched his fist decisively. He could be a reliable ally. I have no choice but to trust him. So you decide to answer Horus's question. I will tell the truth if you agree to keep this a secret. He showed sympathy, I understand. Then he suddenly lowered his head and calmly revealed, I come from the future. The shocking news caught Horus off guard and he blurted out, What? From the future outside the high-rise apartment building, the two of them went down to the lobby and ran into everyone. He felt somewhat confused. Why is everyone here? I couldn't wait and made the offer. Underdog, please come with me to America and we will fulfill anything you want. Junjian was stunned, unable to predict this, making him try to recruit me. He then explained in detail, America has too few poets for the vast territory we have. For example, if what you said is true, then we are facing a serious threat. Please, come to America, we will fulfill anything you want. That conversation left others concerned. America is recruiting Underdog. Is Underdog really that valuable? So two people took the opportunity to speak up. The Philippines welcomes you, and Australia wants to have you too. Suddenly, a sound caught their attention. Demikius abruptly unleashed his power. Please come to Japan. The sharp eyes of Jungion gleamed with a complex light. Yasin from Japan. He has been putting pressure on everyone here with his powerful magic. Demicus keeps tempting. Whatever you want. Suddenly the building shook violently. No one had time to understand what was happening. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? No, this was quickly detected as something unusual. A gate collapsed and the soldiers rushed over to warn everyone. Over there, hurry and save them. The situation is chaotic, as packs of hunting dogs attack civilians, causing them to scream in pain. They raised their swords to resist the relentless assault, retreating back to the towering spire. The two young men sensed something was wrong and cried out in worry. The gate suddenly collapsed like that without any warning signs. Horace couldn't stay still and blurted out that no other gates had appeared around here. Realizing something unusual was happening, he concluded that the gate collapsed just as it appeared. Junjion tried to warn everyone there wasn't enough time to evacuate or prepare measures to deal with it. Now we have to deal with this first and talk later. After some time at the high-rise apartment building, Intrang came forward to report that more than 100 people had died. Fortunately, the hunters and Nin acted in time. But because the gate collapsed right in the residential area, try to adjust your mood and explain. Because the gate collapsed as soon as it appeared, we had no way to prepare in time. Is this the disaster you were talking about? You can only try to calm the other side down. No, this is just the beginning. Miss Dong and Trang, please take everyone back to Korea and cooperate with the White Tiger Association. You stand back without acting, which makes her wonder. So what will you do? You gave a brief explanation. This place is currently changing. Cap presents a solid argument. The heroes of the world are gathering here, and they have witnessed the beginning of the disaster. This will convince them to strengthen their defenses, which will save even more lives. She still hesitated a little after hearing this, but Junjian revealed the difficult situation he was facing. What happened in China will also happen in Korea. That is why South Korea needs every hunter they have. But right now, the association president is missing. Trang suddenly became panicked. What? The association president is missing. His expression gradually turned serious. Odin has disappeared. She, Princess Wenri, and Humu are gone. I will take everyone back using Bifrost. Right now, South Korea really needs everyone's help. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the window frame, then shot straight out, creating a spectrum across the sky. He quietly gazed into the distance, looking up at the turbulent sky, his mind deep in thought. There's no time left. I don't know how things will unfold now, but I have to do my best to convince everyone. So I returned to the place where they discussed earlier. Jungon stood at the podium and said, Sei has told me there will be 3 signs of the disaster. He began to share his own insights. The first sign is the collapse of the gates. As everyone saw yesterday, this is the initial warning. The people sitting below listened intently. The second sign is that the monsters will be empowered. Normally, monsters of rank C are dealt with by rank C hunters, but now only rank B or even rank A hunters can barely handle them. Jungyeon's face gradually changed color. And finally, the mystical gate. Demius felt somewhat puzzled. A mystical gate. However, the information you have is 0, so you can only answer honestly. I'm not sure about the details, but I guess there will be a major change like what happened in China. Kai was so surprised he jumped up, and Tho couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed, So you analyze it carefully, like a normal gate where any breach will be sealed and filled with dense magical energy. This will lead to the death of many people. Similar to the second sign, the monsters inside will be empowered. Their only concern is whether there is a way to prevent the disaster. Given the current situation, the information Junjian has is very vague. I am not sure about anything that can stop the disaster. Demikius insisted on pressing further. Then let me ask you one more thing. After all the signs and the beginning of the disaster, what will happen to the world? You hesitate. Right now, my mind is in chaos. Everything is going to change. It is a disaster. Chaotic energy appears in Junjian's mind. The gates will be filled with dense magical energy. A wave of monsters with terrifying power will emerge, making the monsters stronger and causing even more deaths. And humanity will reach the peak of its power, with as many or more hunters born than the current number. Just as monsters gain strength, hunters will also become stronger. However, what Jungan worries about is how they will recklessly use that power in the future. Thanks to those strong hunters, peace will return. But because those hunters saved humanity, ironically, it will turn the civilians into slaves. He paused for a moment, but that wasn't something he could tell them, so he straightforwardly stated that our current goal is to save people. Jungan spoke solemnly, revealing the worries he had long kept hidden. Despite the impending disaster, our number of hunters is still insufficient. Hunters do not just appear out of thin air, which is why we must protect the civilians. Demichius smiled softly in agreement. I understand war means soldiers must protect the people. He declared firmly, I will ask you once more, go to Japan and I will give you a position equal to mine. Though was stunned upon hearing it, he had made up his mind, and some others were restless, unable to believe he would make such an offer to an unknown rookie. The space began to quake, violently shaking the entire city, and all the glass windows shattered under the overwhelming pressure. Horus shouted excitedly, no way, this is Demichius, immediately realizing the gate was collapsing. Though was also involved, not just one but at least an S rank, no more hesitation. Horus loudly announced, I will take the lead and act immediately. Then he flew off to provide support. Jungian couldn't stand still, either energy surging through his whole body. I shared the information I had with everyone. I have no intention of going to any country. Everyone looked at them, as Jungian expressed his wish. I hope everyone will quickly return to their own countries, because even in your own home something similar could happen. Don't forget to end with that last line, okay? Perhaps it has already happened. The others chose to remain silent, simply not knowing how to react. A horde of monsters has surrounded the city from all sides. A species of overwhelming size is about to threaten the peaceful life here. The mace raised high was surrounded by destructive lightning. The red troll's eyes blazed with danger. It delivered a powerful strike to the ground. The shockwave injured the soldiers despite their efforts to dodge. He bravely raised his sword forward, panting heavily. These guys aren't like the Cho, I know. These ones are much bigger and faster. Their movements suddenly halted, as if they just noticed something unusual. The weapon's shape and his burning body charged forward, a stab straight to the head that took down the Cho instantly. Junjian landed safely to the soldier's relief. Thank you, I survived because of you. In this critical situation, you could only hurriedly say, we will hold off the monsters, evacuate the others to safety. He obediently followed. All right, in a moment you were gone. Behind him, a fiery aura flared up with full force. Observing the situation from above, he pondered for a moment. The size of these Cho was quite similar to the giants of Utgan. Although they are Cho, they are no different from giants. This is the level of monsters escaping from a collapsed S-rank gate. The lingering chaos from the gate still unsettles Junjian. One more creature has yet to emerge. With the situation ahead, he becomes even more certain of one thing. So the boss of the S-rank gate is trying to get here. I have to stop it. The scene of Junjian rushing swiftly above was seen by Demichius below. He quietly muttered, underdog. Recalling the words of the mysterious girl, he would help him fulfill his mission. He muttered to himself, unaware of the giant mace suddenly swinging down behind him. He simply raised his sword and swung a few times, tearing the beast into 100 pieces before it could react. That guy made Demichius think. Strangely, every time I look at him, my heart beats faster, as if he's pulling me toward him. Deep down, I've long made up my mind. I have to chase after him. Chaos gradually poured through the mysterious gate, a rough gray hand slowly emerging. The high-level monster had arrived to confront its massive hand, grasping a skyscraper. Junjian watched in amazement. This giant makes the buildings look like toys. Alright, while it hasn't crossed the gate yet, I need to finish it off. The spear, charged with powerful energy, pierced deeply into a single point. Fire Sunday, piercing through multiple layers of armor, he charged forward in an instant with overwhelming power. A shockwave explosion severely limited visibility. Its leg was only slightly pushed back while trying to resist its body, remained intact without a scratch, and the monster quickly threw a punch to counterattack. He followed its arm and moved upward. The fiery spear spun, tearing through everything in its path. The excruciating pain made it roar in agony. With its arm firmly locked, Junjian did not hesitate and launched himself outward. With burning determination, he poured all his strength into the finishing blow. The spear successfully pierced a large hole in the Tro's head. He took a breath to steady himself and told himself he had defeated it. Its lifeless body slowly leaned backward with nothing to hold it up. Realizing something was wrong, he stared in horror. No, if it fell like this, everyone below would soon, the whole thing would crush everything. Suddenly, someone quickly drew a sword from its sheath. Demia swung it in a circle, carving sharp lines across the massive body of the monster. Everything quickly dissolved into particles and vanished into nothingness. With the task done, Demchius gently landed on the rooftop of a nearby building and turned to watch the fragments drifting in the air. At that moment, Junjian was flying above, watching. What had just happened left him unable to hide his amazement. Impressive. Why would someone with skills like this go unnoticed in the future? Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he let out an unclear sound. Anjian held his head in pain, continuously groaning. The fire wings also vanished, his body lost control and fell freely downward. Fortunately, he managed to regain his strength in time, and made a somewhat struggling landing. Seeing this, Demeus anxiously stepped forward and asked Han, "Are you okay?" The sound of familiar footsteps and sandals echoed in the quiet air. The girl dressed in traditional clothes gradually appeared as the dust settled. Demichio sighed in relief that she was okay. Yu, on the other hand, sensed something was off. Along with the clear warning, your anxious face suddenly broke out in sweat. What is this? As soon as she appeared, Min's head started pounding like a hammer, and the apocalypse sky was also watching her. The entire area in the city was shrouded in a desolate atmosphere, with thick black smoke rising, making it look even more hazy. Jun Jiangan stood on the rooftop of a tall building observing everything. He frowned, then sighed in relief, feeling somewhat lucky. Even though a level 5 gate had collapsed, it was dealt with quickly. Thanks to the meeting, heroes from all over the world gathered in Ko. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught his attention. "Well done. Its owner is Seong-gu." Junjiang turned around to face him. He felt the same. At that moment, another person stepped forward. Horus smiled. "I express my respect. Thank you all." They all looked at him. Master Gu spoke up first. "You're too polite." Horus asked about their next plan, feeling a bit reluctant. "I guess it's time for you to leave now, right? You've helped us a lot." Junie silently thought the reason he came here was to eliminate the variables he had caused, then politely said, "It's been an honor working with you. You recall the battle scene with him when you lost consciousness. Rescuing Horus led to a fierce fight with S, and you became even stronger." At that moment, he awakened to many things and realized that trying to eliminate variables only made them multiply. Jungian recalled the benefits of this, but more importantly, the system announced, "The Desert Sun has stopped supporting you. As the one protected by the Desert Sun, you have received a title." Amid a series of sounds, the Desert Sun left its final message. "The influence of the Desert Sun grants you continuous firepower. The Desert Sun will always support you." You smirk with satisfaction, having even gained the support of the Desert Sunday. Suddenly, a chime rings out as the apocalyptic sky watches the weak Sunday. Horus's expression grew serious. "As I said before, the Nile wants to stay by your side, but we are not asking for your help." His voice showed confidence because of the rebellion of lightning and the collapse of the gates. "We have suffered significant losses. However, one day Egypt will regain its strength." Junjian spoke words of comfort and encouragement to him. "If you have already overcome the disaster, then Egypt will surely see the light." Horus's eyes darkened as he murmured about that light, then regained his spirit and reminded them, "It is the light of Egypt. Wherever you go, please never forget that. At the same time, rest assured that whenever you need help, Egypt will always be by your side," Jungian replied happily. "Thank you, sir." Horus mentioned his intentions. "Although it's a bit embarrassing, I have a request." You wondered, what is it? First, he explained the current situation before asking for help. "Due to the disasters, Egypt has suffered heavy losses, so it seems I cannot leave Egypt during this time, and since you are also searching, if possible, meet him once again." He entrusted the responsibility to Junjian. "Can you find the eyes of Osiris?" He was startled in surprise. He might still be alive, but how can he be so sure? Looking at Horus's sincere expression, I guessed I could sense a bit of Osiris's energy from him. Perhaps that is why he is certain Jiangset fled with Osiris's eyes. He places his hope in Junjian. "Please find the eyes of Osiris. Time is running out and a plane is flying across the clear blue sky." Junjian leaned back in his seat and sighed. Everything had come together. He asked me to find Osi's eyes. Mr. Gu, sitting across the aisle, showed a look of sympathy. "I can understand that. Going to find the greatest treasure of the Nile River facing lightning, and the power behind it, this is no easy task." He agreed with a complaining tone. "That's right, we could have returned to Bifrost immediately, but instead took a plane." He quickly explained awkwardly, "Bifrost doesn't have unlimited power since we've been using it continuously. We also had to bring the portal back with Bifrost." Junjian's earlier words were just to tease Zonggu. Seeing him so flustered, he let it slide. "We used it to save the people of Egypt this time as well. Bifrost has been through too much already." "That's right." He smiled as he looked out the window. "Yes, this time we saved many people. Now we are heading back to Korea. You're wondering about something else. What about the investigation into Odin's sudden disappearance?" Songgu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "They are still trying to find him. He was a little worried he disappeared right from his own home. Something like this has never happened before. I just hope nothing bad happens." Junjian pondered, feeling that things were becoming more complicated as disaster approached. "Korea needs Odin. What the hell is going on?" Gu suspects the person behind it might be the one you mentioned earlier. He wasn't entirely sure either. Yeah, maybe it was the man in black. He silently wondered if he was the person who had appeared before, or just someone he had never met. He shared his analysis, Odin's sudden disappearance. I can't help but connect it to the man in black. Suddenly a loud sound rang out along with a flash of fire cutting through their conversation. Guat startled and quickly glanced over. Right below the place they were flying over, the entire area was on fire, thick black smoke rising. He panicked and reported an explosion at Incheon International Airport. I don't know what he saw, but he suddenly widened his eyes in amazement. Outside, a swarm of monsters was spreading their wings with glowing eyes. Gu identified them as Weven monsters. Jun-gyeon jumped up and shouted loudly. The disaster system alerts that the desert sun is weakly watching you as you jump off the plane without hesitation, summoning the spear Museo. The fierce W beast charges forward. Jun-gyeon used the momentum to thrust forcefully through its back. It screamed in agonizing pain. He continued to gather momentum skillfully, using mana as he leapt, his whole body becoming a deadly streak of light against the Wiv swarm. His eyes trembled fiercely, glowing red, the spear engulfed in flames, radiating immense power. He landed softly in a defensive stance as the system sound appeared and the desert sun stopped tracking him. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful. The desert sun, they showed up just when I needed them. Jun-gyeon stood up straight, looked up at the sky and muttered disaster. His face showed seriousness. Has it already started? At that moment, a W saw him frozen and immediately opened its mouth to attack. Jun-gyeon focused his strength in his legs and jumped, causing the ground below to explode instantly with rocks flying everywhere. It didn't realize the danger before it was finished off. The system announces you have leveled up. The others were not spared from the same fate. You have leveled up. Jun-gyeon was like a grim reaper, harvesting the lives of anything that stood in his way. His power kept growing. You have leveled up. The once modern and well-maintained city has now fallen into ruin with fires raging everywhere, black smoke covering the sky and a deadly atmosphere prevailing. Jun-gyeon's small figure stood among countless giant corpses of the Ween herd. He was silent, his mood growing restless as the disaster unleashed even more mana. Because of that, the mana line is also inactive. Damn it, I can't find any survivors. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream caught his attention. Jun-gyeon immediately moved away from his spot. A few figures fled in panic. The man glanced back and shouted, "Run!" The Ween was right on their heels. A desperate sound echoed. Help Seonggu appeared, gripping his sword tightly as he thrust it down. A glowing flow of mana. He pierced its head with force before it could even react. Gu finished it off with a single move. The W creature lost its life and collapsed on the ground. He asked, "Is everyone okay?" The man was deeply grateful, panting heavily. "Thank you, you saved our lives." Suddenly he remembered something more important and pointed to remind, "The hunters who came to save us earlier are still over there." Mr. Gu glanced over and he tensed up, thinking this is going to be trouble. The level of these monsters is far from easy for average hunters to handle, but if we leave them here to save the hunters, they will surely die. Just as he was struggling to find a solution, a voice came through, "I will go save them." Jun-gyeon didn't know when he had landed safely below. Mr. Gu let out a sigh of relief. "You arrived just in time. You smiled and gave your instructions. Watch over the survivors, I'll go check on the hunters." He agreed immediately. "All right, I'll take these people to safety and come back to help." A man of unknown condition lies on the ground, his chest covered in bleeding scratch marks. Jun-gyeon stepped forward to observe. He recognized the outfit the man was wearing, Bang Bok-ho. His expression darkened with worry. Why is Bang Bok-ho here? The system announced that Muspel's spear was fluctuating due to demonic energy. He quickly turned his head to one side. Not far away, a figure in a black cloak appeared, also wielding a spear. His eyes glowed with a sinister light hidden beneath the brim of his hat. Jun-gyeon was stunned. The black-cloaked man's pupil gradually spread a red glow, then blood completely engulfed his eye. The hand gripping his spear suddenly sprouted sharp thorns from beneath the skin. The system narrated that Muspel's spear was fluctuating due to demonic energy. Jun-gyeon's face darkened. He activated his mana, ready to fight. The man in black stood motionless without any reaction until a voice echoed, sharpening his senses. Lai Jun-gyeon, Intrang and the White Tiger Guild members appeared. "If I had known the extent of the damage, I would have brought everyone with me. We came here to see you." She held the sword in one hand and hugged Gu with the other, intending to surprise him, but we were the ones caught off guard. The system repeated once more, Muspel Jiang's spear trembling with demonic energy. The spike slowly rose up. Jun-gyeon's serious expression warned, "Thank you for coming to pick me up, but everyone should head back first." Yen Trang heard these words and shouted angrily, "We saved most of the survivors, so we will leave now." He lowered his head in silence, and she could also sense the danger from the man in black. After a moment of consideration, he requested that on the way back they would meet Seonggu and asked if they could help him. Yen Trang looked at Jun-gyeon without speaking, biting her lip, hesitant, but ultimately deciding to trust his abilities. "We believe you can do it. You have to come back with us." After saying that, she commanded the White Tiger gang to turn and leave. Jun-gyeon watched them returning with them. "I don't even know if this will be possible this time." He shifted his attention to the opponent, the man in black, who was the force behind the harsh events and possibly behind the trial as well. I can't run away in front of him, but what if it's not him? He leaps off the ground. Jungon grips the muspel spear tightly and charges forward. I have to confirm if he is who I think he is. He came up with a plan to knock that black cloak off him. A cataclysmic explosion blew away the entire surrounding area, flames reaching the sky. On the other side, a member of the White Tiger Guild ran while reporting. There's a dragon ahead. Trang quickly decided on a strategy. I will pierce through it. At that moment, a hand reached out to stop her. He stood in front of her with a determined attitude. Do not make him the center as others approach. Instead, let us handle it. While helping us and the survivors, she got injured. Trang knew her own limits. One dragon wasn't enough to stop her, and she hesitated. Before she could finish speaking, she felt dizzy, her vision dimming. Gongdu was startled and worried. She knelt down, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, her sword plunged into the earth for support. Trang struggled to stay conscious, trying to analyze why she was losing so much blood. With no other choice, she had to agree with them. So please everyone, fight alongside me. They happily thanked her. She sighed, feeling her body growing stronger. Not as much as Li Jungian, but I'm definitely getting stronger, the system announced. The prince, riding the white horse king of Ogre Sved, has protected you. The sunlight breaks through the clouds and shines down. Trang stood still, absorbing it. The white horse prince finally revealed his true name, overflowing with mana, as two beams of light, one white and one black, collided so fast they left only after images. The spear tips clashed with neither side yielding. The piercing sound echoed through the air as they fell into a stalemate. Junjian is extremely tense, despite using his fierce power, Garoda, the mana flow, and even the dragon's heart, yet he still easily blocks this tremendous strength. The man in black remains as calm as he was at the start. He was overwhelmed by his power, and had to retreat, then fell to his knees, sliding across the ground. Junjian did not give up and kept charging forward. His suspicions grew stronger as the battle went on. This is very likely the person behind Ji and Set's actions. Even though it's dangerous, I have to take the risk and expose his identity. I raise my determination, knowing I must uncover that black cloak. Runjian gathered all his strength to attack the man in black. Their mana clashed fiercely as he leapt powerfully, his whole body turning into a lightning strike, slashing him from every direction. Yet he just stood still, calmly swinging his spear to counter your attack. The system suddenly appeared, warning that demonic energy is corroding your body. At this moment, it was no longer just sharp thorns, but an entire vine tightly wrapped around Junjian's arm. He struggled to get closer to the black-clad man, but the outcome remained unchanged. His mood gradually grew impatient. He was only defending himself. Didn't he intend to kill me? Even so, I couldn't leave a single wound on him, let alone take off his cloak. The system sound alarmed again, demonic energy driving the frenzy. He seemed to sense Junjian's condition, and sneered mockingly. The ivy spread and wrapped around his upper body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. It tightened the crystal inside Junjian. The system simultaneously warns that the blood dragon stone is resonating with the dragon's heart. Ignoring the danger to himself, he recklessly charges forward. This time the black-clad man was knocked back, retreating a short distance. His arm holding the spear still trembled from the blow. Junie pressed the advantage, his attacks gradually taking effect. The man was startled and quickly raised his spear to block Junie's strike. This time, the black-clad man was on guard and easily knocked Rungian away. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, he grabbed the cloak's hood, flipped through the air, and the hood immediately fell off. Junie created distance from the black-clad man, suddenly startled and surprised, as in just a few seconds he had pulled his cloak back over his face. Junjian's efforts were in vain, and he was stunned. Why, the man in black warned in a deep voice that's not allowed. As he finished speaking, a mystical purple mana enveloped his entire body, and then suddenly exploded, swallowing the figure of the man in black. Elsewhere, Trang now felt her body filled with power. She spoke confidently, "Please step back a little, I'll handle this." The others sighed and wondered what's going on. She just absorbed a huge amount of mana. She was feeling very excited right now. Amazing. I should try using the new Guardian's power. She stood facing the monster, when suddenly, a fierce golden mana burst out from nowhere. Fresh green blood sprayed and its head was severed from its neck before it could react. Trang was astonished by the scene, feeling a bit intimidated by the overwhelming power just displayed. Who was that person? Killed the dragon in the blink of an eye. A strong figure carrying a sword jumped down. Mr. Gu smiled and rested his sword on his shoulder. "I'm here to help." They were happy to recognize Seong Gu's acquaintance. Meanwhile, on Jungian's battlefield, he knelt down, his face darkening. By this point, he had deceived everyone. The man in black standing before him denied it. No, his eyes glowed with a sinister light, and I saw a new future. It seemed his body had exceeded its limits, coughing up a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness and collapsing as a black orb flew to the side of the man in black. It perched on his shoulder. He whispered, "Hagen, come back." Su and Anang returned together. They were startled by the scene before them. The man in black still stood there intact. Junjian lay motionless, his injuries unclear. His body suddenly moved a hand reaching out to control mana. Junjian was pulled toward the two of them. Intrang hurriedly sat down holding him, and calling out loudly with concern lied Junjian. Meanwhile, Seongu remained silent, the atmosphere growing tense. He was utterly shocked. "Why you, sir?" The man in black lifted his cloak. The young man was still useful. He angrily demanded, "Are you abandoning Asuka?" The identity they had long wondered about was revealed. Hojin quietly instructed Survive. The man in the black cloak, knowing he was no match, still charged forward. The black-clad man calmly stood his ground, waiting. Jungyeon's arm grew sharp thorns that pierced through flesh with the power and speed of Muspello's spear. He spun in the air using momentum to achieve his goal. "I thought at least I could knock off his cloak and escape." Junjian remembered the item he was given. He planned to use Merlin's necklace, which would boost his speed along with his own skills, and the mana flow development to suppress the demonic energy. Things don't always stay under control. However, there's one problem. The demonic energy inside the spear is greater than Junjian expected. The thorny vines wrapped tightly around his upper body, and the ferocity he combined with them was the same. In the end, despite great effort, Junjian achieved what he wanted, but then for some reason he overcame it with Odin's help. The man in the black cloak he always chased was Odin. He opened his eyes wide in firm denial. No, that was not Odin. Jungyeon bandaged lay on the bed and turned his head. Intrang also paid attention to his movements. She cheerfully reminded him, "You're awake, you should rest a little more." He propped himself up, and more importantly, that man was Odin. A voice interrupted. "Yeah, I saw it too." Jungi looked in that direction. Songu hesitated. If that person is Odin, a piece of spirit stone appears in his hand. Intrang sees this and wonders, what is that? You're holding two similar items, one left after the fight with Set, and the other that Odin just gave me." Mr. Gu was surprised. Jungyeon shared his own guess. "Both items look similar, and though it's just a hunch, I don't think they are the same person. I think Odin received the black cloak from the man wearing the black cloak." He looked doubtful. "Why do you think that? Please explain your reasoning slowly." Throughout the battle with Set, Odin was definitely with him in Asuka to discuss matters. Likewise, when I arrived in China, Odin had never left his residence. Zigu hesitated, but it could be explained by one ability, we can't be sure. Junjian added that might be the case, but at least it seems Odin sided with the man in the black cloak. For some reason he decided to side with him. We cannot forget him. You speak up. Yeah. Zigu spoke in a low voice. He was a crazy bastard, desperate to learn more. You nodded in agreement. He still wasn't clear on the reason, but Asuka had abandoned everything he had built himself. What made him do that, and he even saved you? Junjian's expression was serious. I know that even though I lost the battle, he still saved me when I was being consumed by demonic energy. Over time, you gradually recovered after the fight with Hojin. The two stood on the rooftop talking. Mr. Gu spoke up. Because you warned me about the disaster, I did my best to face it. He folded his arms and recounted his decisions. For areas lacking hunters, I arranged for additional branches of the guild. There are a few people in protective gear standing guard below. I want to get your opinion. Should we continue recruiting other guilds and form an alliance with them? That's my plan. What do you think? Junjian smiled in response. It seemed he had turned the universities into hideouts. Thank you for trusting me and acting with me. Xionggu looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling uncertain about the future. Even here in Incheon, a fragile veil covers the area, just like in China. What should we do next? He thought about the similar situation. We have lost connection with the rest of the country, and like China, it seems we are also going through a mysterious gate. Junjian turned to face him. Here in Incheon, where the gate will collapse, I will face the ruler. Xionggu wondered. The ruler is in Incheon. You're not hiding any information. I don't know how to stop the disaster, but I know how to ease the tension. Imagine that scene when the disaster begins. The gate that is opened will collapse. They will keep collapsing. Run suggested the most feasible method. We must eliminate the cause of their collapse. I know that won't stop the disaster, but by confronting RER, we can buy a lot of time. Zigu is suspicious and asks if you have a plan. Why not tell everyone at the Nin River? You explain that the disaster will unfold in many different directions, but the only path I know the outcome of is the one the Demon King took. I only know how to reduce the level of disaster in Korea, Junjian declared his plan. I will go and face ruler. Seonggu looked surprised. The system reports that your apocalypse partner is watching you and you are determined to see it through. The Demon King's story doesn't tell everything, but it does say he became stronger after defeating Ver. History may have changed, but I still have to do my best to walk the path of the Demon King. In another place, the scene is devastated and ruined with no place left intact and scorching flames rising to the sky. 3 people in black cloaks stood on the rooftop watching the situation below. Judging by the large scar on his face, the disaster in Egypt had begun. Hojin calmly continued, "It's the same in Korea. I have also encountered those weaker than us." The leader, who seemed to be the commander, spoke up, "I understand." When he turned his face back, the surprise was that he looked exactly like Junjian with glowing pupils. So everything had begun. He suppressed the strange feeling. No matter how many times he looked at that face, he could never get used to it. In another part of the city, thick vines covered the pathway. A person murmured softly, "The children are slowly dying." And the ruler senses the situation through the plants. "They are coming to meet me." The vines slowly grew on his hand, and then rushed to attack the man kneeling on the ground. He screamed desperately for help, but in an instant it swallowed nearly his entire head, then spread inside his body like veins. The ruler's face was sinister. He laughed and exhaled a hunter's smoke. He looked at his hand with delight, finding this place called Earth truly fascinating. A squad of long-eared goblin-like soldiers exuded a dangerous breath, waiting for orders. The ruler declared arrogantly, "Here we will eliminate the pests and rebuild the kingdom." They stirred up and shouted enthusiastically. The intense flow of mana surged so powerfully it shook the surrounding area. The city now looks like an ancient ruin. From the devastation here, you can tell how fierce the battle was. The sky was streaked with two bands of blue and purple bones intertwined. On a border outpost, two figures stood guard. Suddenly they startled and turned their attention downward. Excited, they shouted, "Look, there are survivors!" A group of people followed one another, the atmosphere bustling with excitement. Intrang loudly announced, "We're back." Xiangongdu waved to Seonggu and Junjian standing on the rooftop. He observed the situation, counting the number of vehicles. There must be at least 200 people. He continued, "There's a reason they arrived late." I frowned, feeling worried. But this is a bit worrying. We could soon become overwhelmed. Mr. Gu reassured us he has already come up with a plan to handle this situation. "It's okay, we've already secured the surrounding area. We can look for hunters among the survivors to help us expand." Jungion looked confident. Just as expected from the team leader. "So shall we go in? The search team must have brought back some new information by now." They moved together to another area. In the meeting room, Intrang was presenting the current situation to the team. "The situation outside is very serious." Her expression is serious. "The number of monsters has decreased significantly." She points to the screen. "But look at this photo we took. The remaining monsters are gathering in one place." Seeing this, they immediately panicked. "Oh my god, are you saying all these black dots are monsters?" Intrang continued. "Fortunately, since they are all heading towards that building, more people have survived." Jungyeon's face darkened. That was exactly where the ruler of this area was. The vicious monster army acted on command. The rulers have the ability to control monsters. After defeating a group of rulers, if no new ruler appears after a great disaster, that means humanity has won. His expression grew serious. "That is exactly what happened in history." Seonggu announced the news. "We have successfully made contact with the outside." Fortunately, not all of South Korea is in this situation. They felt a bit more at ease, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, that's a relief. No need to let them relax too much and risk a warning. But not all. Most of the other areas are also in a similar situation as Incheon. In places where the situation is still stable, hunters are evacuating civilians and planning to send aid to the isolated areas. Junjian pondered deeply. Sooner or later, all of Korea, even the whole world, would become like this. However, there was no need for the other hunters to know that. Right now, what we need is hope. The vehicle encourages everyone. We have contacted some other countries, but we heard that most places abroad are worse off than us. But humanity will prevail. The potential that mankind has shown so far is not weak. He furrowed his brow and declared in a deep voice, "Now is the time for us to act." Then clenched his fists and shouted with determination, "This is the first step in the battle against the great disaster to reclaim Incheon and send Soon back." They were immediately reinvigorated and stood up in response. Only Jungian remained lost in his own world, within the Demon King's book and the pages of history. There is no mention of any ruler governing this area. It is only known that after a difficult and challenging battle against the ruler, humanity emerged victorious. Your spirit of victory is stronger than ever. Ruler of Incheon, if you follow the path of the Demon King, I will defeat you. The system announces that the Apocalypse Sky is watching you with the university now, the refuge of the Dujian group, as the center. The surrounding area is gradually being reclaimed. A group of people with swords cautiously surveyed the area. They no longer found any monsters, and humans began to restore the devastated city. The survivors they rescued accounted for less than 10% of Incheon's entire population. A human arm emerged from the rubble, and even in that despair, hope began to grow. As the gates opened across the world, mana flooded in. Everyone felt a surge of power within their bodies. They were stunned as the eyes of the patrons focused on the survivors. They rejoiced upon discovering that their condition had changed. "Hunters, I am a hunter too." And from that moment, the hunters were born. A person in protective gear gave instructions. "Those who have just become hunters, please proceed this way." After the new hunters appear and are trained, everything gradually stabilizes. Seong-gu and Junjian stood together on the rooftop. He smiled and asked, "Are you ready?" He turned back and replied, "Yeah, you go over and announce it. We'll set off in an hour." Mr. Gu's car responded, "All right, there's one thing that's been bothering me. The ruler, how strong is that guy?" Junjian was startled. "Odin." Then he denied it. "No, not yet." His vague words left him confused. "What you calmly explain that as time passes, they will become stronger. Right now, it's still the early stage of the great disaster, so it can't be too strong." Mr. Gu felt lucky and breathed a sigh of relief. Runjian was silent. "Odin, you doubt. Odin didn't kill me, if anything. He even helped me, so why did he let me live?" Then I clenched my fists, knowing asking questions like that now wouldn't help. Runjian turned around, his face serious. "Let's go, it's time to hunt the ruler." Countless trees have grown thickly in the heart of the city, footsteps echoing. He observes the surroundings, unable to believe such a forest appeared in the city center in less than a month. Intrang pointed, "It's this way." The monsters spotted the enemy and immediately charged to attack. She took a running leap, charging straight into the slaughter. Intrang swung her sword with excitement, severed monster limbs falling all around. Jun-gyeon smiled watching the battle and judged that she had truly become strong. She hadn't fully mastered her skills yet, but she was on the path to becoming a complete XI Frit. Suddenly, a giant withered tree appeared before them, its 3 eyes glowing with a sinister red light. They froze in shock. "What is that?" "It's huge and overflowing with mana." Run-gyeon steps forward. "The monster's base is a star tree. You activate your mana, ready to fight. It's time to show the might of the Fire King." Flames rise to fill the sky, black smoke billowing thick in the air. The forest became the easiest kindling material. It spread wider and wider. The others watched the battle in awe and admiration. "Wow. He's on a whole different level. I'm not even sure if these guys are the same kind of hunters." Junjian suggests we rest before continuing. Seong-gu also felt the need to conserve energy for any unexpected situations. "We'll take a short break, about 20 minutes, then continue." He summoned the status window, and the screen immediately displayed his various stats and information. Jun-gyeon pondered the man in the black coat. He recalled the scene earlier, the figure in the shadow of the black-clad man carrying a dangerous breath, and the one who should have been in the shadow of Utgat, king of the giants. The last face he saw was that of the one who killed Odin. Jun-gyeon's eyes darkened. "From the start I thought the man in black was him, but why would someone like him even exist in this world?" He had a strong intuition deep inside. The Demon King. "I don't know why, but I think the man in black is the Demon King." Junjian wondered if the man in black is the Demon King. Is he also looking at the status window like I am? "I'm about to reach level 100. It's written in the Demon King's book. Inside it holds special information. Just like when a stat hits 100, there's a major change. The same goes for levels, but levels give me power far beyond stats. It's not growth, it's evolution." He analyzed the situation as not growth, but evolution. "Soon I will reach level 100. Thanks to the great catastrophe, my growth rate has accelerated significantly." Moreover, Junjian clenched his fist. "The soul-absorbing bone spirit will soon be activated." You smiled with anticipation. The power of the Demon King had already made all the strongest hunters in the world submit. That special power was about to awaken. A faint, greenish bone aura covered the entire area, looking incredibly eerie. The others were stunned, unable to believe how overwhelming that amount of magical power was. They watched the situation before them with fear. Is this really what we have to face? Even Mr. Gu's car was tense. "Are you confident?" Junjian firmly believes I can do it. "This overseer and I make a good team. He decided I should trust you." You slowly turn around. You seriously warn everyone. "We will move into the place where the ruler's sister is immediately. If anyone wants to turn back, now is the best time to do it." The expression on the elder's face was grave, as if it were hell. Everyone hesitated upon hearing that. At the same time, at the base of the ruler, an unconscious man lay on the ground. Vines crawled under his skin, draining his life force. The mana was gradually absorbed. The sovereign smiled with satisfaction. "How long has it been since I had such a satisfying meal? Those just now tasted different. Are they called hunters?" Ruby nodded in confirmation. He was excited, seemingly still not satisfied. "Is that so? Catch more of them. It seems some have come close here." She respectfully obeyed, but suddenly the ruler startled and widened his eyes. "What was that? Why are my children dying so quickly?" He frowned in anger. "I underestimated them just because they are insects. But I was wrong. Some strong insects have blended in there." "Rubiel, use that." The machine responded that it understood. On the other side, the fire has engulfed the entire forest. The temperature is rising rapidly. Jun-gyeon's group stood outside the affected area, watching. The others were amazed by the scene. "I have seen many rank 5 hunters, but never witnessed such a powerful area of effect skill." He spoke of a hell for monsters. "The system announced you have leveled up." The raid went smoothly. and you calmly assessed that everything would be easier than expected with your progress going very well. The tree monster slowly advanced its steps, shaking the ground. Trang took the initiative to charge forward. Still, some enemies remained. I'll take care of the rest. She quickly vanished from her original position. Suddenly, she noticed a man hanging from a tree branch. He struggled and begged, "Please save me." Trang hesitated for a moment. At that instant, a slash carrying fierce power cut cleanly through the air. Ruby's sudden assault caught her off guard. She frantically attacked Trang. She hurriedly defended against attacks coming from all directions. She found Rubiel's strength hard to believe. What such a skilled monster like that? She smiled excitedly, thinking the victory was certain. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and glanced to the side as a fierce mana blast forced Jubiel to quickly create distance to dodge. She turned her head in surprise, searching for its master. Junjion remained in his mana-casting stance, a dangerous aura radiating around him. Rubiel also sensed it. She temporarily stopped her action and landed on a tree branch. He silently judged her to be a very skilled opponent. He was sure she wouldn't be able to dodge. Another person appeared. Mr. Gu's car gently landed with the man inside. Rubiel startled and turned around to see the glowing rope had been cut long ago. Trang sneered with contempt as he mocked. A hostage and an ambush. Truly cowardly. But what now, when your hostage has been taken? She eagerly proposed. You seem quite strong too, so let's fight fair. But she just smirked, treating her words like a joke. Annoyed, huh? Are you laughing? Suddenly her expression changed. Dongtui shrank back. Countless people hung from the trees, their desperate screams echoing one after another. Help me, please kill me. Their faces showed horror, their voices growing weak. Water, give me water, please save me. Those with weak minds cannot bear this sight, it's horrifying, damn it. Rubiel laughed twistedly at their reaction, while Junjion clenched his fists to hold back his anger. You decided to retreat. Gu's team had no choice but to do the same. There was no other choice but to retreat. Trang could only watch helplessly as they were captured. Damn it. They immediately obeyed the order. Retreat, retreat. Junjion turned around to remind. We should retreat too. Suddenly you sense something unusual and quickly search for the target. Someone is watching me. On the other side, the ruler is standing with arms crossed, assessing. Interesting. He despises their actions. Those with great power retreat to protect the weak of their own kind. How weak? He clenched his fist, affirming his belief that the strong should move forward toward their goals, even if it means leaving their own kind to die. The ruler smirked. Very well. He was excited, feeling that the opportunity had arrived. Although I was once a renowned figure throughout Enfem, after countless years trapped in a spatial rift, I have weakened greatly. If I absorb them, I can regain my former strength. He shouted the order loudly. The soldiers cornered them, using their own comrades as shields and weapons. The ruler eagerly anticipated the future ahead. After absorbing them, I will become the god of this place. Outside, his subordinates were easily cut in half. Red mana pierced through the enemies' bodies. Junjion, Trang, and Gongdu worked together to fight them. She sighed and wondered, what exactly is this so-called ruler? It feels like he's hunting us. He fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Then someone announced, he's awake. The man who was rescued earlier gradually regained consciousness. They surrounded him, his body trembling constantly, his face pale fear deeply etched in his mind. That monster is a demon. Junjion asked about the situation. What the hell happened to you? He recalls in horror, his voice trembling. He ate people. After finishing his words, he completely lost consciousness and collapsed, but those nearby caught him just in time. He reported the situation, he's already unconscious. Mr. Gu was silent, his teeth clenched in anger. Damn it, Junjion is in charge, let's go back. She immediately objected. No, he convinced her. Junjion is right, we can't do anything in this situation. Zegu explained to her that this is the most feasible method. The monsters are using humans as shields to attack us. Even now they keep attacking relentlessly. If we keep going, even our own teammates will be in danger. Trang's face darkened as she lowered her head. Still, Junjion spoke up, cutting in. We won't return empty-handed, and he summoned the spear Muzello. She watched his back, wondering. What was he planning to do? Fiery mana appeared in the air, growing stronger and stronger. Jun took a defensive stance, gripping the spear tightly, and raising his hand, then launched it with all his strength. The ground beneath his feet was crushed. The spear flew through, cutting across the forest like a sharp blade. It pierced through every obstacle, leaving destruction in its wake, finally heading toward the final target, the ruler's base. The spear spell pierced deeply into him. He hurriedly summoned a shield. Its power exceeded his imagination. The ruler could only try to defend himself. The palm of his hand was severely burned from the intense heat. He raised his hand to examine the injury. Have I underestimated them too much? It hurts. The initial pride of the ruler has been trampled. This is a feeling I haven't experienced in a long time. I don't know if he was so angry that he lost his mind, but he suddenly laughed like a madman. Good, very good. How long has it been since I was hurt like this? How dare you harm Irv, the king of Anfame? I should be the one to reward you. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips eagerly, the reward being to feast on you himself. Back at Jungyon's camp, a sound echoed through the night. 2 guards on watch were surprised to notice the noise. Have they come back so soon? The 3 of them, Junjian, Seonggu, and Intrang, gathered to discuss, and she furrowed her brows in doubt. Don't they already know our location? You're 90% sure they do. He was too shocked to consider it. Could it be that he meant that, but Junjian had already crushed Seonggu's hope? Yes, I'm certain they'll come. The monster's full-scale assault will begin tonight. The gloomy city sky cast a heavy pressure, signaling the fierce battle to come. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed. Mr. Gu's vehicle sped up and jumped from the roof of one building to the other. He landed smoothly. Opposite them, Junjian and Intrang had been waiting for a long time. Seeing all the key members gathered, he said, "Everyone is here." Then Gu asked for their opinion. "Do you want to go right now?" He nodded in confirmation. "Right." Intrang was also ready. "We are ready." After all, Jungion is not the type to let things slide easily. He smirked, affirming her words. "At the very least, I should return what I've received." Yoon-gion instructed. "See, Mr. Gu-hyung, you stay here." He found it a bit confusing. His expression turned serious, warning about what they had to face. "As you saw during the day, our enemies are not ordinary monsters, and it would be a mistake to think they are mindless creatures they will attack." He was silent for a moment, then said, "The hunters here are enough." Junjian emphasized that he should not underestimate their strength. "In case of a disaster, you holding B, Frost must stay behind." Although worried, Gu's words made sense. With no other choice, he sighed and accepted. He was still worried about them, so the 2 of them really planned to try it, with just the 2 of them. Jungong's attitude was resolute. "This is not a trial, we must succeed. They still have many people under their control, and the longer time passes, the more people die. You confidently promise that we will handle everything quickly and return." Intrang also smiled and added, "We will return." Mr. Gu's team decided to take charge of the rear, to give them peace of mind. "All right, there's nothing to worry about here, just go." Without looking back, he was the first to jump off the rooftop. Intrang trusts everyone's abilities, there's nothing to worry about. "We'll leave Gongdu here, so what do we do now?" Jungyeon's tone was contemplative. "Our mission today," his sharp and cold gaze declared, "is to assassinate the monsters gathered in one place, countless species lined up to form a powerful army." Right at the center stood a giant monster tree, the one holding the villagers captive its footsteps, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. 2 people stood on the rooftop of a nearby building watching the situation, Intrang's face slightly pale. She didn't expect their numbers to be this large. "Jungian, the monsters, should we turn back? Your plan hasn't changed at all. They're already prepared." She tried to convince them, but they didn't realize how many of us there were. "Look, they're countless." Junjian's attitude is rock solid. "We have to focus on our mission, and they have to focus on theirs." Suddenly he was startled, sensing something unusual. They had discovered us. He turned to urge, "Intrang, hurry up. It seems they've seen us," she gasped. What Junjian explained the movement of the monster army. "He's pretty confident. He deliberately sent all his soldiers away, and is calling us over." The 2 of them immediately set off toward the target. Junjian led the way. Suddenly you sense a dangerous breath, a murderous intent. Rubiel appears unexpectedly with a savage smile. She swung her mana blade toward him. Inang shouted loudly, "Run, Gion." Then she charged forward to confront her. Her moves were easily countered. Rubiel spun the blade in her hand and continued to attack her fiercely. This time Intrang began to feel a bit overwhelmed. She stepped back to create a safe distance. Rubiel stopped on the rooftop. She curled her lips in contempt, mocking her arrogantly, while Intrang's eyes burned red with fury. She was enraged by her arrogance. Jungon stood aside, watching the brief fight with concern. Too strong Intrang isn't enough, so he decided to help her. There's no other choice. It seemed Intrang knew what he was thinking, so she spoke up. "Go ahead, leave everything here to me." Jungi warned, "That's not an ordinary goblin. Honestly, she looks like she's being overwhelmed." She turned around and smiled happily. It turns out there are things he didn't know. She activated her mana, a purple aura, enveloping her sword. A gentle light suddenly appeared on the scar on her arm. Then it gradually healed, as if it had never been wounded. Junjiang watched the situation in shock. Her wound is healing on its own. The mana around her grows stronger and stronger. "It's not over yet. I have completed the dragon blood pill. I arrived in Korea first, and the arena is going wild." A blinding light flashed through the gloom like a ray of hope. He widened his eyes in astonishment. This is the great hero of history. Trang's body is encased in solid armor. The one who killed the demons. The one whose fame echoes throughout the world. The Dragonslayer SF. The expression in her eyes changed. she exhaled softly. A great hero was born in that moment. As soon as Trang became 6 feet, her energy exploded across the sky of Enon. A blue light flashed, drawing in all the purple energy, before bursting loudly, shaking the entire area. The aftershock affected the surrounding buildings. Jungong was thrilled as he felt that fierce energy. It's incredible. That's Graham though, it's not perfect yet. But this is the technique that killed the Demon King's dragon. Trang's sword plunged straight down, sending sparks of electricity spreading everywhere. You smiled with overwhelming pride. She has grown up. She has exceeded my expectations and grown much stronger than before. I think I can trust her and keep moving forward. After running for a while, he finally arrived at the tall building, still untouched by chaos. Standing before the massive gate adorned with strange patterns, Junjian clenched his fists, watching the ruler of Enon inside. Chao's eyes grew serious again, and at the same time the system announced that the soul essence absorption had been activated. The skull bracelet kept drawing in the surrounding mana, making him quietly rejoice as he looked at the soul essence absorption. Perfect timing now, I just need to name it and awaken it. Suddenly he sensed something and looked up. The door before him was shooting out powerful lightning bolts, making even Junjian wary enough to speculate if it was the ruler. This overwhelming mana is pressing down on me. I don't know when I stepped in, but I heard Er's welcoming voice. He raised an eyebrow, deliberately emphasizing the warrior from another world, which left Junjian uncertain. A warrior from another world. What does this person mean? Is this overwhelming mana a test? Just as I thought, you're radiating an overwhelming energy. Fine, I'll play along. And quickly repelled EF's powerful mana. The blue aura instantly returned to its owner, leaving him stunned and shocked. Junjian laughed at the opponent's ridiculous appearance. Why are you so surprised? You think I couldn't pass such a simple test? This time I directly drove Erf crazy, making him shout out loud. Who are you? Does that make things even more confusing and unclear? Mana energies constantly swirled between the two of them. Finally, the ruler spoke first. I am Erv, king of Anfame, the kingdom of the Green Forest. Now tell me, who are you? Junjian's eyebrows lifted when he saw the other person lost in thought. I was going to ask that question, but he said it first. Should I provoke him a little more? Seeing you silent, Erv could not help but lower his voice to assess. From the information I gathered from those who were consumed, there is no existence like you among the warriors of this world. But you are very much like them. Muspel's spear appeared right in Junjian's palm. The fiery energy has grown stronger than ever before. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. A blue arrow slowly formed in response from EF. My kingdom was crushed and vanished by them. It finally took shape as he doubted. Are you one of them? Erv's face almost vanished into the shadows as he answered me. Though he appeared confident, Junjian was actually anxious facing such a powerful enemy. It had arrived, heading to a city that seems calmer. Since the disaster began, Soon hasn't experienced much change. Everyone is moving in an orderly line, civilians are beginning to evacuate. Those with mana naturally won't stand by, and the hunters are stopping the monsters pouring out of the broken gates. They are preparing to reclaim the land lost in the disaster, so going to the Hunter Association's skyscraper is essential right now. At the office, Chairman Hon Trang is fully decorated, and Bander is the one who announces that Ozga will actively participate this time. He made a serious decision and wouldn't let anyone object. Now that Odin is unreachable and we don't have him, I will lead. But the problem is that most members of Ozga are strong hunters, so they all have opposing views. What? Why did Bander speak up first? Even though he is a strong hunter, the reality is that even if they were unhappy, Bander asked to follow the proper procedure. If anyone had objections, the whole group could only endure it. Because no one else has the leadership ability or political skills to make others listen. The truth is that Kangoo was the first to speak up in agreement. Whatever, Sion is just going along with it. Fine then. Next is Doyun, who just expressed his discontent. I agree. Chun agrees. So though I. That question was just for show, so Bander quickly continued. Odin had prepared a few things for situations like this, and it could be said that this time the situation was more serious than expected and required quick action. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kangoo summoned his weapon. Just tell us where to go, the only thing we know how to do is fight, leaving him completely speechless and unsure how to respond. How can Odin plan and work effectively with idiots like these? Feeling helpless and thinking of another option, I decided to change the subject and asked if anyone knew where Chiyu was now. A powerful silhouette holding a hammer appeared in my mind. Although he is not a member of Ozga, the Sanchu craftsman can be considered South Korea's strongest weapon. He left soon under Odin's orders. If he were with us, we would have a great advantage. The team pondered for a moment and said, because from the start he only carried out top-secret missions and Odin trusted him too much. Even though he wasn't a member of Ozga, his activities weren't even recorded. Suddenly, the chairman's office door opened at that moment, making Do-hyun glare in annoyance. Who was that guy? Is someone else coming? Chun was so angry his veins bulged. Who dares to storm the meeting of the strongest hunters? That person stepped forward, and surprisingly Bander recognized them. He's here already. He's constantly emitting energy flows. Still doing well, right? Hojin just revealed himself and blurted out shocking news. My son was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. What, that's Odin. Odin's aura had grown more fierce. The others fell silent as all attention focused on the greeting. But wait, Banner is Odin's son. Just looking at his darkened expression shows he's not pleased. In the Hunter Association's skyscraper shining under the sunlight, the wooden wall now had a large hole. Tables, chairs, and documents were all scattered on the floor. In the room, Banner was alone, silently lost in thought. Lord Odin has returned while revealing a secret he once said we should hide forever. Remembering the moment, Hojin just spoke up. My son. Banner's hand clenched as he wondered what exactly he was striving for. Even before becoming a hunter, I had to try so hard. I tilted my head back. Because I am a child who is not acknowledged, left behind. To earn the recognition of a father who always ignores me no matter what I have defeated, no matter what I try to achieve. My father never said a word about me, but he squinted in frustration before finally speaking. Is it something like this? Bando jumped up from his chair. I didn't want those things to come back like this. Damn it. Suddenly he heard something, a knock on the door, yet he didn't sense anyone approaching. No one else but Hyen was stepping in, and he himself was not surprised by his arrival as expected. Hojin smiled and repeated that form of address once again. Son, this only makes Bander's eyebrows furrow even more. Are you really going to acknowledge me this way? His face darkened as he spoke. I don't want to be acknowledged this way. Then Hojin approached him and said, I understand your sorrow and what you are going through. Then suddenly grabbed Bander's shoulder, making him flinch. Their eyes met seriously as he continued. Although you didn't meet my expectations, I have never hated you. He could recognize a familiar voice and warm hands. I'm sure they belong to Odin, but I just can't believe it. Bander's expression now looked panicked, losing the calm and decisiveness he had in the meeting. Suddenly, I couldn't understand the chairman's hidden motives. Hojin laughed and took the initiative to explain thoroughly. His hidden intention was clear. As I said, I want to acknowledge you as my son, and I also intend to declare you as an heir. If you show me your worth in that position, it will only confuse him more than ever, mixed with joy. Wasn't the heir almost decided already? Odin is not the heir of my father. That is something I only have in my dreams. Hojin's hand suddenly tightened on his shoulder. So I have a favor to ask of you. Suddenly uttering confusing words and breaking the warm atmosphere to make up for my lack of ability and to me become a ruler. His pupils lit up as he stared at him. Will you do it directly, making him a confusing person? A ruler of what exactly? Even so, Bander still asked for some time to think. Before he could say anything more, he was tightly embraced. Hojin's face now took on a cunning expression. Give me an answer now. I need you. The next words hit Bander like a bombshell. I need your sacrifice, leaving him stunned and only able to shout. Wow. His smile stretched from ear to ear as he emphasized his friendliness. The boy under the sky suddenly burst into a blaze of light in midair. Then it shot straight down at the Hunter Guild building. Meanwhile, on a bridge crowded with people, they all looked up at the purple cage before them. W solemnly tapped on it. This is a barrier. Nowhere else can prevent disaster as perfectly as Soon. And in a low voice he said that after you leave this place you may never return to this safe Soon. If anyone wants to stay, they can do so. Hence he just smiled and replied, what are you talking about? Even if they are not my family, they are my friend's family. Of course I should come and help. The others agreed as well. Yes, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't be alive right now. The person beside me also said that it wouldn't be good if only we survived. Fenry seriously added, we need to find Junjian. Perhaps Hyunmu is starting to feel nostalgic. We need to go see the master. Then someone stepped forward. It was Neil who sealed the deal. I think everyone shares the same thought. W smiled at the sight of everyone united. I'm truly lucky to have met these people, and I say I'm sorry. Seeing everyone ready to move forward, these loyal ones are willing to face danger to protect someone. They are the people I have always dreamed of having by my side. Electric sparks surround him. Then let's get through it. Pushing his hand hard against the barrier, a hole immediately appeared, opening a path for them before he turned and declared, now let's go. Suddenly, a panicked voice stopped him, no way. Fuya immediately glanced back. Because right now, in the middle of Soon, a golden light appeared in the sky, spreading out as if to cover the entire area. A barrier was breaking, a pockmarked golden dome appeared before their eyes, revealing the door engraved with strange patterns of earth. He asked the question without giving Junjian time to answer. I'm asking if you are on the same side as those black-skinned creatures. His whole body tensed as he watched the arrow's path, then without hesitation caught it barehanded. Its force was so fierce it knocked him back a good distance, but he easily snapped it in two. For some reason, Irv confirmed that you are not on their side. His trembling hand was now bleeding and looked severely burned while he smiled in a way that was hard to tell if it was good or bad. Even though you possess their energy, you are not one of them. Junjian replied. Them, are you talking about the patrons? He is confused. Patrons, you call them patrons. Junie silently thought to himself. The rulers of certain territories emerged after the great upheaval, and only the Demon King could kill them. The question of why only the Demon King can kill them kept running through his mind. He spoke up with another question. You get straight to the point, I need more information. Are you one of the patrons? He summoned arrows. Heh. A patron, are you asking if I am one of them? Those beings of darkness. Is certain. The answer is that I am not one of them, though I almost became such a creature. He is still using his power, but now I'm not so sure. A swarm of blue lights surrounds this place, an incredibly terrifying power flowing through. He laughs maniacally, saying if he devours you, he might become one of them. With that, a volley of arrows shot forward. Junjia gritted his teeth. Could he really become a patron if he ate me? He also said he almost became one of them. You summoned the Muspel Blade ready to fight. I need to focus on this battle first. I can't dodge all those arrows. He swung his spear, creating a large flame, and in this case, both sides clashed fiercely, causing a massive explosion. Irv was surprised that none of his attacks could penetrate his fiery barrier, completely ineffective. Jungian was determined he needed more information about the patrons and rulers that only the noble prince could kill. Without hesitation, you wonder, have you met other hunters? He quickly sneers. You're not bad yourself. I have devoured countless so-called hunters. Still, I'm not sure you can call that a meeting. You don't understand what he's saying. He's saying that I'm different, that I'm not like the other hunters. He nodded. Do you think you are like the ordinary warriors of this world? The spirit monsters gradually appeared. Calmly speculated. Do you think that I, the ruler of the mighty kingdom of the Blue Bed, would waste time talking to an ordinary warrior like this? It's because I acknowledge that you are on the same level as me. He didn't know when countless spirit soldiers had appeared behind him. He flinched too many enemies. He waved his hand gently. You are a king. Instantly the monsters leapt up roaring as they charged forward. Junjiang shouted the command, I name you. Energy gathered in the eyes of the skull bracelet along with the final words. Pig. With that, the skull cracked in many places, the bracelet shattered, and an excited female spirit soared away. A moment later, outside the ruined buildings, Rubiel lay sprawled on the ground in a pool of dark red blood. The clinking sound of the sword dragged across the pavement. Intrang sighed wearily, feeling stronger, his eyes filled with resilience, knowing that with power, he could protect himself with these hands. A notification appeared. The charming prince looked at you with warm eyes. Intrang smiled contentedly, then suddenly sensed several forces gathering nearby, her worry growing uncontrollably. It seemed Jungyeon's battle had begun. She was startled by something, her hand beginning to channel energy into the sword, a purple light shining straight into her body. Intrang looked happily at her palm. Wasn't he called the immortal Sickfit? All my wounds from the battle with that dark goblin have been healed. She clenched her fists, her eyes shining with hope. With this, the distance between Junjian and me must have closed a lot. Let's go, I have to help Junjian. Moving closer to the source of those energies, Intrang had no doubt this was where the battle was taking place. I have to get inside quickly. She reached out and pushed the door open, immediately stunned by the scene inside. The energies are overlapping each other. What the hell is this? The souls were fighting head-on with the spirit monsters. One monster raised its sword high and swung hard at a soul, but unfortunately it just passed through without any harm. The soul screamed back and quickly bit into the monster's shoulder. She watched silently, thinking it looked like hell on earth. Oh my god, a battle between elves and demons. Where is Junjian? A loud noise suddenly rang out. She glanced around, trying to find where the sound came from. What the hell happened to him? I thought I was much stronger, but I was shaken. The fierce battle between him and Evie left a deep impression on Trang's mind. He has advanced far beyond me. I can't even break into this battle. A wave of blue energy engulfs the building. The spirit beast standing before the soul suddenly began to transform. It vanished to the soul's astonishment. This situation is happening to all the other goblins. They are gathering towards the blue orb that Evie is accumulating. Intrang clenched his teeth in worry. The entire magical power of the spirit soldiers was converging on him. An overwhelming amount of mana. Junie, do you really think you can win? Inside the blue energy orb, the shape of a weapon appeared. Irv smiled with satisfaction at the newly formed sword. Heh. Jungyeon's eyes lit up, signaling the right moment. Right now, his spear radiates a new energy. He spins it and thrusts it straight forward. System notification. The Fire King has been upgraded. You have received a mystery. He was confused. The Fire King, which I thought couldn't get any stronger after reaching master level, has been upgraded. It's still a mystery, so I'm not sure. He stomped hard on the ground, cracking the stone floor, then launched the spear toward Eve. He took up a stance, ready to block the strike. Eve swiftly threw the sword aside, and the two weapons clashed fiercely. They brushed past each other, the sword coming dangerously close to Junjian. Intrang, unable to hold back, shouted out loud. Junjian. The blue explosion happened quickly, and a green explosion appeared on the opposite side as well. Two intersecting sources of energy caused a great impact on the surroundings. Exhausted, coughed up blood pinned to the wall by a spear. At that moment, Junjian landed on the opposite side, surprisingly unharmed. He muttered in disbelief, "I am the king of Anfem." He calmly interrupted, "It's a pity if I had fought alone, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. Not even a mighty king ruling a great kingdom can overcome the wrath of those you have killed." He paused for a moment, then delivered the fatal blow. "In the end, you were defeated by your own karma." The souls turned into glowing lights, flying around Eve's sword, speaking at the same time. Thank you, I am very grateful." His face was dark and lifeless. "One day they came looking for me." Jungan watched him thoughtfully, as the madness and obsession in his eyes faded. He asked directly, "They're here, are you talking about the patrons?" He pointed at him. "If those are the people I'm thinking of, then yes." Irv looked up with a passionate gaze. "Alfam was unified under my rule after a long war, and the years of peace that followed made me reflect it's similar to Earth's history, where everything became peaceful under a unified regime. However, the virtual reality inside it has already decayed." Slowly continued. "They came to a world that had become stagnant from prolonged peace and were like saviors." He recalled with the same anger that they had created a new enemy for us, a connection to other dimensions. You wonder what he means by a new enemy when he talks about a link to other dimensions. He explains, "Interdimensional war, if we win, we will become gods." Erpak lowered his head after finishing. Junjian stared silently. He realized he was no longer alive, he was dead, and he could no longer feel anything from him. Intrang stepped forward from behind and called Junjian. The system displayed many new notifications. "The Apocalypse Sky is smiling with satisfaction as it looks at you. The Apocalypse Sky desires a sacrifice. Do you want to stop the sacrifice?" You jump in surprise. "A sacrifice? Is it talking about the king of Anfame?" He suddenly shouted, confusing, in Trang. "Wait, did he summon a pig?" A spirit head gradually appeared. The pig appeared too, in Trang's surprise. "Master, you're panicking. What about the ghost? You joked and introduced yourself. She had already seen the ghost before, so why react like this now? This is my new incarnate body." You look up at the sky. What you want is his body and power, right? The pig flies close to the corpse. It's done. A notification appears: you have successfully sacrificed. The corpse vanished without a trace in an instant. A series of notifications arrived. You have achieved the great sacrifice. Achievement. The sky of concepts grants you power. Jungion was stunned. That was RF's sword. It did not disappear. He quickly grasped the sword hilt. The system displayed that you have received my name. He was lost in thought. So this was the weapon the King of Alfame used in his final attack. I have to put it in the inventory first. The sky of the apocalypse is smiling with satisfaction before the bloody teeth emerge. Jungion, you retrieve the sword yourself. Hey, how long do you think it will take? It responds because this is a soul still attached to many things. I think it will take quite some time. You smirked. No matter how long it takes, just extract all his memories without missing a single thing. Hio laughed excitedly. Got it. The scene of the city in ruins amidst the debris. The two of them stood still on the road covered with broken bricks. Trang let out a sigh of relief. Ah, I thought I was about to pee my pants. Jungong turned to her with a faint smile. She had already seen the soul in the battle. Why are you reacting like this now? She retorted. It was just too urgent at the time. He pressed his lips, thinking to himself that the Demon King and perhaps his thoughts had wandered far already. Knowing the true existence of the sponsors, they just didn't record it or pretended not to know. It was highly likely that hunters who had fought against the rulers knew the secret of the sponsors. Pausing the speculation, he urged, let's go back. Even though we stopped them, I still feel uneasy. The city scene gradually shifts to another place, the image growing more intense, with many monster corpses crushed under rubble. The Songgu group had just fought a battle with the monsters, when he suddenly noticed something, and looked up to see the two of them returning. You're back already. Junjian joked, looking at you like you were a mess. Hyung heard you teasing and immediately mocked back. You're no better yourself. You defeated the ruler. You nodded. Yeah. Cheers of welcome for their return echoed around. The other teammates rushed over excitedly. Yeah, the weak are actually the strongest. Now it's really fine. You always stay alert, the monsters will keep appearing. We shouldn't let our guard down. I agree. That's right. But at least it won't be that dangerous anymore. Suddenly, Seongu noticed something that made him freeze. In his palm, a multicolored sphere was gradually gathering together. You immediately recognize it. Bifrost. He clenched it tightly in his palm, blocking the light of the gem. He informed him of the situation. There's a message from outside. You asked to confirm if it's good news, right? He hesitated for a moment. It seems the great disaster has also begun in Soon. Upon hearing the news, Junjian and Intrang could not hide their shock. The great disaster in Soon. I'm sure Soon is affected too, but this is happening too fast. He urgently needs some privacy for a moment. I need to find a quiet place to contact them. We'll talk later. Immediately received your approval. All right. After the battle, they returned to the place where he was hiding in his apartment. Junjiang voiced his questions. You mean Soon is burning? Even if a disaster happened in Soon, there should have been countless hunters protecting it, and even the heroes of Asuka. How could there be such heavy losses? Zigu calmly revealed the rumors spreading around. They say the strongest hunters of Asuka have disappeared. Yuan and Trang couldn't help but exclaim, What the heck? He has investigated the situation more thoroughly. A sudden disaster occurred, monsters spread everywhere, and the leaders disappeared. The others are trying to control the situation, but everything happened so suddenly that Soon is already engulfed in flames. Junie still believes in the strength of the hunters here. Hunters of Asuka. At least there is some good news. Even without Asuka, the guilds of Korea remain strong. As long as they are there, Soon will not fall easily. Zegu mentioned another piece of information he found out. Yes, but there is other news, and it is not good for you, or in Trang. They listened intently to his words, holding back the news. They said the White Tiger group had disappeared, including Unel. Panic was clearly visible on Intrang's face. Jungian also couldn't maintain his usual calm. The conversation lasted a long time, but they still had to keep moving forward for their next goal, and to help everyone. Enon began to come back to life. The hunters began to push back the monsters, and the overwhelming magic in the air gradually dissipated, restoring the city to its original calm and peaceful state as the magical aura slowly faded away. After the death of Irv, the ruler of Enon, the city was reborn. The people helped each other, each contributing their part. Eat a little more. Everyone take your share. After a hard time, the close-knit youths sat down to eat together. I heard the one who saved us was a weak person. Exfit was also there. The rhythm of daily life gradually stabilized. Everyone has regained their vitality. You stand watching everything through the large window, but Jungian's group, the ones who saved them. He anxiously tries to find out if there's any news. Mr. Tramingam reported, We have completely lost contact with Soon. So Incheon is only receiving fragmented information from other areas. I will do my best to keep everyone updated. Then I summarized the story overall. It seems the disaster has begun to affect all of South Korea. What do you plan to do next? You ponder deeply. Even without us, Incheon will remain safe. I need to decide the next step. Soon and the other areas, where should we go? The big door suddenly swung open. Trang is back. I'm home. You quickly asked about the situation outside. How are the barricades holding up? She calmly explained in detail. The barrier leading to Soon is getting stronger and stronger. I don't think we can get inside now. Compared to it, the barriers leading to other areas have weakened significantly. Knowing this, his anxiety grew even more. It will be very difficult to enter Soon. We might be able to get past the barrier if we use Bifrost. But if that happens, Bifrost will lose its power for a while, and we will lose the only means to communicate with the outside world. Still, he couldn't completely give up. First and Trang continue monitoring the barrier for a few more days. She agrees with you. Junjian continued to give orders. Gu Hyung at all costs find the location of the White Tiger and Ungul groups. He has no other comments either. Back in downtown Soon, the attacks continue relentlessly. The people are forced to evacuate in panic. Hurry, get inside quickly. The hunter is trying to help as many people as possible, everyone this way. While doing his best to help everyone escape, a monster suddenly appears heading straight for him with its mouth wide open. It immediately bit down on the whole body, blood splattering everywhere. After finishing with the prey, the monsters scattered to search for their next target. The situation grew increasingly intense. From above, Bando calmly watched the entire scene unfold. The power within him surged higher and higher, his eyes turning a bright red, almost ready to explode outward. Outside the window, the winged monster continued to breathe fire, burning everything in its path. Not wanting to watch any longer, the curtain was quickly drawn, separating Bando from everything outside. He hesitated before walking toward his desk. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips, and he uttered aloud, "Good." It seemed he had firmly grasped the chairman's seat of the association. His eyes flashed with lightning. Is that so? It spread throughout the space, the lightning forming a large net, trapping his opponents inside so they couldn't resist. The smile on Bander's face grew increasingly twisted, full of hidden schemes. Back with Junjian, a week after Evie's failure, the Junjian Association dealt with the monsters in Incheon. Life in Incheon has returned to normal. The door has been opened. Inside the room, he and Intrang were still discussing. Soon was completely sealed off, and it was unclear what was happening inside. She showed a really frustrated and annoyed attitude, wondering how the Ungul group was doing. He gently reassured her, "Everyone's still alive, don't worry. I guess Han Mu and Fenria are with that group." She looked in one direction without hesitation, the sword in his hand displaying information as the item I obtained after defeating the Incheon commander like Seongu's Bifrost and Jay's lightning blade. This is a magical tool. He asked her in return, "Did you get anything?" She shook her head. "No, nothing valuable." He shared the little information he had, only knowing that its spiritual energy was no joke. That was all. Its spiritual energy was similar to the one in Bifrost. Trang was amazed. Truly magical. It will be useful in its own way. He stared intently at the sword in his hand to refine the spiritual energy from Miss Ten. "I've tried the Dragon's Heart, Dragon Bloodstone, and even Muspelheim's Flame, but they were all useless. There has to be some way." The necklace around your neck suddenly glowed and you took it off. "The necklace of Merlin has a voice coming from inside. Can you hear me?" He startled, realizing who that person was, quickly retracting his sword into the space, and hurriedly replied, "Merlin, repeat that name continuously." "Mlin Min." The signal from the necklace was unstable. The connection kept cutting out, so he guessed there was a problem with Mlin's necklace. Junjia turned around and looked around. "What is this? Why does the connection suddenly start and stop?" Trang found it very confusing. "What are you looking for? You seem to have realized the core issue impossible." Hastily summoning the sword again, gripping it tightly in your hand. "The signal from the pendant has clearly stabilized." When I spoke, he immediately responded firmly. "You looked pleased." Missin managed to connect and explain the problem on the other side. "My collar was broken, but it's fine now. By the way, I wanted to check how you're doing. How are things over there? You quietly feel relieved." Zigu said the connection with Europe was cut off, but thanks to Miss Tut, they might still be able to listen to the conference and the Olympus meeting. The other side revealed that the incident is facing more difficulties and dangers than expected. The city is isolated, but luckily the council's prior warning allowed them to respond in time. He smiled with relief. "Thank goodness." But on the other side, they released important news. "There's a problem with Olympus. They say nothing has fallen." Jun-Gyeon's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. "The one with power comparable to Odin cannot be found." The sound from the other side continues steadily, right in the eye of the storm, but nothing has fallen. They are very confused. "So the business with the UK is done. We'll arrange to meet Olympus next." The signal was completely cut off, frustrating him. Damn it, lost connection again. The person vanished just because of Olympus, a guild that dominates like a hidden ass. The two hunters, Odin and S. Could it be that they shared the same goal from the start? Jun-Gyeon was beginning to realize the mastermind behind it all. The one manipulating everything is the Demon King. What is he aiming for? Time and space continue to shift to a bustling area crowded with people. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the next bus. "Finally, we can go home." The driver's call echoed. "Everyone keep your own belongings safe." They chatted excitedly among themselves about what was to come. Those guys are weak, so they're easy to deal with. Sounds like a demon's talent. The young hunters are sharing information with each other. There are about 500 new hunters joining. The sponsors have been very supportive of us after that disaster, so everyone has been improving steadily. Jun-Gyeon's congratulations were truly heartfelt. He reacted immediately. "This guy owes you, and you don't even deny it. That's why we can leave with peace of mind and go elsewhere." When he heard you had to leave, he looked sad. "You're leaving. Surely there are many other places besides Incheon that need help. Are you planning to go to Su? Your intention is to go where you're needed more. Soon is where the strongest hunters gather so we can hold our ground. We'll head to Gangmong. There are a few people we need to meet." After parting ways, he turned to his teammates and said, "Let's go." Inchang and Seong-gu were already ready, waiting for his orders. A shadow gradually appeared behind him. He bowed and replied, "Understood." Thuong-ngai and In-trang still can't adapt. "Ah, I flipped right over. You thought she was used to it." "Still not used to it." She scratched her head awkwardly. "Not yet." The sobbing from behind made her suspicious, so she turned around to see the hiccuping with a shy expression. Seeing that he couldn't help but burst out laughing, he rubbed his messy head, trying to hold back the teasing laughter. "Don't laugh. You're just being suspicious. I didn't expect you to be afraid of ghosts too." In-trang is different. "How can you be afraid of ghosts?" he retorted. "How do you know about my story? This is what you call a wound of the heart." You suddenly wonder, a wound of the heart. That seems to be an old haunting story for him. I don't really remember clearly because I was still a kid back then. But before I became a hunter, a ghost appeared and said something to me. Since then, I've been really afraid of them. The ghost I saw was like the one earlier but invisible and wearing a coat. I'm really afraid of ghosts. In-trang went through the same thing. "Oh, I've been through that too." You interrupted the move. In-trang must have been very fragile when she was little. She glanced at him warningly. He quickly explained, "Just kidding, just kidding." "Ha." Hearing their story made you realize the problem. Wait a minute. The unbelievable coincidences are all connected to you. Why do the people around me all have to go through this? And the ghosts they encountered all looked like pigs. Why do I suddenly have such a strange feeling about this? On two parallel bridges bustling with countless vehicles, the only thing they share is a strange wall of light dividing the middle. A hand gently placed on it to check. It seems not to be transparent but rather condensed into a dense form. The person who just tested it was none other than Dung Jian. He stared intently at his hand while making a guess. I think getting past the barrier around soon will be pretty tough. Trang also agrees with this unpleasant truth. The amount of mana creating this barrier is so strong that we cannot sense anything happening inside. Faced with this strange development, Seonggu couldn't help but question it. The barrier is getting stronger over time. How could this be happening? The three of them huddled together to discuss. He took the opportunity to add more. It's natural for the barrier to grow stronger, but it will stop after a while. She spoke the exact detail everyone has been struggling to figure out. What exactly is that barrier? Jungon calmly reasoned based on theory. The barrier is like a gate. The stronger the barrier, the more mana it contains. Zigu thought about the recent events. You mean those things are connected to the monsters and the powerful ones inside? He immediately received a firm answer. That's right. You suggested that before going back we have to pass through Gangmong first. Have you tried contacting the other side yet? He hesitated for a moment before revealing. They don't have any force strong enough. But there is still a branch of the association in that area. Just give it a try. Even though you're in a tough spot, you still seem very optimistic. Alright, at least the barrier remains intact, with no sign of Rare near Mayon's gang. Hearing this, Trang also let out a quiet sigh of relief. That's a relief. I was quite worried about Yunil's group. Let's find them quickly. Outside, the signs of a ruined city come into view. The traffic lights and street lamps have long since stopped working. All around are piles of debris scattered everywhere. The buildings were also severely damaged. The three Jungyeon stood still to take it all in, when suddenly something caught his attention. A large number of monsters stood waiting for prey to come to them, their bright red eyes blazing with bloodthirsty fury, creating a terrifying sight. The fierce sounds spread, shattering the previously silent atmosphere. Suddenly, a fiery whirlwind erupted from nowhere, engulfing the entire area, causing the monsters to flee instantly without a chance to resist. Even with just one sentence, Trang scratched his head, his expression betraying his surprise. Although this wasn't the first time seeing it, it was still terrifying. Even without a ruler here, the monsters were still swarming everywhere. Zigu suddenly noticed another direction. This time, different types of monsters were coming in hordes, one after another. He gathered energy into the weapon in his hand, ready to join the fight. Indeed, they seemed endless in number. Jungyeon didn't let himself be idle either. His pupils flared red as he called out a name, and Heo quickly responded, ready to receive orders. Immediately, a tangle of blue vines wrapped tightly around the monster's hairy feet. The moment it startled, its whole body was already trapped in a vice-like grip. The others met the same fate, each one pulled into pits created by a mysterious force. After the task was completed, a calm voice reported in. I followed the orders exactly. All that's left are the drifting dust and the dents on the ground. That impressive display just now made Seonggu and Trang both exclaim in awe. Amazing, I didn't think it would even come to our turn. However, everything has its consequences. Junjian let out a somewhat tired breath. The mana consumption was huge, but overall you're unharmed. Let's head to the Hunters Guild in Gangmong. Cutting across the street, the decayed buildings looked abandoned for years, no different from the area earlier. Trang concluded that it seemed the hunters here couldn't withstand the disaster. I found no signs of life. Inside Songwei, emotions were in turmoil even after some time had passed since the disaster. Although Ver did not appear, Gangmong still could not win. He quickly noticed the contradiction. Despite the disaster, it was strange that there wasn't a single person here. Especially with ruler absent, use mana to check the main flow. A series of lightning bolts ran through his mind like some kind of signal, and finally led him to the final answer. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I see it now. Then he turned to inform the other two. I found signs of someone alive. Someone deliberately erased all traces of humans here. Mr. Gu tried to suppress his astonishment but felt nothing at all. He gently asked in a calm voice. Where is it? His finger pointed in a specific direction, and if you looked closely you could see a faint hidden defense over there. Trang now also vaguely realized it. Is that so? I don't feel anything, but I can sense something strange over there. He glanced over with a half-doubtful attitude, thinking it might be a trap to deceive us. Still, she believed this was a crucial clue, and it was even more convincing when he presented reasonable evidence. That's right, if it's a trap, it means the hunters here are still alive and trying to protect something. The only person who hasn't been swayed by others' positions is Seonggu. Who knows, this only fueled his curiosity. Why is that? It seems he has some indescribable feelings, which is why he speaks in circles, maybe to protect someone. A vague thought suddenly comes to mind. No way it's that person. After agreeing, the three decided to go deeper inside the barrier to investigate. Gongdu suddenly poked his head out from Intrang's hood just as she kept wondering. To create such a huge trap, that hunter must be really skilled, right? In front of her were monsters completely distracted. The monsters outside seemed unaware of our presence inside, so there must be a reason they aren't dealing with these monsters. Zigu pondered deeply, implying they were willing to abandon everything except those under their protection, but we can't be certain yet. But is that really the person? Junjian calmly assessed from the front. At least we know who set this trap. He never intended to save the people and gang me on. He immediately showed agreement. I think so too. Your movement suddenly froze in place. Half of your face turned back just in time to utter a very pointed question. Is this someone you know? He didn't hide it, but still hesitated to conclude. There's someone I have in mind, but it's still too early to be certain. The three of them had no idea that two young men were watching their every move from far above. The presence of Jungyeon and Seong-gu stood out above all else. Yoonji's face suddenly darkened. Damn it, that's the hunters, Seong-gu and Underdog. The guy next to me is also really confused. What should we do? On this side, the two guys quickly spotted the suspicious group. Hunters, yeah, I can sense them now. His eyes sharpened, countless questions forming in his sharp mind. Although they had spotted us, they still hadn't made a move. Why? What are they worried about? Yoonji and Seojin each leapt down from the rooftop. Junjeon and Seong-gu seemed to have anticipated this, showing little surprise at their sudden move. Both of them asked respectfully, "Are you Seong-gu and Underdog?" Overall, their attitude appeared quite friendly. "We will guide you both." The five of them quietly strode down the deserted road untouched by any damage. It seems this place wasn't affected by the disaster. Junjeon then raised his question as a way to probe. You two seemed surprised to see us here earlier. Hearing that, Yoonji nervously smiled with a forced laugh. Oh wow, luckily Seojin spoke up just in time to save the team. Well, that's because we didn't expect to run into you all here. Gu recounted what he had witnessed before coming in. Monsters are swarming outside. Seojin glanced down, struggling to come up with a valid excuse, but couldn't think of one, so she hesitated. This time, Yun deliberately distracted by reaching out to guide. Please, this way. A sudden flash of light appeared on Junjeon's chest, seeming to be a kind of power used for telepathy. These people are leading us while deliberately avoiding the issue. Songgu and Intrang walking behind also received the signal and nodded to show they understood. Yun immediately reported as they arrived, "We're here." A pair of expensive leather shoes casually stepped forward, revealing a young man adorned with gold-plated jewelry around his neck and ears, wearing a confident smile. Welcome. Songgu's guess was finally confirmed. Just as predicted, he was the one who created the barrier. The other party quickly noticed his presence and greeted him. It's nice to see you again. Even my old friend wouldn't call this a warm reunion. When one person stands tall above, backed by a line of professional subordinates in black suits, and the other looks up from below, Junjeon quietly speaks to him. You know this person, Ig revealed calmly. He is a hero who was expelled from ASA. His sharp gaze suddenly became noticeably cautious. This situation is complicated. The group on top of the skyscraper exudes a presence that is far from ordinary. Ir and the hunters behind him were strong enough to defeat the monsters in the Mion gang. Yet they did not protect the Mion gang. Egger humbly reminded his old friend. Hindo, I would be glad to continue our conversation, but judging by how you look now, it seems you need to rest. Seonggu's expression barely changed, he just softly called his name in a vague way. E.g. Suddenly his pupils gleamed like gemstones, and the surrounding jewelry seemed to react, sparkling continuously. Rest for now, I will come to find you later. I will tell you the things you want to know right now. With that, the group on the rooftop slowly turned their backs and left. Not long after Junjeon's group entered inside. Just as they were told, the facilities here turned out to be quite good. 2 double beds were lined up neatly, their crisp white sheets smelling faintly of fresh fabric. Intrang couldn't help but exclaim, "This is ridiculously flashy." The interior was designed with gold amid such a disaster. Zigu couldn't help but feel a rather negative sense of nostalgia. That bastard hasn't changed at all. Junjia pressed him once again. So who exactly is Egger? He didn't want to hide it any longer. He used to be one of Asuka's hunters. Egger is just an alias. Next came a series of information about Egger's past. He was a promising hunter and had completed a secret mission under Odin's orders. His final mission before being expelled was to observe the situation in Europe. In Junjeon's mind, he pondered silently. A promising hunter at the hero level was expelled, so he concluded that he must have defected. Seonggu continued to add as if to silently confirm it. He was a spy sent to monitor Olympus. However, he was discovered and provided them with information about Asuka. His legendary feats made me involuntarily marvel with a mix of confusion. Someone like that was just expelled in the end. He then explained everything in detail. He escaped. He was considered a traitor and was expelled, so there was nothing more we could do. Asuka couldn't find him, which is why we saw the barrier here. I thought it might be him. But that's not all. Ig is truly so talented that he holds countless identities across different fields. He has another title in Olympus. As he vaguely imagined it, his eyes widened in astonishment. No way. The aura of wealth radiating from him said it all. The endless sponsor. Yes, on Olympus he is called Mias. After some time passed, Hay passed through the wall to scout the situation everywhere. At one point, it caught Yanji sitting with his arms crossed on the sofa. It quickly turned its head away seriously, carrying out the mission to gather data without revealing any sign of its presence. Everywhere, shimmering light radiated from the piles of gold paper. It immediately reported the entire situation to Jungion, leaving out no details. Every room was decorated with gold furnishings. It looks more like a palace. I also saw the others. The next words made him pause for a moment, but those people looked more like slaves. Seeing him sigh repeatedly, Trang softly asked, "How is it going?" His face hardened seriously. That guy Iger seemed to be imprisoning those who went against his will. He gathered an entire schoolyard full of people and watched them using hunters. She couldn't help but feel a chill. Why would he do that? Songgu's voice faded noticeably, as if he himself didn't dare to be certain. He probably won't do that again. You explained based on your knowledge of Egger saying he can turn a living person into gold. I'm really curious, how do you know that? I received a very straightforward answer reading from the Demon King's book. A terrifying hypothesis was woven about the golden monster Maius, a beast and heretic who once captured humans during a disaster and exploited their lives to create gold. The gold it created, the harsh truth, gradually revealed itself, becoming the fund to build the Eden. Hearing that, energy suddenly began to gather in her clenched palm full of rage. Her face darkened like a demon's, and fierce determination blazed surrounding her entire body. That bastard almost lost control of his anger and shouted loudly, "We have to kill that damn guy right now." Junjian then stood up abruptly to stop her. "We can't." She immediately retorted, "So we just stand by and watch," but he quickly cut her off, his expression no better than hers. "No, we've already fallen into a trap." His words officially plunged her into utter confusion. "A trap? Mr. Guzkar shares the same suspicion as you. If we act recklessly, IER will respond immediately. Outside, many soldiers are guarding the refugee camp. If they act rashly, there will be only one outcome, taking the lives of everyone trapped in this schoolyard." Her pupils dilated to an unbelievable extent. "What, girl? You're once again emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Those people are what's holding us back. In other words, they are the hostages." Meanwhile, at the main building, the subordinates were asking Lord IER if this was really okay, Jezin said coldly. "That is the leader of the Lick and Underdog guilds. Is this really okay? The matter of those from Incheon coming here." He smiled broadly. "That means the issue in Incheon has been resolved." A flicker of malice flashed in Jaejun's eyes. "That's why they should be killed." Hearing this, Ear said nothing, and slowly rose, looking at him haughtily. "Can you kill them? Do you really think you can kill them?" Jun and his men behind him were all stunned with fear. Ego slightly frowned, knowing there were things they simply couldn't do. Jaejun cautiously asked, "How can you be so sure?" Ear burst out laughing. "I know Seongu very well." And he gave a crazy smile. "He knows we have the information, so he won't act recklessly. We can't threaten their lives with this, but we can limit their actions," Jezin said anxiously as he looked at him. "Even if Seongu is really like that, Underdog and SF, according to rumors, are not the kind of people who will just stand by and endure it," Egger replied impatiently. "They don't know anything. Seongu's power and rank are far higher than you think. No matter how angry Underdog and Civ get, or how much they want to act on their own, Seongu will stop them." Then he gently strokes his chin as if realizing something. Recalling Jun-gyeon's cold expression, excited Ig. "Underdog, the aura around him is as strong as Seongu's." Sifit was the same. Then he gave the order, "Actually keep a close watch on them, even if they can't do anything in the end, they're still really crazy." Jun shouted in response, "Understood." Suddenly Yer called him back. "Bring a few girls here. I can't contain my excitement because of those bastards." Although Jun obediently said, "Yes, I understand," inside he was disgusted, thinking, what a perverted bastard. Then he left immediately, not wanting to see his face even a little longer. Alone in the room, Iger laughed maniacally. "Since I discovered that I can create gold from living beings, I must hide away and live in seclusion." He looked at his hand nostalgically. The moment he thought his life was over, who would have thought it could change like this? Right after several girls were brought to his room, like offerings to the gods. Outside, the schoolyard chaos reigned, as people lay scattered like lifeless bodies, their fate unknown, and in Trang could only feel heartache at the sight. It was terrifying, even children then. A man carrying a sickly child approached a hunter and said, "Please give me some food for this sick boy." The cold-hearted hunter shouted loudly, "You want to die, huh? You think we have anything to give to trash like you?" The man still refused to give up, but the child was sick. "Please." The furious hunter punched him once. "This bastard talks too much." The man, not well fed, was thrown far away. The baby in his arms also fell, but a hand quickly caught it. He immediately jumped up and cried out in pain. "Pin the gear." In Trang said gently, "The child is fine." After getting him back, he immediately held his child tightly. "Thank you." The hunters around immediately stepped forward to question her. "Who are you?" Trang's eyes flashed coldly as she looked at these villains. She clenched her fists in anger and wildly unleashed her magic, trying to take the anger off the father and son. The hunters saw this, and immediately backed away. The one who was fierce just now is now trembling and hiding in a corner. Where did this monster come from? Trang tries to calm down, and hands over the healing potion, gently explaining to the father and son this is medicine for the boy to take. It can cure most illnesses. The father was overjoyed to hear that. Thank you. Suddenly a scream echoed from somewhere. Me too. Immediately after, a crowd of frantic people rushed toward her. I'm sick too, and so is my child, please help me. The sight of Trang's cure startled me. If too many people move suddenly like this, someone will get hurt. The guards finally snapped out of it and hurriedly grabbed their weapons. Step back, I said. Step back immediately. The outsider is the one causing trouble. Jungong felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. The situation was out of control. Mr. Guzkar is powerless too. It looks like we have to take action. But a cold voice interrupted, stopping them. That voice was so commanding that even Jungon turned his head to look while the others stood frozen in fear, not daring to move a muscle, all silently gazing up at the figure standing atop the building. This is none other than IER, and I will not forgive this chaos. Hunters find the cause of this. The subordinates immediately acknowledged the order understood. Then he looked at In Trang and scolded her, saying she shouldn't have caused such chaos. Guests should behave like guests. In Trang thought angrily, a major accident could have happened just because of her. It's really frustrating, but the situation was resolved because of this person, so I have to try to be patient. I can only stay silent. Ig smiled with satisfaction at her appearance, while In Trang, too embarrassed to face anyone, could only drag her heavy steps forward. Jungan kindly reassured her that it wasn't her fault, but she only whispered, "Thank you." After sorting out this mess, Iger announced that now we will start distributing food. The people below could only submit and bow their heads. "Thank you, sir, thank you." Back in her small room, In Trang shouted angrily, "Why do they follow him?" She vented her frustration wildly. "Is it all because of that gold? They are hunters, yet they should be protecting everyone." Junjia gently speculated that it probably wasn't about the money. He slowly analyzed that hunters aren't the type to be short on cash, so not many would follow him just for gold. Trang asked, confused. Then why? He thought for a moment and replied, "Maybe because they can't stop him. Even if they're not short on money, they still want to preserve their lives. Right now, even if they risk everything they have." Her eyes darkened as she heard that. They still wouldn't be able to stop Egger. He nodded firmly. That's right, Egger is strong and skilled enough for both Ozga and Olympus to recruit him. He is an exceptionally talented sponsor, unlike any we've seen before. We have no idea what he might be hiding. He looked at Seonggu, and to be precise, Seonggu snorted disdainfully, before seriously stating that the scumbag hadn't changed at all. He was very skilled in political matters and in acting like a spy. That's why he was sent to Europe as a spy. He frowned, blaming himself. I have no idea how to deal with someone holding so many hostages. Hearing this only made In Trang even more furious. Thinking about the father and son being treated cruelly made her whole body burn with anger, as if someone was lighting a fire inside her. Her focus was elsewhere now. Almost all the children here are sick. Is it because of the great disaster? The mana from the disaster has negatively affected those children. Jun Gyeon objected. No, actually mana has a positive effect on those children. He explained that because children's bodies are not fully developed, their ability to absorb mana is even better than that of adults. In Trang stared in disbelief. Then why? Seonggu gripped the edge of the chair with force. Eager, it was his fault. His face was darkened beyond expression, no creature more full of life than a child. In Trang exclaimed in shock, no way. Seonggu angrily jumped up. The materials he used to create gold were children. I have to meet IG. But he was currently absorbed in admiring his pile of shining gold. Even when Seonggu's group arrived, he remained strangely calm. He even taunted, "Do you like my empire?" In Seonggu's eyes there was a mix of anger and a complex, hard-to-understand emotion. Seeing this, Ig lost interest and pushed the pile of gold aside. The clinking of gold coins created a pure sound that captivated anyone who heard it. He was so angry that he burst out laughing. "What do you gain by underestimating me? That's why you haven't achieved anything. You're too soft-hearted. That's why you can't reach the top. Look at me, am I not the king of this place?" Hearing this, Junjian fell into thought. It seems he knows that Seonggu won't attack him because of the hostages. Although IG is very strong, it's not to the point where we can't take him down. Looking at his steadfast back, you can't help but be curious. Even with hostages, the easiest way is still to punish him. What will Seonggu choose to do? Seonggu is now affected by Ing, with mana energy radiating enough to show how intense his fury is. But he just smiled faintly, warning not to think about doing anything foolish again. Then, thousands of golden threads appeared with a proud tone. All the children in this area are done for. Gu realized something was wrong and quickly withdrew his killing intent. Even Jungan was terrified. Those thousands of golden threads were IER. Seeing their expressions, he gave a wicked smile. If I die, then thousands of children out there will die with me. How magnificent would that be? Those countless golden threads connect to the huts outside. I am a master strategist. He delighted in calling himself the one who controls the dreams and lives of the children. That madman spoke as if it were true. Seonggu, I just want to quietly rule this place. The more he rambled, the more Mr. Gu's eyebrows furrowed. Do you think you can do as you please? This world will soon return to its original state. Do you think you'll be safe here? Igo just smirked slightly. Well, who knows? But when that time comes, I will have even more children's lives in my hands. His face now was as cruel as a demon's. The lives of children would bring about a different future if this world were to collapse. Don't they say children are as precious as gold? He calmly concluded, I just want to quietly rule this place and live comfortably. Mr. Gu was troubled, thinking he didn't like it at all, but he had to borrow someone's name that he would be wary of. He spoke with Odin's demeanor. Egger cut him off upon hearing that the truth about Odin's disappearance. I know that too. Seonggu's eyes widened in shock because he didn't expect him to know about this. Igor looked at him arrogantly. I also heard that Rot has disappeared. These words directly threatened Seonggu, leaving him frozen with fear. How did you find out about these things? Seeing that he smiled smugly. You seem surprised by my information network, don't you? Of course, I never intended to tell you. The only thing I can say is that he raised an eyebrow and dismissed the person. Just leave quietly. Killing you would be too much trouble for me. Rest however you want. Whether you want to save the world or die is up to you, just leave my city. Gu's group was suddenly cornered. Should we really retreat like this? If we leave now, we won't have another chance to save the people here. Sacrificing the few for the many, the children would have to be sacrificed, so kill that bastard. He has a headache and can't think clearly. No, I don't want to go down that path. I don't want to follow in Odin's footsteps. Just when things were tense, Junjian stepped forward. All right, we will leave. You stood strong to protect Seonggu, not letting him come into contact with a fierce man like Egg any longer. He smiled lightly when he saw that. Good, but Junjian himself won't let go that easily. In return, give us some time. Seonggu understood your meaning, so that's it. He has come up with a plan. Iger was a bit taken aback by this condition. Time. He wondered, what is he planning to do? After a moment of thought, he decided, I won't give you much time, leave within 2 days. Jungi readily agreed. All right. Then they left the room, leaving behind a whirlwind of thoughts. Does he have another plan? He unconsciously touched his chin. Well, fine, maybe that's for the best 2 days. Won't be dangerous for you all, and that's the time I need. Ayer immediately ordered everyone to gather, while Jungan's group remained unaware that he had made a bold decision. We will proceed with the ritual. Outside the building, Junjian is sitting and discussing with Seonggu and Intrang. He is preparing as well. He spoke up to emphasize. He will definitely set a trap there, so we won't be able to do anything. Do you really have a way? Junjian smiled and replied. Of course. I was a bit scared when I heard he was an endless sponsor, but in the end I just felt sorry for him. Seonggu's face brightened. That title only mattered when extremely powerful hunters received sponsorship from him. He could only become a hero because of his enormous fortune. So what's your plan? You replied slowly. Regarding this matter, Run looked over at Intrang. She looked confused and pointed at her own face. Me, you confidently affirm. Yes, you are the way we can defeat him. Junjian recalled the image of him using his skill. When we met here, I observed the mana he was spreading. It is connected to many people. Those affected by the skill, and he can take many lives whenever he wants. Junjian stood up, reaching out to explain. Intrang, you want to save those people no matter what the cost, right? She responded immediately. That's right. Your face looks serious and it might hurt a little. Is that okay with you? Intrang calmly asks, will I die? Jungian's eyes were filled with seriousness. What if I said it was possible? She darkened her face and sighed. Her eyes were filled with determination. I will still do it. Junjian smiled. That's exactly like Intrang. You immediately spread the plan. I will find a way within these 2 days. The problem is he will also sense it and prepare more. Intrang turned his face and glanced at someone approaching. The door slowly opened, and they entered facing Junjian's group. You spoke up to ask what was going on. Duan and his team are begging Underdog Sif and Mr. Lee Seonggu for help. They knelt down, begging, please help us. Jungian and Seonggu were startled. Time passes to the scene outside the building. Jezun shouts, everyone gather here. At the same time, Ig was standing high above, looking down at the people below. He put his hands in his pockets and spoke. Is everything ready? Jezun immediately reported. Yes, sir, we have gathered them all, not a single one missing. He raised his hand, still casting the spell. Good then, let's begin. He opened his hand, using his skill. Mystical beams of light descended below, transforming into threads that connected each person beneath. Egger clenched his fist, his face turning cunning as he laughed loudly. Haha, come and try me. Everyone was affected by his skill. Egger arrogantly said, you won't be able to throw away so many lives. Time passes to the building scene. 2 days later, Jezun stands reporting to Egger. They spend most of their time in the room. Sometimes they encounter people in the training yard, but nothing important is said. His eyes are full of calculation. Isongu has given up and these people are no longer around. Ear smiled faintly. Well, even if he didn't give up, what could he really do? He stood up and said clearly, "All right, we should see our guest off." His face was full of arrogance. This is the ultimate world where I hold the power to rule. My soldiers, my slaves, I will be the king here. Outside the building, Junjian's group confronted IG. He spoke up, "You should leave now, right?" Seongu immediately replied, "That's right, the time we agreed on has already passed." Ear was sweating with worry. They're plotting something, he warned. "If you act on your own, the people here will be in danger." "Don't even think about doing something stupid again," Junjian shouted. Egger immediately became panicked. What are you doing? You don't care what will happen to those hostages." He started raising both hands threateningly. Egger angrily replied, "You bastard, you dare mess with me. I'll kill 10 people as an example for messing with me. These people will die because of you." A sword plunged straight into the ground. He glanced anxiously. Intrang slowly pulled out the sword and shouted loudly. Ram activated. Egger looked down at his hand in shock. No way. The cords connected to the hostage won't. His connecting threads began to tremble. His technique focused on binding her tightly. She did it. Junjian was excited. Trang just activated another skill of Gram. Gram can absorb magic and mana from the surroundings. Now we can start the counterattack. Egg clenched his fists in anger. How foolish. How is this possible? Are you trying to endure the draining from 1,000 threads all by yourself? Intrang gripped the sword tightly, with both hands straining with all her might. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with fierce determination. His energy cord shattered her iron armor. Intrang spat blood in pain and cried out. Jungion started rushing off like lightning. He unleashed his power with blazing red eyes. Even after earning the SFD title and awakening Gram, she still hadn't fully unlocked her strength. Her power as an immortal is still far from perfect. He keeps worrying, but even in this situation, she uses Gram, so I have to quickly take down that bastard. Ig glanced at him nervously and shouted, "You bastard, that's dirty play." He began to change the direction of his hand strike. Egger created an electric shield toward him. His attack was blocked by the shield. Junior, holding Muspel's spear, was startled. "What's going on?" "I'm being pushed back," Jaegu shouted seriously. Junior rises. Ear's giant sword flies back towards him. Junjion immediately jumped up to dodge the attack. Jun smiled smugly. "That's definitely Lord IER. His combat ability is incredible. He needs to stay even more focused. He is pushing back Underdog." Egger turned around and shouted, "You idiots, what are you standing there watching for? Kill all the bastards on the field for me." Jun and his teammates, full of fighting spirit, began to unleash their power. Following orders, they rushed forward to assist him. Immediately, Zeungu leapt up sword in hand, ready to strike down on him from behind. He swung his sword with all his might. Ire grimaced and clicked his tongue. He used one hand to create a stacked shield. Zigu struck repeatedly at his shield in rapid succession. He swung his sword and shouted angrily. "How could a bastard like you have such power? How many lives have been lost because of you?" Ig smiled provocatively, his other hand forming a sword. "A lot, you know. Didn't you see the corpses on the way here?" He thrust the sword straight at Seongu, forcing him to retreat. "Even gold-hungry hunters will kill." He stepped back from his counterattack. A swarm of Eiger swords hovered in the air. The swords began to fly. He stood in the center, controlling them like a god. When that happened, his face turned arrogantly wicked. "I will become even more powerful." Ig launched the flying swords. His attack on Seongu caused a blinding explosion with rocks flying everywhere, cutting to Jaejun approaching the tent. He drew his sword, charged forward, and shouted, "Kill them! Lord IER wants us to kill them all." The shout made everyone freeze in shock. The locals were left stunned. What a teammate stepped in to protect the civilian mother and child, making him furious. "What are you doing? Stop making things more complicated, just kill them." But she was just a civilian with a child. Jun refused to back down. "If you can't do it, then step aside." "You bastard." The woman held her child, tears falling, begging, "Please don't do this." The sword enveloped his power as he fell. The frightened woman tightly held her child and closed her eyes. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound echoed. She slowly opened her eyes. Jezun was struck by a sword and lay motionless. Duan appeared to reassure everyone. "It's okay now. Evacuate this place immediately." The mother tightly held her child's hand as they stood frozen. "You are the brother standing with your teammates," explaining. "I'm sorry for the past times when we weren't strong enough to stop Eager. We will hold off Egger's men. Everyone leave here quickly." The girl replied sadly. "But we have nowhere else to go. There is no place safer than here." A voice rang out, startling her. "This way." Heo appeared and spoke up. "The master has created another place." Both sides began to clash and fight. "You bastard, how dare you betray us? I don't want to live a cowardly life anymore." Yoonji raised her hand to signal everyone run this way. At the battlefield, Seonggu relentlessly swung his blade at his opponent. One strike sent Egger flying several yards away the scene, resembling a small explosion. His whole body kept crashing into one thing after another. When he finally stopped, Egg immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was both pale and terrified, looking utterly unbelievable. A monster. Seeing that the opponent was not only tall and muscular but also incredibly strong, he was utterly stunned. I knew from the start that Yonggu was very powerful, but he reminded him of Junjian, that underdog, who drained all his gold. At this moment, Intrang was still gripping his weapon tightly. Sigfit blocked me from the main energy source. Damn it! My kingdom suddenly started flickering with a surge of energy from Egg's position. His eyes turned blazing yellow as he clenched his teeth. No, I can't let things end like this. Even if I have to sell my soul, I will kill them all. Before he could even make a move, Seonggu was already behind him. This is your punishment. This surprise caught him off guard, leaving him confused and wondering when it happened. Then he swung his sword straight at Ig again. The searing pain made him freeze and scream out. But it didn't stop there. He charged forward dangerously. Are you afraid to die? Once again. The massive weapon carrying a terrifying energy descended swiftly and precisely. This time it still successfully struck his entire body. It was this heavy strike that broke his stance and forced him to fall to the ground. When the dust finally settled, Ager remained in that noble pose, paying the price for his sins. Mr. Gu narrowed his eyes coldly and spoke each word clearly. This is your punishment. Then he turned to Junjian and reported. He's dead. This tragedy left him deep in thought. The rulers appearing in this world were nothing less than apocalyptic disasters. Calling them monsters would not be wrong. He turned and walked away, thinking that Egger was no different. However, after only a few steps, a sudden unease rose within him. Jungian was startled and cautiously looked around. What is this feeling of danger? It can't be. Mr. Gu's car cut across. Let's go, we still have people to save. But he didn't respond, and only gripped his weapon tighter. His actions caught him off guard and raised suspicions. Junjian. Trang next to him also didn't understand why Junjian was already dead. However, the energy fluctuations around Sak Iger's body spoke for him. At that moment, Junjian suddenly tensed and shouted loudly, "Dodge quickly." At that very moment, a fist filled with terrifying power suddenly approached everyone. Thanks to his reflexes, Zegu successfully raised his blade in time to block, yet he was still pushed back a considerable distance by the force of the attack. This sudden turn of events left him unable to understand how the owner of the Golden Fist was actually Eager, whom everyone thought was dead. It's just that Junjian was still sharp enough to detect no life in his eyes. He was truly dead. So why do I feel Rare's energy from him? Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, Egger suddenly shouted loudly in this strange form. The notification from your system appeared line by line. Apocalypse, Sky Charming Prince King of the Rainbow is watching. 3 question marks in a row left Jungian stunned, and Intrang was the same. The announcement continued to display words that sent chills down the spine. Watching you. The scene suddenly shifts to the other group's battlefield. Rug decisively struck with full force, slashing straight at the opponent, making him scream. After a powerful blow, the man finally died. Du immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked around at everyone. We have dealt with most of the hunters on Ear's side. Thank goodness. Then he clearly declared that from now on there would be more good hunters than bad ones. After successfully clearing this area, he immediately gave the order. Alright, now let's go help Underdog's team. Unexpectedly, Ji suddenly flinched as if sensing something. Yun quickly shouted a warning behind him. Du asked in confusion, unaware that the enemy had suddenly come back to life right behind him. The enemy suddenly appeared behind and charged forward with force. Duan was stunned by this sudden turn of events. What is that? Mai quickly blocked the attack from behind on his behalf. Its strike even buried the opponent in the distant earth and rocks. Du immediately calmed down and looked at it with deep gratitude. Haha, thank you. In return, it happily gave a thumbs up. But that's not all. Yun continued to shout in shock, look over there, the hunters who had died. Very quickly, everyone understood why the others said they were coming back to life. The strange group of hunters rising one after another made everyone gasp aloud. Their bodies made of gold. What the hell is going on? What's happening? Egg let out a loud roar as soon as he came back to life, his screams spreading and echoing everywhere. Not only that, it could also seep through every corner of the ruined place. The echoing sound reached the place where the Jugon group was fighting, making everyone confused and ask, what kind of monstrous noise is that? Very quickly, everyone had their answer, as the group of golden hunters all turned their heads in one direction. Instantly, the entire revived army seemed summoned and ran like the wind. Du now realizes that the dead hunters are running toward the source of the sound. The others are just as panicked. Where is Underdog's group? Du was sweating profusely, staring ahead. No one could have guessed that those hunters had become the source of energy for Ear's growth. That giant golden figure is impossible, Ig. Not only that, the image of hunters being sucked into his body surprised everyone even more. Egger is absorbing, but the hunter just revived, seeing something so terrifying immediately clenched his fists. Then he spoke up, "Let's go help Underdog's team," but his intention was quickly stopped. "No, look at it, we will die." In the face of this danger, he refused to back down even a little. "Even if it means death, we must go." Not stopping there, he loudly awakened everyone. "Remember how we looked before they arrived here? We'd be no different from those hideous golden monsters that just transformed. If we flee again, we'll be no better than monsters." His words truly helped everyone wake up. "Even if I have to die, I want to die like a human." Without anyone telling each other, everyone took turns stepping forward to fight. "All right, let's go." This entire army is filled with spirit and determination to die with honor. Even if we must die, we will die as humans, for there is no second death. Seeing this, Du couldn't help but smile, happily unaware of what was behind him. Everyone. Just then, a pig's voice softly echoed from the air. "Master, we don't need your help," everyone exclaimed in unison. It added, "He is strong enough and doesn't need help from anyone else." At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, a massive clash erupted, as a giant golden IER wildly swung its fist toward In Trang, who stood firm, raising the protective blade in her hand to strike back. As she sprang up, her attack struck him directly. Seeing the result she caused, she told herself, "I hit him, he must have taken some damage." Unexpectedly, amidst the dust rising from the battle, flashes of golden energy still flickered. Immediately, Ig's fist swiftly cut through the air. Then that powerful fist collided directly with In Trang's strike. The earth and rocks around the area were once again devastated by that terrifying energy. But In Trang's strength was also severely drained after the clash. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from her mouth in frustration. "I couldn't hurt him at all. What exactly is he? Not all hunters are monsters." While she was puzzled, Seon-gu seemed to suspect something. "This thing looks like what I saw there." Junie was startled when he heard that. "It can't be at Onder, can it?" "Your question startled me even more. How do you know about Onder? You're very skillful at dodging the issue." "Does it matter now? So you saw that thing and understood the urgency, which is why you responded immediately." "That's right, I saw something emitting a similar energy there. Maybe that's why you asked, did you feel it when signing the contract?" Your answer once again left him speechless. "You even knew about this?" "Yes, it's similar to what I felt from the sponsor." As the conversation went on, you suddenly thought that if that's true, this is nothing short of a sponsor's invasion. "I can't be certain. But if a transcendent entity like the sponsor is trying to descend into this world, and Junjia is breaking out in a cold sweat, then it would definitely be an unstoppable disaster." Before you could think it through, he stepped forward. Mr. Gu's cold voice told you, "I'll do it." With every step, the power he spoke of grew stronger, a power I never wanted to stop until now. But he didn't expect that you had just enough time to firmly hold his shoulder and comfort him. "It's okay." Then you stepped forward, ignoring my shock at your words. "I understood why you sealed your power and chose not to use it. That power is like poison to you. I will take care of it." His eyes glowed red as the energy around him began to shine. The great disaster had empowered the hunters. You think about reality, and a page from the early days. Powerful hunters gaining a new source of strength, just like the page growing stronger and using GAM. After careful thought, he became even more determined that he could do it too, break the limits. The moment he grew stronger had come when that power was no longer restrained. Seon-gu, standing behind, couldn't help but be astonished. Absolute black flame. At the same moment, the black flames surrounded him. A system notification appeared. The weak heart of the dragon had been fully charged with magic power and evolved into the heart of the dragon god revelation. At this moment, a terrifying power belonging to Junjian erupted right where he stood. Not stopping there, a blazing red system panel appeared simultaneously. The apocalyptic sky watches the battlefield, deciding to grant power to his incarnation. That little notification cannot affect the moment he firmly grips his weapon and charges straight at In, who can only endure without fighting back. From punches to hooks, each strike packed with power landed on him. In just a moment, his heavy body was pushed down and collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, in another place, a black energy, just like his, was also gathering. All the powers that created me. Demonic energy, madness, dragon blood. From within the dense black flames emerged a figure identical to Junjian, wearing a bloodthirsty smile. Everything has merged into one. Under the power of the black flame, I now receive all the delayed growth at once. At this moment, the ancient and majestic city of London had turned into a bloody battlefield everywhere. After a fierce fight, the troops could only gasp for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat. Faced with such overwhelming power, Lancelot couldn't help but mutter, "A true monster, how can one person be like this?" They all stood at the foot of the tower, looking up at him. They looked at him in awe, so powerful. Right now, the Demon King was staring ahead, unaware that they thought he created a barrier and evacuated everyone by breaking space, an unbelievable talent. At the same time, Athena anxiously called out to the person next to Min. Despite the tension, Mo Lin seriously replied, Tho, I'm fine. But she found it even more confusing. Perhaps she wasn't the only one wondering who this person was, someone who silently watched his every move and gesture. Suddenly, something made him startle and become alert in an instant. And then he turned his head in that direction amid everyone's murmurs. Oh my, it's unclear if they noticed his sharp gaze and satisfied smile, yet they were still amazed. It seems he has reached another level. Lilot always focuses his energy, furrowing his brows in discomfort, so he doesn't let his guard down during conflicts like this. However, Athena bluntly realized something that seemed impossible. There was no opening at all. No opening was not a reason to hesitate. The energy began to fluctuate. Mlin seized the moment and shouted a warning right then. Jalot quickly reacted and lunged forward to attack. We will create an opening. At the same time, Min didn't stand still either. She reached out to summon her weapon, thinking that Lot was risking his life. Then she shouted sharply. Instantly, her chain and Lot's strength intertwined, attacking straight toward the Demon King. Seizing that brief opening, Tho suddenly raised his sword and called out, Knight of the Round Table, Protector of England. Following his command, the knights charged forward without regard for danger. Ha 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 ha. Yet that seemingly strong chain broke the moment it reached the enemy's flames. With just a slight swing, everyone's attacks, including Lilot's, were nullified, and he even dropped his spear. The troops below were all stunned by the situation. Too dangerous, Knight Lancelot has dropped his spear. Those thoughts were completely different. Well done, Lancelot, drop your spear. It turned out that the spear was just a distraction because the real attack came from the sword. Suddenly, the clash between the hidden sword and the opponent erupted. Yet Lot was still hit by the Demon King's strike first. He managed to wound him in an instant, but the Demon King just stood still and reached out his hand. Still, the overwhelming power of the Demon King was not enough to make them falter. They kept fighting for England. The closer they got to the Demon King, the stronger their desperate resolve to die became. Unfortunately, the faster they were, the faster he was by far. In just 1 second, he countered every strike. His counterattack carried immense power, making them scream in pain. Seeing everyone being pushed back, the one always below immediately gathered his strength and leapt high to fill the gap. As he launched himself, Athena shouted, Everyone fall back. Using his strength, he quickly created a massive energy bridge in the sky. This unexpected move even made the Demon King look up in surprise. Then, when the moment was ripe, Athena decisively unleashed all that power while standing below. It was a dangerous situation since the attack was enormous compared to his body. When it struck, it even created a super powerful explosion. This full-force attack almost destroyed an entire large architectural area. Only after a long while did the shockwaves stop hitting the surrounding buildings filled with smoke and fire. The area directly affected and nearby seemed to have been leveled to the ground. When Lalot was found, the knight was severely wounded, with one hand severed and the other badly burned. Mo called out his name, Lancelot, but he was still alive to whisper one last time. Your Highness Milan, have I fulfilled my role well? She smiled through her tears as she replied to him. Yes, Lancelot, you did well. You truly saved our England. You are the knight of loyalty and honor. And then he smiled with satisfaction upon hearing those sincere words. You are also a savior to everyone here. Amid the smoke and fire of war, your smile and faith shine brightly. Thank you, sir. At your command, your highness. These were the last words he left before returning to his homeland. Everyone fell silent and bowed their heads to him. The heavy silence spoke volumes, yet Mlin quickly lifted the spirits of the troops. Today we have suffered great losses. The Knights of the Round Table were nearly wiped out completely by a single enemy, one who controls monsters and wields dark power. I will call him the Demon King. Then she switched to a tone full of pride and determination. The elite knights sacrificed themselves to protect England, but thanks to that we drove out the Demon King and claimed victory. Athena, standing nearby, immediately continued her words. That's right, we have won and we will continue to win. Indeed, willpower spreads very quickly. Just now, everyone had already stood strong again, pounding their chests and shouting, Obey, obey, obey. Yet a calm and utterly out-of-place voice suddenly cut in. It seems too soon to celebrate victory. Molin panicked and turned toward that direction, exclaiming, How is that possible? Athena was just as confused. How is he still alive? I'm sure I already killed him. No one expected the one presumed dead to calmly tread water and respond. He always takes things lightly. Then he calmly reached out, grabbed his hat and pulled it down. Just a brief moment, but Athena was stunned with amazement. Heavens, it's impossible when the opponent's face is fully revealed in the light. That's when the nickname Underdog is called out. A figure with the exact appearance of Junjian stood tall. That name seemed to create a wave of fear among the troops. One hesitated, Underdog, but Merlin disagreed with them. No, he was not the Underdog. I can't feel my necklace on him. She didn't notice anything unusual about Athena, and in the blink of an eye, he gritted his teeth and lunged at the enemy. Swinging his sword, he shouted loudly, "Arrogant bastard, I will cut you in two again." Merlin hurriedly shouted to stop him. No, because she thought, those mana had greatly decreased since the last attack. But he still didn't stop and wanted to take down the Demon King himself. The strike from your sword quickly descended and collided with his power. But with just a flick of his hand, he deflected the powerful attack. "You can't kill me with that fake Excalibur." You even calmly grabbed the blade. "I've wasted too much time dealing with this, so I'll end it quickly." With that, the Demon King snatched the sword, raised it high, and threw it straight through Athena's body. It all happened in an instant. The opponent was immediately pushed back, and he grabbed his shoulder, exclaiming, "Yeah." The Demon King coldly said, "Impressive, you thought you could dodge it." Then he raised his hand, gathering power, and spoke softly. But that was all there was to it. Streams of energy quickly appeared, leaving Athena no time to react. He lowered his hand and uttered two words, "Die." A burst of fireballs mixed with thunder quickly exploded, lighting up the scene. Mo screamed in panic, calling out to the knight Athena. At the same time, Wan ordered the knights to protect Athena, and the entire army shouted together to defeat the Demon King. Suddenly, something happened that startled him. At that moment, a blue light unexpectedly cut through the Demon King's power. Then the person appeared holding a sword in one hand and grabbing Athena with the other. Not only that, he smiled and said, "A fake Excalibur. So what if the real one looks like this?" He frowned and repeated Excalibur after the man's admission. At the same time, Mine, standing nearby, also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens he arrived just in time. Athena was grabbed like a chicken and just gave a annoyed glance, saying, "This lightning guy is way too late." It was clear from the look that Excalibur was on their side, so the Demon King was much more cautious. But the first thing he did was swing his arm. Coincidentally, that movement made Athena uncomfortable, feeling discarded. "Damn this lightning guy." Once his hands and feet were free, he said, "All right, now my presence even energizes the entire army," and he laughed. "Let's begin round 2. At the same time, a massive explosion just occurred in another city, leaving everything in ruins. Gu frowned and muttered, "He did it." In Trang quickly called out Jungyon's name. Amid the thick smoke and dust from the recent impact, Jungyon's figure gradually became clearer. Fortunately, he was still okay, despite being scratched and covered in dirt. Seeing him sitting still, he asked, "Are you okay?" And then he replied, "Yeah." Then he smiled brightly and added, just a little exhausted. As he spoke, he thought, "It's different from before. I wasn't affected by the demonic energy or madness. Everything was still under control." At the same time, I opened my palm to observe as if that sudden surge of power had always been mine from the start. Next, Junjian silently called up the status window, and the panel immediately displayed his information name, L. Junjian Level 99 Player Trait, Fire Army Commander Title. Seeing the information appear, he furrowed his brow in confusion. "I thought I had reached level 100 because I was quite strong, but I'm still only level 99. Does that mean I can still get stronger?" Before he could finish, thinking, his whole body fell backward with a big question in his mind. "In this apocalyptic sky, who is he?" Seeing you fall, Songgu quickly shouted Junjian, and she immediately rushed over to Junjian. After reaching him, she began assessing the situation. She reached out to feel his carotid artery, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens he'd just fainted from exhaustion. I felt relieved just standing there. Phew, he really always manages to surprise everyone. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and looked up. Then he laughed and said if his tea was that strong, fainting was inevitable like a meteor crashing down. At the same time, in another seemingly peaceful area, Uno stood on the rooftop and asked the person opposite, "Are you really a hunter?" Fenri answered seriously, "Not a monster, I am human, a hunter." Hearing that, she thought they created a barrier before leaving. But has anyone broken it yet? If they are hunters, it means their target is the Blue Moon Guild. Fenri shook his head and said, "No, those bodies aren't dead yet." W beside him agreed. Fenri is right. There are no dead bodies here. I believe they are either being held captive or hiding somewhere, Ungneil said happily upon hearing the good news. Fortunately, Gunhua admits that it's all thanks to Sangun that we could get here so easily. Luckily, we were able to avoid the monsters and cross the mountains safely. Speaking of which, she carefully asked about the lake she was holding. "Sangun, have you fully recovered your strength yet?" The other party immediately replied, "Not yet, but soon I will fully recover." Hearing this, she felt a bit puzzled. "But if you have recovered a bit, why don't you change your form? Why keep this shape?" The Mountain King said shyly. Sangun blushed. This form is comfortable." She suddenly looked up in that direction. "What do you think?" And there, a dark soldier was listening to her words. Now he was completely in human form. On Mew. He happily looked into the distance and smiled. "I'm fine." Since the great disaster made everyone stronger, because of the exhaustion from the battle, Junjian was quickly taken back to the old apartment building. After resting for a while, he finally woke up. Seeing that Mr. Gu smiled and asked, "How are you feeling now?" Facing him, Junjian spoke openly. "I think my body was overwhelmed by the sudden surge in power, but now I feel great." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "That's good. One problem passes, and another comes." He frowned and asked what happened at Gangmyeong, but he didn't answer right away, just shook his head and kept it to himself. He looked for himself. Following that motion, he immediately stood up, looked outside, and then exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god." The scene outside has now turned into a large-scale battlefield that leaves him in awe. It has become a complete mess. Zigu quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, the people there are fine. It seems the pig is doing a great job." As he finished speaking, the door suddenly swung open and In Trang appeared. As soon as she entered, she shivered and complained, "Why am I always the one who's late?" In response, Jungi could only smile and say that she was always busy. It was just a joke before she brought up the main issue. "I've arrived and will stay hidden for a bit." Well, first of all, the food situation is settled for now. Suddenly the stone on his necklace, which had always glowed red, changed it, flickered, and then went dark, not even a trace of energy left. Faced with this sudden incident, Jungian immediately frowned his face, darkening with disbelief. Seeing his unexpected expression, Zonggu quickly asked, "What is it?" In Trang, standing nearby, also didn't understand what was wrong, but the person being asked only lifted the stone quietly, lost in thought and speechless. He remembered what Mo Lin had said when giving it to him, "As long as I am safe, this necklace will continue to emit energy." Suddenly remembering this, he clenched the stone tightly, his voice full of worry, as if something was happening in England. There was one more thing he hadn't dared to say aloud, but only thought to himself, could it be the Demon King? A little later, on the rooftop of some building, Jungian was face to face with Seonggu, asking with a concerned expression, "Is there any news? I knew you'd be worried, so I'm letting you know right away. It's quite difficult to contact the outside. The round table is strong, so don't worry too much." But this reassurance did little to comfort him. He continued, "The last time I spoke with Merlin, she said they were about to meet Olympus, and if what Ig said was true. You briefly thought about the words Ig said. I also heard about Rot's disappearance. Then you said if Rot disappeared, wouldn't it very likely mean the issue in England is connected to Olympus?" Seonggu also didn't dare to be certain. I'm not sure." He added, "Fortunately, we can still communicate with Incheon. Enon is sending some hunters here." Rarely receiving good news, you happily exclaim, "Thank goodness we can go find Unel's group now." However, his hesitant tone and attitude confuse you. He continued seriously, "I don't think I can go with you." Jungian quickly raised a question. "You mean you plan to stay here, but my intention is different." "No, I think I need to make a trip to Soon." Without letting him say anything more, he smiled and looked up at the sky. Soon has the most hunters, and the only ones who can help the people get out of this mess are the hunters. That's also his reason. "I think I need to make a trip to Soon to sort a few things out." Right now, the two of them are standing high above, looking down at the ruined city. He calmly said, "I understand." At the same time, the hunters in Incheon dispatched to help Gangmyeon arrived, signaling that it was time for Underdog's group to leave Gangmyeon. The two groups finally reunited on the freshly cleared path. Du quickly asked them, "Are you leaving?" On his part, he kept his smile and replied, "Yes, we will leave now." Jungan's group's help was truly timely. The more Du thought about it, the tighter he clenched his fist. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much longer we would have had to endure that terrible time." He tried to hold back his emotions as he admitted, "We know the mistakes we've made can't be easily forgiven." Then he said bluntly, "The mistakes we made were only because we thought we had no other choice. What should we do now?" Seonggu paused for a moment at this sincere attitude, then looked seriously into the other's eyes. "Your sins are indeed grave." Just as they sink into deep remorse, he speaks up, saying there is still a way to make amends and atone. He gripped Duan's shoulder tightly as if to pass on strength, speaking each word clearly and deliberately. "Beg for forgiveness for the rest of your life. Protect the people here and save 10 times the lives that were lost, whether you are forgiven or not." Du recalled a moment when a mother suddenly rushed over, shouting loudly, "Let me go." The mother held her child tightly, with both arms, tears streaming down her face, sobbing and begging, "Please don't take my child away." At this very moment, Du was confused and thought to himself that he had no other choice. His family was also being held hostage. Thinking of his family, he could no longer hold back and burst into tears. "Boo-hoo. The car was right there. How could he not understand?" he firmly repeated once more. "So even when everyone forgives you, no, even after they have forgiven you, keep repenting for your sins your whole life." Strangely, the sky now seems unusually clear. His words carried hope for everyone. Even if you cannot change the past, you can change the future with your own choices. His words were like the light at the end of the tunnel. Du immediately knelt down. Not only him, but also the soldiers following him felt the same. Everyone was filled with gratitude, kneeling down and shouting, thank you very much. Done for now." Your words also had a strong impact on Junjian. You quietly stand behind him, calmly repeating the past and the future. Then you lift your foot and walk away, murmuring to yourself as you go. I wonder if he just keeps moving forward down the next path like that. Is this the past? Or is it a future that can be changed? But now your back looks calm, yet your heart is filled with worries about the future. I don't know anything. Amid the devastation all over Wachan, you simply stated that this place has completely fallen apart. Trang beside him also couldn't help but sigh with worry. These monsters are strangely powerful. Junigong immediately frowned and looked at her. That was a side effect of the disaster. Seonggu immediately responded. Although we've searched all day today, we couldn't find any signs of survivors. What will you do now? Facing the strange monsters below, you only said that if someone wanted to save them, that would be another matter, but there are too many monsters. You smiled and said, Ungle's group is waiting, we should leave Washan. Seonggu immediately responded. All right then. Below is a brutal scene. People are being torn apart by insect monsters fighting over scraps everywhere. That reality made him frown in discomfort. So this is the disaster and the truth. Even Gang Myeon, managed by Ogre, was better off. According to what the Demon King's memoirs wrote, the patrons do not side with humanity, and the disaster was caused by the patrons themselves. The apocalypse is truly terrifying, and you don't want it to happen again. The sky of the apocalypse, I want to talk to you. You just keep looking up at that clear blue sky, asking yourself questions even though I know you won't answer me. Time passed quickly, and finally the three of them set foot in Songnam territory. Wai Trang quickly remarked, Songnam is truly the opposite of Wachan. Junjian honestly admitted, I didn't expect much when I saw the thin barrier here, but this is truly surprising. This area is completely different from the places they had been before. You concluded that this city looks no different from before the disaster. It's still heavily guarded, and as soon as they saw someone, they recognized them, saying, oh, there's someone over there. Is that your partner who hasn't reacted yet? Then he eagerly grabbed the railing and shouted, is everyone an underdog? Startled by the suddenness, Seonggu also flinched. Wait a moment, wasn't it that before I could even speak, the two guards panicked and shouted again? The leader of the Gui Elk Alliance, Mr. Hunchback. Without another word, they hurriedly rushed down just to get closer to him faster. Not wanting to keep him waiting, the two proudly shouted and embraced him tightly. Leader, leader. After a heartfelt reunion, the group was immediately given directions. Excited to finally meet, Hein kept saying, this way I'll lead everyone. I didn't expect to meet you here. Leader Seonggu happily introduced himself to his two friends. They are members of the Gui Alliance. Junjian, who had been watching silently, finally spoke up. You prepared everything in Songnam in advance, you should have told us right, this is really surprising. Seeing you hadn't teased me like that, he awkwardly said. No, I just found out too. This must be a huge surprise for you. Why? He turned to them and asked sharply. Seeing everyone again, he said, I'm glad, but why are you two here when you should be in soon? As soon as he finished speaking, both of their faces darkened. Then amid heavy hesitation, Hinong whispered to us. He faced his actions honestly for having fled soon. I'm sorry, leader. His face was etched with fear. Soon has turned into hell. Just these words were enough to make Junjian's group widen their eyes in shock. At the same time, the scene shifted to another vast clean building where sudden noises shattered the place's original tranquility. It turned out that Ung Neil was leading this group charging forward. Everyone's faces were extremely tense. As she ran, she frowned and thought to herself, the traces are too extensive. The hunters targeting the Bichdu Guild must be high-ranking. The remaining members of the Bichdu Guild are weak hunters. Can they really avoid them and get this far? Facing the deserted roads without a single trace, she grew even more uneasy. Moreover, these stretches showed no signs of conflict, the only trace being the reduced number of monsters which made her worry. At that moment, black feathers suddenly fell from the sky along with sharp cries. The sudden change startled her, making her turn toward the source of the sound. Seeing its shape clearly now, she grew even more suspicious. A crow, but she still raised her hand to signal her teammates to hold back. Her gesture stopped Fenria, who was about to charge forward. They stood still, watching the strange crow with its glowing red eyes and immense energy radiating from its body. Woe tensed, gritting his teeth in suspicion. What is this terrifying amount of mana? Could it be coming from that crow? In just a blink, both transformed. Fenria's body glowed, blue sharp teeth appeared, and her eyes flickered like her true form, while Hyun-Mu readied for battle, but unexpectedly the crow spoke. I have been waiting for you. This made Mr. Neil even more cautious. She silently stared at it. Unlike the tense scene here, the sky on the other side remained deep blue and peaceful. In the southern river area, the buildings stood close together, still maintaining their appearance before the disaster. At a cafe, someone handed Junjian a glass of water and said, Here, have some coffee. In response to the other's kindness, he smiled and said, Thank you. It turned out she was Diyun. Seeing him say thank you, she became flustered. No, it's nothing. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you. Enjoy your meal. After this greeting, she quickly ran into another room. She was extremely excited. Finally, I got to talk to him. I'll go brag to everyone. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Songgu couldn't help but tease. Didn't she invite you on a date? Trang joined in too. You're quite famous, huh? You just scratch your head out of embarrassment. Stop teasing me. Anyway, it's been a month since I arrived in Songnam. We've been here too long. He's just still very happy. Yeah, but because I stayed behind to watch over the monsters, everyone can now go outside and even reopen the schools. This place has become safe and lively again, just like before the disaster. Trang still has other worries. Jungian and I couldn't break the barrier around Y, the home of the Bitchdu Guild. Even your Bifrost couldn't break it. Dungu, I wonder if Ungel's group is still okay. You immediately look at him trying to find out. How is it going? It seems things aren't going very smoothly. He just silently exhaled a puff of smoke. He struggled to say, there's still no response from Soon crossing the barrier, or communicating with those inside is impossible. It's the same abroad. Things are gradually getting worse. Cities that were once safe are only now experiencing the disaster. You keep raising the issue. Is there any news from Egypt or Europe? He replied immediately. Egypt is still holding on. But the situation is not much better. Too many hunters have been lost in the ST uprising. It doesn't stop there, he added, and in Europe, London seems to have been devastated. I can't get in touch with them. This was confirmed by the escaped hunters I spoke with. Seeing the situation worsen like this, Jungian couldn't help but be shocked. No way, even Merlin and Arthur couldn't survive the disaster. The scene is still in Songnam City, where activities are gradually returning to normal. As Jungian and Trang were walking along the sidewalk, someone suddenly called out to them. Oh, Mr. Underdog and Miss X. Seeing them made Hen very happy. He asked where the two of them were planning to go. Ben replied, we plan to go to the border area of Ypion. Hearing that, he immediately became very worried. Ypion is very dangerous, a place where hunters from Songnam gather. But he firmly refused, saying, no, someone is waiting for us there. Seeing that Hen had no further objections, I understand. Then a car quickly approached where everyone was talking. The car window rolled down, and Suzan in the driver's seat immediately said, Hunter Sunny Lai, Jungian, let's go. Seeing him again, I couldn't help but call out Suzan's name in surprise. Then he and she got into the car. As the car started moving, he sighed in amazement. Kim Suzan, someone I've known since I first became a hunter, manages hunters from all over the country, and said that when the disaster happened, he was in Songnam. The white car kept speeding down the street as he lost himself in thought. He had become the driver for the Underdog Guild. Noticing that Songnam had stabilized with no need to worry about monster attacks, the streets were quiet but peaceful and very convenient. He thought further, the undamaged roads allowed them to travel by car. After a long while, the wheels finally stopped rolling. Everyone got out of the car and looked around. Suzan suddenly asked him, have you found the way to Yan yet? He quickly replied with a smiling face. I have it too. Junjian drew out his spear, his weapon, and gripped it tightly. He said, let me check one more time. Then a terrifying surge of energy immediately erupted. Along the spear's shaft, the flames blazed fiercely. Trang stood nearby, smiling confidently. I could feel the mana condensing from that tremendous heat. This really could work. Not only that, he prepared to strike, his eyes glowing red and suddenly sharper. He called upon Thiendium. Under your command, the energy quickly gathered, waiting for the moment to explode. Finally, when you swung it up, the massive heat source carrying the accumulated mana immediately shot toward the barrier, causing a fierce collision. Faced with such a spectacular sight, Suan couldn't help but exclaim, that's insane, are you even human? But Junjian, the one who had just unleashed that terrifying power, sighed and said, even so, look at the barrier in front, it's completely unaffected, so I still can't break through it. He said, then he retracted his weapon, pondering silently. It seems that attacking just one point won't work. Unless I keep attacking the entire barrier, it's hard to understand him. Didn't you say you had a way? You still confidently admitted. Yes, that's right. Suddenly, the shadow of a pig appeared behind the page. The person who arrived spoke without any sound, startling her. All preparations are complete. Master, so it came because of you. After hearing the enemy's report, he became even happier. Good, let's begin. As the words ended, powerful echoes rang out in steady waves all around. On the empty street, a strange army suddenly appeared running toward them. They were a squad of huge soldiers who looked just like zombies. The sudden sight made Suan cry out in shock. Oh my god, that was the name you shouted just as the terrifying army growled. The monsters must be in the hundreds. The pig's eyes that just appeared also glowed with a cold blue light. Time quickly passed and the sky began to darken. On the ground, dry skeletons with disgusting blue energy lay scattered. Junjian breathed heavily, sweat pouring down non-stop. Then he turned to ask the newcomer, what do you think? Is it feasible? Hyo then replied, yes, I think so. It's just that he's still hesitant to speak up. But are you all right? You look like you're overexerting yourself. It's just that urgent time cannot be stopped. You are determined, and even so I have a feeling about how long it will take to prepare. Heo quickly replied. 1 week is enough. Junjian also gladly agreed. Alright, let's prepare as quickly as possible. Then, in the blink of an eye, a week quickly passed. The time had come and Jun's group decided to say goodbye to this place. So even though he knew he still wanted to confirm if everyone was really leaving, everyone smiled and nodded. He said again, there are many hunters in Songnam. I will try to make a list of hunters who can keep track of everyone, but you refused. No need, just do your best to protect Songnam and South Korea alongside Gang Mayon and Incheon. The others laughed, their tone firm. Understood. Then he smiled, even brighter, his eyes filled with determination as he made a promise. We will protect it just as you have protected us. With that, his entire team bowed together and shouted their thanks for everything. Seeing them like that, Junggu was also relieved, as if there was nothing to worry about anymore. Junjion smiled and waved back. With them here, you can feel at ease. After exchanging greetings, the three of you turned and left Yen, a city. The scene suddenly shifts to another area within the fortress. At Waipyon now the streets are quiet and safe. The buildings remain as sturdy as ever. From above, a figure cloaked head to toe stands silently behind a large glass door watching. Below, people are lining up one by one to receive the supplied food. Carrying their meals, everyone chats quietly without worrying about monster attacks or food shortages, all thanks to him. He really is a godsend. Then someone spoke up to gather everyone. New hunters, please go this way, we will begin training. Then the man suddenly nodded in approval, seeing the scouts returning with the survivors. In the direction he was looking, a bus had just stopped, and from it, the lucky survivors were brought back. Yet none of them sensed the gaze of the mysterious man who kept watching them. Then the peaceful image seemed to make him uncomfortable, so he turned his head and muttered in disgust. The mysterious man looked back over his shoulder where Ung Neil sat silently. Ungul impatiently and irritably released the others. Hojin stood still and responded calmly if she wanted to leave, then leave. He became indifferent to the decisions of both sides. If you leave, I won't stop you, but I can't guarantee the safety of that wolf or the White Tiger clan. Neil fell into deep thought upon hearing that following the crow was a trap, and that the villagers of Thien Tri who were with him had been captured. Her careful thoughts poured out as she made her decision. Thanks to Fenria's sacrifice, Songun W and Hyeon Mu were able to escape. This guy still couldn't catch them. That means they will come to rescue me and the people of Thien Tri village. Then she glanced at his face full of suspicion along with him. Hojin spoke as if he was inside her mind. I could see clearly what she was thinking. She calls herself a commander but plans something so simple. It seems she thinks the escapees will bring him here. Hearing that, her face darkened with terror. This guy had everything under control. It seems Hien suddenly realized something. He went mad, flashing a twisted smile as he looked at his palm. His eyes widened with excitement. Whatever happens, good luck, it seems like he's here. Over here, Ung Neil is sweating bullets, not expecting him. El Junjion is here. With this confident demeanor, he must have prepared a lot for El Jun's arrival. She recalled Junjian ready to fight any opponent, which reassured her somewhat, and even so, she no longer felt worried. Her expression was now clearly visible on her face. If it were him, it felt like anything was possible. Walking down the hallway to another room, Yunil stood hesitating for a moment in front of the door. Then she turned the doorknob and opened it. Inside, Fenria was chained by both hands. The atmosphere around him was very gloomy. Neil was gathering energy, reaching out to cast a spell. Then she slowly used her power to heal him. Fenria's face showed a flicker of life as he looked up and called her name Ungul. Her eyes were filled with self-reproach as she spoke her true feelings. I'm sorry, Fenria, I healed your wounds, but these chains are beyond my power. Then Ung Neil also told him, I have good news, he will be here soon. It left him speechless with amazement. Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope and smiled for a moment. Soon Lunyan is already here. Under the cloudy sky, thunderous sounds echoed from the green cage. A horde of elves charged wildly, only to be shocked by the dome, their bodies covered in wounds. Their numbers are endless, with a long line still waiting for their turn. Seonggu watched in admiration. It's truly astonishing. In Trang's face showed constant worry. Is everything okay? Weren't those monsters just crashing into the barrier? When Zonggu turned around, he shared the same confused expression as her. I don't know either. The person who could explain is busy, so we can't ask. Junjion remained calm in the back, slowly cultivating to raise his level, his face growing darker and sweating as he gave his all, leaving. In Trang, both impressed and self-critical. Look how hard-working he is, just asking makes me feel guilty. Zigu's eyes grew serious as he assessed the number of monsters had clearly decreased. Is it finished like this? After just a few minutes, the once clear barrier has been stained with the blood of the monsters. Trang glanced down and felt a chill run down her spine. A barrier covered in monster blood. That's infuriating. A voice rang out, and when they turned around, Junjian had already finished his training. Heo flew up to him and announced, I will begin. Suddenly, someone shouted, Oh my god, the monster's blood is burning. Someone else asked again, Is it starting to ease up? The fire inside gradually formed a vortex, then it stomped the ground hard, sending dust clouds flying around Tutong. The fire seemed to be fueled, growing more and more intense with thick smoke spreading all the way to Songnam City. The hunters who heard it were also very shocked. What was that? The explosion was so loud. It came from the leader's direction and Underdog has left. Trang was panting heavily as if she had just finished exercising. It turned out she had brought Ji along. I'm in. This is Wai Pion. The smoke and dust gradually rose into the sky, covering the blue circle. The barrier has returned. Suddenly someone shouted, making her immediately glance at Junjian. Unexpectedly, Junjian was lying on the ground, trembling, blood continuously dripping from his mouth. Suzan saw him like that and panicked, shouting loudly. Why is he like this? Trang, standing nearby, explained to him right away. He had used too much power. Mana is flowing back. Seonggu is also preparing to use his energy to heal Jungyeon, the barrier that I couldn't break even with Bifrost. He pushed himself too hard. I will redirect the flow of mana. He then placed his hands on Jungyeon's back and transferred all his internal energy into him. He was immediately pushed back, coughing up blood in pain, which terrified Trang beside him. Seonggu instantly took a few steps back. He looked at his trembling hand in fear. Damn it, mana, it's not mana. If I don't quickly sever the connection to the mana flow, I might faint from the reverse mana. It feels like staring into an abyss I shouldn't see. Suan heard this and shouted to stop me. No, please stop. Trang couldn't hold back any longer and sighed willingly. Let me try. But Seonggu objected and quickly explained, no, this isn't the kind of mana anyone can handle. You'll die. She still trusted her own actions. So should we just leave him like that? I'm different from everyone else. I will save Jungyeon no matter what. Without hesitation, ignoring the danger, she stubbornly tried to save him. I really still have a lot to learn compared to Kongu, but I have learned about the mana flow from the awakening of the Blood Dragon Stone, understood the flow of mana, and how to control it. If I use the mana flow, I'm sure I can do it. Finally, Trang placed both hands on Junjian's back. The energy flowed continuously. She gritted her teeth and poured all her mana into his body, sweating profusely as she could see the flow descending into a vast abyss. In the end, Jungyeon seemed to feel better, which gave Trang a bit more hope. I'm not afraid. If I can save him, I can give up my own life. Mr. Gu's car seemed to share in her relief. It was working. Junjian is calming down. She slowly pulls her hand away from him. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, he lost control and collapsed. It seemed she was also reaching her limit, coughing up blood. But even so, she turned away with a joyful smile and announced, I saved him. When Songgu saw her about to collapse, he shouted anxiously, and Trang then let herself fall backward, her face full of exhaustion. But luckily, Ji caught her in the palm of his hand just in time, while Zonggu anxiously rushed over, cursing. Damn it! Trang seemed to be struggling to breathe, as if her body was rebelling. Of course she had to endure it. When calming mana fluctuates like this, I don't know if a dose of elixir will work, he thought to himself, but there was no other choice. It couldn't be left like this. He hurriedly pulled out the elixir. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching his immediate attention. I will act as if I have made the request. Please move aside. Gu looked toward W's left shoulder but couldn't bring himself to do it. Wah, but his hand remained steadfast in his determination. That didn't matter right now. He spoke with determination. Then let's begin. Immediately after, he used his energy to form needles that pierced straight into Wai Trang. While Suzan admired, Seonggu had to praise. The skill is truly amazing. Trang's mana flow returned to normal so quickly. W let out a heavy sigh and made a request to the two of them. Bring Junjian here, and then inform everyone around we need to leave immediately. What strange noise did Gu make? It sounds like a loud commotion is happening. Hearing this, Suan was extremely panicked and turned around as the ground shook violently. A wave of black dust kept advancing toward them, leaving him astonished. Oh my god, fierce-looking monsters are charging in with thousands of them swarming. Gongdu clenched his fists ready to fight. He boldly radiated his power, showing his majesty as he shouted. Gung, before you can do anything, Hua behind is already carrying the ring to advise him. Gu, don't hesitate, come with us. It seemed like he couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Gung calmly explained that someone would take care of things here. Suddenly, Hyun Mu, who appeared out of nowhere, spoke up. I will handle this. Take care of the master and escape. Mr. Gu's car looked at him with some confusion but quickly understood. Master, so you are. Before he finished asking it, already admitted. Yes, I am Hyun Mu. Its gaze sharpened, full of authority. One army against a horde of monsters. I will handle this. Then he summoned a legion of skeletons ready to face the brainless horde. They kept coming in greater numbers, moving forward with a staggering gait. Hyun Mu Oifong stood fearlessly before his entire army. Seeing this, Seonggu couldn't help but admire it, truly amazing. Facing an entire powerful legion, thousands of bone warriors. The scene shifts to another place, deep within a strangely quiet forest where the faint glow of bones gradually fades to reveal a cave. Inside, villagers are taking refuge, and this place is where Seonggu solemnly watches the unfolding scene, a hidden madness stirring within. Hua stood by and acknowledged, "That's right," then urged them, "We have to hurry." Hyunmu then approached Seonggu with its request, "Give me the master." He felt grateful upon hearing that, and thanked him. Then informed him, "I will go check on the treatment. I'm sure everyone has many questions. I will let him explain and pique his curiosity." A foot stepped forward with an introduction. "I am Sangun," he said in a deep voice. "While the others are being treated, I will tell you what happened." Gu's eyes went wide and his mouth dropped open as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Sangun, are you Sangun?" He thought to himself again, an anthropomorphic beast, but isn't Sun a white tiger? His fur was red and black. Inside, Hang also grew quiet. He stood before Songgu, raising doubts. "We left soon to move to Lungyeon's house. Do you know the current situation in Soon? Seonggu replied seriously. "Since a powerful barrier was erected, we have been unable to contact Soon. Perhaps a ruler has emerged, but we cannot be certain." His eyes showed a hint of sadness mixed with frustration. "After we left, a barrier disappeared. We don't know the exact situation, but I think we're lucky to have been able to leave." He glanced again at where everyone was staying. "Anyway, we moved to that house in Yongpyeon, but the families were no longer there. Only signs that they had fled remained." Then continue with what happened next. "With Fenria's help, we followed the traces. We tracked those traces for a long time. When we arrived, he was already there. It was as if he knew what was going to happen." Jaegu became curious when he heard others joining the conversation. Sangun responded as well. "He intended to capture us, and we realized we had to decide whether to fight or flee." He seemed to sense something, and quickly asked, "Wait, where are the others?" "Fenri, and Yuniel, and even him, the one you always mention." Now Sangun wore a twisted smile full of bitterness. "Fenri and Yuniel stayed behind to hold him off so we could escape. In the end, they were all captured." "Ha ha ha, who is he?" Then he angrily shouted, pointing at his face and revealing that Odin none other than your leader. He was shocked. "What?" Zigu couldn't believe it was Odin either. Odin was in Y, not Soon.